Chapter 1. Eating excrement is an unsavory habit that must be changed. Su-in is a prominent figure in the realm of cultivation, but after a tribulation, she is struck by heavenly lightning and finds herself in a foreign world, losing her sanity. She comes to believe she is but a humble blade of grass in a mental institution. One fateful day, she discovers the arrival of an exquisitely beautiful rabbit. Terrified, the little blade of grass curls up and hides beneath the bed, trembling with fear. Do not inquire, the rabbit consumes grass, and she is petrified. For 3 days she remains in hiding. Having gone 3 days without photosynthesis, the little grass feels herself withering away. She is compelled to sneak into a corner of the backyard, preparing to dig a hole to bury herself in hopes of salvation. Just as she is huffing and puffing while digging, she inadvertently spots an individual approaching her. Upon recognizing the face, Su-in drops the small shovel in her hand, aghast. Oh no, she has been discovered. She is to be devoured by the rabbit. A lump of excrement, I am to be eaten, Su-in exclaims with tear-filled eyes. How many times must I tell you? My name is Wang Kai, designation 444, not a lump of excrement. A sharp, resonant sound explodes in her mind, causing her head to throb painfully. Alright then, lots of excrement. It's for not excrement, Wang Kai is screaming in frustration within Su-in's mind. After she automatically tunes out Wang Kai's outcries, Su-in suddenly realizes that Pei Yan has approached her without her noticing. Her body tenses instantly, regarding him as a formidable adversary. The porcelain-white soft face bears a look of anxiety, lips pressed tightly, and her watery eyes glimmer with tears. Pei Yan's gaze falls upon her. Su-in trembles all over. He is coming, he is going to eat her. As Pei Yan passes by a cluster of flowers, he notices a young girl in a hospital gown stealthily digging in the soil. Compared to the other patients who are babbling nonsensically, she appears considerably more composed and demure. However, after merely observing her for a moment longer, he is taken aback by her terrified expression upon seeing him. Her delicate fair face is filled with fear, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with unshed tears, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Pei Yan approaches, his gaze fixed on her face. With a slight smile and a gentle curve of his phoenix-like eyes, his crimson lips slowly emit a chilling voice. Are you afraid of me? Su-in gazes up at him, stupefied. The man appears youthful and tall, requiring her to look up to meet his gaze. He possesses an exceptionally handsome visage, fair-skinned with deep-set, exquisite features, his brows and eyes painted like a masterpiece. Dressed in the drab, simple hospital gown, he nonetheless exudes an air of refined elegance in every movement. He resembles a cultured and restrained nobleman, a snow lotus seemingly isolated in a madcap, deranged asylum. Though he smiles, a closer inspection reveals a cool detachment and guardedness lurking behind his smiling eyes. Observing Su-in's dazed expression, the smile in Pei Yan's eyes vanishes in an instant, replaced by a somber demeanor. Suddenly he scoffs derisively, fool. The rabbit has left? The rabbit did not consume her but merely walked away? The little blade of grass is astonished by the fact that the rabbit saw her yet chose not to eat her. So astonished is she that she tosses and turns in bed, unable to sleep. In her eyes, a rabbit eating grass is akin to a dog eating excrement, an unalterable habit. Ultimately, it is Wang Kai who can no longer bear it and speaks up overnight. Is it possible that the other party does not consume people at all? I know, of course, rabbits do not eat people, but I am not a person. I am a blade of grass, a verdant little blade of grass. Upon hearing Su-in's indignant tone, Wang Kai breaks down, crying out, Host, please wake up. You are a person, a real person. Also, when are you going to school? If you don't go, I cannot proceed with my tasks. Wang Kai weeps profoundly, its canine face soaked in tears. Its sorrow is immense, yet its host remains unmoved. Wang Kai is heartbroken and compelled to speak. As a distinguished gold tier system, having traversed the stars for many years and assisting countless hosts, successfully completing each task, it now finds itself stuck. Wang Kai gazes at the task progress chart on the system prompt board, weeping bitterly. Host, I implore you, please go to school. Why must I go to school? Because the plot unfolds at school. But I do not know the plot. Why must I go to school to find him? Wang Kai is utterly exasperated. Su-in lets out a deep sigh. 3 months prior, while playing in the garden with a little mushroom, a voice claiming to be Wang Kai, designation 444, suddenly emerged in her mind. It referred to her as its host, urging her to assist it in navigating the plot to complete tasks, promising to grant her a wish upon completion. It incessantly insisted she was human and should go to school. She thought to herself that this piece of nonsense in her head must surely be a result of insanity. She is, after all, grass, yet it insists she is human. After Wang Kai falls silent, Su Yin begins to ponder the relationship with the rabbit seriously and devises a plan throughout the night. I have made my decision. Early the next morning, Su Yin bolts upright from her bed. What have you decided? Wang Kai, having self-soothed overnight, yawns and casually inquires. I have decided that from today onward, I shall be the grass by the rabbit's side. Wang Kai, what kind of grass? Since she resides in the same yard as the rabbit, and she is the only blade of grass therein, who can guarantee that it will not decide to consume her one day? Thus, she intends to be the grass by its side. Rabbits do not eat grass located nearby, that much is certain. Grass, that's me clever indeed. Having made her resolution, Su Yin sets her plan into action, no longer hiding from Pei Yan but instead approaching him actively. Spotting the rabbit basking in the sun in the garden, the little grass eyes light up as she dashes over. Hello rabbit, I am grass. I wish to be the grass by your side. The young girl's voice is soft and melodious, yet the words she utters are perplexing. Pei Yan, momentarily halted, furrows his brow, looking down at the bright, cheerful girl before him. His inquisitive gaze seems contemplative. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes curve slightly, their depths shimmering with inscrutable light. Is there something you need? Pei Yan raises an eyebrow slightly, his cool, magnetic voice low and pleasant to the ear. Su Yin blinks and shakes her head. She has no business, she merely wishes to stand guard. The smile on Pei Yan's face turns frigid, elusive in meaning. A bold commoner, daring to disturb the sacred presence, seeking death? Suddenly, a towering muscular man appears, making an exaggerated gesture with his fingers while speaking in a high-pitched voice, commanding with an air of authority. Su Yin turns to see a familiar hand gesture thrust before her. Oh, it is merely her acquaintance, the eccentric Fan Gong from the yard. Gazing at the rugged face adorned with a scruffy beard, which is attempting to raise its eyebrows in a comical manner, she remains silent for a few seconds. Lowering her gaze to the ground and then looking back up, her expression takes on a more complex tone. In a soft yet earnest voice she declares, Fan Gong, there is no excrement here. And also, eating excrement is not a good habit, it must be changed. It is a pitiable thought indeed. The coincidentally named system Wang Kai murmurs, I truly could do without this. As Fan Gong scolds Su Yin, he shouts for someone to take her away and have her executed. In the end, he is dragged away by two attendants, as it is time for his medication. Finally, with the noise diminished, Su Yin gently rubs her soft little face. Upon raising her head, she suddenly finds herself locked in the depths of a pair of dark, profound eyes. With long lashes casting shadows over his gaze, the emotions within remain obscured. Pei Yan gazes down at her, his expression languid. Su Yin blinks, purses her lips, and timidly inches closer to Pei Yan. Gently tugging at the hem of his garment, she earnestly advises, Rabbit, you must not learn from him, eating excrement is truly wrong. Chapter 2. A minor mental illness. Welcome to the Apocalypse. Silence serves as tonight's bridge to the underworld. Suddenly, Su Yin felt an unsettling chill creeping down her back. She tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? Is he angry because he can't indulge in something distasteful? You'd best keep quiet, Pei Yan replied, his voice dripping with icy disdain, yet a smile radiated a coldness that was palpable. Observing this, Su Yin became even more convinced of her hypothesis. He was indeed upset for being denied that indulgence. After all, they were destined to be neighbors, and it would not bode well for their relationship to become too strained. The little grass, in a moment of pain, retrieved a strawberry from the pocket of her patient gown, its pointed end nibbled away, leaving only the rounded tip. Rabbit, please have this strawberry. Su Yin felt a pang of sympathy. The sweet strawberry was something she had refrained from finishing herself. Puffing out her cheeks in distress, she glanced at the strawberry's bitten end, and Pei Yan could no longer find amusement in it. Grinding his molars in irritation, you presented it quite well, please refrain from doing so in the future. Ultimately, the strawberry found its way into Su Yin's belly, as Pei Yan was summoned by the nurse. Likely for his medication, seated cross-legged on the lawn, Su Yin savored the strawberry in one bite, Her cheeks puffed as she contemplated. Not only was Rabbit aesthetically pleasing, but he also exuded an air of aloofness. Yet, it seemed Rabbit did not harbor a fondness for strawberries. How delightful! Since that day, Suyin made it a point to approach Pei Yan daily, bringing leftover dumplings one day, freshly picked chili peppers the next, and dogtail grass thereafter. Pei Yan's expressions grew increasingly animated with each encounter. Eventually, Suyin not only brought offerings but also shared gossip. However, her tales were of a rather peculiar nature. Rabbit, did you know? A green-feathered chicken arrived a couple of days ago, and it took a liking to the little mushroom next door. It chased after her with a pot, claiming it wanted to stew chicken and mushrooms together. Pei Yan. Wang Kai. Delicious. Rabbit, today I witnessed a weasel kneeling before the green-feathered chicken. They said it was paying New Year respects. Pei Yan. Wang Kai. Impressive. Rabbit, Peach has actually strayed with Yang Mei. And they had a star fruit together. Pei Yan. Wang Kai. 6. One cannot deny that the hospital is home to a plethora of sentient flora and fauna. Observing the little girl, who seemed astonished by her own revelations, Pei Yan found himself surprisingly composed. He understood why she consistently referred to him as Rabbit. In her eyes, there seemed to be no true human among them. This little mental patient possesses quite the imaginative mind. In the following days, Suyin could not locate Pei Yan, and whenever their paths fortuitously crossed, he merely cast her a fleeting glance before hastily departing, exuding an impenetrable aloofness. Anxious and unable to sleep at night, the little grass felt an impending sense of doom, fearing for her existence the following day. To avoid being devoured, the clever little grass resolved to procure a substitute meal for Rabbit. Indeed, it was the very thing she had initially dissuaded him from. A repulsive indulgence under the cover of night, Suyin stealthily slipped from her room to procure that unseemly item. To her dismay, she encountered a flock of fellow scavengers en route. Seeing them rush down the stairs in a frenzy, she followed suit, fearing that if she lagged behind, the unsavory prize would be snatched away. However, upon reaching the scene below, she found herself momentarily frozen in disbelief. The dimly lit corridor was awash with glaring blood, pooling on the ground where several bodies lay sprawled, dressed in ill-fitting patient gowns. Their contorted forms presented a grotesque tableau. Faintly, she glimpsed their faces, and Suyin felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Pei Yan was astonishingly handsome, akin to a black rose blooming in crimson. His exquisite, ethereal visage appeared even more enigmatic and noble under the dim light. Even with his hands stained in blood, he exuded an elegance reminiscent of a demon emerging from the shadows, radiating a lethal danger. He had noticed her. Slowly turning his head, the malice in his gaze had yet to dissipate. The corners of his eyes tinged with red. He seemed enveloped in a shroud of mist. Approaching with deliberate steps through the blood, he cast a condescending glance upon the petite, fragile girl before him, as if she could shatter with the slightest pressure, stripping away his scholarly facade. His gaze bore a fierce intensity. Suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle. Discovered, indeed. How should I deal with you? Pei Yan's hand gripped a dagger, his cold, sinister eyes glinting ominously. An aura of chilling menace surrounded him, as though he were one with the night. Although he appeared to smile, his voice was as frigid as death itself. He then brushed his cool fingers against Suyin's neck once more. The icy sensation spread across her skin, raising goosebumps. Such a lovely neck. It would undoubtedly be even more beautiful if broken. Pei Yan spoke with a gleeful smile while uttering gruesome words, his gaze fixated on her delicate, pale neck, as if genuinely contemplating how to break it in a manner that would enhance its beauty. He resembled a morbidly delicate flower. Suyin stared at the suddenly darkened rabbit before her, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Why is the rabbit here? Is he also out here to steal feces? Must it be feces? A small grass in a fit of hysteria. Is there nothing to say? Pei Yan glared at Suyin with a menacing gaze, his expression inscrutable. Rabbit, eating feces is truly undesirable. Suyin bit her lip, a hint of softness and helplessness evident on her face in the dim light. She still wished to advise him against his obsession with feces. Pei Yan furrowed his brow, perplexed by her nonsensical ramblings. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened, darting towards something behind Suyin, and he swung his dagger fiercely towards her. Suyin felt a rush of wind by her ear, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, something rolling by her feet. Looking down, she discovered a head, pallid and lifeless. Are you afraid? Do you understand what I was just doing? Pei Yan leaned in closer, his eyes locked onto Suyin's, whispering like a demon. Suyin bit her lip and, looking at the frenzied Pei Yan, spoke softly yet earnestly. Just so you know, after you've dealt with them, you cannot deal with me anymore, okay? Upon hearing this, Pei Yan paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Suddenly, Suyin felt a sharp pain in her neck, and before plunging into darkness, she vaguely heard his murmured words, "Silly girl, do not disappoint me." When Suyin awoke, it was already the following day, and she found herself lying in her own bed. Sitting up, she tilted her head in confusion. It felt as though she had dreamt of the rabbit turning dark. Rubbing her numb face, she got up, washed, and prepared to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. However, as soon as she opened the door, a nurse stumbled in front of her, followed by a blood-soaked patient lunging at the nurse, biting her. The scene was grotesquely bloody. Just as the patient took a bite, aiming for a second, a swift kick sent him flying. "Are you all right?" Suyin crouched down to observe the nurse, who was convulsing and rolling her eyes in a state of confusion. In mere seconds, the nurse completely mutated, contorting her limbs and rising up to lunge towards Suyin with a piercing scream. Startled, the little grass jumped. Then the nurse was kicked away. Upon stepping outside, Suyin discovered the scene was already one of utter devastation. Her first instinct was to seek out Pei Yan, and she dashed frantically to his hospital room. He appeared quite pleased with her arrival, opening his arms to her with his thin lips slightly parted. He welcomed her to the apocalypse. The man by the floor-to-ceiling window smiled with a wicked flamboyance, akin to the last burst of brilliance in a dying world. Chapter 3. The reborn male protagonist is an online Yandra. Where is the promised campus script? No one knows that Pei Yan has been reborn. He has lost count of how many times he has returned to life. All he remembers is watching this world decay time and time again, ultimately leading to its demise. He has experienced rebirth repeatedly, followed by death, an endless cycle that has filled him with loathing. He despises this world, and even more so those self-proclaimed saviors who are, in reality, merely self-righteous strategists. He has killed numerous strategists and has even taken his own life. In his previous life, his feelings of despair reached a peak, leading him to contemplate the complete destruction of this world. To him, the world was irreparably rotten. If salvation was unattainable, then annihilation was the answer. After years of scheming, he was finally discovered at the last moment, forcibly altering the flow of time and space. This time, he acted with greater caution, for he was aware of the invisible eyes watching him. To disarm their vigilance, he needed to blind them. Thus he boldly checked himself into a mental institution. Meeting Suyin was unexpected. The young girl possessed a pair of pure, clear eyes, was clingy, fond of acting cute, and was blissfully naive, much like a little rabbit unacquainted with the world. Unfortunately, this little rabbit, just out of its burrow, had caught the attention of a wolf, and she innocently approached him each day. Unaware of the danger, the little rabbit now stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the gruesome scene of zombies battling outside. "Oh my gosh, there are zombies! Wait, I said this is supposed to be a sweet campus drama? Why are there zombies? Goodness, these zombies are so ugly, disgusting." Awakening to the sight of zombies devouring humans, she was momentarily overwhelmed, resulting in her vomiting a string of code. Suyin frowned and softly warned, "Do not spew in my mind." She stared blankly at the zombies thrashing about below. Suddenly, she felt a warm embrace from behind, warm breaths brushing against her ear. Pei Yan placed a hand on her waist, gently leaning in to half-cradle her, whispering with a soft chuckle, "Little fool, are you surprised by this world? Now you have two choices. Either obediently stay by my side, or I shall throw you out to feed the zombies. Choose wisely." His leisurely, cheerful tone resembled a question about whether Suyin preferred apples or tomatoes. A faint smile graced his lips, his demeanor exuding warmth. However, this very image transformed in Pei Yan's eyes. The mirth in his gaze gradually turned cold, his jade-like face becoming shrouded in frost, as he regarded Suyin with an icy stare. His grip on her delicate waist tightened slightly. Pei Yan's laughter was frigid. His eyes darkened with malice. "It seems you have chosen." Before he could finish his ominous words, she interrupted, "Bunny, Peach actually bit Starfruit, and that is his illegitimate child." Suyin, filled with indignation and fury from the earlier scene, bit her lip in frustration. After concluding her words, she paused, lowering her gaze to the furious little girl resembling a pufferfish, and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Is this all you wish to convey?" Suyin, bewildered, lifted her head and, with a frown adorning her petite face, pondered for a moment. "I am but a blade of grass. I am not foolish." Suyin cast a resentful glance at Pei Yan. Defending herself, she had heard him refer to her as a little fool. Pei Yan's dark eyes bore into hers for several seconds, and for reasons unknown, his mood unexpectedly brightened as the ice melted. He smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Indeed, she appeared rather foolish. Suyin, indignant, was about to retort when Pei Yan interjected, "Are you hungry?" He took Suyin by the hand and led her to the sofa before retrieving a small piece of cake from the refrigerator. The hospital room where Pei Yan resided was a luxurious VIP suite, furnished with every conceivable amenity as the little grass savored the cake. She swiftly forgot the earlier insult. Nevertheless, he had offered her cake. Suyin relished the treat, and Pei Yan found joy in her delight. Just as he had anticipated, the young girl resembled a little rabbit when indulging in food, casting a sidelong glance at the fruit cake. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. What a pity. There were no carrots. Suddenly, as Suyin continued to eat, her head began to spin. Wait, why does this cake taste intoxicating? Ultimately, Suyin was roused from her slumber by the sound of weeping. Boa. Upon awakening, she beheld the plump dog in her mind, sitting on the floor and wailing, surrounded by a heap of coated tears. What's the matter? Suyin rubbed her eyes and sat up, inquiring. Host, Wangcai's fate is truly lamentable. They deceived the dog. The promised campus romance script turned into an apocalyptic world filled with man-eating zombies. Moreover, the bound host possesses a rather dim-witted mind. Wah. Suyin, the host with a dim mind. The last statement was entirely unnecessary. Wangcai grew increasingly agitated. This simply won't do. I must file a complaint. The campus script is unattainable. So let me see if I can apply for a madness script. Given Wangcai's sentiments, since Suyin was already in a state of madness, she might as well embrace it fully. Once resolved, Wangcai swiftly packed his belongings with a wave. He departed in the blink of an eye. Suyin, left in a state of bewilderment, blinked and shook her head in disbelief. Her eyes brightened. Had the clutter in her mind vanished? Joyously, Suyin leaped out of bed, bouncing twice, and upon confirming the absence of any mental clutter, she felt immensely elated. Previously, the little grass had been plagued by self-doubt. Since discovering the chaos within her mind, she had refrained from speaking loudly in front of her peers, fearing they would shun her if they uncovered her secret. Wangcai. Is that polite? Chapter 4. Little grass raised by bunnies. What could be so joyous? Pei Yan suddenly appeared as Suyin turned to see him and with delight, rushed into his embrace, nuzzling against him, exclaiming, Bunny, happy. Pei Yan caught the little girl as she leaped into his arms, effortlessly drawing her close while affectionately tousling her fluffy little head. Speaking softly, you must be hungry. Let's have a meal. Guided by Pei Yan to the dining table, Suyin's eyes sparkled at the sight of 3 dishes and a soup laid before her. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already midday. A look outside revealed that the cries and shrieks had subsided, leaving only the occasional low growl of wandering zombies. In just a few short hours, the vast hospital had succumbed to the invasion of zombies, leaving no trace of humanity. The silence was eerily unsettling. You must obediently eat your meal. A gentle voice carried an irresistible authority. Pei Yan lifted steaming food and placed it into Suyin's bowl. Initiating a feeding mode. You are too thin. You need to consume more meat. He earnestly squeezed the soft hand of the young girl. Suyin took a bite, and in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight. Thus, as the meal progressed, Suyin ate with joy, and Pei Yan fed her with pleasure. Both were thoroughly satisfied. After indulging, Suyin took a leisurely stroll around the room, stopping to touch this and examine that. Eventually, she found herself at the door. Standing behind it, she could faintly hear the sounds of zombies passing by outside. They were in search of prey. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from outside, accompanied by the ferocious growls of zombies, menacing enough to suggest they might break through at any moment. Startled, Suyin stumbled back, falling into a warm embrace, and was gently turned around, enveloped in a soft hold. Pei Yan covered Suyin's ears with one hand while softly patting her back with the other. Do not be afraid. They cannot enter. However, she felt no fear at all. The audacious little Suyin was quite perplexed, as she patted his head like one would a small animal. Be good, stay still. They will leave soon. Pei Yan softly reassured the frightened girl in his arms. Indeed, the commotion outside ceased shortly, and the aimless zombies staggered away. Once the danger had passed, Pei Yan released her, quietly advising, do not approach the door again or you may be frightened once more. Now go play. Ruffling her hair, his tone carried a hint of affection. What shall I play? Counting zombies. Suyin decided to sit by the window and count the zombies for amusement. She noticed Pei Yan seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Curiosity piqued, she glanced at the title, How to Raise a Little Bunny. Her mind was filled with questions. What was this? Self-learning on how to take care of oneself. Noticing Suyin's gaze, Pei Yan lifted his eyes to meet hers, his handsome brows slightly furrowing. He then glanced back at a line in the book. Little bunnies are sensitive and timid, prone to feelings of loneliness, often requiring their owner's companionship. Pei Yan pondered over the words for a few moments before closing the book and beckoning to Su-in. Come here, my dear. Initially, Su-in did not comprehend that he was calling her. Wondering if there was someone else in the room, Pei Yan called her again my dear. Meeting his dark, intense gaze, Su-in blinked and slowly approached him. I am Xiao Chao, she pouted, speaking softly. Pei Yan seemed to ignore her introduction, gently tugging her hand, causing Su-in to tumble into his embrace and settle onto his lap, encircled by his arms. Are you bored? Pei Yan inquired, examining the delicate features of the young girl. Su-in nodded. Then let us watch some television. With that, Pei Yan retrieved the remote control and switched on the television. Normally, zombies are highly sensitive to sound, yet it was a mystery how Pei Yan managed it. For even with the volume on, no zombies came to knock at the door. As the television flickered to life, it was broadcasting news, featuring reports on the zombies. A brief explanation of the peril posed by the zombie virus was articulated, accompanied by a stern admonition for everyone to remain indoors and await rescue. Su-in was engrossed in the broadcast when a derisive snicker pierced her concentration. The news channel had been switched to a children's program, currently airing the adventures of the bunny. That one's unattractive. Let's watch this instead. It's delightful, Pei Yan remarked nonchalantly, yet with an air of conviction. Su-in gazed at the screen, where a petite white rabbit was diligently tugging at a carrot. Her words caught in her throat. 5 minutes later, lost in the animated tale, Su-in was thoroughly captivated, oblivious to the fact that the attention of the person behind her was not fixed on the television. Pei Yan encircled her from behind, resting his chin softly upon her shoulder, his eyelashes gently lowered. He took her delicate, almost weightless hand into his own, playing with it tenderly. His gaze lingered on their intertwined fingers, a surprising joy swelling within him. Thus, they spent 3 tranquil days together. Although their exchanges were minimal, they remained inseparable. Whenever Su-in yearned for solitude, Pei Yan would invariably draw near, either clasping her hand or embracing her. He was quite the clingy one. Moreover, she suspected that the cake the rabbit had procured was laced with poison. Each time she expressed a desire to venture outside, he would coax her into indulging in a slice of cake, and then she would drift off to sleep. Little Grass let out a deep sigh, surrendering to the inevitable as she nestled comfortably in his embrace. Finding a cozy position, her gaze inadvertently flickered toward the books on the table. She mused that she ought to seize the opportunity to delve into that book and thoroughly study the art of rabbit care. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Su-in discerned an unsettling shift in Pei Yan's demeanor. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, staring pensively outside, his expression icy, the atmosphere around him laden with tension. It was as though he was suppressing something, his gaze fixated ahead. Bunny? Su-in approached and gently tugged at his shirt. Noticing her small hand clutching his garment, he grasped it firmly. They remained in silence for a moment. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, directed toward a certain corner below, a flicker of scorn and malice glinting in his eyes. Truly unrelenting, Pei Yan murmured in a tone that was cold and menacing. Chapter 5. With her around, no one shall dare to bite her. Bunny. Su-in turned to follow his gaze. Witnessing a few figures desperately fleeing from pursuing zombies, she pressed against the glass, striving to discern their identities. Abruptly, the person beside her pivoted and began to leave. Pei Yan donned his coat and strode purposefully towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused, glancing back at the little shadow trailing behind him. Did I want to go too? Su-in pouted, displeased. She had not basked in the sun for several days. She longed to feel its warmth and bury herself in the earth. Be good, little one. Pei Yan's tone grew more serious. Once Pei Yan departed, Su-in touched her lips, realizing the truth. Damn it, I was tempted by food. The horrifying visage of the zombies outside crept into her thoughts, igniting her worry. Would her gentle, delicate bunny be bitten? Su-in jolted awake. This cannot be allowed. She swiftly scanned her surroundings, violently wrenching off a chair leg, taking a deep breath before flinging open the door. With me around, no one shall dare to bite my bunny. When Su-in stepped outside, Pei Yan had long since vanished, having cleared the zombies from this floor. Rendering it relatively safe, she hurried down the stairs, encountering a few zombies blocking her path, all of which she dispatched with ease. Casually wiping the splattered blood from her face, Su-in swiftly descended the stairs upon hearing the sounds of a struggle and piercing screams emanating from below. Upon reaching the ground floor, she beheld Pei Yan besieged by a horde of zombies. Her gaze caught sight of a sinister zombie lurking behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-in hurled a chair leg in its direction. Rabbit, dodge! Be careful. Su-yin's voice harmonized with a high-pitched feminine tone. Concurrently, she noticed a woman clad in a white lab coat recklessly lunging towards Pei Yan from behind. The sight of a wooden stick and a dagger embedded in the zombie's skull left her momentarily stunned. Wait, this wasn't how the script was meant to unfold. Pei Yan swiftly drew his dagger, pushing the obstructive woman aside, and turned to face a young girl in the distance, his eyes brimming with menace. Widened slightly in surprise, he rapidly produced a handgun and fired at Su-in, the bullet grazing her hair before striking the forehead of the zombie attempting a sneak attack from behind her. Upon seeing Su-in, Pei Yan's previously nonchalant demeanor transformed into one of fierce determination as he carved a path through the chaos. Striding towards her with an air of icy resolve, he pulled the approaching figure into his embrace, his voice laced with fury. "Who permitted you to come out? Why did you not obey?" Su-in was momentarily taken aback by his outburst, feeling a mix of guilt and indignation. Tears welled up in her eyes as she softly replied, "I was worried." Pei Yan, filled with both anger and frustration, felt the corners of his eyes redden, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He then grasped her waist and lifted her, instructing her to wrap her legs around his waist. Holding her with one arm while gripping his gun with the other, he commanded, "Close your eyes." Pei Yan securely enveloped Su-in in his embrace, gently pressing her head against his shoulder as he spoke coldly. Complying without protest, Su-in wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face in his shoulder. She understood that the horde of zombies would only increase. If they were overwhelmed, escaping would become nearly impossible. If they failed to enter within 5 seconds, he would close the door, indifferent to their fates. Fortunately, everyone rushed in, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. In the next moment, the zombies arrived, pounding relentlessly on the door, and those on the ground, having barely caught their breath, scrambled to their feet to brace against it, terrified that the zombies outside might breach their refuge. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help!" one shouted. "Damn it, if the door breaks, we're all done for." Yet Pei Yan ignored him entirely, his expression icy as he carried Su-in to the bathroom. After a while, as everyone realized that the door was made of an unknown, remarkably sturdy material, preventing the zombies from entering, they collectively exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Su-in, taken to the bathroom, found herself subjected to an intense hand-washing and face-scrubbing by Pei Yan. The friction on her skin stung, but she dared not protest. Seeing the girl with her reddened face, tears glistening in her eyes, Pei Yan's movements faltered for a beat as the towel landed again on Su-yin's face. His action softened considerably. "Now you feel pain. Why didn't you listen earlier?" he scoffed, his expression darkening. After cleansing himself of the blood, Pei Yan began to check for any injuries on her. Su-in puffed out her cheeks, appearing defiant. "I was trying to save you." Pei Yan lifted his gaze, regarding her coolly, his tone severe. "No one asked you to save anyone. With those little arms and legs of yours, who could you possibly save? You wouldn't even be enough to fill a zombie's tooth gap." Once again, the little grass felt wronged, angry and petulant. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she pouted and glared at him. Her expression steeped in a profound sense of grievance. She unilaterally declared a 2-minute cessation of neighborly relations with the rabbit. Observing the little girl's woeful and aggrieved demeanor, he felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. How could she be the one feeling wronged when she was clearly at fault? Pei Yan chuckled as he playfully poked her puffed cheek. Su-in swatted his hand away, defiantly retorting, "I am not in the wrong. Did I not tell you to wait for me at home, I never agreed to anything." Faced with Pei Yan's probing gaze, Su-in felt a twinge of guilt but stood her ground. Pei Yan laughed in disbelief, ruffling her doe-like face, warning her not to let it happen again. Su-in feigned compliance with an ODB. By the time they exited, a good 10 minutes had passed. As they stepped out, every gaze in the room fell upon them. Pei Yan, seemingly oblivious, led Su-in to the sofa and casually leaned back, fiddling with her fingertips. An unspoken aura of authority left the onlookers exchanging glances. Su-in thought to herself, "The rabbit certainly exudes a certain presence. Look, no one dares to utter a word." Suddenly, she felt a peculiar gaze upon her. Raising her head, she beheld a somewhat disheveled but still graceful and radiant face, the doctor who had lunged at Pei Yan. Their eyes met, and the other seemed momentarily taken aback before smiling and nodding. Yet, beneath that gentle facade, turmoil brewed within. Chapter 6. The grass lacks 2 skills. The plot does not specify. The host merely needs to pursue the male protagonist according to the storyline. The plot has become chaotic, as if an inexplicable character has emerged, and now I have failed to save the male protagonist. How am I to pursue him? Please complete the storyline promptly. Otherwise, the pursuit will be deemed a failure. I understand. Spare me the lectures. They are of no use. Having failed to protect the male protagonist from harm, She felt increasingly agitated, and her frustration only deepened after conversing with the cold, unyielding system. She discreetly cast a glance at Su-in, her intuition warning her that pursuing Pei Yan would be a significant hindrance. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with silence, broken only by the sound of breathing. Suddenly, a coarse and commanding voice shattered the tranquility. Rascally grass? The familiar tone caught Su Yin's attention, and she blinked at the robust figure adorned with delicate fingers. Master Fan. Upon seeing Su Yin, Master Fan appeared quite surprised. His eyes widening, yet, his delicate gestures remained impeccably refined. Su Yin too was taken aback, as she noticed that most of the survivors were familiar faces. There were 5 individuals in total. Besides Master Fan, there was the little mushroom she had once played with, and the green-feathered chicken. The remaining 2 were Qiao Shi and what appeared to be a caregiver, who stood quietly at the back, head bowed. You're unscathed. Indeed, a rascal with some skill, Master Fan mused. Stroking his chin. I in these dire times, we hereby appoint you as a royal guard, to protect the emperor alongside you. Su Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement at an official position. Could this be her chance for glory? Suddenly, her expression faltered and she painfully declined. I cannot. Why not? Master Fan's face registered disbelief at the rejection. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Yin quivered her lips to explain her reasoning. Because I lack the necessary skills. Chow, she only possesses a single toothbrush. The crowd. How playful you are. Fan Gongong, greatly distressed, pounded his chest, lamenting as he sought out his emperor. Xiao was equally heartbroken. Her dreams of a promising future lay in tatters. The room once again descended into an eerie silence. Mr. Pei, we are profoundly grateful for your rescue and your willingness to shelter us. It was Qiao Shi who shattered the stillness this time. She expressed her gratitude to Pei Yan with grace and poise, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of admiration. With a playful smile, she continued, I am Qiao Shi, a doctor at this hospital. I had previously attended to your medical needs. I wonder if you recall the man who had been silent with his head bowed, finally lifted it, languidly reclining against the sofa. His chin raised, his gaze was devoid of emotion, revealing neither joy nor anger. Who said I was willing to shelter you? His nonchalant words fell like thunder, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, bewildered by his implication. What did Mr. Pei mean by this? It meant you are not welcome here. It means you should leave. Pei Yan's haughty demeanor incited the ire of Shi Yi, whose green hair bristled as he clenched his fists in anger, glaring fiercely. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Do you not comprehend human speech? Pei Yan regarded the furious Shi Yi with icy disdain. Angered, Shi Yi was restrained, his eyes blazing like a furious beast. Shi Yi, calm down, Shi Tang whispered, grasping his hand. Shi Yi struggled to suppress his wrath, yet continued to glare at Pei Yan with intensity. Qiao Shi's expression was equally dismal. She had not anticipated that, having allowed them entry, he would now seek to expel them. She could not leave. Having finally approached him, she was determined to stay. Mr. Pei, the outside is teeming with zombies. Might I implore you on my behalf, to allow us to remain? We shall not impose upon you. We merely seek a place to rest. Qiao Shi bit her lip, her tear-filled eyes evoking pity. What gives you the right to make such a request? Pei Yan coldly retorted, showing no sympathy that he had initially intended to let them stay. But upon witnessing the young girl's attention drawn elsewhere, he suddenly found himself reluctant to do so. At that moment, each of them appeared irksome to him, particularly the certain eunuch sobbing in the corner. As for the strategist, he had ample opportunities to quietly dispose of her. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Pei Yan's half-hidden gaze. Qiao Shi's complexion turned ashen, her sense of humiliation swelling. She had not expected him to show her such disregard. In the narrative, he would typically develop a fondness for her out of gratitude for her life-saving assistance. It was all the fault of the unexpected emergence of Chang Yaojin. Qiao Shi shot a furtive glare at Su Yin. Shi Tang regarded Su Yin, hesitating as if to speak but faltering. Their relationship was not particularly intimate as Su Yin had arrived later than her. When she first came, she was devoid of vitality, either lost in thought or weeping. On one occasion, witnessing her distress, Shi Tang had offered her a piece of candy. Subsequently, Su Yin had become more vivacious. Able to engage in conversation with anyone, however, due to her own health issues, they had scarcely exchanged words. Sensing her unease and hesitation, Su Yin tilted her head, tugging at Pei Yan's sleeve. Little Guai wishes for them to leave. Does she not? No need to rush. I shall expel them immediately. Pei Yan fabricated words, distorting Su Yin's intent. Is it not better to keep the little mushroom? Su Yin gazed into Pei Yan's eyes. Her voice soft and playful. I can give my room to them. Where will you sleep without a room? Pei Yan replied indifferently. Su Yin glanced at the sofa, but before she could speak, Pei Yan interjected. I cannot possibly let you sleep on the sofa. Su Yin blinked, her mind racing. Then shall we share a bed? This suite consisted of 2 bedrooms, perfectly accommodating the 2 of them. Pei Yan's expression faltered for a moment as he looked at the innocent and naive young girl, then broke into a smile. gently patting her head. That's a splendid idea. My little darling is quite clever. Although they had successfully secured a place to stay, Xiaoxi felt no joy watching Suyin being led into the bedroom by Pei Yan. She could only grind her teeth in frustration. While Pei Yan had agreed to shelter them, he stipulated that they were only permitted to occupy the living room and the secondary bedroom, strictly prohibiting access to the master bedroom, and would not provide them with food. Did no one voiced any objections initially, it didn't seem to matter. After all, having a safe place to rest was already a blessing. Moreover, they still had some food left. They had intended to share a portion of it with the two men until they witnessed Pei Yan entering the kitchen to prepare a meal. The expressions of the group were as follows. Upon seeing Pei Yan emerge with steaming, fragrant dishes, their faces transformed too. They stared ravenously at the food on the table, instantly finding the bread in their hands tasteless. Ultimately, it was Shi Tang who could no longer bear the temptation and borrowed a pot from Pei Yan, boiling water to prepare instant noodles for herself. After a brief discussion, they decided to allocate the secondary bedroom to the two ladies, while the three gentlemen would sleep in the living room. The master bedroom had a private bathroom, and as soon as they entered, Pei Yan instructed Suyin to wash up, evidently displeased with her blood-stained appearance from the day. When Suyin emerged, damp and refreshed, Pei Yan was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Noticing her wet hair, he set down his reading material and beckoned her over, patting the space beside him. Suyin obediently walked over and sat down, her face, steamy from the warmth, appearing even more delicate and smooth, her lips a luscious crimson, tempting one to take a bite to savor their sweetness. Chapter 7. The gentle and alluring bunny, stealthily darkening. Pei Yan was startled by the sudden thought that crossed his mind. Instinctively sensing its inappropriateness, yet he found himself unable to resist stealing glances at that vivid scarlet hues. He absently dried her hair with a towel. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her lips, softly caressing them, his gaze growing deep and inscrutable. Bunny? Suyin, her hair tousled, furrowed her brow and called out softly, holding the towel. She cast a puzzled glance at his back. By the time Pei Yan finished washing up, little Suyin had already snugly nestled under the covers, awaiting him. Upon seeing him emerge, she patted the bed, innocently declaring, "Hurry, Bunny, I've warmed up your side of the bed." Not only would she protect Bunny, but she would also keep his bed warm. There could be no more dedicated companion than her. Pei Yan regarded her silently, saying nothing as he climbed into bed and turned off the light. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of zombies moving below became even more pronounced. Suyin perked up her ears, engrossed in listening, when a strong, powerful arm reached out, encircling her waist and drawing her into a warm, familiar embrace. Suyin found herself cradled in Pei Yan's arms, covering her ears, with his breath gently cascading over her head. "Sleep now." His deep voice seemed to resonate more sensually in the darkness. The arms that encircled her waist resembled iron fetters. Suyin struggled a couple of times but ultimately succumbed to defeat. Leaning against her companion's chest, the resonant thumping of his heartbeat drowned out the sounds of the outside world. Before long, Suyin drifted into a deep slumber. Once she fell asleep, Pei Yan opened his eyes, lowering his gaze upon the petite and fragile figure nestled in his embrace. A shadowy emotion flickered in his eyes. He stared intently for quite some time. When morning arrived, Suyin awoke feeling utterly fatigued. She had dreamt the previous night of being pursued by a wild beast, running throughout the night until she nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Observing the young girl's lethargy, Pei Yan approached and gently touched her forehead. "Did you not sleep well?" he inquired. Suyin weakly nodded, attempting to rise only to nearly topple over again. Pei Yan pulled her into his arms once more. Caressing her face, noticing her listless demeanor, he furrowed his brow. "Would you like to sleep a little longer?" Before she could lie back down, he lifted her up again. "You must eat breakfast first, or you will be hungry." Suyin frowned, clearly displeased, mumbling in protest about her fatigue. Pei Yan embraced the murmuring girl and softly coaxed, "Be a good baby. You cannot skip breakfast. How about just a little before you sleep again?" Desiring only to rest, Suyin nestled her eyes shut against him. Pei Yan seized the opportunity to bring over a bowl of congee, cradling her in his arms while enticing her to take a few bites. Half-dazed, Suyin managed to consume some of the porridge before succumbing to sleep once more. Upon waking, Suyin realized that things had changed. More precisely, Pei Yan had transformed. Previously, during meals, he would encourage her to eat more and serve food into her bowl. Now he was directly feeding her. Even more alarming was his intention to assist her with bathing. The little girl was both shocked and terrified. What was this? Being well fed and then bathed? Had the rabbit finally decided to turn against her verdant self? Pei Yan noticed the girl avoiding him. Whenever he approached, she would concoct excuses to escape, seeking refuge among the group of peculiar individuals. Even at night, when held in his embrace, she remained rigid. Pei Yan's mood darkened with each passing day. His gaze towards those surrounding Suyin brimming with a desire to punish, the others felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles under his scrutiny. Suyin looked on in confusion. Someone is about to expose us. Shi scratched his head, glancing at the man not far away, his expression fraught with irritation. The little girl could hardly believe it. Untrustworthy, you truly are a coward. Coward? Shi was taken aback. It was only then that Suyin realized she had inadvertently voiced her thoughts. My name is Shi. Upon grasping the situation, Shi suddenly erupted with anger. Oh, a game bird, is it? The little girl snorted derisively, unafraid. When had the young master Shi ever been referred to in such a manner? He immediately prepared to confront her. However, before he could rise, Fan Gonggong and Shi Tang restrained him from either side. Observing the playful banter among the four, Pei Yan's expression darkened significantly, his eyes swirling with a tempestuous storm. He truly envied them. Their camaraderie seemed born from shared suffering. Just then Xiao Shi approached. Speaking to herself. It seemed as though she were casually chatting with Pei Yan, yet her words carried a deeper meaning. Experts have previously hypothesized that those with mental illness possess a unique bond, relying on one another far more than individuals deemed normal. In their eyes, they perceive themselves as the epitome of normalcy, which engenders a sense of wariness and even hostility towards us. Even as medical professionals, we find it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the depths of their hearts. What do you think, Mr. Pei? Xiao Shi smiled confidently as she gazed at Pei Yan. Pei Yan turned to her with an icy stare, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Dr. Qiao, have you perhaps forgotten that I too am a patient? Thus you in your normalcy ought to tread carefully. Xiao Shi's smile faltered, an inexplicable chill creeping up her spine. That night, as Suyin settled into bed early, she closed her eyes, feigning slumber, silently praying that Tutu would not have an appetite and would refrain from devouring her. She sensed the other person getting into bed and moving closer. Can't sleep? Pei Yan inquired. No, I'm already asleep, she replied. Why is your body so tense? Are you cold? Pei Yan feigned concern as he touched the young girl's taut arm. He then enveloped her entirely in his embrace, gently stroking her back, whispering soothingly in her ear, just let me hold you, and soon you won't feel cold anymore. His warm hand caressed her frail back, again and again, tender and patient. Good girl, would you like to hear a bedtime story? A bedtime story? Noticing a momentary hesitation from the one in his arms, Pei Yan's eyes flickered. He continued to stroke her back while softly narrating a fairy tale in a melodious, gentle voice. Gradually, Suyin relaxed, her breathing evening out. Pei Yan paused, looking down at the unsuspecting sleeping face of the girl in his arms, and felt an unexpected pang of nostalgia. He held her tightly, resting his cheek against her hair. Gently nuzzling in a low whisper, he murmured, You are my little rabbit. How can you abandon me for another? Chapter 8. Pei Yan becomes clingy, uncomfortable. So gentle and courteous, he was the epitome of a gentleman. Though he occasionally indulged in harmless little antics, Xiao Qiao felt she could tolerate it as long as he refrained from eating her in the blink of an eye. It was the 7th day since the apocalypse had erupted. The power was out. Upon receiving this news, silence enveloped everyone, for they all understood that it would not be long before the water supply ceased as well, making their plight all the more arduous. Yet, before they could ponder further, another dire piece of news struck them like a thunderbolt. They had developed fevers among the 7, for were burning with fever, an onslaught that left them reeling. It was not long before several succumbed to unconsciousness, their bodies nearly steaming from the heat. In a flurry, Suyin hurriedly replaced the damp cloth on Pei Yan's forehead, feeling his burning body, utterly at a loss. How could the once black rabbit suddenly become a red one? Xiao Qiao's color drained from her face. That moment, Xiao Shi entered with a cup of water. Drink some water. Suyin glanced at her, accepted the water and looked outside. How are Xiao Mushroom and the others? Xiao Zhang was the male nurse. Apart from Pei Yan, 3 other patients were also stricken with high fevers. Suyin sat by the bed, her expression heavy with worry as she gazed at Pei Yan, whose cheeks were flushed. The once domineering figure now lay defenseless in bed, his eyes closed in a quiet demeanor that appeared surprisingly docile. The pallor of illness made him resemble a delicate porcelain doll, fragile enough to shatter with a mere touch. Xiao Shi discreetly cast a glance at Suyin, then let out a deep sigh. How I wish there were antipyretics available. Antipyretics. Suddenly, Suyin was struck by a thought. The sound of Xiao Shi's sigh echoed in her ears. Indeed, there are some in the hospital, but outside lurks a horde of zombies, rendering us unable to venture out at this juncture. Xiao Shi hesitated, biting her lip, her expression betraying her dilemma. Their fevers are so severe. If there are no medications, I fear that I will go and fetch them. Suyin abruptly rose, her gaze resolute. Tell me, where are the medicines stored? As she watched Suyin open the door and depart, Xiaoxi nearly burst into laughter. Foolish girl, does she truly believe she can retrieve the medicine? It would be best if she perished outside, devoured by the zombies, leaving only her by Pei Yan's side. Xiaoxi mocked Su Yin's naivety, fully aware that Pei Yan and the others were not merely suffering from a fever, they were on the brink of awakening their powers. Even if they consumed antipyretics, it would prove futile. Of course, her mention of the medicine was merely a ruse to send Su Yin to her demise. After all, someone with such a simplistic mindset was easy to deceive. Su Yin made her way towards the medicine storage room as indicated by Xiaoxi. Along the route, she encountered several wandering zombies, but with urgency propelling her forward, she had no inclination to engage with them. With unwavering focus, she dispatched them one by one. Upon reaching the storage room, her clothes were splattered with considerable amounts of blood and brain matter. Casting a casual glance, she emotionlessly wiped her hands. Her demeanor unruffled as she traversed the silent corridor, she suddenly halted, lifting her eyelids to glance behind her, brows slightly furrowed to her dismay. A multitude of zombies surged from the corridor's end, pushing and jostling as they raced towards Su Yin in a frenzied mob. Su Yin paused for a moment, then swiftly took off running. Midway, she was intercepted by another group of zombies. Flanked and trapped, standing her ground, she observed the rapidly approaching zombies on either side, her lips pressed tightly together. You are quite bothersome, she muttered irritably. 2 minutes later, an explosion erupted among the gathered horde, a searing firestorm rapidly engulfing everything in its vicinity, the zombies howling and writhing in agony until consumed entirely by the flames. This was not how she had envisioned it. Covered in the scent of smoke and fire, Su Yin discarded her backpack, fixing her gaze intently upon Xiaoxi, her soft features betraying no emotion. Yet, Xiaoxi found herself trembling under that piercing stare. Has she discovered the truth? Oh dear. Xiaoxi struggled to maintain her composure, forcing a smile. You must be exhausted. Are you injured? Su Yin shook her head, retrieving a box of antipyretics from her backpack, intending to check on Pei Yan. Just then, a familiar voice drifted toward her from behind. Little darling. Unbeknownst to her, the unconscious Pei Yan had awakened, dragging his weakened form into view. His lips pale and his cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness from fever. His voice was hoarse and feeble, yet he stubbornly reached out towards Su Yin. Come here. Seeing Pei Yan struggle to rise, Su Yin hurriedly stepped forward to steady his swaying frame. Why have you gotten up? The moment she touched him, Pei Yan leaned against her as though drained of strength, his arms, which hung limply at his sides, tightened around Su Yin's waist and he buried his face into the crook of her neck, nuzzling her affectionately like a small dog. Why are you not resting properly? Why did you come out? Su Yin embraced Pei Yan, unable to suppress a frown as she questioned him. Upon awakening and finding your absence, I ventured out in search of you. Pei Yan lay with his eyes closed, nestled against Su Yin, his lips parting and closing, his heated breath cascading over her delicate skin. For reasons unknown, Su Yin discerned a hint of grievance in his demeanor, reflecting on the injustices faced by the little rabbit. Her tone softened considerably as she gently stroked its head. Does it still hurt? She cooed softly. Pei Yan nestled closer into the crook of her neck, a muffled voice responding, yes, it hurts. After pouring a glass of water, she provided him with medication. To be good little rabbit. You'll feel better after taking your medicine. Lying on the bed, Pei Yan's half-closed, dazed eyes glanced at the medication in Su Yin's hand before he turned and buried himself deeper into her embrace, nuzzling like a small creature. Just as Su Yin was poised to forcibly pry his mouth open, he obediently took the medicine. He mumbled something indistinctly before drifting back into a deep slumber. Pei Yan, already strikingly handsome, resembled a soft, harmless angel in his peaceful repose. As Su Yin gazed at him, she couldn't help but poke his cheeks. Suddenly, she lifted her head and caught a fleeting glimpse of a garment outside the door, quickly averting her gaze to continue admiring her black rabbit angel. Chapter 9. Little one, hold me tight. Frustrated, Xiaoxi hid behind the door, grinding her teeth in anger as she confronted the system. The items exchanged with points have been completely utilized. Her fever had persisted for 3 consecutive days. During this time, Shi Tang and the others gradually regained consciousness, yet Pei Yan remained in slumber. Xiaoxi, having experienced a fever herself, awoke after just 1 day. 3 days later, the water from the pipes had turned to murky waste, the supply cut off, and their food reserves dwindled to near depletion. Su Yin cast a forlorn glance into the refrigerator, which housed merely 2 potatoes and half a cabbage, and sighed deeply. It's all the little rabbit's fault for being so extravagant. insisting on 3 dishes at every meal. Both meat and vegetables. Now look, we have nothing left. Otherwise, shall we venture out to find something to eat? Shi Tang remarked softly, having also noted the empty refrigerator. In truth, their supplies had long been exhausted, and for the past 2 days they had survived on the meager offerings from the fridge. They felt reluctant to take without giving in return. Now my brother possesses extraordinary abilities. What are mere zombies to him? Shi, with an air of pride, strode over, tossing his green hair back and raising his right hand, where a small flame flickered at his fingertips. The trio of patients, along with Qiao Shi, had awakened their powers. Shi wielded fire, Shi Tang commanded wood, and Fan Gongong held dominion over gold, while Qiao Shi possessed the rare ability of space manipulation. Observing Shi's haughty confidence, Suyin bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Who would have imagined that the wild chicken's true nature was that of a fire turkey? After deliberation, they resolved to venture out for supplies the following day. That night, Suyin dreamt of being ensnared by a large dog. It not only licked her face incessantly but also nudged her body, pushing here and rubbing there. She attempted to push it away, but to no avail. Frustrated, she bit its face, only to find it surprisingly smooth. In her haze, she heard the dog speaking. Ouch, biting can be quite fierce. Not only that, but the dog accused her of being delicate. Enraged, the little grass cursed its ancestry for an entire night. Upon awakening, however, she was greeted by an astonishingly beautiful face. Good morning, little one. Pei Yan rested his head on one hand, gazing with a beaming smile at the young girl nestled in his arms, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Suyin suddenly awoke, the first instinct prompting her to throw off the covers and explore Pei Yan's form with her hands. Reclining on the bed, Pei Yan observed the girl's curious touches. His Adam's apple bobbing with a gentle embrace, he pulled her into his chest, teasingly inquiring why she had become so fervent all of a sudden. After her exploration, Suyin exhaled in relief. She was no longer burning with fever. Truth be told, she had spent the past 3 days worrying that her beloved rabbit might lose her wits due to the high temperature. Pei Yan sat up while holding the little girl, caressing her silky hair. His face, now restored to its former vitality, beamed with joy, and his eyes radiated warmth. However, when his fingers brushed against a lock of singed hair, his smile vanished in an instant. What happened here? He asked, his tone turning somber as he touched the charred ends. Suyin initially felt indifferent, but Pei Yan's inquiry stirred a wave of grievance within her. It got burned. Who did this? Pei Yan pressed, noticing her silence. In a low, coaxing voice, he urged, my dear, please tell me who burned it. Suyin furrowed her brows, tilting her head in contemplation. A bug did it. Thus, Pei Yan began to ponder which individual the little girl deemed a bug and scrutinized those around him. Upon stepping out, he found a few others busy organizing their gear, who turned their attention to him. Finally awake, Shi remarked with a raised eyebrow, casually asking, what's your special ability? Pei Yan located a pair of scissors and carefully snipped away the singed ends of her hair. Not bad, he replied. We're planning to venture out for supplies. Would you like to join us? Shi grinned with a roguish charm. Pei Yan did not decline. Indeed, it was time to venture out. Before leaving, he pulled Suyin close, his concern palpable as he cautioned, this time you must not sneak out again, understood? Suyin opened her mouth but, under his serious gaze, could only nod obediently. All right, I understand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. How did he know she wished to feed him carrots? She had always known that no rabbit could resist the temptation of a crunchy treat. Pei Yan produced several firearms from seemingly nowhere, distributing them to Shi and Fan Gongong, offering a brief lesson before they departed. Since Qiao Shi possessed spatial abilities, she accompanied them as well, leaving behind Suyin, Shi Tang, and Xiaozhang. Shi Tang diligently practiced her powers, currently only able to summon a slender vine, devoid of offensive capability. Yet, she was determined to improve. Meanwhile, Xiaozhang remained curled in a corner, appearing even more sullen than before. Suyin glanced at him a couple of times before turning her gaze away, settling by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought as she observed the desolate streets, devoid of life save for the lurking zombies sitting cross-legged on the floor. She supported her chin with one hand, tilting her head to gaze outside, her expression one of boredom. Suddenly, her attention sharpened, and she straightened up, squinting into the distance. A few hundred meters away, she spotted a zombie perched atop a car, grinning at her. Its blood-red eyes sent chills down her spine. Suyin blinked in disbelief. Had it progressed from cataracts to red-eye disease? As she attempted to scrutinize further, she found the car's rooftop empty upon her second glance. Little grass, little mushroom, come and lend us a hand. Fan Gongong called out to Suyin and Shi Tang assisted Qiao Shi back onto the bed, observing her injuries and pallid face, before turning to inquire further. How did she get hurt? Was it not for the sake of rescuing your family member? Humph. Shi Yi, in a fit of irritation, paced restlessly within the room, unable to suppress his sarcastic tone as long as Mr. Pei is fine, I am unbothered, said Qiao Shi, her face pale as she coughed softly. Shi Tong furrowed his brow, a thought crossing his mind, and he gently pushed Suyin forward. You go check on Pei Yan. I will remain here. After a prolonged bath, Pei Yan emerged, his fair skin tinged red as if stained by some foul substance. Upon seeing the young girl, Pei Yan's throat tightened and he walked towards her with an urgency. Embracing her tightly as if she were a lifeline, he buried his face into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, little darling, hold me that I feel as if I might shatter. Chapter 10. The crisis approaches as Rabbit and Little Grass comfort each other, sensing Pei Yan's unease. Suyin immediately wrapped her arms around him. With the presence of the young girl, Pei Yan gradually calmed, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. It was his own fault for being distracted by the zombies, allowing one to push him aside, though it was merely a brush of the arm. The sensation gnawed at him like a relentless affliction. After a prolonged embrace, Suyin began to tire. She bit her lip and softly suggested, Rabbit, shall we sit and hold each other? I am weary with that. Pei Yan secured her waist, lifting her to face him, and she wrapped her legs around his waist. In a few strides, they reached the bedside, where his previously imposing aura transformed into tender warmth as he gently patted her back in comfort. Aren't you tired? Sleep now. He pressed her head softly against his shoulder. She was indeed fatigued. Though not drowsy, eventually, Suyin succumbed to slumber. He had unexpectedly mastered the art of lullabies. How infuriating! He had miscalculated. When Suyin awoke, it seemed they were engaged in conversation, as she could distinctly hear Shi Ye's agitated shouts from afar. Damn it, who knew zombies could evolve? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she emerged to find several people gathered in a circle, conversing. The first to notice her was Pei Yan, seated in a position that allowed him to see into their room. His usual languid demeanor shifted as he frowned upon spotting Suyin, rising to approach her and lifting her by the waist. Why are you dressed so lightly? It's cold outside. As time passed, the weather seemed to worsen, with the temperature fluctuations between day and night becoming increasingly pronounced. They had just been summarizing their outing, which was essentially a discussion on how to confront the unexpectedly appearing second-tier zombies. Although he felt there was little to deliberate, knowing that the true danger did not stem from these zombies, Suyin pieced together snippets of their dialogue, surmising that they had been attacked by a second-tier zombie, sustaining significant injuries. After sharing her conclusion, the volatile Shi Yi was both furious and agitated. Yet Pei Yan smiled gently, praising her. Little darling, your summary was excellent. Truly impressive. Flattered by the compliment, Little Grass raised her head proudly. She was indeed the most formidable grass in the world. The affectionate dynamic between the two was a sight that others found hard to bear. When evening approached and it was time for dinner, Shi Yi suddenly recalled that all the supplies they had discovered earlier were stored in Qiao Shi's space. After voicing this, everyone instinctively turned to the still unconscious Qiao Shi. What shall we do now? Shi Yi scratched his head, inquiring. She may not wake up for a while. Shi Tang remarked, so we must endure hunger. Shi Ye's tone was harsh. Can't we at least rouse her briefly to retrieve the supplies before she faints again? It was no wonder he was irritable. Everyone had only nibbled throughout the day and were already famished. Shi Yi struggled to contain his temper. A moment of silence enveloped the room, each person wearing a different expression. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity filled the air, and they witnessed Qiao Shi convulsing on the bed, her hair almost smoking from the shock before it ceased. Well, she's awake now. Pei Yan lazily pulled Suyin along, nonchalantly lifting his chin as if he were not the one who had just shocked her. In that instant, the gazes directed at her were fraught with complexity indeed. Not only had she awakened, but smoke was also emanating from her mouth. After Qiao Shi retrieved the supplies, she promptly fainted again from the shock. Shi Yi gasped in astonishment at Pei Yan's audacious actions, ignoring the collective stares. Pei Yan selected a few carrots and led the little girl outside, casually inquiring, shall I prepare some carrots for you, my dear? How would you like them? Watching Pei Yan's departing figure, Shi Yi shook his head in disbelief. Realizing his ruthlessness, he hadn't expected it to be so severe. Eunuch Fan stood beside him, nodding in approval as he observed Pei Yan's back. Not bad. He has some skill. I wonder if he would be willing to serve as a general and protect the emperor alongside us. Shi Tang pushed past the two blocking her way, leaving with an expression of exasperation. Once everyone had departed, only Xiao Zhang remained by the bedside, casting a sinister gaze at Qiao Shi the following day. Upon awakening, Qiao Shi touched her singed hair and, bewildered, asked Shi Tang why her hair was burnt. Shi Tang awkwardly averted her gaze. Perhaps it got singed earlier. After regaining consciousness, Qiao Shi frequently glanced at Pei Yan. Yet his attention was solely on the little rabbit, not sparing her a single glance. Though she felt a surge of annoyance, she was compelled to feign a sorrowful demeanor internally. She fervently called out to the system, questioning why, despite having fulfilled the plot of shielding the male lead from harm, he remained so indifferent towards her. She observed the little girl standing by the window, staring outside. What could she be looking at? Pei Yan approached and naturally enveloped her in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Rabbit, what level of zombie has red eyes? Upon hearing this, Pei Yan's expression shifted dramatically. How do you know there are zombies with red eyes? I saw them, Suyin replied, tilting her head. Pei Yan's breath caught, and as he turned to look out the window, his expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he scooped up the little girl and strode outside. What's wrong? Where are you going? Shi Tang, sensing something was amiss, immediately inquired. Though uncertain of his intentions, she instinctively detected the gravity of the situation and quickly called for everyone to follow. They had barely stepped out when the room behind them exploded into a cloud of debris. From within the swirling dust, a figure emerged, its pallid, ashen skin and eerily crimson eyes fixated upon them, a chilling smile revealing its ambitions. Chapter 11. The emergence of a new breed. Little Chow races away with eunuch Fan at breakneck speed. This was clearly a zombie possessing self-awareness. The group quickly reached this conclusion, their hearts gripped by terror. The second-tier zombies they encountered yesterday merely exhibited slightly increased speed and strength, yet they remained devoid of intelligence, slaughtering with an insatiable bloodlust. The inherent ferocity of the zombies was already formidable. One could scarcely fathom the implications if they were to gain self-awareness. The subsequent actions of their adversary left them utterly astounded. The crimson-eyed zombie twisted its neck, revealing black veins coursing along its skin, raised its right hand, and grinned sinisterly. Then, in an exceedingly bizarre manner, its arm transformed into that of a mantis with a mere flick. It sliced through metal as if it were but soft clay. All present were rendered speechless. Only Pei Yan's expression darkened ominously as he scooped up the little girl and bellowed for them to flee. The others snapped out of their stupor, scrambling forward in a frantic rush, pursued relentlessly by the mantis-like zombie. It trailed them leisurely, more akin to savoring the terror of its prey than engaging in a hunt. Truly a disturbing spectacle. Pei Yan ran swiftly, yet his companions struggled to keep pace. Shi Tang and Xiao Zhang were limited by their stamina, while Fan Gongong was encumbered by the burden of another as the mantis zombie drew ever closer. Xiao Shi, perched upon Fan Gongong's back, urged him to hasten, exclaiming that it was catching up. In an instant, the mantis zombie leapt forward, swinging a blade towards Fan Gongong. Caught off guard, Fan Gongong sustained a gash to his shoulder, causing both him and Xiao Shi to tumble to the ground. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from Xiao Shi as she scrambled to her feet, abandoning the injured Fan Gongong to escape with a limp. She hurled a fireball at the mantis zombie, diverting its attention to Bai Shi Tang. Time to rescue Fan Gongong. Come on then, fight me if you dare. Shi Ye's provocation drew the zombie's focus, and it promptly directed its assault solely at him. After being violently thrown against a wall, Shi Ye coughed up blood, cursing vehemently, "Damn it, they really are only targeting me." As Shi Ye endured his torment, Shi Tang strained to pull the unconscious Fan Gongong, only to turn and behold the battered Shi Ye, covered in wounds with rage swelling in her heart. Shi Tang let out a fierce roar. But suddenly her body stiffened, her gaze fixated on the approaching zombie. A tightness gripped her throat, as its menacing glare sent shivers down her spine. Striving to maintain her composure, Shi Tang summoned a vine to ensnare the zombie's feet. The creature glanced down at the diminutive vine, scoffed dismissively, and effortlessly broke free, revealing a chillingly eerie smile directed at Shi Tang as it raised its arm. Shi Tang, enveloped in despair, closed her eyes. A rush of wind heralded the arrival of a bullet that struck the mantis zombie's eye, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature. A hand clasped Shi Tang's shoulder, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Suyin returning. Suyin grasped Fan Gongong's arm, draping it over her shoulders, and urged him to look at the dazed Shi Tang, saying, "Let us go." Shi Tang attempted to voice a response, but her peripheral vision caught sight of Shi Ye being tossed back by Pei Yan amidst the rubble. She hastily caught him. "Could you not be so rough?" Shi Ye's face turned pale from the pain, and he began to curse once more, only to be silenced by Shi Tang's hand over his mouth. From the debris, Pei Yan cast a cold glance, instructing, "Take good care of the little one. I'll handle things here." He then turned to Suyin, his expression softening as he spoke in an unusually gentle tone. "Little one, please step outside and wait for me. All right?" Suyin bit her lip, gazing at him, before finally nodding in agreement. Suyin and Shi Tang swiftly assisted Fan Gongong in making their escape, with the injured Shi Ye trailing behind them. They left two teammates staring in bewilderment. What a bizarre scene it was. witnessing a girl weighing barely 90 pounds carrying a burly man over 100 pounds as they dashed away. In their flight, they exited the hospital, only to encounter an overwhelming horde of zombies outside. The sight of the densely packed, advancing undead made their faces turn pale. Suyin glanced around, then dashed towards a vehicle, forcefully yanking open the door. After shoving Fan Gonggong into the back seat, she took her place at the driver's seat and called out, "Get in!" Shi Tang and Yi quickly hopped into the car. However, Suyin fell silent as she stared at the steering wheel, turning to sincerely ask, "How do you drive this thing?" The novice driver sought guidance. "Move aside, let me take over." Yi stood up and switched places with Suyin, skillfully operating the vehicle and recklessly accelerating towards the zombies. Outside, the undead reached in through the windows to grab them, prompting Suyin to produce a spiked club for Shi Tang's defense. She herself leaned out of the window, wielding a silver sword, gracefully executing a series of strikes that severed zombie heads one after another. Turning back, she met Shi Tang's astonished gaze. "Will you have a sword?" Shi Tang was taken aback by the unexpected sight. Suyin blinked in confusion, tilting her head and asking, "What sword?" "The one in your hand." Shi Tang looked down, only to realize that the girl was holding nothing at all. Meanwhile, Pei Yan stood before the corpse of a slain mantis zombie, gazing intently at its unblinking crimson eyes, his expression cold and piercing. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he suddenly let out a scoff before turning to leave. Noticing the dirted and disheveled state of his clothing, Pei Yan frowned in displeasure. The thought of not being able to embrace the little rabbit right away stirred a growing agitation within him. Surrounded by a heavy, oppressive aura, Pei Yan walked through a square teeming with zombies, who seemed to sense his danger. They dared only to stand at a distance, growling at him but refraining from attacking. Little did Pei Yan expect that fate had a surprise in store for him. When he saw Xiaoxi, disheveled and in a pitiful state, running towards him, a glimmer of dark intrigue flickered in his gloomy eyes. "Pei Yan, help!" Seeing Pei Yan amidst the pursuit of zombies, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with hope as she rushed towards him without a second thought. Little did she know that was her very own hell. After Pei Yan dispatched the zombies trailing her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze towards Pei Yan brimmed with admiration and an undeniable determination as she weakly exclaimed, "Pei Yan, it's so wonderful to see you. I was really scared just now." Observing her feigned fragility, Pei Yan chuckled. Known for his handsome looks, he had never smiled at her before, causing Xiaoxi's cheeks to flush and her heart to race. She thought, "He finally noticed me." However, the next moment, her throat was seized. "I think it's wonderful too," Pei Yan said, his expression sinister as he tightened his grip on her neck. Chapter 12. Killing the Strategist. "You still dare to think of eating shit? Double, I saved you." Xiaoxi protested defiantly. "You dare to mention saving me?" Pei Yan's expression darkened, veins bulging in his arm. "Wasn't he that second-tier zombie your system's doing?" Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment and panic. "Are you calling your system?" Pei Yan squinted, his enchanting gaze glimmering with a cold light. Raising his other hand, he revealed a luminous sphere held firmly within his palm. At this moment, Xiaoxi was utterly flustered, yearning to explain, to beg for mercy, yet Pei Yan afforded her no opportunity. Right before her eyes, he crushed the system with its destruction, their connection severed. She felt death looming closer than ever before. "Please, I beg you, do not kill me. That I am innocent. It was the system that forced me," she cried in desperation. Pei Yan smiled charmingly, loosening his wrist. Xiaoxi fell to the ground and, without hesitation, turned to flee. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, landing squarely upon her. In just a few breaths, her large form was reduced to a charred corpse. Pei Yan elegantly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands and discarded it. Time to find Xiao Guai. Meanwhile, Suyin had been searching for quite some time but had yet to locate a safe resting area. She frequently glanced towards the back of the car, restless and ultimately could no longer contain herself, leaping out of the vehicle. Furrowing her brow, she muttered, "What time is it? And you're still thinking about eating shit? Besides, I don't want to owe that perverted individual any favors." "Oh? Pray tell how I am perverted." A chilling voice drifted in, startled by the sudden appearance of Pei Yan in front of the car. Yi exclaimed, "What the hell, rabbit?" Suyin joyfully rushed towards him. Pei Yan caught her but did not embrace her, smiling gently with a hint of affection. "Not yet. You're dirty." Suyin pouted in displeasure. "Are you hurt?" Pei Yan scrutinized the young girl, examining her closely. Suyin shook her head. "What about rabbit?" Upon noticing the bloodstains on Pei Yan, she couldn't help but express her concern. "I am unharmed." Pei Yan led Suyin back into the car, signaling Yi to continue driving. The vehicle traversed the desolate road, halting in front of a farmhouse. The gate stood ajar, yet there were neither inhabitants nor zombies in sight. Perhaps they had fled or had been transformed into zombies and slaughtered. After a brief tidying up, they prepared to spend the night there. Primarily because the two injured individuals were unfit for travel, Grandfather Fan remained unconscious, while Shi, battered and weary from a day of driving, required rest due to the uncertainty surrounding their environment. They refrained from turning on the lights, opting instead to light a single candle, consuming a meager meal in its dim glow. During the meal, silence enveloped them, an eerie stillness pervading the air. Pei Yan cast a casual glance at Shi, feeding the young girl small pieces of bread, nonchalantly stating, "You have no more chances." Shi looked up, puzzled that he heard the other person languidly declare, "He is already dead." Shi Tong was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with shock. "You may refer to them as aberrations." Shi took a deep breath, seizing upon the key phrase, "they?" "So there is more than one? What do you mean by they?" Grandfather Fan, who had been lying nearby, suddenly sat up, looking bewildered at everyone. "You're awake?" Grandfather Fan nodded, moving closer to sit down, rubbing his growling stomach. "First, let us have something to eat." Shi Tong handed him a piece of bread. Grandfather Fan devoured it in a few bites before asking, "What were you just discussing about they? Do you still have the mind to concern yourself with this? Is your hand no longer in pain?" Shi let out a slight snort. Upon hearing this, Fan Gongong realized that his arm was bandaged. "Oh dear, have I sustained an injury?" Shi rolled his eyes dramatically. "Do you not feel any discomfort?" Pei Yan suddenly inquired. Fan Gongong assessed himself and replied, "No, I feel quite well, just a tad hungry, starving." He devoured 2 more loaves of bread. It was not until the little girl beside him, eyes closed, swayed drowsily while clutching an unfinished biscuit, that he took notice, gently catching her drooping head. Pei Yan lifted her and settled her onto his lap, adjusting her into a comfortable position. He allowed her to rest her head on his shoulder. Wrapping her in a small blanket, cradling the little girl, he softly patted her back to lull her into slumber. Sleep now. As drowsiness enveloped her, Sui nestled into Pei Yan's embrace, feeling the familiar warmth and gradually drifting off to sleep under the cocoon of security. Suddenly, Fan Gongong, savoring a piece of bread in each hand, looked up and scanned the surroundings. "Huh? Are we missing 2 people? You still worry about them? They left you without a hint of hesitation when they fled." Shi interjected with a mocking tone, dripping with sarcasm. Under the sting of Shi's sharp tongue, Fan Gongong was left utterly dejected, even beginning to question his existence as he crouched in a corner, sniffling. Alarmingly, even in his existential crisis, he remained convinced of his identity as a eunuch. After that day, Shi paid particular attention to Fan Gongong, often staring at him for no reason. This unnerved Fan Gongong, a burly man who crossed his arms, displaying a resolute expression of defiance. "I warn you, I am a servant of the Emperor. Even if you have my loyalty, you still cannot shut your mouth." Shi forcibly stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, fearing that if he listened any longer, he might resort to violence. Chapter 13. Male lead, your romantic brain has fallen to the ground after a peaceful night. The following morning, the group set out at the break of dawn. Pei Yan carefully wrapped the still sleepy little girl in a blanket, cradling her in the back seat while he rested his eyes. The moment the person in his arms stirred, he would open his eyes and gently soothe her. Shi donned an eye mask and resigned himself to indifference. Through the rearview mirror, Fan Gongong glanced at Pei Yan, who, with lowered eyes, contemplated a location. The emergence of an anomaly had disrupted his plans. Requiring careful consideration, the sun, glowing with an eerie crimson hue, ascended high into the sky, its scorching rays beating down upon the earth, saturating the air with an oppressive heat wave. The vegetation withered in succession, and even the grass felt its own demise approaching. In the cramped confines of the vehicle, Suyin lay lethargically across the back seat, resting her head on Pei Yan's lap, appearing as though she might succumb to the sweltering heat. The air conditioning in the car was broken, leaving them to open the windows for ventilation. Alas, the wind that blew in was also hot, carrying with it a gritty sand. The car, heated by the relentless sun, felt stifling, and Suyin tossed and turned, unable to escape the heat. Observing the others, they fared little better, especially Shi, who was already on the verge of several outbursts. There was no doubt that if he had a bow and arrow, he would shoot down the sun itself. As Pei Yan fanned the overheated young girl, he gently wiped the beads of sweat that had gathered on her forehead, his heart aching for her plight. A glance out the window revealed the blinding sunlight, causing him to furrow his brows in concern. Unable to find solace in sleep, Suyin, feeling excessively warm, decided to sit up and shed her clothing. As she began to loosen her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone and yearning to remove more, Pei Yan hastily intervened, restraining her. In her current state of discomfort, Suyin was not inclined to behave. She felt as if she were rapidly dehydrating. Gratefully, she gulped down the water that Pei Yan had offered her, drinking with such fervor that it startled him. After finishing the water, when Pei Yan attempted to embrace her to soothe her, he was met with a merciless push away. Pei Yan's expression of shock was palpable, and Su Yin, slightly feeling guilty under his gaze, quietly explained, "I was rejected because I was hot." Turning to the driver, "The cold and indifferent Fan Gong," she commanded, "find a nearby location to replenish our supplies." With a swift press of the accelerator, Fan Gong propelled them to a shopping mall, colliding with two zombies along the way. The group swiftly grabbed their backpacks, dispatched the zombies blocking their path, and hurried into the mall. Upon entering the expansive space, a refreshing coolness greeted them, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. However, they were met with a congregation of zombies gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Pei Yan led Su Yin to a secluded corner, signaling the others to hide, before picking up an empty soda can from the ground and hurling it outside. As the zombies were drawn to the noise, the group stealthily ascended to the second floor. There they discovered a small supermarket, and the trio's eyes gleamed with excitement as they filled their backpacks with food. Meanwhile, Pei Yan strolled leisurely with Su Yin through the mall. As the temperature dropped, Su Yin seemed rejuvenated, her curiosity piqued by the various items in the store, exploring with the innocence of a child. While Su Yin was busy squishing a peculiar doll, Pei Yan stood before a shelf, indecisively holding two small water bottles. He presented the yellow duck and the big white rabbit water bottles to Su Yin, inquiring which one she preferred. To Su Yin, enchanted by both, replied, "What should we do if I like them both?" Pei Yan, noticing her dilemma, smiled and declared, "Then we shall take them both. We can alternate using them." As Su Yin's eyes sparkled with delight, Pei Yan continued to select a variety of daily necessities that he thought Su Yin might need, stuffing them into his bag. As they passed a clothing store, he pulled Su Yin inside to sift through the garments. When he finally reunited with the trio, laden with a bounty of food, Yi observed Pei Yan's selection of clothing and then glanced at Su Yin, who twirled joyfully in her beautiful dress. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Brother, we are in the midst of an escape, not a shopping spree. Can you please focus on the task at hand?" Pei Yan, with his gaze solely fixed on Su Yin, cast a fleeting glance at Yi before raising his hand, causing all the food on the shelves to vanish. This spectacle left the trio utterly astonished. "How do you still possess spatial abilities?" Yi asked, wide-eyed. "I never claimed I lacked them." Though Yi remained silent, his eyes conveyed a multitude of unspoken profanities. Suddenly, he was pushed aside with considerable force, as Fan Gong, beaming with a smile, looked at Pei Yan and earnestly extended an invitation. "Might I inquire if you harbor any interest in the esteemed position of the Grand General of the Kingdom? He possesses a keen eye for talent." Yi, however, is filled with discontent. Why should he be the Grand General while I am merely a personal guard wielding a blade? It is imperative to possess self-awareness. Eunuch Fan hesitated, letting out a sigh, and encouraged, "Fear not, safeguard the Emperor diligently, shielding him from blades and bullets, and there shall come a day of promotion and reward." At that moment, everyone heard Yi's teeth grinding in frustration. "Where, pray tell, is his sword?" Shi Tang stepped forward to comfort Yi. "I understand your anger. Do not let it consume you. You are aware that their intellect is lacking. They sometimes even refer to me as Your Highness the Concubine." Yi, feeling a knot in his heart, became further incensed. "Wait, they?" Shi Tang gestured for him to look in that direction. There, Eunuch Fan and Su Yin were engaged in nonsensical banter. Appearing quite jovial, Yi thought to himself, "They truly deserve their fate." After collecting the supplies, they glanced at the weather outside, and the group decided to wait until the sun was less harsh before departing. Just as they were preparing to have a bite to eat and rest, a sudden turn of events occurred. The heavy door they had securely locked was forcefully breached, and a throng of armed individuals stormed in, exuding an air of menace, clad in the attire of brigands. Upon entering, they began to ransack the supplies, naturally spotting Su Yin and her companions in the corner. The moment they laid eyes on the two young ladies, a predatory gleam ignited within them. Revealing their repugnant intentions, they sauntered over with an air of intimidation, their lecherous gazes sweeping across Su Yin and her friends. Noticing that there were only 5 of them, with the exception of Eunuch Fan, who appeared quite formidable, the others seemed fragile and vulnerable, prompting a disdainful smirk from the intruders, who arrogantly assumed they were utterly defenseless. Raising their weapons, they aimed them at Pei Yan, brazenly threatening, "Hand over the women and the supplies, or we shall take your lives." In this apocalyptic world, women were already a scarce commodity. Young ladies like Su Yin and Shi Tang, meticulously nurtured and possessing a delicate beauty, were even rarer. They would undoubtedly not be overlooked. Chapter 14. The bean paste is ready. Embrace my precious baby. As their malicious gazes fell upon Su Yin, Pei Yan's expression darkened. He shifted to shield the young lady behind him, his gaze cold and rife with lethal intent. Sure, Yi likewise protected Shi Tang, appearing as vigilant as a fierce wolf cub. Pei Yan suddenly smiled like a rose blooming in the desert, his voice low and resonant. What was it you just said? I didn't quite catch that. Seemingly taken aback by the strikingly handsome smile of the man before him, the brigand gulped, his depravity glaringly apparent in his eyes. I demand that you surrender the women. If you are willing to serve us in their stead, that could also be arranged. As soon as the words left his lips, the men behind him erupted in raucous laughter, their lewd mirth sickening to behold. Meanwhile, Su Yin, quietly munching on her cookies behind Pei Yan, lifted her head, tilting it to peek from behind him. Her dark eyes met those of the intruders with serene composure. She had anticipated that her adorable bunny would attract unwanted attention. As the protector of her own territory, she had to safeguard her precious bunny. What to do? Su Yin's calm gaze swept over the group before her, and she pursed her lips slightly. It was all quite absurd. In a moment of furtive intent to unleash a massacre, the little grass was suddenly blinded, her eyes covered, while a familiar gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Baby, be a good girl and close your eyes." After a brief hesitation, Su Yin obediently complied. Once the young girl was settled, Pei Yan reined in the smile that adorned his face and turned to approach the leader of the group. Upon seeing Pei Yan advance, the man assumed he had capitulated, erupting into a hearty laugh. That's more like it. As long as you take good care of us, I assure you. However, before he could finish his sentence, the dagger pressed against his throat silenced him in an instant. Holding the dagger, Pei Yan gazed at the pallor of the man's face, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. I heard you clearly. You expressed a desire to die, and I shall fulfill that wish. Pei Yan acted with astonishing swiftness. By the time others processed the situation, the man had already succumbed, his throat slashed, collapsing to the ground in a feeble struggle before death claimed him. Old Four, a companion devastated by the loss, glared fiercely at Pei Yan, vowing, I will kill you. Suddenly, a figure lunged forth and bullets struck him, producing a metallic clang. The valiant eunuch Fan stood resolutely in front of Pei Yan, with a disdainful snort directed at the bandits. He proclaimed, You audacious rebels, daring to conspire against our future Grand General right before our eyes. Do you take us for fools? Unbeknownst to them, there were others among the group with extraordinary abilities, and the man quickly regained his composure, issuing commands, Quick, kill them. Leave the woman alive. Instantly, gunfire erupted. Pei Yan erected an electric net in front of him, intercepting the incoming bullets. Witnessing their projectiles ensnared by the net, the assailants grew increasingly terrified, unleashing a desperate barrage of fire upon Pei Yan. Blood flowed like a river. Meanwhile, eunuch Fan, impervious to harm, forged ahead, dispatching enemies with a single punch. What a delight it was! Filled with indignation, Yi yearned to join the fray but found himself sidelined, which only fueled his frustration as the skirmish neared its conclusion. Only one adversary remained. Pei Yan obstructed eunuch Fan's path, looking down upon the paralyzed man before him. You possess ice-based abilities, do you not? The man, already petrified by their ferocity, nodded frantically, pleading, Please spare me. I swear I won't dare again. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had grown accustomed to pillaging and slaughtering, having dispatched their fair share of extraordinary beings. Little did they anticipate encountering such formidable resistance today. The once seemingly frail individual proved to be a force to be reckoned with. 10 minutes later, the man trembled as he stood to the side, using his abilities to create ice from several bottles of water. Meanwhile, Su Yin delightedly cradled a milk tea infused with ice, her joyous demeanor radiating happiness as she swayed her head. Is it delicious? Pei Yan, witnessing the young girl's glee, smiled with eyes that sparkled with affection. Su Yin nodded enthusiastically. It's super refreshing and incredibly tasty. Pei Yan tentatively reached out to touch her and, upon being welcomed rather than rebuffed, sighed contentedly. He tightened his embrace, resting his head gently on her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against her. Embracing his obedient little darling brought him immense satisfaction, a sentiment shared by the other three who had also enjoyed the cool refreshment. Turning their attention like wolves to the pale-faced man, drained of his powers, he quivered and shrank back in fear. With the aid of the ice cubes, they did not linger but promptly departed, recognizing the danger of remaining in a densely populated urban area. Naturally, the ice-based ability wielder was taken along with them. How could a walking refrigerant possibly refrain from carrying away its chill? Pei Yan wrapped a bottle of ice water in a towel and handed it to Su Yin to hold, while he embraced her in the back seat. They had switched to a larger vehicle. Yi instructed Shi Tang to sit in the front, while he kept watch over the ice-based ability user, who was bound and confined, seated in the rear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature began to plummet rapidly. Pei Yan discarded the ice water from the young girl's arms and produced a thick coat for her to wear. Concerned for her comfort, he also retrieved a scarf and a hat to adorn her. Yuan transformed into an adorably fluffy little bundle. Observing this endearing sight, Pei Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. Night fell swiftly, and they found a solitary villa in the suburbs to take refuge in. The owner of the villa appeared to have been absent for quite some time. The front door was firmly locked, the garden overrun with weeds, and the furniture inside was shrouded in white cloth, coated with a thick layer of dust. Pei Yan and Shi Yi separated to inspect the villa's safety features. Fan Gonggong buzzed around like a diligent little bee, tidying up the house. After a while, Shi Tang joined in to assist, leaving only Su Yin and the bound ice user. Sensing the gaze upon her, Su Yin slowly turned to look. He seemed to believe that the young girl was easily deceived. Thus he coaxed, "I have plenty of food, that if you free me, I will share it all with you." Su Yin stared at him intently for several seconds before rising and ambling over. "Little darling," he called out to her. Having completed his inspection upstairs, Pei Yan strolled down, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. His smile warm and gentle. "What are you discussing?" The ability user's expression paled, and nothing of consequence. Anxious, he felt relief wash over him when Su Yin remained silent, only to hear her say, "He said he would give me the food he has." The little girl nodded earnestly, her voice soft and sincere. "Yes, exactly that. Oh? Is that so?" Pei Yan chuckled, turning his gaze to the man. The ability user opened his mouth to rebut but found himself at a loss for words. Stripped of all his belongings, tears streamed down his face. "For heaven's sake, at least leave me my underwear." Chapter 15. A stealthy kiss. Pei Yan's affection for his little one. The nighttime temperature plummeted to freezing. The occupants of the villa donned thick padded jackets, while Su Yin wrapped herself in a blanket, resembling a little ball. Although she felt it unnecessary, the little rabbit insisted she wear it. Outside, biting winds howled and zombies roamed. Yet inside, a hot pot simmered. Indeed, when Pei Yan unveiled the hot pot, astonishment swept over them all. The ingredients included both meat and vegetables. Imagine, in a world ravaged by zombies and food scarcity, they were actually enjoying a hot pot. The thought alone was exhilarating. The five gathered around the bubbling pot, chopsticks poised like wolves, eagerly eyeing the broth, saliva nearly spilling over. Pei Yan leisurely retrieved a special set of tableware for the little girl, a charming ceramic set adorned with yellow ducklings. Once he finished serving her, the three others eagerly dove in, engulfing the food in a storm of consumption. Pei Yan delicately picked up a slice of lamb roll, cautiously feeding the eagerly waiting little rabbit. "It's a bit hot. Take your time." Su Yin's cheeks bulged as she munched away, her rosy lips smeared with grease. Noticing that Pei Yan was solely focused on feeding her, she realized she hadn't eaten herself. Grabbing his chopsticks, she fished out a few pieces of meat from the pot and offered them to his mouth. "Rabbit, eat." Pei Yan smiled as he savored his meal. His gaze toward Su Yin imbued with such tenderness that it seemed capable of overflowing with warmth. While they enjoyed a delightful feast, the nearby ability users could only clutch dry bread, tears of envy trickling from the corners of their mouths. This meal was the most satisfying and sumptuous they had experienced since the apocalypse, though it may not have been Su Yin's finest repast. It marked her inaugural experience with hot pot. She beamed as she noticed Pei Yan reaching for a napkin, prompting her to lean in closer. Pei Yan paused momentarily, his smile deepening after gently wiping her mouth. He gathered the blanket that had slipped from her shoulders and asked, "Are you full?" "Yes," she replied. "Do you enjoy hot pot, little darling?" "I do." Pei Yan, observing the sparkles in the young girl's eyes, chuckled softly. "Then shall we have hot pot again tomorrow?" Not only did Sui nod in agreement, but Shi Yi and the others also followed suit. "Absolutely." Meanwhile, the forgotten ability user lamented, "I'm different, I don't eat hot pot. Can I at least have a sip of the broth?" That evening, Pei Yan, Shi Yi, and the esteemed eunuch Fan took turns keeping watch. When it was Pei Yan's turn, he carefully released the person nestled in his arms. Stealthily exiting the bed, he gazed out at the moonlit night sky, pondering some unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Wrapped in a blanket, Su Yin appeared, her sleepy face struggling to keep her eyes open. Yet she persevered to reach him. "Why are you awake? Are you cold?" she inquired, extending a small hand from the cocoon of her blanket to grasp his collar. Her voice, soft and drowsy, was slightly slurred, but Pei Yan understood her perfectly with utmost care. He enveloped her like a delicate silkworm, cradling her in his arms while gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. "Sweet baby, sleep now." "I'm here." Su Yin clutched at Pei Yan's clothing, succumbing to slumber once more amidst his tender reassurances. Thus, she remained oblivious to the almost obsessive possessiveness flickering in his eyes. The cool moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the man's features with remarkable clarity. His Adam's apple bobbed as Pei Yan slowly leaned down, his cool lips brushing softly against the fair girl's forehead. Just then, a sound drew his attention, and he turned to see a shocked ability user staring at him. His gaze darkening, a crackling current echoed ominously in the ability user's ears, the scent of singed hair wafting through the air. The strikingly handsome man, now resembling a demon, glared at him with a low, threatening tone. You would do well to mind your own affairs. After all, you are not the only ice-type ability user in this world. His demeanor, cold and fierce, was a stark contrast to the gentleness he had just displayed with the little girl. The ability user nodded frantically, fear etched across his face, while Pei Yan wore a satisfied smile. 2 days later, the sun blazed more fiercely, prolonging the hours of daylight. The intense ultraviolet radiation and prolonged dehydration caused many survivors to succumb to illness or even death, as the apocalypse seemed to plunge them into yet another hellish trial. A vehicle was parked outside a large gas station, its windows tightly sealed against the scorching heat. Thanks to the tinted film, the interior remained concealed from the outside world until a man clad in a black tactical jacket and a baseball cap approached the car. Suddenly, the sealed window rolled down, revealing a charming, soft-spoken young girl who poked her head out to wave at him. Bunny? Pei Yan smiled at the sweet girl inside the car, his eyes sparkling with warmth beneath the brim of his hat. What about them? Shi Tang glanced behind him and inquired. They are inside. Pei Yan spoke in a nonchalant tone. The other party agreed to provide fuel but demanded a case of instant noodles and a bucket of water in return. Shi Tang furrowed her brow, finding their request utterly exorbitant. While they were still negotiating, the atmosphere in the car grew stifling, prompting him to suggest they enter and wait. Pei Yan opened the car door. Before Suyin could step down, he instructed her to don her sun protection clothing, and then he produced a sun hat and mask to assist her in putting them on. Once he ensured she was thoroughly shielded, he unfolded a sun umbrella, slung the young girl's water bottle over his shoulder, and effortlessly lifted her from the car with one arm hand in hand. They made their way towards the gas station, with Shi Tang and the abilities user trailing behind as the four of them entered the gas station. All eyes turned upon them upon witnessing the scene within. Shi Tang inhaled deeply, astonished by the sheer number of people present. A corner of the station was packed, a mix of men, women and children, their faces pale and their clothing tattered, eyes reflecting the despair wrought by the apocalypse. That on the opposite side, a group of abilities users had taken over. Shi Yi was engaged in negotiations with them, and one individual seemed to have spotted Suyin and Shi Tang, whispering something to another person. Suddenly they agreed to accept only half a case of instant noodles and half a bucket of water, but with one condition: they were not to leave until the fuel was dispensed. Shi Yi frowned, pondering for a moment before acquiescing. The other party smiled knowingly and sent someone to fill their tank. Shi Yi motioned for Fan Gonggong to join him. Pei Yan, indifferent, nodded and helped the young girl remove her hat and mask, offering her a towel-wrapped ice water. Although the gas station was shaded, it still felt somewhat warm. Chapter 16. The little grass is coveted. She is Pei Yan's precious treasure. Concerned that the girl might feel hot, Pei Yan opened the water bottle and brought it to her lips. Little one, have a sip of water. Suyin took a couple of sips through the straw, her large eyes dark and bright, exuding an unblemished innocence. The girl was fair-skinned and exceptionally beautiful, clad in a lovely, pristine white dress, her long lustrous black hair intricately braided into 2 twists that cascaded in front of her. Adorning her ears were beautiful hairpins from head to toe. Not a strand of hair was out of place. Clearly a cherished treasure who had been meticulously cared for. Not only Suyin but apart from the ice abilities user, each of them was dressed immaculately, their complexions rosy and healthy, albeit not as pampered as Suyin. This was primarily due to Pei Yan's desire to provide her with only the finest, even going so far as to consult Shi Tang on how to style hair. Upon witnessing this, Shi Yi had insisted on dressing Shi Tang in a little dress and braiding her hair, which left him rather dejected for several days. The striking appearance of the group drew considerable attention. They chose a secluded corner to sit, yet the opposing abilities user team continued to watch them intently, while even the survivors huddled in the corners cast frequent glances their way. Suyin sensed an odd gaze upon them and turned to look. Finding nothing amiss before long, a member of an abilities user team approached with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring indirectly about their origins and destination, and whether they possessed any abilities, expressing a desire to invite them to stay. Despite Shi Ye's usual temperamental and unreliable demeanor, he was quite astute at that moment. A younger subordinate rushed in to whisper something in his ear, causing his expression to darken considerably, likely having encountered an obstacle with Fan Gongong. At long last, unable to contain himself any longer, he stealthily surrounded Su Yin and her companions. Before long, the sounds of a struggle echoed from outside. They had made their move against Grandfather Fan. Sang Biao, what do you mean by this? Shi Yi rose, his countenance dark as he regarded the leader of the ability user team. Sang Biao, accompanied by his lackeys, approached them with a feigned casualness, grinning as he said, "There's no need to be so agitated. My men know their limits and won't harm your companions. However, it seems our previous discussion regarding the exchange of supplies may not suffice." The long scar marred Sang Biao's face, and when he smiled it resembled a grotesque centipede. "Are you having second thoughts?" Shi Ye's expression was grim. "We didn't initially know the strength of you young brothers, but it appears you're not in dire need of these items." Sang Biao cast a meaningful glance at Su Yin and Shi Tangda. In a post-apocalyptic world, to keep women so well nourished, one must either possess great fortune or abundant resources and strength. In response to Sang Biao's provocation, the ice ability user, quietly retreating behind, scoffed in disdain while feeling sympathetic. They dared to provoke without even fully understanding the nature of their adversaries. Truly, Sang Biao was audacious. "We don't require much, just 10 boxes of instant noodles, 5 barrels of water, and 1 woman. If you agree, I'll have your companion released immediately. What do you say?" Sang Biao's confidence was brash and arrogant. "Go to hell, you must be dreaming," was the retort. Sang Biao's expression shifted, a cold smile forming on his lips. "It seems you no longer wish to save your companion." He appeared quite certain that Grandfather Fan had been subdued by them. "Yet, General, look what we've captured. These assassins dare to attack me. Should we drag them away and execute them?" The voice of Grandfather Fan, now transformed into a golden figure, suddenly resounded upon seeing the string of captives dragged forth by Grandfather Fan. Sang Biao's temples throbbed. Noticing this, Shi Yi no longer concealed himself. A flame erupted from his palm as he sneered provocatively. "Come, tell me what you were just hoping to exchange." Standing behind Shi Yi, Shi Tang gripped a dagger, adopting a combat stance. Throughout the past few days of intermittent travel, Pei Yan had frequently urged them to venture out and slay zombies. With each encounter, their abilities and skills had seen improvement, especially Shi Tang, who consistently charged to the front. 1 strike per zombie, as ruthless and unyielding as a female assassin. Witnessing the flames in Shi Ye's hand, Sang Biao's lips twitched. "Damn it, there are actually 2 ability users." His gaze instinctively flicked toward Pei Yan, the one exuding the most formidable presence, and upon seeing him remain unperturbed, Sang Biao's mind began to formulate a plan. He waved his hand, signaling his men to withdraw. Approaching with a feigned friendliness, "Dear brothers, please don't misunderstand. It was all in jest. I, Sang Biao, am a man of my word. We merely wish to befriend you. Given that we are friends, consider this tank of fuel a gift. You may take it with you." Shi Yi scoffed, extinguishing the flames. This moment, Pei Yan spoke. "No need. Give the items to him." Pei Yan gestured toward Shi Yi. Shi Yi retrieved half a box of instant noodles and half a barrel of water from the vehicle. Clearing their debts with Sang Biao having been thwarted, Sang Biao dared not act rashly again, merely assigning someone to keep a constant watch over them, waiting to finish refueling before sending them on their way. Yet, half an hour passed and the refueling remained incomplete. It's been half an hour, and you tell me it's still not full? Sang Biao erupted in fury. "Is that tiny vehicle truly capable of carrying a ton of fuel? They ought to check if it is blocked. Let's expedite the process," Sang Biao commanded impatiently. Their conversation did not escape the ears of Shi Yi, who exchanged glances with Pei Yan. However, Pei Yan feigned indifference, leaning against Su Yin's shoulder in a pretense of slumber, only to suddenly open his eyes wide and gaze towards the entrance. Squinting, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. "The fuel should be replenished. Let us proceed." Pei Yan took Su Yin's hand and strode purposefully outside. Observing that the esteemed Buddha was finally departing, Sang Biao let out a sigh of relief and even stepped out to bid farewell. As he opened his mouth to speak, he was abruptly met with a cloud of exhaust fumes. Watching the vehicle drive away, he spat in annoyance. As shadows approached, Sang Biao's eyes widened in alarm, his complexion paling. "Quick, we must leave. The horde of corpses is upon us." Meanwhile, Pei Yan and his companions, who had set off earlier, caught sight of the ominous mass of zombies in the rearview mirror. Fan Gongong pressed the accelerator to the floor, accelerating at an unprecedented speed. How could there be so many zombies appearing all of a sudden? Shi Yi gasped in disbelief, glancing at the relentless horde pursuing them. "If we are caught, there may be nothing left but bones." Chapter 17. Snowfall, the little grass adoring emeralds. They were in the midst of migration. Pei Yan coldly observed the horde in the rearview mirror. absent-mindedly stroking Suin's head. His gaze heavy with foreboding that it seems a storm is brewing. "Look!" Shi suddenly exclaimed, gesturing for them to glance behind the vehicle. Amidst the colossal mass of zombies, a grotesque figure sprang forth, its back sprouting 8 spider-like legs that landed heavily on the vehicle behind them. Frantically tearing at the roof, the car overturned, and the horde surged forward, skeletal hands dragging the occupants out to devour them. Seeing this, the vehicles in front accelerated even faster. Whether it was merely an illusion, they could have sworn that the spider-like zombie turned its gaze towards them. Fan Gonggong executed a sharp turn. Completely shaking off the pursuing horde following his statement, silence enveloped the vehicle, for they comprehended that the creature was undoubtedly an aberration. Its resemblance to the previous mantis was uncanny. The reappearance of these aberrations shattered the illusion of tranquility they had held. They could vanquish countless zombies, yet stood minuscule in the presence of aberrations. They needed to grow stronger. In the days that followed, it became unnecessary for Pei Yan to utter a word. They willingly ventured out to eliminate zombies. They even coaxed the ice elemental abilities user to join them in the hunt, reasoning that the water he produced was insufficient for their bathing needs, thus necessitating an enhancement of his abilities to increase water production. The elemental user felt helpless and indignant, contemplating a strike but refraining from doing so, fearing retribution from those stronger than him. Although life was suffocating, at least they did not have to worry about food and occasionally enjoyed some delicacies, which was far better than wandering outside. With this thought, the elemental user found some solace that I do not wish to compromise, yet he provides the meals among the 5, for we're endowed with abilities, while the sole ordinary individual was the precious darling of the great demon king. This configuration could well be described as one person injured, the entire group going mad. The ice elemental user believed he could remain serene while riding on the coattails of the powerful until the day it began to snow. Snow began to fall, and they had no need for ice cubes. In other words, the ability user almost instantly comprehended the look in Pei Yan's eyes, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Trembling, he raised his hand and timidly uttered, "I can prepare bathwater for you." Pei Yan frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. "I can also cook and tend the fire. I can do anything." The ability user was on the verge of tears. Shi slapped him on the head, his tone fierce. "What? Do you wish to compete with me for the job?" After all, he was the expert at tending the fire. In the end, Pei Yan said nothing. To avoid being driven away or killed, the ability user became particularly diligent. Whenever Pei Yan glanced at him, he would tense up. "Pathetic," Shi scoffed mockingly. The ability user felt like crying. "You wouldn't understand unless you've been a prisoner. This is called the will to survive. By the way, what's your name?" Shi suddenly inquired. "My name is Zhang Wei." The ability user scratched his head. Shi scrutinized his face and affirmed, "Indeed, very much a Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei thought, "I suspect you're mocking me, but I dare not voice it." Due to the abundance of zombies surrounding them, coupled with the arrival of a blizzard, they had remained there for 3 days. On the 3rd night, a vehicle arrived outside, bringing 5 or 6 individuals who entered the neighboring villa. After a while, there was a knock at the door. The few people enjoying grilled meat exchanged glances, and Zhang Wei went to open the door. Itu. Standing outside was a familiar face. Upon seeing Pei Yan and his companions, the expression of the zombie leader was quite peculiar, both furious and restrained. "Oh, isn't this our zombie leader, Xiao sang? Have you come out to beg instead of guarding your gas station?" When it comes to sarcasm, no one could rival the young master Shi. Just the mention of the zombie leader made him recall the individuals and resources lost during that wave of zombies. They had suffered immense losses, escaping with only a handful of survivors. The zombie leader gritted his teeth in anger. He was certain that they had known the zombie tide was approaching, but had chosen to flee without informing him that it was impossible not to hold a grudge against them. However, considering his current predicament and need for assistance, he could only swallow his bitterness with a forced smile. The zombie leader engaged in pleasantries before asking if they could spare some food. "What will you offer in exchange?" Pei Yan inquired nonchalantly. Pei Yan frowned. The zombie leader fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. "I want that ruby," Pei Yan said, pointing to the ruby hanging from the zombie leader's neck. "What do you want this for?" The zombie leader was taken aback. He had kept the ruby simply because he found it beautiful when he stumbled upon it. But in the apocalypse, such superficial trinkets held little value. He couldn't help but question Pei Yan's intentions. "It's nothing, it just looks nice. Little Guai would probably like it," Pei Yan replied casually. Little Guai, who had been listening, glanced over, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Should she like it? The zombie leader stared into Pei Yan's eyes, searching for some indication but found nothing. After hesitating for a moment, He removed the ruby and tossed it to him. "That I want 5 packs of instant noodles," the zombie leader stated. Pei Yan regarded him for a moment and offered 3 packs, insisting he could not give more. Later that evening, Suyin observed Pei Yan with unspoken words lingering on her lips. As she lay in bed preparing for sleep, she felt compelled to speak up. "Rabbit, I actually don't like rubies that much." Pei Yan gently embraced the little girl, responding nonchalantly with an before inquiring, "What does my dear little one like?" After a moment of contemplation, Suyin replied, "I adore emeralds. They are as vividly green as I am, and nothing can surpass their beauty." "Very well, I shall procure an emerald for you next time." Pei Yan smiled, his voice imbued with tenderness and affection. If the little girl declared her fondness for the moon, he would surely fetch it down for her. Suyin, delighted, nestled closer in his embrace, her eyes fluttering shut in preparation for slumber, when suddenly she felt a warm, soft touch on her forehead. Surprised, she lifted her gaze, only to be met with a pair of eyes brimming with gentleness. Pei Yan leaned down and softly pressed his lips to the corner of her mouth, a delicate touch that was gone as quickly as it arrived. Suyin blinked, seemingly perplexed by the sudden kiss. Pei Yan chuckled softly, his voice soothing as he urged, "Sleep now, good night." Chapter 18. What kind of grass is the alpaca? I've never seen one, and I'm a bit curious. From that moment onward, it seemed as if Pei Yan had flipped a switch. Each night before bed, he would plant a kiss on her lips and bid her good night. Eventually, this ritual extended to the mornings as well, where he would greet her with a kiss and a cheerful good morning. Just like now. "Baby, baby, wake up," Pei Yan softly called from the side of the bed to the sleepy child refusing to rise. "It's time to get up, my dear." Without granting her a chance to protest, he cradled her soft little face and kissed her gently on her tender lips. "Come now, my darling, don't you want to play in the snow? We shall venture out today." Upon hearing the prospect of snow play, Suyin's eyes fluttered open a bit more, and she sluggishly reached out for an embrace. Pei Yan dressed her warmly before lifting her from the bed, playfully shaking her as he remarked, "After all this time, you've finally put on a bit of weight." He carried the still drowsy little girl into the bathroom for her morning routine, and after washing up, he took her out again to apply some fragrant lotion and comb her hair. Suyin, filled with anticipation to play in the snow, found herself delayed by Pei Yan insisting she eat breakfast first. After a considerable struggle, they finished breakfast, but just as they reached the door, she was halted once more. Pei Yan helped her don a fluffy scarf and hat, then retrieved a pair of fuzzy gloves to adorn her hands. Before finally taking her outside, Suyin joyfully leaped into the snow, rolling and frolicking, leaving footprints here and there. Reveling in the delightful play as the thick snowflakes drifted down from above, Pei Yan stood by her side, smiling with warmth as he watched her enjoy herself. "Here I am, battling zombies at the brink of life and death, while you are at home building snowmen." In a moment of frustration, Yi scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at Suyin, hitting her squarely on the back of her head, nearly turning him into a snowman himself. To be honest, he could hardly bear to remain in the house any longer after the snowball fight. Everyone was left shivering in the cold, and only after a hot shower did they begin to feel warm again. The weather was frigid, and that evening they indulged in a hot pot feast. Just as they were savoring the meat, the neighboring zombie, Biao, barged in. Upon seeing them enjoying their hot pot, the aroma alone nearly brought him to tears. Swallowing hard, he exerted tremendous willpower to divert his gaze. "I've heard there are abundant supplies in S City. We plan to go there tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" Currently situated at the junction of S City and M City, they were not far from S City, just over an hour's drive. Everyone was preoccupied with snatching food from the pot, and silence reigned. "Why don't you all say something about whether you're going or not?" After standing there for 2 minutes, Biao gritted his teeth. Pei Yan fed Suyin a piece of meat, leisurely lifting his gaze to glance at him. "Yes, we shall go." Sang Biao exhaled a sigh of relief. To be frank, given the current strength of their team, it would be tantamount to a fool's errand to recklessly venture into City S, which could very well lead to their demise. However, if Pei Yan were to accompany them, the likelihood of survival would certainly increase. Having settled the pressing matters, Sang Biao's gaze once again fell upon the bubbling hot pots. "There's still hot pot available?" he inquired. "Do you still possess any gemstones?" Pei Yan asked. Sang Biao shook his head, "But I can offer other items in exchange." Early the following morning, Sang Biao and his companions prepared themselves for departure. After a prolonged wait with no sign of their neighbor emerging, they were compelled to knock on the door. To their surprise, they found the individual leisurely enjoying breakfast. Suyin was voraciously consuming porridge, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster as Pei Yan gently patted her back, taking his time to savor his meal, unhurried. "If you're not in a rush, I certainly am," Sang Biao exclaimed. "There's even meat in your porridge." 10 minutes later, the main party finally set off, making their way toward City Est. The heavy snow blanketed the desolate world in a beautiful silvery sheen. The treacherous, slippery roads hindered their progress, and they arrived in City Est 2 hours later. Before entering the city, Sang Biao alighted from the vehicle to invite them to a large supermarket, proposing that the spoils would not be evenly divided. Whoever reached the goods first would claim them. Pei Yan raised an eyebrow and eagerly accepted. At that moment, Sang Biao was oblivious to the sympathetic glances exchanged among Pei Yan's teammates. Upon entering the supermarket, just as they were brimming with excitement to gather supplies, a single wave of a hand from someone cleared out a substantial portion of the store in an instant. Gazing at the barren shelves, Sang Biao could no longer contain his frustration and cursed aloud. "Damn it, are you toying with me?" Pei Yan scoffed coldly. "Didn't you say that whoever gets there first claims it? If one wishes to take advantage of another, a price must be paid. Mustn't it?" Sang Biao, unable to voice his anger, clenched his fists and turned away with his group in search of another supermarket, no longer extending the invitation to join them. After dealing with Sang Biao, Pei Yan turned to find the young girl looking around, seemingly searching for something. "What are you looking for?" he asked. "Grass mud horse." "What?" Pei Yan was momentarily taken aback by Su Yin's soft reprimand. Displaying a hint of bewilderment, "I'm looking for the grass mud horse." She clarified that it struck her as odd that the dog named Sang Biao had called him, yet she hadn't seen it. As a small blade of grass, she had never encountered a grass called a mud horse and was rather curious to see. Su Yin searched high and low but found nothing. "Rabbit, where on earth is the grass mud horse? Why can't I see it?" Pei Yan, caught in the innocence of her eager gaze, found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. "There isn't any here." "Then where can I find one? I've never seen such grass." "Is not grass." "Then what is it?" "A mud horse." Before he could finish, Pei Yan swiftly covered Su Yin's mouth, while Shi behind them was already laughing so hard he could hardly stand. "Oh my. A mud horse, that's hilarious." Su Yin seemed poised to say more, but Pei Yan promptly diverted her attention with something else. As soon as her focus shifted, he gently stroked her head, feeling a pang of tenderness. "If her mind isn't sharp, so be it. I shall shower her with more affection sometimes." Considering the apocalypse, having a young girl with a simplistic view of the world might not be a bad thing. All she truly needed was to live without a care. With the considerable flaw of Pei Yan present, Shi Tang and the others harbored no concerns regarding their supplies. Thus, they chose to engage a small horde of zombies. While they fought the undead below, Pei Yan and Su Yin observed from above. "Are you frightened, little one?" Pei Yan inquired. Su Yin shook her head. "You're truly remarkable," Pei Yan said with a smile, gently kissing her cheek, his tone imbued with affection. Initially, Shi Tang and her companions were faring well in their battle against the zombies, but they soon encountered a military unit escorting survivors to a base. They extended an invitation for Shi Tang and her group to accompany them to the base. Pei Yan did not immediately acquiesce, yet he was somewhat coerced into following them to their encampment, where they encountered the likes of Zhang Biao and his companions. Chapter 19. I have a mental illness. Is it not normal to deal with two villains? Although somewhat disheveled and bearing a few injuries, they were at least intact. Their expressions were grim. Upon spotting Pei Yan, Zhang Biao's eyes lit up as he approached. He mentioned that the base had also invited them, claiming it was quite secure. And they were indeed somewhat tempted to accept. However, when the other party insisted on seizing their supplies for centralized management, such a demand was unacceptable. They refused, and the opposing side showed no intention of letting them leave, resulting in a stalemate. Zhang Biao had come to warn Pei Yan and, incidentally, to do him a personal favor as predicted. Shortly thereafter, personnel from the base arrived to collect their supplies, only to be rebuffed by Shi Yi. The base's representatives were left with unsightly expressions as they urged them to reconsider. This clearly indicated their resolve to not allow them to depart. While they contemplated their escape, a voice suddenly pierced the air. "Tang Tang?" Upon hearing this voice, Shi Tang instinctively stiffened. "Is that really you, Tang Tang? You are alive." A somewhat disheveled noblewoman suddenly stepped forward, grasping Shi Tang's hand. Upon turning to face the noblewoman, Shi Tang's expression hardened, her breath quickening. "Thank goodness you're safe, my dear. I was so worried about you." The noblewoman wept, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched Shi Tang's hand tightly, her nails digging into the flesh. Standing protectively behind, Shi Yi glared fiercely at Shi's mother, declaring, "Leave, you are unworthy of being Shi Tang's mother. What business is it of yours?" "I am speaking to my daughter," Shi's mother retorted, casting a resentful glare at Shi Yi while reaching out to pull Shi Tang closer. "I will take care of her. Who do you think you are, a brainless cur?" Shi Yi shot back with disdain. Su Yin flinched, instinctively covering her head, nearly believing Shi Yi was directing his ire at her. Had her secret been discovered? Thinking the young girl might be frightened, Pei Yan offered a comforting embrace. Shi Ye's rebuke left Shi's mother trembling, her face contorted with anger as she turned to Shi Tang. This is the company you keep? Rude and uncouth. It is because you associate with them that you have fallen ill. Come quickly to your mother's side. Shi's mother reproached Shi Tang with self-righteous indignation. Pa! She is thriving with us. You are the one who lacks propriety, disrespectful of your elders. Shi Ye appeared to harbor a strong dislike for Shi's mother, openly expressing his contempt. Unable to best Shi Ye in a verbal exchange, Shi's mother resorted to berating Shi Tang, calling her unfilial and disobedient, hurling every insult she could muster. Shi Ye's eyes reddened with fury, his fists clenched, ready to retaliate, but he was restrained by Shi Tang. She stepped forward, her expression impassive as she countered her mother's accusations. When you sent me to the mental hospital, you declared that I was no longer your daughter, that your daughter was only Shi Moli. Madam Chan. What Madam Chan? I am your mother. Shi Mu momentarily taken aback, then boldly reproached, my mother passed away when I was 6. You are now Shi Moli's mother. Shi Tang, her hands trembling, stubbornly fixed her gaze on her as she finished speaking. A sharp slap sent Shi Tang's head spinning. She touched her bruised cheek and smiled at the furious Shi Mu. Madam Chan, it seems you are still quite confused. I spent 2 years in a mental institution. She is mentally ill. Exhibiting some madness is quite normal, isn't it? 2 crisp slaps landed on Shi Mu's face, leaving her momentarily dazed with trembling pupils. She looked at Shi Tang in disbelief. The ungrateful daughter dared to strike her mother. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Suddenly, Shi Fu lunged forward, raising his hand to strike Shi Tang. Shi Ye seized Shi Fu's wrist, eyes fierce. Do you take me for dead? With a swift kick, Shi Fu was sent flying to Shi Moli, terrified, screamed, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed over. Sister, please don't hurt Mom and Dad because of me. Okay? I know you hate me. I will leave and I will return them to you. Just please don't strike them. Seeing the sobbing Shi Moli, Shi Tang couldn't help but smirk. And you is pretending to be a good girl amusing? Shi Moli's cries faltered. I haven't even sought you out. Yet you've come to me. Surely, your involvement in my forced admission to the mental hospital was significant. Shi Tang scoffed. I don't know what you're talking about. It was because sister was ill that Mom and Dad took her to the hospital. Shi Moli was cowed by Shi Tang's imposing presence, her gaze evasive. Shi Tang seized her by the hair. Then guess how I became ill? Shi Moli screamed in pain. You may have stolen those 2 wretched people. But I don't care. We must settle the score for the bullying I endured back then. Shi Tang dragged the screaming, struggling Shi Moli into a room, where the sounds of screaming and curses gradually shifted to pleas for mercy. She couldn't comprehend how the Shi Tang, who had always been meek before her, could suddenly become so terrifying. Shi Fu and Shi Mu attempted to enter to rescue their youngest daughter, but Shi Ye stood like a sentinel outside, forbidding their approach. They could only endure the torment of hearing their daughter's cries. Every time they cursed Shi Tang, Shi Ye retaliated with a slap, until their faces were swollen and they could no longer muster any words. The unfolding scene left Xiao Chao in a daze, engrossed in the spectacle, unable to pull away even for a moment. After Shi Tang emerged, everything returned to normal, as if she had been unaffected, continuing to eat and drink as usual. Yet Suyin knew she was far from well. When Shi Tang once again headed to the restroom, Suyin followed closely behind. Just as Shi Tang retrieved a knife to inflict harm upon her arm, Suyin appeared and intervened. Upon witnessing Su Yin's concerned gaze, Shi Tang could no longer contain her breakdown. She tightly embraced her, her voice trembling and helpless. I don't want this either, but I can't control it. What should I do? Shi Tang suffers from severe depression, and when her condition spirals out of control, she resorts to self-harm. She once believed she had healed, yet upon encountering the instigator once more, she realized she had never truly recovered. As Yuin gently embraced her, offering soft, soothing words that brought a sense of calm. It's all right, do not be afraid. The matter of Shi Tang's self-harm had been discovered, and Shi Ye erupted in fury, vowing to eliminate Shi Moli. Do not act impulsively, Shi Tang advised him. Impulsively? I have painstakingly raised you, only for them to bring you to this state. That if I do not eliminate them, I do not deserve the Shi surname. Shi Ye's eyes reddened with rage. Shi Tang, how dare you? How could you injure yourself behind my back? Tears as large as beans streamed down his cheeks, with reddened eyes. Shi Ye cast several glances at Shi Tang before turning away. Shi Tang felt scalded by Shi Ye's tears, sitting in place, helpless and bewildered. Meanwhile, Suyin sat nearby, a conflicted expression on her face. Inquiring, little mushroom, can eggplants and dragon fruits produce mushrooms? Chapter 20. Holding a script of illness. Suyin spits blood. Of course not. Suyin nodded in acknowledgement. glancing at Su Yin's innocent and naive demeanor, then at the family of 3 across from her. A sudden understanding dawned upon her. So that's how it is, Shi Tang exclaimed with a laugh, enlightenment illuminating her features. She had always known she bore no resemblance to her parents. But now it was clear. They were not her biological parents, and no wonder they had never favored her. The knot that had bound her heart for years was suddenly unraveled. It is unknown how Shi Tang managed to console him, but for the next 2 days, Shi Yi strutted about like a peacock. During this time, he dispatched individuals daily, seemingly in search of something. One day, upon waking from her afternoon nap, Su Yin discovered that Pei Yan was missing, prompting her to search everywhere for him. Inadvertently, she found herself outside. Instead of encountering zombies, she stumbled upon a peculiar woman. "You must be Su Yin." The woman surveyed Su Yin with an air of superiority, scoffing dismissively. "You're nothing special. If you cannot handle this, 0817 is truly worthless. We will meet again soon." After spewing a series of nonsensical remarks, she vanished. Su Yin frowned, gazing skyward in exasperation. Where did that dung beetle come from? Pei Yan rushed over, taking rapid strides, and enveloped her in a tight embrace, his tone laced with concern. "Where have you been? Do not wander off. I worry when I cannot find you." He earnestly admonished her. "Alright, Bunny 1T, run off either. I would worry." Relieved to have the little girl back in his arms, Pei Yan exhaled deeply. "Are you hurt? Did you encounter any zombies?" Su Yin shook her head. "But I did meet a rather strange dung beetle. The beetle mentioned that we would see each other again soon. I didn't expect it to be so soon." The leader of the base personally welcomed her. Addressing her as Dr. Dedelina, Su Yin noted that ever since Lin Jiyan's arrival, Pei Yan had been fixated on her. She could even sense his body tensing in an instant. Observing Pei Yan's darkened expression, then glancing at Lin Jiyan, a sudden thought struck her. It was as if a small grass had come under siege. Dung beetles seemed to consume dung, and Bunny had a penchant for it as well. Enlightenment washed over her. With a pitiful tug at Pei Yan, she said, "Bunny, carrots are also quite delicious. Why must you eat dung? Do you want to eat carrots?" In a daze upon hearing the little girl mention carrots, Pei Yan assumed she was craving them. Let us refer to her as a little rabbit, for she possesses an insatiable fondness for carrots. As Pei Yan conversed with Su Yin, a sudden glance from afar caught Lin Jiyan's attention. Her expression inscrutable as her gaze settled upon the two. While Pei Yan prepared a carrot lunch for the young girl, he pondered how to deal with the newly arrived strategist. He had underestimated them, as they had swiftly dispatched another strategist. Evidently, the previous warning had proven insufficient. A ruthless glimmer flickered within his pitch-black eyes. Ever since Lin Jiyan's appearance, the military, which had long remained inactive, began to make arrangements for their departure. They approached Pei Yan and Sang Biao, extending an invitation to accompany them to the southwestern base. Initially, Pei Yan intended to decline, but when Su Yin unexpectedly coughed up blood and fainted, he was taken aback. This predicament could be attributed to Wang's eyes. Su Yin was deeply troubled, fearing that the little rabbit had once again succumbed to a fascination with consuming excrement. At that moment, the troubling thoughts in her mind returned with a vengeance. Xiao Qiao, in shock, clutched her head. Why must she endure such treatment? Host, I've heard everything. You called me excrement again. I've already stated my codename is 444. Wang Kai growled like a ferocious dog. Oh, so much excrement. Su Yin sighed in resignation. It's for Wang Kai screeched, crawling in the shadows. Through my relentless efforts to drive myself mad, I have finally managed to change our script. Although it's not one of madness, it's titled A Script of Illness. It should be somewhat similar. We just need to maintain our stability. Before Wang Kai could finish, Su Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Catching both of them off guard, Su Yin was dazed, and Wang Kai was equally bewildered. Is this what you call being ill? Am I to bleed? Xiao Qiao was astonished. I didn't expect this kind of sickness. Wang Kai panicked, her tail bristling. It seemed she could no longer wait. She felt incredibly dizzy and her haze. Su Yin thought she heard someone calling her. The voice fragmented as if it were shattering. It seemed to be the little rabbit's voice. After an indeterminate period of unconsciousness, Su Yin finally heard Wang Kai's voice. I found it. Host, you're bleeding because you were supposed to die today. And since you didn't, it violated the laws of nature, hence the bleeding. Thank goodness it's not the script of illness's fault. Wang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, only to abruptly realize. Are you about to die? Wang Kai asked in confusion. Am I about to die? Su Yin echoed, equally perplexed. Following this, Wang Kai erupted into a piercing shriek. Host, you cannot die. What will happen to Wang Kai if you perish? What will become of my entire family? Wang Kai was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, diving into a pile of code, where she unearthed an unknown pill, forcefully shoving it into Su Yin's mouth. Su Yin abruptly opened her eyes, her muddled mind still not fully clear, only hearing Wang Kai's urgent voice. Host, while I have revived your consciousness with this emergency pill, you must cling to the male protagonist's fortune to stabilize your life force. By the way, your little rabbit is the male protagonist. Quickly embrace him and rub against him. As Su Yin's blurry vision gradually sharpened, she beheld two faces, Lin Jiyan and Pei Yan. The sensation of difficulty in breathing instinctively prompted her to push Lin Jiyan away. She grasped Pei Yan's neck tightly, burying her face in the crook of his neck, rubbing against him. Indeed, as Wang Kai had asserted, she felt significantly better. Su Yin found herself wholly enveloped in Pei Yan's embrace, clinging to him as if he were a life-saving piece of driftwood. Chapter 21. The Little Rabbit's Affection, Unknowingly Flirtatious. Little darling? Su Yin breathed softly against Pei Yan. Her voice effectively shattered the tension that had gripped him. Urging him to hold her tightly yet hesitantly, he could only embrace her, torn between restraint and the urge to collapse, whispering her name in a soothing cadence. Little darling, little darling, little darling. As Su Yin gradually regained her composure, she sensed something amiss in his demeanor and attempted to pull away for a better look. However, as soon as she budged even slightly, he instinctively tightened his hold, as if fearing that if he let go, she would vanish. His anxious expression tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to offer comfort. Don't worry, little rabbit, everything is all right. Pei Yan slowly calmed down but still refused to release her, pressing against her to feel the rhythm of her heartbeat and the warmth of her body. He had almost lost her. He could scarcely bear the thought of how devastated he felt when he witnessed the young girl collapse, blood spilling from her lips. He loathed this world yet felt a profound gratitude for bringing Su Yin into his life. Yet now it seemed intent on snatching her away from him. That was unacceptable. He would not allow it. Unable to free himself from the confines of her waist, Su Yin decided to lean back, cradling Pei Yan's face to meet his gaze. The depths of his beautiful eyes were marred by bloodshot veins, his eyelids reddened, and his once handsome visage now appeared haggard. Su Yin's heart ached at the sight. It was she who was on the verge of death, yet it felt as though he was the one in peril. Little rabbit? Pei Yan tilted his head, nuzzling his cheek against her palm like a docile puppy, anxiously inquiring if she felt any discomfort. The suddenness of her illness left them without a physician to discern the cause. Su Yin shook her head, assuring him, I am perfectly well. How can you be well? You were coughing up blood. Pei Yan tenderly caressed her face, his expression a blend of sorrow and guilt. It was entirely his fault. Had he been more attentive, he would have noticed her illness before it escalated. I truly am fine. I just need you to hold me a little more, and I will be all right. Su Yin blinked earnestly, recalling what Wang Kai had said about drawing upon the little rabbit's fortune to extend her life. Each kiss and embrace could bolster her vitality until she regained her full strength. Miss Su, considering your health, I believe it would be prudent to have a doctor examine you, Lin Jiyan interjected. Her tone laced with significance and a hint of hostility. Su Yin turned to see Lin Jiyan, furrowing her brow as she asked Pei Yan, what is she doing here? They didn't arrange to indulge in something grotesque while I was unconscious, did they? Pei Yan's gaze flickered as he prepared to explain, but Lin Jiyan spoke first. Almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Lin Jiyan, a healer with special abilities. When you collapsed and bled, there was no doctor available, so I took it upon myself to treat you during our journey. Thankfully, you have awakened. Su Yin's expression remained impassive, while in her mind, Wang Kai was in a frenzy. Where did this meddlesome woman come from? Clearly, it was I who revived the host with an emergency remedy. How dare she claim my credit? Indeed. Su Yin clenched her fist in agreement. What is it about this old lady that feels rather peculiar? Wang Kai tilted his doggy head in confusion. Something's off, I must investigate. With that, Wang Kai turned and burrowed into the pile of codes, leaving only his doggy rear and tail exposed. Wang Kai found her strange, and Xiao Chao also felt that there was something unusual about her. Su Yin let out a soft huff and turned to nestle into Pei Yan's embrace, displaying an unmistakable disdain for the lady. Little one? Pei Yan gently called out. Su Yin ignored him, persistently burrowing deeper into his arms. The little girl's intentions were abundantly clear, and Pei Yan, understanding her sentiments, would not compel her to engage in anything she disliked. Lin Jiyan nearly lost her smile, casting a deep glance at Su Yin. Well, it seems she had underestimated her. After Lin Jiyan departed, Pei Yan patted the clingy girl in his arms, his expression a blend of helplessness and affection. All right, dear, she has left us. Su Yin glanced up at him, playfully pouting. I do not like her. Pei Yan chuckled lightly. What a coincidence, for I do not like her either. However, dear, you are unwell and require her treatment. Pei Yan spoke with apparent reluctance. She cannot treat me, Suyin stated with utmost certainty. Pei Yan's gaze darkened slightly, fixing his eyes on hers, disallowing her to evade. Then tell me, where do you feel unwell? Why did you spit blood? Suyin blinked. I feel perfectly fine. Indeed, she felt no pain. It was merely an overwhelming sensation of impending doom. Xiao Chao was equally exasperated. Pei Yan, clearly unconvinced, insisted on finding a doctor to examine her. As for Lin Jian, the young girl already harbored a dislike for her, and given that Suyin displayed no signs of pain upon waking, he decided not to summon her again. At that time, to tend to Suyin's ailment, Pei Yan had accepted the invitation from the base to accompany them to the southwestern base, which boasted commendable medical resources. Spitting blood was no trivial matter, although she continuously insisted that she was fine, claiming that all she needed was his embrace. He dared not risk the little girl's well-being. Pei Yan noted that after the little rabbit awoke, she became exceptionally clingy. She would often burrow into his arms, constantly seeking hugs and closeness. At night, she entwined herself around him like an octopus, and she would frequently ignite sparks on his skin. In summary, it was a blend of bliss and torment. Due to the snowfall, they could not travel at night, so the larger group sought nearby shelter to set up a simple camp. To facilitate tidiness, everyone slept in sleeping bags. As the sleeping bags were limited, many couples shared one. Pei Yan felt the little hand beneath the sleeping bag becoming increasingly audacious, even exhibiting a tendency to wander lower, prompting him to intervene urgently. Grasping the hand that was igniting sparks beneath his clothing, Pei Yan sighed in resignation. Little one, please do not be mischievous. She was not being mischievous, as Wang Kai had mentioned. To seek fortune, one must either kiss or touch. It was all about affection. Suyin still wished to touch, but Pei Yan forbade her. Be good, refrain from touching. It is time to sleep, Pei Yan murmured softly, his voice husky. Whispering in Suyin's ear. Suyin pouted, and since touching was off the table, she decided to kiss instead. She planted a kiss on the exposed collarbone of Pei Yan's open shirt. Pei Yan stiffened, inhaling sharply. Before he could react, a flurry of kisses rained down upon him. Suyin's face was perfectly aligned with his neck, and she seized the opportunity to kiss that spot. The soft imprint of her lips on his Adam's apple made Pei Yan shudder, and he abruptly flipped her over, locking his gaze on the little girl beneath him with a dangerous intensity. His throat bobbed and his voice emerged hoarsely. Does Xiao Guai know what she is doing? Suyin nodded. Of course she was aware. She was saving a life. Pei Yan's gaze darkened, the inkiness in his eyes spreading as if unleashing a feral beast. Grasping the nape of her neck, he suddenly leaned down to capture the coveted red lips, gently biting and licking, tender yet fierce. Chapter 22 Rabbit, may I steal a kiss from you? Suyin was momentarily bewildered by the kiss. After a prolonged pause, Pei Yan reluctantly released her, bestowing a few soft pecks, coaxing gently, can we sleep now? Suyin, still dazed, nodded slightly. She pressed her lush, crimson lips together, her expression vacant. Host, what did you do to the male lead last night? Why has your life value suddenly increased by a month? Wang Kai gazed at Suyin's life value, astonished yet elated. I merely kissed him. So kissing holds such life value. Remember to seek out the male lead for more kisses in the future. Wang Kai, without further contemplation, earnestly suggested, all right. By the way, I have uncovered the peculiarities concerning that old hag. She also possesses a system, and it belongs to our rival company. Wang Kai suddenly erupted in fury. Encountering a low-budget, counterfeit rival system in this little world, how could it not be enraged? After a moment of reflection, Suyin finally grasped who Wang Kai referred to as the old hag. She has a system too. Suyin tilted her head in astonishment, never expecting the other party's mind to be equally muddled. Not only does she have a system, but she also possesses a script. She is here to vie for the male lead with you. Competing for the male lead that Rabbit wishes to claim for herself. Once the thoughts were clarified, Suyin's vacant gaze transformed into one of determination as she inexplicably produced a long sword, fiercely preparing to charge out. Host, what are you planning to do? Observing the host's formidable aura, Wang Kai was taken aback. I shall confront her. Wang Kai. The car door swung open, and Suyin dove into Pei Yan's embrace, dropping the silver sword from her grasp. Pei Yan caught the suddenly launched little cannonball, carefully holding her, his voice a gentle murmur, have you missed me? Suyin looked up, pondering, can I truly say otherwise? What is it that you hold in your hand? Pei Yan seemed to recall something and inquired further. What is it? Suyin asked, bewildered. Both glanced down, yet found nothing amiss. Pei Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, chuckling. Perhaps I mistook it. Pei Yan wrapped Su-in in a blanket as he lifted her into the car, gently caressing her face with a hint of concern. So, aside from the nights, we have been traveling non-stop these past 2 days, just a little longer, and we shall reach the base. Pei Yan embraced Su-in, planting a kiss on her slightly cool cheek. Shortly thereafter, others emerged, laden with their belongings, and once prepared, they set off. Pei Yan and the others remained in their vehicle, trailing behind the military convoy. The vehicle lurched forward at a leisurely pace, its windows glazed with a thin layer of frost. Su-in gazed at Pei Yan's profile reflected in the window, suddenly turning to ask, "Rabbit, may I steal a kiss from you?" The young girl's inquiry was refreshingly candid, prompting a chorus of startled coughs within the car. Sure, Yi coughed, unable to straighten up, yet couldn't resist stealing glances in their direction. Shi Tang awkwardly turned to gaze out the window, stifling a laugh. Grandfather Fan was solely focused on driving, blissfully oblivious to the happenings outside. Indeed, he did not surreptitiously glance at the rearview mirror. Only Zhang Wei seemed to shrink beneath the vehicle, completely oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Pei Yan opened his eyes, astonished by the sudden request for a kiss from the little girl. He contemplated refusing, yet the gleam of expectation in her eyes dissuaded him. Thus, he gently pressed his lips against hers. However, she was not satisfied. "Not like that. I want a kiss like last night, one that bites. A kiss like this pales in comparison." The vehicle jolted violently. Cough, cough, cough. Sure, yes, coughing grew more pronounced. An air of peculiar embarrassment enveloped them, leaving everyone unsure where to direct their gaze. Pei Yan had always considered himself less than virtuous. Yet he too felt the weight of awkwardness, especially with the little girl watching him. Her gaze was too bright, too dazzling, prompting him to gently cover her eyes and clear his throat. "Ahem, my little darling. Didn't you say you were sleepy? Rest now, and I shall wake you when we arrive." Pei Yan deftly shifted the topic to dispel the discomfort. Su-in replied, "I don't." Pei Yan interjected, "No, you are sleepy." Su-in responded with a lingering silence, her mournful little eyes fixed on him until fatigue overcame her, and she fell asleep, appearing wilted upon waking. It seemed the little rabbit was not fond of kisses. Indeed, a month's worth of vitality was hard to earn. Perhaps it would be best to engage in more hand-holding and embraces. As long as she remained clingy, death would not catch up with her. Pei Yan noticed the little girl's mood was amiss, yet no matter how he tried to console her, it proved futile. Observing the droopy-eyed rabbit with her red-tinted gaze, his heart softened, and he considered yielding to her whims. The little girl merely sought closeness. He should feel pleased by her affection. However, before he could act, calamity struck. It was inevitable to encounter zombies on the road, and the snowfall had rendered the ordinary undead sluggish. Thus, even when faced with a few obstructive zombies, they managed to deal with them effortlessly. Yet they were unexpectedly confronted by multiple third-tier zombies, possessing extraordinary abilities and formidable physical prowess. Their sudden appearance caught the group off guard, launching an assault on several vehicles, including 2 military ones, followed by Pei Yan and the vehicle of Sang Biao. Pei Yan had insisted on heading to the base for Su-in, and despite some hesitation, Sang Biao had accepted the invitation. The journey had been remarkably tranquil until the alarming emergence of high-tier zombies left everyone in shock. Once they regained their composure, they hastily drew their firearms and prepared to counterattack. For third-tier zombies surrounded them, methodically initiating their assault, with the first strike breaching the vehicle carrying the survivors. Su Yin's vehicle was overturned. Pei Yan instinctively shielded the person in his arms, his expression darkening as he forcefully kicked the car door. One zombie approached, leaning against the window, peering through the glass to gaze at Pei Yan and Su-in, a sinister smile gracing its features as it attempted to break the window and reach inside. Pei Yan's expression shifted dramatically. With a powerful kick, he flung the door open, sending both the door and the encroaching zombie flying. Clutching the little girl, he crawled out, followed by the others. Aside from Su-in, everyone had sustained minor injuries. Pei Yan embraced Su-in, standing in the snowy terrain as he swiftly assessed the battlefield. "Don't be afraid, wait for me here," he reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. After entrusting Su Yin's safety to Shi Tang, he turned to charge at one of the third-tier zombies alongside Shi Yi and Fan Gonggong. Previously, they had fought together against second-tier zombies, their cooperation becoming increasingly seamless. The sounds of gunfire and combat attracted nearby ordinary zombies, leading to a chaotic scene of pursuit and biting. Chapter 23. She is a docile grass, never telling lies. Shi Tang and Zhang Wei protected Su-in, taking positions in front and behind her as the number of zombies swelled. The battle grew more arduous for Shi Tang and Zhang Wei. That moment, Shi Mu lunged forward, nearly causing Shi Tang to be caught by a zombie. "Shi Tang, quickly save your father. He is trapped under the car," Shi Mu insisted, irrationally dragging Shi Tang away. Unable to tolerate her any longer, Shi Tang retaliated by pressing a dagger against her neck. Her gaze fierce. If you dare to hinder me again, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Shi Mu was momentarily daunted by Shi Tang's presence, yet she attempted to invoke moral superiority. Are you truly my parents? Shi Tang's voice dripped with sarcasm. Shi Mu's face turned pale as fear trembled in her voice. You know everything. We didn't do it on purpose. They threatened us, saying they would report us and have us imprisoned. It was their own reckless driving that led to their deaths, not us. Shi Mu's words left Shi Tang momentarily stunned, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears as she grasped her collar tightly. Did you cause the deaths of my biological parents? Shi Tang's voice was filled with anguish. Realizing her slip of words, Shi Mu attempted to deny it, but Shi Tang no longer believed her. Summoning vines, Shi Tang struck Shi Mu repeatedly, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Under the terrified gaze of Shiamoli, the vines pierced Shi Mu's heart. Shiamoli was so horrified that she failed to notice the zombie approaching from behind, which bit her neck. Shi Tang seemed to spiral into madness. Little mushroomed Suyin grasped her hand, and the indiscriminate attacking vines gradually calmed, controlling the vines to eliminate the zombies behind Suyin. She shielded her. Meanwhile, Pei Yan and the others had already dispatched a third-tier zombie test. The swarm of zombies grew. The military suffered heavy casualties. Sensing the dire situation, they prepared to abandon their comrades and take Lin Jiyan away first. Unbeknownst to Lin Jiyan's thoughts, she surprisingly pulled Suyin onto the vehicle. Noticing Suyin being taken away, Shi Tang's expression changed drastically as she instinctively pursued. Ultimately, she used the vines to leap onto the vehicle. You're insane. On what grounds do you take her away? Shi Tang immediately berated Lin Jiyan upon her arrival. Before her words could settle, multiple guns were aimed directly at her. Shi Tang pursed her lips. Watching Lin Jiyan, who was shielded in the center, her brow furrowed. Miss Shi, please do not be so agitated. I am taking Suyin away for her protection, Lin Jiyan explained with a smile. Shi Tang pulled Suyin behind her, coldly regarding Lin Jiyan. The current situation hardly resembles protection. Lin Jiyan chuckled, instructing her companions to lower their weapons. Miss Shi, you are quite impressive and I find you intriguing. How about we become friends? Lin Jiyan extended an earnest invitation to Shi Tang. Friendship is unnecessary. Stop the vehicle and let us disembark now, Shi Tang coldly refused. That's rather unlikely, Lin Jiyan sighed. If we cannot be friends, then let us head to the southwest base together. Shi Tang froze, disbelief washing over her. Are you truly abandoning your comrades? This is what we call tactical sacrifice. Lin Jiyan nonchalantly explained that protecting her was their mission. Do you comprehend the significance of a healing-type esper to this world? I am the hope of this realm. Lin Jiyan chuckled with an air of arrogance. Strangely, no one dared to refute her statement. Shi Tang clenched her teeth. This Lin Jiyan was no benevolent soul. Although she did not grasp the reasoning behind the abduction of Suyin, it was undoubtedly not for any virtuous purpose. You shouldn't have come, Suyin sighed softly as she spoke to Shi Tang. Just as Shi Tang was filled with confusion, a massive spider zombie suddenly emerged, launching a ferocious assault against them. The driver was slain and the vehicle careened out of control, crashing into a roadside post. Realizing the dire situation, they immediately shielded Lin Jiyan and fled the vehicle. Shi Tang recognized that this was the same abomination encountered at the gas station and unhesitatingly pulled Suyin to run. In the face of the creature, the few espers tasked with safeguarding Lin Jiyan were utterly insufficient. It appeared to be their first encounter with such a monstrosity. The spider mutant rampaged as if in a video game, with its 8 legs simultaneously engaging in multiple acts of carnage. Only the diminutive Xiao Chao, with merely 2 hands, gazed on enviously. Shi Tang initially intended to seize the chaos as an opportunity to escape with Suyin, but unexpectedly, the group from the base also sought to use them as bait to whisk Lin Jiyan away amidst the turmoil. The result was that both parties found themselves ensnared by the spider's legs. Shi Tang stood frozen, paralyzed with fear, staring at the razor-sharp spider legs that loomed ominously close. The creature seemed solely focused on Lin Jiyan, scrutinizing her from head to toe before it spoke. You are Lin Jiyan, the only healing-type esper. Although Lin Jiyan endeavored to maintain her composure, the terrifying creature induced an unavoidable dread within her. System, what is this thing? Wasn't it said that only zombies existed? Why is there such a ghastly creature? I heard you are the hope of this world. The mutant suddenly grinned eerily, its crimson eyes shimmering with a predatory excitement. Lin Jiyan remained silent. Her expression icy. Lin Jiyan clutched her arm, screaming in agony, her complexion paling. After a moment, she managed to ask, what do you want with a healing-type esper? Why, to kill her, of course, the mutant replied with a sinister grin. Lin Jian's expression shifted dramatically. System, he intends to kill me. Hurry and devise a way to save me. If you do not rescue me, my demise will spell your doom as well. As long as you deny being a healing type esper, you should be fine. Lin Jian's eyes brightened, ready to shift the blame onto Su Yin for a dual escape, but unexpectedly I can attest that she has uttered those very words. Lin Jian? System. Su Yin, standing behind Shi Tang, tilted her body and raised her hand, speaking softly. She is a good little grass, never tells a lie. Xiao Chao is obedient. JPG. To Lin Jian's astonishment, Su Yin had betrayed her, causing her to look at Su Yin as if she had been poisoned. That settles it. I have finally found you. Once I kill you, I can ascend to the top 100. That the spider mutant was particularly exhilarated. Its crimson gaze fixated on Lin Jian as if she were a delectable morsel, an irresistible prize. It raised its spider leg high, preparing to strike Lin Jian. Die. Just as its leg was about to pierce Lin Jian's heart, a black panther suddenly appeared and pounced upon it. Chapter 24. The little grass's triple kill, the disappearance of the precious one, and Pei Yan's madness. After rolling on the ground a few times, a spider and a black panther engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was exceptionally bizarre. Another aberration appeared. With the threat diminished, Shi Tang seized Su Yin's hand and fled. To Shi Tang's astonishment, Lin Jian was also running towards them. Upon discovering her intent, the two aberrations ceased their fighting and pursued them instead. As they closed in, Lin Jian suddenly grasped Su Yin and forcefully hurled her backward, attempting to use Su Yin as a shield. Before Lin Jian's smirk of triumph could fully materialize, she was abruptly yanked backward, crashing to the ground with Su Yin. As they rose, the two aberrations had already encircled them, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to see me perish? Lin Jian shouted in fury. Were you not the one who struck first? Su Yin replied with an unruffled demeanor. Lin Jian, feeling guilty, glared at Su Yin with clenched teeth. We could have saved one of us, but now look, we are both doomed. No, it is only you who shall meet your end. Su Yin responded with a slight smile. Su Yin's movements were too swift. By the time Lin Jian comprehended the situation, she had already been struck by a blade on her back, blood gushing forth. Lin Jian fell to the ground. Looking up at Su Yin, her fury ignited. What are you doing? Su Yin stood before her, sword in hand, tilting her head innocently and stating, Can't you tell? I am here to kill you. She did not truly wish to take Lin Jian's life, yet her desire for the rabbit and Lin Jian's intent to harm her left her with no choice. Well then, let us proceed with this. What? Lin Jian exclaimed in disbelief. As Su Yin prepared to strike, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and she quickly pulled Lin Jian aside. Just moments ago, their position was punctured deeply by a spider's leg. Wretched human, that is our prey, the Black Panther aberration warned Su Yin. The two aberrations loomed before her like monstrous giants, their crimson eyes glinting with malice, gazing down at her like mere insects. Unfazed, Su Yin met their gaze and then, with a swift motion, stabbed behind her. With the sound of the blade piercing flesh, hot blood began to drip to the ground. Lin Jian looked down in disbelief at her chest, the dagger she had aimed at Su Yin falling from her grasp as she staggered back. Su Yin withdrew her blade, and Lin Jian collapsed, lifeless in the snow, seemingly unable to comprehend how she had been slain by a mere pawn. Casting a fleeting glance, Su Yin raised her eyes to the stunned aberrations, smiled sweetly, and remarked, What now? She is dead. You have no chance left. In a fit of rage, the aberrations retaliated, with the Black Panther baring its teeth at Su Yin. The spider launched a direct assault, vowing, I shall tear you apart, you lowly foolish human. That a slender vine ensnared the spider's raised leg, and Shi Tang pulled with all her might, shouting to Su Yin, Run! The spider, now completely frenzied, snapped the vine and turned its wrath upon Shi Tang. In a frantic attempt to evade, Shi Tang was still injured in the legs. The spider sought to capitalize on its advantage. Su Yin seized one of its legs, rendering it immobile. The Black Panther attempted a sneak attack, but Su Yin retaliated by hurling the spider fiercely towards it. With her sword in hand, Su Yin charged forward, her movements fluid and graceful, each strike lethal and precise. Within mere exchanges, the Black Panther was left battered and bruised. Its eyes filled with venomous hatred as it glared at Su Yin as it lunged at her once more. She swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. Su Yin slowly sheathed her sword, standing resolutely against the wind. On the other side, Shi Tang was left utterly dumbfounded. Could this truly be the frail little grass they once knew, incapable of self-sufficiency? Suddenly, Shi Tang shouted, Be careful behind you. Su Yin had already anticipated the threat, swiftly turning and swinging her sword, its intent slicing through the air. The spider spear halted before her, and the enormous arachnid creature gradually toppled over, splitting in two. At that moment, Shi Tang's astonishment was beyond description as Suyin assisted Shi Tang to stand, her concern evident as she inquired, "Are you all right?" Shi Tang gazed intently at the clear-eyed young girl before him, hesitating before asking, "Are you better now?" The girl appeared as though she had regained her senses, as Suyin tilted her head in confusion. "Do you remember who you are?" Shi Tang questioned again. A silence enveloped them, his expression one of complexity. They had scarcely taken 2 steps when a deafening roar echoed through the sky, a bolt of lightning descending directly towards them. By the time Pei Yan arrived, having slain several third-tier zombies and gathered his companions, he was met with a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground alongside the remnants of aberrations. Pei Yan frantically searched, calling out for Suyin, his eyes bloodshot and manic, desperately rifling through the chaos. When he could not find her outside, he resorted to tearing open the bellies of the creatures, yet his little girl remained elusive that day. Pei Yan wept until his eyes were crimson. From that moment on, the demon was left heartless, no longer bound by any constraints. Meanwhile, Suyin stood dazed on a rooftop, listening to Wang Kai chatter incessantly. "Oh dear host, what have you done this time?" "Not much, I killed Lin Jian," Suyin replied softly. "And?" Wang Kai inquired, puzzled. "I also dispatched a spider and a leopard." "Then what?" "Then I was struck by lightning." Wang Kai silently cursed at the sky. "The expletives undoubtedly fouled." Suyin pursed her lips. "So you teleported us into a horde of zombies?" She glanced at the encircling mass below. "Well, it was a bit hasty. I didn't select the coordinates properly." Wang Kai chuckled sheepishly. "Regardless, you're on the rooftop. They can't climb up here." No sooner had Wang Kai spoken than a particularly clever zombie clambered atop its fallen brethren to reach the rooftop. Suyin. Wang Kai. Ultimately, it was Suyin who hoisted the unconscious Shi Tang and charged through the throng of zombies. After running a considerable distance, she finally paused, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings dominated by vast glaciers and snow-capped mountains. "Where are we?" Suyin asked Wang Kai. "We should be in the Arctic." Wang Kai's voice dwindled to a whisper. With Shi Tang in a state of unconsciousness, Suyin was unable to continue her journey, and under Wang Kai's guidance, she discovered a small wooden cabin to take refuge in. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Shi Tang finally awoke, shivering from the frigid air and gazing bewilderedly at Suyin, who was crouched before the fire, cooking fish. "Where are we?" Shi Tang asked, surveying his surroundings in confusion. It took him several minutes to accept the reality of waking in the Arctic. Chapter 25. Grass? After all, is clutching a basin and spitting blood. "How long have I been unconscious?" Shi Tang suddenly turned to inquire. 3 days, Suyin replied, taking a bite of the roasted fish. "Suyin has vanished. Someone must be going mad." "I feel perfectly fine now," Shi Tang stated, summoning vines that had thickened slightly, adorned with thorns. "You've grown thorns?" Suyin, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch but was hastily stopped by Shi Tang, who exclaimed, "Do not touch, it is poisonous." Shi Tang, both speechless and exasperated, observed that the young girl seemed to harbor numerous secrets, yet her lack of intelligence was undeniably evident when she took a couple of bites of fish only to dismiss it as unpalatable. Shi Tang, in resignation, took it back and roasted it anew for her. This time, she managed to eat it, but not without remarking that it was not as delicious as the rabbit Shi Tang had prepared. Shi Tang felt a surge of frustration. Such a delicate and picky creature could only be tolerated by Pei Yan. Later, Shi Tang found herself facing the consequences of her actions. A month later, as they finally exited the Arctic, Suyin's first act was to expel a considerable amount of blood, catching everyone off guard. Host, your health is critically low," Wang Kai exclaimed, realizing Suyin's life force was nearly depleted. "Your reminder is indeed timely." Suyin coughed up another mouthful of blood, succumbing to dizziness. Wang Kai was compelled to spend a fortune on a life-saving pill, barely managing to sustain Suyin's life. Consequently, the once capable and resilient Suyin had transformed into a frail figure, gasping for breath every few steps. Until she could procure sufficient vitality from Pei Yan, she would require constant pampering. Shi Tang traversed the southern path with the ailing Suyin, taking detours to avoid areas swarming with zombies, which inevitably prolonged their journey. By the time they reached the southern region, 2 months had elapsed, and the weather had warmed. Along their route, they encountered other survivors and gleaned a wealth of information. 3 months prior, the southwestern base had changed its leadership. Under the new leader's command, it swiftly annexed surrounding smaller bases, emerging as the most formidable stronghold in the south, and made the existence of the known to all, while other bases found themselves powerless against the southwestern base achieved the remarkable feat of successfully exterminating them. Following this news, a multitude of survivors flocked to seek refuge. However, Entrance into the southwestern base came with a stipulation. Aside from the elderly and children, all able-bodied individuals were required to venture forth and slay zombies. This rule deterred many who were merely seeking to preserve their lives, yet countless others remained eager to enter, including the group of survivors who had journeyed from the north. Shi Tang, are you delivering provisions to your sister again? Someone greeted Shi Tang with a cold expression. Shi Tang nodded slightly before approaching a vehicle and opening the door. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing caused Shi Tang to furrow her brows as she glanced at the occupant inside the car. Another bout of blood expulsion? Suyin lifted her head from a basin, her lips stained crimson with blood, and cast a feeble glance at Shi Tang, reassuring her, do not worry, I won't die from this. Shi Tang shot her a disapproving look, removing the basin from her embrace and using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her lips. She then retrieved a porcelain vial from Su Yin's arms and poured out a pill to administer to her. Worrying over you like a mother hen. After swallowing the pill, Su Yin's pallid complexion regained some color, and she weakly leaned against Shi Tang's shoulder, gently patting her hair. How much longer until we arrive? Su Yin suddenly inquired. Perhaps another 2 or 3 days. Just hang in there a bit longer, Shi Tang replied, producing some food for her. You need to eat something. Su Yin cast a glance at it, then averted her gaze, unwilling to partake. Observing the disobedient young girl, Shi Tang suppressed her frustration and spoke sternly. You must eat. Since falling ill, the young girl has grown increasingly delicate, expressing disdain for this dish and that, and her already frail body has become even more emaciated. Shi Tang is quite troubled by this. I want to eat meat, the pampered Xiao Qiao said after a moment of silence, producing a chicken from seemingly nowhere. Her voice soft as she suggested, I'll prepare it for you tonight. For now, eat this. Shi Tang, accustomed to such behavior, skillfully accepted the chicken with a stoic expression and nodded in agreement. Shi Tang could not comprehend why she insisted on perceiving herself as a mere blade of grass while harboring a fondness for meat. The question remained, which well-mannered grass partakes in carnivorous delights? Su Yin obediently consumed her bread. That evening, amidst a chorus of envious gazes, Su Yin savored the delectable roasted chicken, after tearing off a drumstick for Su Yin. Shi Tang resumed applying seasoning to the roast, the chicken skin sizzling with rendered fat. The enticing aroma of the roasted chicken wafted through the room, making it impossible for anyone to suppress their salivation. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves. Why should this chicken be reserved solely for her? It ought to be shared among everyone. A girl approached, vociferously reprimanding Shi Tang. Others, long envious, chimed in. Indeed, it should be a communal feast. My Huzi hasn't he had meat in ages. Can't you spare a thought for the child? A woman cradling a 6-year-old boy watched the roast chicken, drool pooling at his mouth as he petulantly declared, Mom, I want to eat meat. Huzi's mother, holding him, cast a scornful glance at Su Yin and Shi Tang, remarking sarcastically, some young people just lack compassion. In an instant, the gazes of all present were filled with malice and greed directed at Su Yin and her companion. Su Yin slowly finished gnawing on the drumstick and casually tossed the bone, which struck Huzi's mother on the head. What are you doing? She yelled in anger, clutching her head. If you can't have meat, gnawing on a bone will suffice, Su Yin retorted with a slight lift of her chin, her voice sweet and languid. You little wretch. Huzi's mother, furious, suddenly fell silent, her eyes filled with panic as she regarded the thorny vine before her. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. This vine hasn't tasted blood in quite some time, Shi Tang remarked coldly. Huzi's mother turned pale, fear rendering her mute. Under Shi Tang's threatening gaze, the others lowered their heads, feigning ignorance. How foolish. They had witnessed Shi Tang's ferocity in combat against zombies, a sight that was utterly terrifying. They could not fathom how such a formidable ability wielder would be accompanied by a burden. Though this burden resembled a porcelain doll in beauty, her frailty only served to hinder progress. Amused by her defiance, they found it laughable. What grounds do you have for discontent? The chicken belongs to us. We can consume it however we wish, and it's none of your concern. However, Meng Yu retorted, but the rules dictate that supplies must be distributed evenly. Hoarding food is simply wrong. I only agreed to accompany Meng Liang. I never consented to join your group, Shi Tang replied with a frosty demeanor. If you have an issue with that, we can certainly part ways tomorrow. Chapter 26. The obedient treasure wields a sniper with flair. The rabbit has arrived. You. Meng Yu's face turned crimson with anger. Just as she prepared to lodge a complaint, someone had already informed Meng Liang of the events that transpired. Upon hearing this, Meng Liang's expression darkened, and he reprimanded Meng Yu sharply. Xiao Yu, apologize to Miss Shi and her sister, he commanded in a chilling tone. Brother. Meng Yu's eyes turned red with anger as she stomped her foot and shot a fierce glare at Su Yin before turning on her heel and running away. Observing his sister's retreating figure, Meng Liang felt a deep sense of helplessness. "That I apologize, Miss Shi. This time it was Xiaoya's fault. I take full responsibility on her behalf," he said earnestly. Xu nibbled delicately on a chicken wing, tilting her chin slightly. "Next time you needn't accompany us," she replied coldly. Shi Tang remarked icily, as they chose to travel together to mitigate trouble, not to invite more. Meng Liang assured them there would be no next time. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Yin, who was engrossed in her meal, and furrowed his brow. When they were besieged by zombies, it was Shi Tang who had come to their rescue. He had suggested she join them, but she had declined, citing the need to care for her ailing sister. Eventually, after much persuasion, she had agreed to accompany them. His first impression of Su Yin had been that of a beautiful yet frail creature. Seemingly impractical in a ruthless world where survival was paramount, she was perpetually coughing and could hardly walk a few steps. He had once even witnessed her spitting blood like others. He had thought she would only be a burden to Shi Tang. Yet now he pondered if reality truly aligned with his initial assumptions. Thoughts of soon reuniting with Tu brightened Xiaocao's mood. They had previously speculated that Pei Yin and his group were stationed at the southwestern base. Leaning against the car window, feeling the gentle breeze, Su Yin's smile suddenly faded as she sat up straight, gazing ahead at the small town. "Little mushroom, there's danger ahead," Shi Tang warned sharply, slamming on the brakes. Noticing Shi Tang's abrupt stop, the cars in front hesitated before coming to a halt as well. Meng Liang exited the vehicle to inquire, "Why the sudden stop?" "There is danger ahead. We must take a detour," Shi Tang responded calmly and steadily. Meng Liang frowned in hesitation, for passing through the town would lead directly to the base, and taking a detour would cost them an additional day. Sensing his reluctance to divert, Shi Tang merely stated bluntly, "If you wish to die, you may proceed with that." She turned the steering wheel, preparing to take an alternate route. Meng Liang's expression grew grave and troubled as he contemplated the credibility of her words when suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the town ahead. The ground trembled violently as a massive figure rose from the depths below. Its rotund belly quivered slightly, emitting a croak. It was evidently a mutated frog. "It's a mutant! Run!" Not only Meng Liang but the others in the vehicle also witnessed this, their faces paling in fear. The car in front screeched and swerved, and Shi Tang swiftly turned her vehicle around. Instinctively, Meng Liang dove into their car. The two vehicles sped ahead, pursued by the grotesque frog with its 4 legs. It sprinted swiftly, quickly blocking their path. The two cars screeched to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collision. Clenching his teeth, Meng Liang opened the door and declared, "You all go ahead. I will hold it off." As an earth elemental ability user, he considered himself neither too weak nor overly strong. Yet, to his dismay, his earth manipulation was thwarted. After only 2 attacks. He found himself scrambling in a panic, desperately avoiding the mutant's tongue strikes. Just when he thought he was doomed, a bullet whizzed through the air, piercing the frog's tongue. In the next moment, a vine ensnared his waist, pulling him out of the mutant's striking range. "Daydreaming during a fight? Do you seek death?" Shi Tang taunted him mercilessly. The creature, its tongue pierced, furiously launched another attack. Shi Tang bravely stepped forward, the vines in her hand seemingly alive, responding with deft resistance. Su Yin, perched atop the vehicle, glanced at her sniper rifle with a look of disdain. "Wangkai, your gun is utterly weak. It's merely that the opponent's hide is too thick. This is already the furthest range and most powerful weapon available." Wangkai sat on the ground, arms crossed, visibly agitated. Su Yin pursed her lips, contemplating whether to resort to her sword, as it would be swifter. Wangkai, sensing her thoughts, immediately interjected loudly, "Dame, have you forgotten the last time you used your sword and ended up spitting a basin of blood?" Su Yin relinquished the idea of using her sword, opting instead to bite her finger and inscribe a talisman in the air, which enveloped the sniper rifle. She then aimed at the creature's abdomen and fired. The bullet, encased in golden light, struck the creature's belly with a resounding explosion. The gaping hole was blasted into its midsection, eliciting a pained howl. Wangkai was left in stunned silence. "Host, what did you just do? What should I do if my host keeps pulling out bizarre items in this apocalyptic world?" Su Yin ignored it, her gaze fixated on the front. From the ruins of the town, a military Humvee slowly approached, followed by a military truck. Fully armed psychics disembarked and launched a fierce assault on the creature. Fireballs rained down from the sky, bombarding the beast. Reinforcements had arrived, and Shi Tang let out a sigh of relief. Momentarily catching sight of a familiar figure, the flames and lightning coordinated seamlessly, swiftly dispatching the wounded creature. A man stood atop the beast, remnants of electricity crackling at his fingertips, clad in a black combat uniform that exuded a sharp, lethal aura, his brow furrowed, his skin pale and handsome. Yet his beautiful eyes were as tranquil as a still pond. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly lifted his gaze, locking onto the petite figure atop the vehicle in the distance. His pupils quivered as ripples danced in his well of a gaze. As if in disbelief, he stared at her, not daring to blink, fearing that any momentary lapse would cause her to vanish, just as she had in his dreams over the past 3 months. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Suyin stood on the vehicle's roof, quietly meeting the man's gaze from afar. Although they were separated by a considerable distance, she was certain they were looking at each other. Chapter 27. My dear, let me hold you. Lu Qi, directing the scene, noticed Pei Yan's unusual demeanor, adjusting his glasses as he followed Pei Yan's line of sight. Upon seeing the girl atop the vehicle, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. In an instant, calamity struck. Just as everyone believed they were safe, a shadow-like creature suddenly appeared. Its shapeless, pitch-black form flowed like liquid. It emerged from behind Suyin, its crimson eyes fixed on her, preparing to launch a lethal attack. The moment Pei Yan spotted the creature looming behind the young girl, his mind went blank. His body instinctively sprang into action. Moving with such speed that he became a blur, he grasped the thunder sword, forged from concentrated lightning, and swung it fiercely at the creature. He wagered everything, determined to save the little girl from the jaws of the monstrous beast. He emerged victorious. The colossal creature was torn to shreds beneath the thunder sword, while his little girl stood on the vehicle's roof, gazing at him from a distance, her tranquil demeanor as obedient as ever. Pei Yan's reckless fighting style left Lu Qi utterly astonished. Before he could fully recover from his shock, 2 otherworldly creatures met their demise at Pei Yan's hands. When had they ever witnessed Pei Yan so unrestrained? Ignoring everything else, his gaze was fixated solely on that silhouette. His eyes filled with such intensity as if he wished to engrave her image into his very bones. As he sheathed his thunder sword, he approached her step by step. Yet, upon reaching her, he found himself somewhat timid. Gone was the earlier fierceness and coldness. With reddened eyes, he gazed up at Suyin, as though he were looking upon a faith he had lost and then regained. My dear, his voice trembled, laden with unutterable longing. Slowly, Pei Yan raised his hand, opening his arms to Suyin, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Even the smile at the corners of his lips quivered. Suyin looked down at Pei Yan beneath the vehicle, biting her lip, unmoving. My dear, let me hold you. This plea shattered Suyin's stubbornness completely. She pouted in grievance, discarded her weapon, and leapt into his embrace. In that moment of genuine contact, Pei Yan could hardly believe this was not a dream. They held each other tightly, enveloped in familiar warmth, and all of Suyin's pent-up grievances cascaded forth, her sobs filled with a profound sense of injustice. I'm sorry, my dear, it was I who lost you. Listening to the girl's heart-wrenching cries, Pei Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he held her tightly, repeating apologies over and over. Do not cry, my dear. Pei Yan gently cradled her face, soothing her with heartfelt tenderness. Suyin, however, refused to listen, insistent on crying. Pei Yan's heart ached for her. Helpless, he continued to comfort her. It is all my fault, please do not cry. Your eyes will swell. He tenderly wiped her tear-streaked face, only to find his own eyes growing misty once more. How have you grown so thin? After losing so much blood, how could I not? Suyin pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. Who told you not to kiss me? Before she could finish, a shadow loomed over her, and her lips were captured in a tempestuous kiss. All the suppressed emotions from their 3-month separation erupted at that moment. This kiss burned with an intensity that felt as if it could melt her. Gradually transforming from a storm into a gentle and tender caress, Suyin melted against Pei Yan, breathing softly, her lips glistening with a sheen of moisture, blooming like a flower ready to burst. Pei Yan wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, tenderly stroking her cheek, his eyes filled with nothing but her. Whatever my dear desires, I shall bestow. He had often regretted not cherishing her with kisses when he had the chance. When she vanished, he had feared for her safety, as well as the possibility that she might have left him willingly. Otherwise, why could he find no trace of her? His little rabbit was so fragile. What if she were bullied outside? His dear one would never abandon him. The mention of kisses reminded Suyin of the days when she coughed up blood, sorrow overwhelming her. And no matter how Pei Yan tried to console her, she could not stop crying. She lost track of how long she had wept. Whenever she paused, she would resume again. Just as she prepared to wail once more, she realized her voice had grown hoarse. My dear, drink some water before you cry. A glass of water was offered, and after taking a couple of sips, she suddenly felt the urge to cry dissipate. Seeing the young girl finally stop crying, Pei Yan let out a sigh of relief, gently using a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Once she had calmed down, Suyin realized she was seated on Pei Yan's lap, surrounded by a throng of people in a dilapidated house. There were those accompanying Meng Liang, as well as individuals who had come alongside Pei Yan and Su Yin. Still in the corner, discovered Shi Yi, who was weeping inconsolably, and Shi Tang, who was attempting to soothe him. Be good, speak to me, Pei Yan gently coaxed. Coughed as Su Yin spoke, her voice emerged hoarse and strained. Pei Yan frowned slightly, fetching water to offer her. Does your throat hurt? Drink a bit more water. After downing nearly half a bottle, Su Yin felt somewhat better. Are you feeling better? Pei Yan inquired with concern. Su Yin nodded. Meeting Pei Yan's gaze, filled with warmth and tenderness, her spirits lifted and she embraced his head, affectionately rubbing against it. Bunny, my bunny. Pei Yan indulged her playful antics, even affectionately rubbing his head against hers in return as Su Yin delightedly tugged at his hair. She suddenly sensed a complex gaze resting upon her. Turning her head, she caught sight of Lu Qi, whose intricate expression had not yet been concealed. How to describe it? Shock, bewilderment, and an ineffable sense of disbelief. It was akin to witnessing a cat plucking fur from a lion's mane while the lion remained unfazed. Su Yin regarded Lu Qi, who was curiously observing her in turn, tilting her head. Her expression shifted from confusion to watchfulness in Lu Qi's presence. She playfully tugged at Pei Yan's hair, eliciting a subtle change in Lu Qi's demeanor. Su Yin then caressed Pei Yan's cheek and finally leaned down to plant a kiss on his lips. Lu Qi's pupils widened in astonishment. Su Yin's own eyes mirrored that surprise as she turned to embrace Pei Yan's head, wishing to hide him away. What's the matter? Pei Yan, unbothered and smiling, lifted his head from the young girl's embrace. Sure, don't speak, Su Yin whispered softly in his ear. I suspect that dog has taken a liking to you. Pei Yan paused, glancing at Lu Qi, then suddenly chuckled. That little darling must protect me well. I can't let anyone steal me away. Of course, the little girl assured, puffing out her chest with a proud expression. Rest assured, I will keep you safe. Pei Yan, in high spirits, leaned against the young girl's shoulder, laughing softly. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, unable to hear their exchange, was left puzzled. Pei Yan's initial intention for this journey was to head to City H. Having heard rumors that Su Yin had been spotted there, upon receiving this news, he wasted no time in gathering his companions to rush there. Regardless of the veracity of the information, he felt compelled to go. For he could not afford to gamble on the possibility of it being true. Chapter 28. If Pei Yan wrongs you, I shall take you away. 3 months prior, Pei Yan's first action upon securing the southwestern base was to issue a missing person notice, offering a substantial reward. This was followed by an intense search effort. Each day was consumed either by searching for individuals or combating aberrations, leaving him sleepless and relentless. Lu Qi worried he might collapse from exhaustion. Was it not said that one must see the living or the dead? He would not relent until he found her. This uncertainty dissipated the moment he heard Shi Yi call out Su Yin's name, replaced by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Reflecting on Pei Yan's demeanor towards Su Yin and their interactions, Lu Qi's expression betrayed a shattering of beliefs. He had assumed his master was a vengeful spirit, tirelessly seeking revenge, scouring the world for her. When he learned that Pei Yan was searching for a woman, his curiosity piqued. What had she done to incur such wrath that he would dig to the very depths to find her? Now to be told that it was all for love, how could one articulate such a revelation? How are you speaking? Shi Tang nudged Shi Yi with her elbow, her gaze a silent warning. After nurturing her precious darling for 3 months, could he truly articulate such sentiments? Shi Yi winced in pain, his expression a mix of grievance and reluctance to retort, letting out a couple of haughty hums as he stepped forward to embrace Xiao Chao. Despite his sharp tongue, his words were imbued with a considerable amount of concern, yet, after merely 2 seconds of holding, he was abruptly pulled away by Shi Tang, who grasped him by the collar, declaring that a fleeting hug would suffice. Initially displaying dissatisfaction, Shi Ye's eyes suddenly brightened as a thought crossed his mind. Shi Xiao Tang, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Shi Tang frowned at the foolishness before her. Pursing her lips in silence, her only worry was that his foolishness might be contagious to Su Yan. As Shi Tang remained mute, Shi Yi incessantly chattered in her ear, prompting Shi Tang to finally shoo him away. Lu Qi mentioned he had matters to report, calling Pei Yan aside. While Shi Yi was also dismissed by Shi Tang in an instant, the room was left with only Su Yin, Shi Tang, and the group of survivors saved by Meng Liang, along with a few soldiers stationed at the entrance. Upon learning that Pei Yan and the others hailed from the southwest base, a wave of hope surged among them, their faces brightening with smiles. However, not everyone shared in this joy. Some individuals, relying on a hint of beauty, shamelessly flirted with men, feigning vulnerability day in and day out. Meng Yu sat at a distance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Though she did not name anyone, it was clear to all present. They glanced between Meng Yu and Su Yin, none daring to speak. Meng Yu was Meng Liang's sister, and they feared offending her. while Suyin had Shi Tang's protection and was now seen in close proximity to the leader of the Southwest base, making them even more cautious. They could only watch, their curiosity piqued regarding the relationship between Suyin and Pei Yan. Shi Tang's expression darkened, her gaze towards Mengyu turning icy silence from Mengyu. Was it due to a lack of tongue? Mengyu, though slightly intimidated by Shi Tang, allowed jealousy to conquer her fear, defiantly retorting, "I'm not wrong in what I said." Just as Shi Tang was about to rise, Suyin stood up first. Approaching Mengyu, she regarded her with a chilling gaze. Mengyu, with her robust frame, made Suyin appear somewhat frail in comparison, which gave Mengyu the erroneous impression that Suyin was easily intimidated. She harbored jealousy yet also disdain towards Suyin. Jealous of Suyin's beautiful visage, even in her sickly state during the apocalypse, she was still cherished and protected. Yet, Mengyu looked down upon her, believing that Suyin only relied on feigning fragility to garner sympathy from men. It seemed unjust that someone so inept could lead a life better than hers. Thus, she felt no fear of Suyin sneering provocatively, "What, did I say something wrong? Who doesn't he know that the leader of the Southwest base has a childhood sweetheart, who is also the sole purifier among them? They have fought side by side and even saved the leader. What could a sickly girl like you possibly compare to such excellence? Aside from pretending to be weak to deceive men, what else can you do?" As Mengyu insulted Suyin, it appeared to bring her immense satisfaction, her words becoming increasingly outrageous. Mengyu's taunts captured everyone's attention. Even the soldiers at the door could not help but glance over. In the face of Mengyu's provocation, Suyin smiled instead of fuming, gradually leaning forward. "You ask what else I can do? Well, I can certainly strike you." With a swift motion, Suyin delivered a resounding slap, the sound crisp and clear. Mengyu was momentarily stunned, her ears ringing. She had not anticipated that the seemingly fragile Suyin could wield such strength. "You wretched girl, how dare you strike me?" Mengyu gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Suyin, her gaze so menacing it seemed capable of tearing her apart. As Mengyu reached out to grab Suyin, the latter deftly intercepted her hand and delivered a sharp slap. "A good child should refrain from using foul language. It must be amended," Suyin remarked leisurely. Driven to madness, Mengyu lunged at Suyin, shrieking, "Ah, I shall kill you." Suyin effortlessly blocked her, then seized her hair and forcefully slammed her head against the wall, causing it to bleed profusely. With a sigh, she maintained her soft, innocent tone. "One shouldn't constantly shout about violence. Look, your head is all bloodied. This lunatic, this wretched creature, I will have my brother kill you." Mengyu screeched in a brazen threat. With an impassive expression, Suyin slammed her head against the wall a few more times, leaving Mengyu dazed and disoriented. "Still want to kill me?" Suyin blinked her large eyes, her gaze innocent. Blood smeared across Mengyu's face as she glared at Suyin menacingly, yet she dared not utter another word. Suyin smiled slightly. Now that's a good child. It was evident that Mengyu's demeanor had shifted, now tinged with a hint of fear and trepidation towards Suyin. Shi Tang glanced at Mengyu, who was surrounded by survivors, then looked at Suyin with a touch of concern in her eyes. "Do not heed her nonsense. Pei Yan cannot possibly have anyone else," Shi Tang whispered. The possessiveness Pei Yan held over Suyin was apparent to anyone with eyes. Meeting Shi Tang's worried gaze, Suyin smiled sweetly. I do not believe it." Observing the little girl's obedience, Shi Tang felt that Pei Yan was unworthy of her. Although she was aware of the strong bond between Pei Yan and Suyin, she recognized that men could be unreliable. Thus, she added, "If he wrongs you, I shall take you away." Suyin tilted her head and nodded obediently. "All right." A couple of days ago, Eunuch Fan had received a mission to lead a team to City C to gather supplies. They had just received news that they had been out of contact for 10 hours, and they needed to search for them. Chapter 29. Bunnywines. "Good baby, I miss you." Upon hearing of Eunuch Fan's danger, Suyin nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, he was a companion. She had escaped the psychiatric hospital with Shi Yi, and Shi Tang insisted on accompanying her, and Pei Yan did not object. As they prepared for their outing, they packed ample provisions, yet Pei Yan, unwilling to let the little girl eat dry, tasteless ration bars, presented them with several chickens and ducks for a more substantial meal. He even roasted a chicken specifically for Suyin, tearing it into bite-sized pieces for her to enjoy, showcasing his meticulous care. Watching Suyin relish her meal so joyfully, Shi Tang felt a pang of jealousy, recalling that she had grilled chicken for 3 months without seeing her as pleased. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Shi Yi devouring his food. "Eat, eat, eat, that's all you do all day." Shi Yi, suddenly on the receiving end of Shi Tang's ire, looked bewildered and timidly offered the chicken leg he had just snatched. "Here, take it. Just don't scold me." After their meal, an awkward moment arose as Suyin entered her room. Shi Tang instinctively followed her inside. only to realize something was amiss at the doorway, where she found Pei Yan standing ominously, his cold expression fixated on her. Tang froze for a moment, eventually realizing that someone else was keeping the little girl company. Previously, she had worried about Suyin suffering alone at night, so she had kept her company every evening. Now with someone else taking her place, she felt somewhat unaccustomed. Watching the two enter the room and close the door, Tang stood outside, her heart heavy with melancholy. "Why are you staring at them?" Yi suddenly appeared, his gaze filled with resentment. Tang cast a sidelong glance at him, sighed and said, "You wouldn't understand." She felt a sense of helplessness akin to that of a small cabbage at home being gnawed by a dog. In the room, Pei Yan watched Suyin hesitating to speak, his cool tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Why does she always gaze at you?" "Who?" Suyin replied, bewildered. Pei Yan's expression darkened slightly, his lips pressed tightly together. The smooth line of his jaw tense. Meanwhile, the young girl seemed to have grown quite intimate with him, no longer clinging to him as before. This displeased him and instilled a sense of crisis. Terrifyingly, this sense of crisis was brought about by a woman. It seemed he would need to guard against both genders in the future. The slightly jealous Pei Yan sat on the edge of the bed, embracing the person in front of him, burying his head affectionately in her abdomen. A muffled, aggrieved voice emerged, "Babe, I miss you. I miss you so much." Looking at the restless little rabbit in her arms, Suyin tenderly patted its head, softly cooing, "I miss you too, rabbit." Pei Yan nuzzled against Suyin, lifting his head to reveal his starry, crushed gaze. The slightly curled ends of his hair fell across his forehead, his cool demeanor fading, revealing a hint of softness. "Little darling, please don't disappear suddenly again. I fear I might truly go mad." "All right." Feeling a chill on her wrist, Suyin looked down to find a silver bracelet adorned with a string of green gemstones. Her eyes sparkled. "Do you like it?" Pei Yan asked, his eyes filled with mirth. Suyin nodded, hugging the cute rabbit and showering it with kisses and affection. Utterly enamored, no one knew the wild, obsessive heart concealed beneath that soft exterior. The following day, after a simple breakfast, they set off early, arriving in City C before noon. They did not enter the city center but instead headed to a food processing factory in the suburbs. The last known location of Master Fan was here. The vast factory lay desolate and empty, with only a few zombies in work uniforms wandering outside. Pei Yan quickly arranged a battle plan, intending to infiltrate the premises for reconnaissance. Before the operation commenced, Lu Qi glanced at Suyin and asked, "Miss Su, are you going in as well?" If Master Fan and the others had truly vanished here, it would indicate that the inside was perilous. Someone as delicate and without abilities as Suyin would surely be unsafe. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Yan declared, "She follows me." He then turned to Suyin, instructing, "Little darling, you must not stray even a step away from me once we enter, understand?" Suyin obediently nodded. Seeing this, Lu Qi wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. The small team cautiously infiltrated the factory, inevitably encountering several batches of zombies trapped inside. Pei Yan shielded Suyin's eyes with one hand, carefully protecting her in his embrace, while the other hand wielded a gun, shooting with impeccable accuracy. At last, they located Master Fan and the others in a processing tank. They were bound with ropes, suspended above the tank, their heads drooping in unconsciousness. Pei Yan surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow as his gaze fell upon the murky processing tank. But they were already a step too late. As they approached the edge of the tank, two team members were suddenly seized by an emerging crocodile, dragged into the water. Crocodiles continued to emerge from the tank, crawling out. These creatures had been infected with the zombie virus, and ordinary gunshot wounds could not kill them. Under the reminder of Pei Yan, everyone drew their swords or activated their powers, launching a full-scale assault against the crocodiles. Pei Yan cradled Suyin and ascended to a higher vantage point, his palm crackling with arcs of lightning that continuously struck the crocodiles, rendering them immobile, before they were ultimately dispatched by his teammates. Meanwhile, a young lad had inexplicably taken position atop the beam that suspended Fan Gong Gong and the others, clad in a pristine hooded sweatshirt with a hat that obscured much of his face. He squatted on the beam, a dagger in hand, fixated intently on Pei Yan, a bizarre and arrogant smile curving his lips. "The great savior, it is an honor to finally meet you," he uttered cryptically, his entire demeanor exuding an unsettling aura that made one feel profoundly uncomfortable. Pei Yan looked up, his expression taut, an instinctive sense of danger emanating from the boy. "Are you the one who kidnapped my people?" Pei Yan's voice was frigid, an oppressive aura radiating from him. The boy, however, seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, chuckling lightly. "Indeed, they are my captives. I heard they belong to you, and I expected them to be formidable. Yet aside from this hefty fellow who is barely competent, The rest are utterly worthless. What a disappointment. He sighed, seemingly disheartened. Nevertheless, their ability to draw you here has proven somewhat useful. I do not regret sparing their lives. The boy's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed it upon Pei Yan. His smile deepening. The dagger rested on the rope of the beam as he playfully inquired, "Do you wish to save them?" Below them, crocodiles lay with their jaws agape, awaiting their next meal. Chapter 30. The eerie boy, Xiao Chao, is innocent. The atmosphere grew tense. If you wish to save them, how about trading your own life? The boy smiled mockingly at Pei Yan, laden with malice. Pei Yan narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding him in silence. "I will exchange." The boy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Pei Yan as he stepped forward, then fell silent for 2 seconds before breaking into a grin. "I've changed my mind. I want her instead." He pointed gleefully at Su Yin behind Pei Yan. Sure enough, Pei Yan's expression shifted. His previously calm demeanor now transformed into one of ferocity and hostility. "Do not even think about it." Witnessing Pei Yan's loss of composure, the boy's spirits lifted, solidifying his resolve to claim Su Yin. "That I want her. And what will you do about it?" The boy's provocation ignited Pei Yan's murderous intent, lightning crackling around him as he seemed to bathe in a tempest of rage. "Then let us see if you possess the capability." Pei Yan's eyes darkened, flickering with the madness. Su Yin was his Achilles heel. No one could touch her, no one could covet her. Seizing the moment, Pei Yan gathered a bolt of lightning behind him, only for it to narrowly miss as the boy evaded, the strike merely dislodging his hat. The boy, now unrestrained, directly severed several ropes that as his hat fell away, only his eyes, blood-red and striking, were visible behind a mask. That an abomination. Pei Yan's countenance darkened. Though he was not particularly surprised, he had encountered humanoid abominations in his past life. Just not this particular boy. "Humph, lightning abilities are indeed unparalleled," the boy remarked, casting a glance at the charred brim of his hat, his gaze turning malevolent as he regarded Pei Yan. In the next moment, lightning flickered in the palm, and with a sardonic grin, one could not discern whether it was you who were formidable or I who was even more so as the lightning struck down. Pei Yan urgently evaded, launching a counterattack amidst the relentless advance of his opponent. The two engaged in a fierce battle of lightning, while Lu Qi and others dealt with the rampaging crocodiles in the pool. Remarkably, Pei Yan held his ground against the youth, who, with a swift flicker of his gaze, shifted his target to the distant Su Yin. In an instant, he turned and charged toward her, just a second before he could harm Su Yin. Pei Yan suddenly appeared behind her, raising his hand to block the attack. His brows were furrowed with cold severity, reminiscent of a lion fiercely defending its territory and willing to sacrifice everything to protect its treasure. "You've been deceived," the youth chuckled, immediately pivoting to assault Pei Yan. Concerned for Su Yin's safety, Pei Yan braced himself against the attack, then retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the youth flying. His strikes growing increasingly ruthless. However, the youth was no pushover. He rose, spitting blood, and continued to fight back, the two locked in a stalemate. "What savior? You're nothing special," the youth taunted Pei Yan, and no sooner had he spoken than a blow struck him on the head. "Ha, if you wish to live, you shall die today." He seethed, reaching out to grasp Su Yin. "Try to harm her, and see what happens," Pei Yan declared, unwilling to let the young man inflict any harm upon the girl. His fist, crackling with electricity, landed a blow upon the youth's head. Caught off guard, the youth tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before clutching his throbbing head and glaring at the two. "Very well, I shall remember this grudge," he spat, trembling with rage. "Pei Yan, your life is mine to take, and you too." With that, the youth fled, clutching his head as he ran. Pei Yan stared in the direction of the youth's departure for quite some time. His gaze dark and inscrutable, turning to find Su Yin watching him, he approached her, gently ruffling her hair and offering a few comforting words, before inquiring with curiosity, "Where did you acquire that wolf-tooth club?" "I picked it up," she replied. The mysterious appearance of the youth and his enigmatic identity weighed heavily on everyone since leaving the factory. "Until the awakening of Eunuch Fan General, I nearly thought I would never see you again. Woe is me. What would our emperor do if something were to befall our family?" Eunuch Fan wept, tears streaming down his face, his voice filled with lament. That as he cried, he caught sight of Su Yin and Shi Tang. His eyes widening as he scrutinized them, leading him to weep even more pitifully. Shi Tang merely tugged at the corner of her mouth. What a ridiculous fuss, seeing Eunuch Fan weep incessantly and wishing to pull Su Yin into the lamentation. Pei Yan stifled his annoyance and instructed him to gather men to load the supplies onto the cart. Only then did he leave, sniffling. After dispersing Eunuch Fan, Pei Yan rubbed his brow and turned to Lu Qi to discuss the subsequent matters. While he spoke, a pair of small hands fidgeted restlessly on his back. His tone was a blend of exasperation and fondness, Little one. Who would have thought the other party would remain still for only a brief moment before beginning to fidget again, even tearing his clothing apart. The ripping sound made Lu Qi hold her breath, sighing. After briefly briefing Lu Qi, Pei Yan picked up the bashful little rabbit and stepped onto the cart. Suyin pouted. You're hurt, I just wanted to see. Pei Yan looked up in surprise. I am not injured, I clearly saw you being hit, Suyin insisted, unconvinced. That if you don't believe me, look, Pei Yan chuckled, turning to show his back to Suyin. Suyin gazed at the unblemished, fair back, disbelief washing over her as she reached out to touch it. She had clearly witnessed it. She had seen the rabbit injured, which had driven her to strike the youth in frustration. Can she truly believe it now? Pei Yan smiled with a tender affection, enveloping the perplexed young girl in an embrace, assuring her, so fret not, I am unscathed. However, my dear, do refrain from such recklessness in the future. Approaching ill-intentioned individuals like today is perilous, do you understand? He hit you, Xiao Chao said. Puffing her cheeks in displeasure, Suyin pressed her lips together in silence, and after much coaxing from Pei Yan, she reluctantly agreed that if she couldn't approach, then she would resort to long-range tactics. Once more, she cast a glance into the rearview mirror, observing Pei Yan gazing at the sleeping visage of the young girl with an infatuated stare. He could only emit a cold, emotionless chuckle. Chapter 31. Back at the base, is the rabbit going to seduce? During a break in their journey, as she watched Pei Yan hastily set up a pot to cook right on the spot, Lu Qi let out a second derisive laugh. Shi Yi, already holding a bowl and chopsticks, stood by the pot with the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, offering words of comfort. You will soon realize that this is nothing. You will grow accustomed to it with experience. Just look at them, how resilient they are. Isn't it merely a display of affection? As long as they provide food, it suffices. Lu Qi observed the trio squatting by the stove with their bowls and chopsticks, his lips twitching in disbelief. Though he struggled to comprehend the situation, he had yet to sample the meals prepared by his master, so he was curious to taste. Where are the dishes? Such a large pot of food. Lu Qi turned to the three who were devouring their meal with gusto, smiling as he snapped his chopsticks in half. The three, now sated, let out contented burps. Others' meals are indeed tantalizing over there. Pei Yan continued to coax the little girl to consume more vegetables. Suyin refused. She desired meat. Be a good girl and eat a couple more bites. You cannot neglect your greens, Pei Yan gently urged, holding out his bowl. Suyin, firmly shutting her lips against the food, clutched her bowl brimming with meat, resolutely resisting. Gazing into the little girl's stubborn eyes, Pei Yan pressed his lips together, suddenly leaning in to plant a soft kiss on her delicate lips. Can we eat now? Pei Yan asked with a resigned smile. Su Yin's eyes sparkled as she obediently took a few bites of vegetables. 2 bites is all. No more, she insisted. Pei Yan watched with a beaming smile as the little girl, cheeks puffed out, munched away. How could he not adore her? She truly is a delicate darling. Xiao Chao bore her burden silently, her struggles unvoiced. Heaven knows the lengths she had gone to survive these past few days. Her lips had been nearly kissed raw. Seeing Pei Yan lean in for another kiss, Suyin quickly covered his mouth, declaring that if he continued, she would not eat any more. Today's quota of affection had been fulfilled. Pei Yan's eyes curved with warmth, glimmering like a galaxy filled with tenderness, as he gently removed her hand from his mouth and leaned in to plant another kiss. His voice, magnetic and languid, brimmed with mirth, enchanting to the core. I merely wished to kiss you. Xiao Chao felt as though her soul had exited her body. Standing atop the city gate, the guards spotted the approaching vehicles from afar and hastily signaled to those inside. The vehicle entered the safe zone, coming to a halt outside the base. Already, there were those waiting outside the gate. Upon seeing Pei Yan's car, they approached proactively. A man and a woman, the man tall and imposing, with sharp eyes and a fierce countenance capable of scaring a child into tears. The woman donned a delicate white dress, as lovely as a flower blooming amidst the apocalypse. Upon seeing Pei Yan exit the vehicle, Lu Yi's cold, steely gaze flickered with a hint of emotional turbulence. In contrast to the reserved demeanor of Lu Yi, Mu Wanwan, akin to a delicate white flower swaying gently in the breeze, radiated an exuberant warmth. Brother Pei, she exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards Pei Yan, only to realize midway that he had turned and slipped into the car. From their vantage point, they could vaguely discern another figure within the vehicle. It appeared that Pei Yan was engaged in conversation with this person. Before carefully lifting her out of the car, however, he did not release her afterward, tenderly wrapping his arm around her waist and leaning down to whisper soothingly, "Can you open your eyes for me, sweetheart? If not, just keep sleeping, and I will carry you inside." No one noticed the shock and disbelief that flickered in Mu Wanwan's eyes upon seeing Su Yin's face. Leaning against Pei Yan, Su Yin rubbed her eyes and, still in a daze, slowly shook her head. Ever since her health had declined, she had been prone to coughing and drowsiness, though her condition had improved significantly after receiving affectionate embraces from Pei Yan. She no longer coughed but still felt sleepy, like she had not seen Suyin at all. Mu Wanwan bounded over to Pei Yan, chattering animatedly, her expression exuding innocence and naivety. Pei Yan, who was busy comforting the young girl in his arms, frowned slightly at the interruption. Suyin too noticed the suddenly appearing girl, her bright, curious eyes scrutinizing the radiant young lady before her. In response to Mu Wanwan's approach, Pei Yan instinctively took a step back while maintaining his hold on Suyin, his expression growing cold as he regarded her. "What are you doing here? I told you to remain in the medical area to assist the injured. But Mu Wanwan attempted to protest but was silenced by Pei Yan's icy gaze, which compelled her to adopt an expression of feigned innocence and sorrow. Unfortunately, the man before her did not even deign to glance her way. Lacking his attention, Mu Wanwan finally allowed herself to look at Suyin. Tilting her head with curiosity, she inquired, "Brother Pei? Who is she?" Despite her efforts to maintain an air of innocence, Suyin detected an undercurrent of something unusual and could not help but take a closer look at her. Pei Yan's growing impatience with Mu Wanwan prompted Lu Yi, who had been standing nearby like a wooden post, to take 2 steps forward and separate them. "Miss Mu, there are many injured individuals waiting for you in the medical area," he stated firmly, urging her to leave. Suyin seemed quite intrigued by Mu Wanwan, her gaze lingering on the latter's retreating figure, which elicited a twinge of jealousy from Pei Yan. He swiftly lifted Suyin into his arms and strode purposefully into the base. Within the confines of the base, Pei Yan appeared to command considerable respect, as they were met with adoring gazes throughout their passage. He maintained his composure while carrying Suyin into a standalone villa, leaving Lu Yi and Lu Qi outside, confined by the closed door. Staring at the shut entrance, Lu Qi, who had been holding back his curiosity, could no longer contain himself and turned to Lu Yi. "Aren't you at all curious about the woman in our master's embrace?" "Not particularly," Lu Yi replied. "Why not? If our master wishes to disclose it, he will do so in due time." Lu Qi stifled his desire to share, feeling that it was unfair for him to be the only one bursting with intrigue. "Are you truly not interested in who she is?" "I can discreetly inform you," Lu Qi persisted. "She is Suyin." "You know?" Lu Qi exclaimed, taken aback. "That shouldn't be the case. I don't know. I merely guessed," Lu Yi remarked coolly. Lu Qi smirked, observing Lu Yi's calm demeanor, which led him to question whether he himself was overreacting. "Indeed, it is merely a matter of a master engaging in romance. Hardly a significant event, far from trivial, for even if their master were to bring about the world's demise, love would remain an impossibility. A certain someone, who is indeed incapable of such romantic endeavors, emerges from the bathroom, draped in a towel, his sculpted 8-pack abs glistening. Suyin, initially engrossed in conversation with Wang Kai, found her gaze irresistibly drawn to Pei Yan, unable to divert her eyes thereafter. Chapter 32. Impulsive actions that even she would regret. Seated on the bed, Suyin unabashedly gazed at him. "Wang Kai, do you think there exists grass that can consume rabbits?" "Perhaps not," came the reply. While she had heard of carnivorous plants, she had yet to encounter tales of devouring grasses. Suyin bit her lip, pondering the predicament. The rabbit appeared quite delectable at that moment. Fresh from his shower, Pei Yan's fair skin bore a subtle rosy hue. His hair, still damp, fell in disarray across his forehead, the tips curling slightly. Occasionally, droplets of water cascaded from his hair onto his shoulder, then down along his well-defined abdominal muscles, disappearing beneath the towel unperturbed. He strode confidently to the bedside, bending to retrieve his clothes. An unavoidable closeness to Suyin ensued. She could perceive the fresh cedar scent wafting from his post-bath form. Her eyes lingered on his collarbone, where a droplet of water landed, causing her to swallow hard. She was unaware of the allure of masculinity. All she comprehended was that the current rabbit appeared irresistibly bite-worthy. Thus, she seized the opportunity and bit down, catching him off guard. A sharp gasp escaped him as he looked down to find the young girl, akin to a playful puppy, gnawing at him rather fiercely. Forgetting his clothes, he lifted her into his arms and settled on the edge of the bed, gently patting her little head. "Be good. Release your grip." Reluctantly, Suyin complied, her gaze falling upon the evident bite marks and traces of saliva on his collarbone, a flicker of guilt washing over her as she discreetly wiped away the evidence. Observing her sheepish demeanor, Pei Yan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Seeing me like this, do you not wish to do something?" He had merely intended to tease her, yet he found himself unexpectedly seduced, while she seemed solely intent on using his collarbone as a teething toy. "Yes," the little grass affirmed vigorously, her intentions clear. "You may do anything to me." Pei Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his voice soft and coaxing. "Is that truly so?" The little grass's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Seizing the moment, she lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his cheek. Minutes later, the little grass curled up in the blanket, nursing her swollen lips, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain-soaked blossoms. She had aimed to bite the rabbit but ended up being bitten instead. The instigator of this chaos sat helplessly at the bedside, while Suyin glared at him with reddened eyes, her expression a mixture of grievance and accusation. "You bit me, you bit quite fiercely," she protested. "Yet you were the one who initiated." Pei Yan tilted his head, revealing the imprint of her teeth on his face. "You said I could bite." The little grass huffed in indignation. Pei Yan found himself at a loss for words. How could he resist when she both bit and caressed him, her delicate form nestled against him? Thus, he retaliated, pressing her down and kissing her repeatedly, inadvertently overwhelming her with his affection. "All right, it is all my fault. Do not cry, my dear." He cradled her in his arms, wiping away her tears while offering apologies. His heart softened, and he acquiesced. Ultimately, he had no choice but to venture out that day bearing 2 distinct bite marks. One could only imagine the complex emotions coursing through Louis and Lucci upon witnessing his peculiar state. Do not speak. The symmetry of left and right is quite striking. After Pei Yan departed, Suyin found it difficult to continue sleeping after a brief slumber and began to meander around the villa. The villa is quite spacious, featuring 3 stories along with a small garden, which is considered a rather pleasant environment in this post-apocalyptic setting. Wandering leisurely into the garden, Su Yin's gaze fell upon the lawn, and suddenly, a thought struck her. She fetched a small spade and, finding a patch of earth, commenced to dig. Wang Kai observed her puzzling behavior, bewildered by her actions. "Host, what are you doing? Digging a hole? What for?" "I haven't absorbed any nutrients in a long time. I need to quickly dig a hole to bury myself." Su Yin's explanation seemed perfectly reasonable, and Wang Kai nearly believed her. Squatting on the ground, Wang Kai watched Su Yin excavate the soil, and with a flick of his tail he languidly remarked, "Host, rather than digging, why not tackle the task instead?" Su Yin paused momentarily, confusion etched on her face. "What task?" "Of course the task related to the 6th script." Wang Kai shook his tail and suddenly stood up, exclaiming with a foul-mouthed outburst, "Damn it, I haven't even started the script yet." It dawned on him why there had been no system notifications regarding tasks for so long. He hadn't even commenced. In a flurry, Wang Kai opened the script, eyes falling upon the solitary task listed. "Destroy this world." Wang Kai's canine face went blank with disbelief as he flipped through the script repeatedly, confirming the singular line before angrily tossing it aside. "No way, is it insane? Why must we destroy the world? Does it not occur to one that casually annihilating the world is a crime?" "Ah, a headache." The dog feels overwhelmed. In stark contrast to Wang Kai's frantic disposition, Suyin remained unfazed. "Host, it instructs us to annihilate the world." Wang Kai, in a state of despair, felt like crying. "Oh." Suyin casually scooped another spadeful of earth. "Host, we might be the villains." Wang Kai whimpered. "Oh." Suyin continued to dig without a care. The world may face destruction, but her sole desire was to bury herself in the soil. If you are the villain, you cannot be with the male lead. The male lead and the villain are destined to clash in a deadly confrontation and no longer indifferent. Suyin aimed the spade's tip at her own head, her gaze resolute as if she were pledging allegiance. "Host, what are you doing?" Upon witnessing such a perilous action, Wang Kai cried out in alarm. "To kill you." She truly was a force to be reckoned with. Ready to harm even herself after much persuasion, Wang Kai promised not to separate them, prompting Suyin to put away her weapon. Wang Kai was distressed, his tail becoming quite disheveled. What should one do when the host, armed with a world-destroying script, only wishes to indulge in apathy? Unfazed by his worries, Suyin finished digging the hole, lay down within it, and began to cover herself with dirt. Upon seeing the girl half buried in the pit, Wang Kai was taken aback. He rushed over, digging her out with his bare paws, anxiously inspecting her from head to toe. After thoroughly checking the dirt-covered bundle and confirming she was unharmed, Pei Yan let out a huge sigh of relief. "How did she end up in the dirt? Did someone bully you?" His immediate suspicion was not of her mental state, but rather that someone had attempted to secretly bury his little girl while he was away. This was intolerable. Before he could unleash his wrath, the dirty bundle offered an explanation. "I haven't absorbed nutrients in a long time, so I thought I would bury myself to replenish them." Pei Yan's anger flared momentarily before he swallowed it back down, expressing his bewilderment. "Nutrients? Oh, I am but a little grass." Observing the earnest gaze of the young girl, Pei Yan glanced at the pit on the ground, and after a moment of contemplation, He complexly reached out to stroke Su Yin's head. It turned out he had misjudged the situation. It was not the pit in the ground that was the issue, but rather the peculiarities of the girl's mind. Chapter 33. Su Yin is bullied. Another strategist. Be good, you receive nourishment every day. There is no need to absorb nutrients from the soil, Pei Yan said with a serious demeanor, attempting to deceive her. Really? Su Yin tilted her head in confusion. But why do I feel a bit dry, and my leaves aren't as green as before? She lifted her dirty little hand for Pei Yan to see. Without a flicker of emotion, Pei Yan took her small hand in his and led her inside. All the while soothing her. It might be because you haven't bathed. Once we clean up, you will feel better. Thus, the dirty little bundle was coaxed into taking a bath. He watched her until she finished her meal before leaving. Concerned that the young girl might grow bored, he would arrange for Shi Tang to frequently keep her company. On the day Pei Yan departed after lunch, Su Yin ventured out with Shi Tang. Having been there for some time, she had yet to explore the base, so she decided to take a stroll along the way. She noticed numerous individuals selling goods. In this world devoid of currency, they could only barter. Pei Yan had managed the base remarkably well. Although life was arduous, at least they did not have to worry about being devoured by zombies at any moment. Each day, they exchanged their labor for supplies, yet there were those who sought to cheat and gain without effort. Shi Tang turned around only to find that the little girl beside her had vanished. Su Yin had wandered into a narrow alley, followed by a few shadowy figures. Shortly after entering, Su Yin halted and turned to face the individuals behind her. Little sister, if you wish to avoid injury, hand over anything valuable you possess. Otherwise, do not blame us for our rudeness, said a man with a sharp face, brandishing a knife, his eyes glinting with malice. Su Yin regarded the group with a tranquil expression. 3 minutes later, Shi Tang found Su Yin at the mouth of the alley, where a heap of bruised and battered individuals lay sprawled on the ground behind her. Shi Tang then led Su Yin to explore other areas, inadvertently arriving at the medical district. There they encountered Mu Wanwan. Upon seeing Mu Wanwan, Shi Tang immediately turned to leave, but Su Yin proactively approached her. It seemed Mu Wanwan held a significant reputation in the medical area, as all the patients regarded her with utmost respect, many shedding tears of gratitude for her life-saving efforts. With her endearing appearance, innocent demeanor, and unique purification abilities, it was indeed difficult not to be fond of her. At the moment Su Yin appeared, Mu Wanwan's expression subtly stiffened before quickly returning to normal. "You. What brings you here? Are you injured?" She greeted Su Yin with surprise and warmth. Su Yin shook her head, her expression indifferent as she replied, "Just looking around." Some individuals, noticing Su Yin's unfamiliarity, curiously inquired of Mu Wanwan, "Miss Mu, who is this young lady? I have not seen her before." Mu Wanwan responded with a slightly bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the patient's expression shifted. However, due to Pei Yan's efforts to keep her hidden, few had seen her visage. At that moment, more eyes began to scrutinize Su Yin, including those of fervent fans of Mu Wanwan, casting subtle sarcastic glances. "So, you are indeed that woman that I had assumed you were some ethereal beauty, yet you are merely average, lacking the grace of Miss Mu. Who is unaware that Miss Mu and Leader Pei are a match made in heaven, childhood sweethearts engaged to be wed? To seduce another's fiancé. How desperate can one be for male attention?" A male patient, infatuated with Mu Wanwan, disdainfully belittled Su Yin, while the onlookers exchanged glances filled with contempt. After their remarks, Mu Wanwan pretended to clarify, claiming that there had been a misunderstanding, that her relationship with Brother Pei was nothing more than platonic. Yet, as she denied it, her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a bashful maiden in love. The crowd erupted in laughter, teasing them about their impending nuptials, causing Mu Wanwan's blush to deepen. Shi Tang's face turned pale, her hands trembling with agitation, only to be restrained by Su Yin. "I am Mu Wanwan, but I haven't yet inquired about your esteemed name, sister," she said. "You are Su Yin?" Mu Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth, her voice resonating throughout the medical area. Indeed, in the next moment, the gaze of those around Su Yin shifted dramatically, whispers filling the air. Someone even shouted, "Where are the guards? How could they release a prisoner? This is someone the leader specifically ordered to apprehend. Why haven't they captured her yet?" A deep, authoritative voice emerged from the back of the crowd as Pei Yan, with a stern expression, made his way through the throng. Upon spotting Su Yin, his eyes brightened momentarily. He approached with the intent to grasp her, but she deftly evaded him. Pei Yan stood stunned, unable to express his dismay before Mu Wanwan interjected, "Brother Pei, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked for my sister's name." Tears welled in her eyes as she flusteredly attempted to explain. Pei Yan furrowed his brow, bewildered by her words, reaching out again to touch Su Yin only to be evaded once more. Not only did she avoid him, but she also took Mu Wanwan's hand. Little darling? Pei Yan gazed at Su Yin in astonishment. Mu Wanwan, momentarily forgetting her tears, looked on in confusion as Su Yin released her hand and turned to Pei Yan, inquiring, I hear I am your prisoner? Who said that? Them. Pei Yan's face darkened as Su Yin gestured around. As her gaze met the guilty expressions of those nearby, Pei Yan's countenance turned grim. He pulled Su Yin into his embrace and coldly demanded, what else did they say? They claimed I seduced another's fiancé and even that I am ugly. Su Yin replied thoughtfully. The implication that she was unattractive was intolerable to the little grass. Enraged, Pei Yan gritted his teeth, his piercing gaze sweeping the crowd as he coldly called out, Lu Qi. Expel them all. Pei Yan's words caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, prompting the onlookers to plead and apologize in tears. However, he did not spare them a glance, instead leading Su Yin out of the medical area. The cries of despair echoed behind them, while Mu Wanwan stood with her head bowed, fists clenched, secretly seething in frustration. In an instant, public opinion had turned, and Mu Wanwan's position had become precarious. Yet, this shift had no impact on Su Yin, who retreated to her room and quietly asked Wang Kai, what's the situation? It has been uncovered, damn it. Yet another strategist, came Wang Kai's exasperated response. Chapter 34. Su Yin's Little Treasure. Exquisite tea. From the moment she first encountered Mu Wanwan, Su Yin felt an inexplicable curiosity. Later, while in the medical area, Wang Kai urged her to draw closer to Mu Wanwan and even encouraged her to touch her. All of this was for the sake of investigation. Little did they know that the findings would be startling. Another strategist with a system had emerged. Wang Kai, cursing in the system space, added another complaint letter, threatening to bring down the company Tianliangxi. Cocooned in their blankets, Su Yin and Wang Kai conspired on how to deal with the newly arrived strategist. Little darling, could you please open the door? Pei Yan gently tapped on the door. His tone humble and coaxing. That I can explain everything. Please don't hide from me, little darling. Emerging from their secretive huddle, Su Yin found herself gazing blankly at the man before her, whose eyes were tinged with red. Rabbit? The tempestuous emotions within her receded like the tide as Pei Yan enveloped Su Yin in his arms, hastily clarifying, I have no relationship with Mu Wanwan. I kept her around because she was still useful. All those rumors are false. I rarely interacted with her. These past 3 months, I have been solely occupied with searching for you. There was no time to concern myself with anyone else. The so-called bounty is a misunderstanding. I was looking for you, and they mistakenly believed you had offended me. I'm sorry, my dear, for the distress you've endured. Pei Yan, having poured out his heart, was anxious to prevent any misinterpretation. Su Yin, still bewildered, rubbed her cheeks and, clutching her grumbling stomach, inquired, Oh, may I have something to eat first? I'm quite hungry. Pei Yan, who had been tense for the entire afternoon, was taken aback. Although Su Yin appeared nonchalant, Pei Yan was deeply concerned. Consequently, he expelled the individuals who had spread the most vicious rumors from the base to feed them to the zombies, making an example of them. From that day forth, Su Yin became the most formidable presence in the southwest base. To Su Yin's astonishment, Mu Wanwan approached her directly. Sister Su, I have come to explain. There is truly nothing between me and Brother Pei. Please do not be angry with him because of me. Mu Wanwan's eyes glistened with tears, conveying a sense of grievance. Her words laced with insinuation. Su Yin took a leisurely sip of tea, exclaiming, What a fine tea. Mu Wanwan's sorrowful gesture of wiping away her tears faltered beside them. Shi Tang chuckled, raising a cup of tea and remarking pointedly, Indeed, it is exquisite tea. Certainly, Su Yin affirmed, lifting her cup and nodding earnestly at Mu Wanwan. To her surprise, Su Yin's composure nearly caught Mu Wanwan off guard, prompting her to cautiously inquire, Where has sister been these past 3 months? Su Yin met Mu Wanwan's gaze, holding it for a few seconds until Mu Wanwan instinctively averted her eyes. I was merely curious. After all, Brother Pei searched countless places without finding you. Mu Wanwan, unnerved by Su Yin's penetrating stare, hastily concocted an excuse and departed. Once she left, Shi Tang spoke with conviction, She is hiding something. Su Yin bowed her head in silence for a long while, then raised her teacup, taking a sip with an inscrutable expression before asking, This tea? What is it? Shi Tang queried, puzzled. Is there something wrong with the tea? Is there more? Su Yin turned sincerely to ask Shi Tang. Su Yin beamed and leisurely finished an entire pot of tea. Pei Yan appeared to be searching for something, and Lu Qi approached him with some news. Without delay, Pei Yan convened a meeting, preparing to organize a team for an expedition. During the assembly, Su Yin was also present. While they engaged in a serious discussion, she sat quietly beside Pei Yan, munching on snacks, specifically the jerky he had prepared for her. The jerky was indeed delicious, albeit somewhat challenging to bite through. Amidst the loud debates at the table, Suyin quietly chewed on the jerky. Her expressions becoming quite comical. Enough, silence, Pei Yan commanded, and the room fell quiet as if under a spell. Yet he turned to the young girl beside him, taking her hand in his and gazing at her with gentle affection. Darling, loosen your grip. Suyin made several more attempts, but upon realizing she could not manage, she reluctantly released her hold and plaintively complained, I can't bite through it. It's my fault. Next time I shall prepare shredded jerky for you. Pei Yan reassured her, tearing the jerky into thin strips and placing them before her. Once he noticed the girl happily indulging in her treat, he finally turned his attention back to the others. Resuming his previously cold and distant demeanor, that it is settled then that I will personally go. There is no need for further discussion. The attendees exchanged glances, caught between wanting to voice their opinions and the weight of Pei Yan's authority silencing them. Where are we going? I want to go too. Everyone turned their complex expressions towards Suyin, who had spoken up. They all knew she was Pei Yan's person but also recognized her as an ordinary individual without any special abilities. And taking her along would only serve as a burden. Very well. Pei Yan opened a water flask to offer the young girl a drink, looking at her with warmth. Even if she did not voice her desire, he would ensure she accompanied him. Brother Pei, Captain, this may not be wise. Suyin lacks abilities, and the destination is perilous. What if something were to happen? Mu Wanwan feigned concern as she spoke. Ever since Pei Yan had warned her against calling him brother, she had refrained from doing so. Following her lead, several others chimed in. Indeed, it is dangerous outside. Perhaps it would be best for Miss Su to remain at the base. Though they spoke politely, they believed Suyin would only cause trouble. Hence their desire to keep her behind. Pei Yan surveyed the room, leaning back against the chair, exuding an aura of decisive authority as he coldly scoffed. Since when do you have the right to question my decisions? At this, several faces in the room fell, for they were veterans of the base. After Pei Yan had taken control of the southwest base, he had been eager to find Suyin, thus neglecting to clear out those who had grown complacent, leading them to mistakenly believe they could interfere with his decisions. After the meeting, Pei Yan instructed Lu Yi to make preparations, intending to set out the following day. That evening, he roasted a whole lamb in the courtyard, enticing the trio from the neighboring villa, who salivated at the sight of the succulent roast. As per tradition, Suyin, the little darling, was to eat first before they could partake. Just as they were enjoying their feast, an unexpected visitor arrived, an old acquaintance, Sang Biao, whom they had not seen in quite some time. Without preamble, Sang Biao stated his intention to join the upcoming mission. He was convinced that Pei Yan was heading out to procure something valuable, and he insisted on tagging along for the opportunity. Pei Yan sliced a piece of lamb rib for Suyin, who lazily lifted her gaze to refuse. No, I can't. Why not? Sang Biao protested. Feeling slighted. You are too weak. Sang Biao was visibly hurt by the remark. Sang Biao clenched his teeth, turned to gaze at the roasted lamb, and swallowed hard, feeling both defiant and begrudgingly dissatisfied as he said, If you won't let me go, couldn't you at least let me have a bite of lamb? No, the trio engrossed in their meal replied in unison that I can trade something for it. Sang Biao was undeniably tempted. No, they reiterated, their vigilance directed towards him. Enraged, Sang Biao tossed his head and stormed off. Pei Yan carried the well-fed young girl to wash up, and after she emerged, he tucked her into bed, softly coaxing her to sleep. As he beheld this serene scene of tranquil times, ripples stirred within his heart. He pressed a gentle kiss to the girl's forehead, whispering a tender good night. Pei Yan did not bring many companions, just the trio of sick friends and Lu Yi and Lu Qi. However, upon departure, he discovered an unexpected addition to their ranks. Upon seeing Mu Wanwan, Pei Yan cast a cold glance at Lu Yi, who stiffened at once. To be honest, Lu Yi himself was baffled by his own actions from the previous night, having inexplicably agreed to Mu Wanwan's request. Even now, he could not comprehend it, but he distinctly remembered his acquiescence. Before he could formulate an explanation, Mu Wanwan spoke first. Captain, please do not blame Brother Lu. It was my wish to join as a purifying ability user. I can serve as your team's medic and promise not to hinder your progress. The last remark seemed to carry a hidden implication as Yuing glanced at her and tugged at Pei Yan, urging him to allow her to stay. Thus, the group of 8 formally departed the southwest base. Heading northward, their destination lay in a mountainous region to the north, a considerable distance fraught with the potential for encounters with zombies and aberrations, all under the jurisdiction of the northern base. To enter the mountains, they would first need permission from the northern base. Though the southern and northern bases maintained a non-aggression pact, the relationship between the two was rather delicate, akin to the saying that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Neither would yield to the other. Given the long journey ahead, they set off in 2 vehicles. When Mu Wanwan attempted to climb into Su Yin's car, Shi Tang expressionlessly seized her by the nape of her neck, pulling her into the other vehicle. Did she think she could conceal her intentions? Humph. Denying her the chance, he promptly locked the car doors, allowing the driver, Fan Gong, to take the wheel. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shi Yi cast a disgruntled glance at Mu Wanwan, blaming her for preventing him from sitting with Shi, shouting that Mu Wanwan, seething with unspoken anger, remained silent after hastily departing the base. Pei Yan appeared to adopt a leisurely pace, strolling along with Su Yin, indulging in playful banter. On the 5th day since leaving the southwest base, they encountered a group of mercenaries armed with firearms at the border between the north and south. They halted the vehicles, seized the supplies on board, and imprisoned them. These were rogue bandits, an organization operating outside the purview of the northern and southern bases, comprising mercenaries and ability users. They had long made their home near the border, specializing in robbing passing survivors and vehicles. Pei Yan had previously heard of this organization but had not yet had the opportunity to address them. To his dismay, he found himself face to face with them now. As he was shoved into a dimly lit, damp, and cramped basement with a gun pressed to his head, Pei Yan's expression darkened. The captor slammed the door shut with a disdainful snort and departed. Inside, many individuals were confined, men, women, and children alike, all looking gaunt, their faces pale and expressions filled with fear and numbness. In such a dire environment, the young master Shi Yi could hardly bear it and was on the verge of causing a scene. However, when he attempted to unleash his powers, he suddenly realized that his abilities had inexplicably vanished. It was not just him. Everyone present found themselves similarly incapacitated. This revelation cast a heavy pall over the hearts of the onlookers, save for Pei Yan, who, maintaining his composure, sought out a clean spot and sat down with Su Yin in his embrace. Stripped of their powers, his spatial abilities rendered useless, and unable to retrieve a cushion, he had no choice but to let her perch upon his lap. Fortunately, a small blanket lay within his backpack. Pei Yan retrieved it and draped it over Su Yin, mindful of the damp chill in the basement. Concerned for her comfort, after the initial shock and confusion subsided, the others gradually regained their composure and settled beside Pei Yan. What shall we do now? Shi Yi ran his fingers through his hair, his agitation easily giving way to irritability. In my opinion, we should stealthily venture out tonight and eliminate them, suggested Fan Gong, making a discreet gesture across his throat. Have you lost your senses? Do you not see the firearms in their hands? Oh, but why have our abilities faltered? Lu Qi adjusted his glasses, a frown creasing his brow in perplexity. The presence of the bandits had been steeped in an air of strangeness from the very beginning. They lacked any defensive structures against external threats and boasted but a handful of members. Yet this diminutive group managed to survive amidst the apocalypse. After some deliberation, it was agreed to remain on standby, observing the intentions of their adversaries. By afternoon, food was distributed, surprisingly consisting of boiled potatoes. It was worth noting that since the onset of the apocalypse, the environment had deteriorated, and the land had become too contaminated to yield crops. Strangely enough, Su Yin had never experienced such a way of consuming potatoes and found it rather novel. Pei Yan peeled the potato and fed small bites to the young girl, cautious of her choking without any water at hand. Suddenly, a man arrived. After surveying the group, his gaze landed upon Su Yin and her companions, scrutinizing them from head to toe. You are the newcomers for today? He inquired, regarding Pei Yan and Shi Yi as if appraising goods, his brow furrowing slightly before he pointed at Pei Yan. You come with me. Su Yin tensed, clutching Pei Yan's arm, her small face taut with anxiety as Pei Yan was led away. A somber atmosphere enveloped the group. Shortly thereafter, another individual arrived, and upon seeing him, everyone appeared frightened, trembling as they sought to conceal themselves. This man began selecting from the crowd, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Su Yin with a pointed finger. He declared, You, the second in command, will surely be pleased. Take her away. He indicated Su Yin, who sat quietly on Pei Yan's jacket, wrapped in the blanket. No. Shi Tang rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yin. When he pointed at her, the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they subtly shielded her from view. What do you think you are? Begone, do not hinder the second-in-command's affairs, the man urged impatiently. Seeing their resolute intent to abduct Su Yin, Shi Tang grit his teeth. I will go in her stead. She shouting. Have you lost your mind? Shi Yi exclaimed, his anger flaring. You dare agree without knowing the purpose? No, I will go, Su Yin asserted, stepping forward from behind Shi Tang. She was merely seeking to find a rabbit. Then I shall accompany you, Shi Tang insisted. Su Yin shook her head in refusal, pointing to Mu Wanwan. I want her to come with me. The mischievous and amused Mu Wanwan exclaimed in bewilderment. The man regarded Mu Wanwan, hesitating momentarily before conceding. Two it is. Then, both shall be taken as they were led away. Mu Wanwan wore a look of utter confusion. How did this turn into a duo? Chapter 36. Su Yin's retribution on the scoundrel. Have you ever been stabbed? Su Yin and Mu Wanwan were escorted to the threshold of a room. And even from a distance, they could hear the heart-wrenching cries emanating from within. The individual continued to issue stern warnings ahead. I in the presence of the second in command. It would be wise for you to comply obediently. For such compliance may spare you a modicum of suffering, at the very least rendering your demise less agonizing. Admittedly, these words carry a certain sanguinary weight. Host, you cannot fathom the horrifying scenes that lie within. Wang Kai whispered, a subtle revelation indeed. One cannot even begin to imagine, nor do I wish to. Su Yin cast a fleeting glance at the pallid face of Mu Wanwan, clearly indicating that her system was also divulging grim tidings. The two were bound at the wrists and thrust into the chamber. The scene that unfolded within was, as Wang Kai had described, both gruesome and terrifying. The room was splattered with blood, and the walls adorned with an array of torture implements, while the grand bed was saturated with crimson. Upon it knelt a man, wielding a knife, frantically hacking at the lifeless form of a girl. She had long since ceased to make a sound. Her eyes wide open in a tormenting expression of agony, her naked body contorted upon the bed. Blood flowed incessantly from her, pooling on the sheets and dripping to the floor. Mu Wanwan could not contain herself and let out a shriek, prompting the man on the bed to turn his gaze towards her. A sinister, eerie grin spread across his bloodied visage, and in the next moment, he plunged the knife into the girl's abdomen. Extracting her heart before their very eyes, he began to devour it. Mu Wanwan again succumbed to her nausea and vomited. This displeased the man, who abandoned the bitten heart and approached her instead. Do you find me repulsive? He inquired with a chilling stare fixed upon Mu Wanwan. Noag. The mere sight of his face sent her spiraling into revulsion. The man smirked coldly, leisurely assessing Su Yin and Mu Wanwan. Observing Mu Wanwan's retching, he appeared displeased, while Su Yin's unflinching calmness did not sit well with him either. Aren't you afraid of me? The man asked Su Yin. She contemplated shaking her head but was halted by Wang Sai's warning that this was a perverse individual, and one must placate him. Thus Su Yin replied, her face devoid of emotion, I am afraid your expression hardly conveys such fear. The man scoffed. I have a facial paralysis, Su Yin stated earnestly. The man laughed, a laugh that was chilling and disturbingly perverse. Today, fate has delivered me too. Tell me, from whom should I commence? Su Yin's eyes darted, unexpectedly locking with Mu Wanwan's, and in that instant she was thrust forward. I will go first, Mu Wanwan eagerly proclaimed, after another shove. Su Yin felt indignant. Why must they continually push each other? It was exceedingly rude. The man regarded Su Yin with a knowing smile, then turned his attention to the visibly relieved Mu Wanwan. Very well, we shall commence with you. The man seized Mu Wanwan by her hair, dragging her towards the blood-soaked bed. The abrupt reversal left Su Yin and Mu Wanwan exchanging startled glances once more. Indeed, a deviant, with a temperament as fickle as the wind. As Mu Wanwan shrieked and struggled, she called upon the system. System, hurry and devise a solution. Realizing that she seemed to be of no immediate concern, Su Yin wriggled free of her bindings, intent on seeking out Pei Yan. However, as she approached the door, a sudden shift occurred and inexplicably, she found herself lying upon the blood-drenched bed. Before her loomed the menacing figure of the man with the sinister grin. Glancing around, she discovered that Mu Wanwan's presence had vanished, and she had inexplicably taken her place, poised to be subjected to the perverse tormentor's wrath. At the scoundrels, they have employed a position-swapping contraption against you. Wang Sai's furious voice echoed within her mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yin discerned that this was the handiwork of Mu Wanwan's system, and thus calmly inquired of Wang Kai. No, you haven't completed any tasks, and we lack the points to purchase any items. Wang Kai bellowed once more. It had used its own secret stash to procure the life-saving pills for Su Yin. A silence enveloped Su Yin, and in the ensuing silence, the man had already grasped his weapon, a twisted smile creeping across his face. Do not worry, I shan't kill you immediately. That would be rather dull. I intend to sever your limbs and allow you to die slowly. Now that would be entertaining. Not entertaining, Su Yin suddenly interjected, fixing her gaze upon him and speaking with unhurried clarity. Have you ever been stabbed? Do you comprehend the sensation of a sharp object piercing your flesh? The cold blade twisting within your body, rupturing your organs and shattering your bones. Then severing your veins as you vividly perceive your blood gushing out. Host, what are you saying? Wang Kai, clutching its tail, expressed a hint of trepidation as Su Yin continued to fixate on the man. How can you claim it is enjoyable if you have never experienced it? The man's smile faltered, replaced by an unprecedented fury as the knife in his hand descended. Su Yin leapt into action, drawing her long sword in retaliation and delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. The man scrambled to his feet, his sinister gaze locked onto Su Yin's eyes. "Host, do not look into his eyes," Wang Kai cautioned, but it was too late. The moment Su Yin met his gaze, a sharp pain pierced her brain, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. "Did you not resist? This is my domain, that if I wish for your death, it shall come to pass," the man boasted, his laughter brimming with arrogance. "Would it not be easier to please me rather than seek your own demise?" He reached for another instrument of torment and advanced towards Su Yin, but was abruptly hurled away by an unseen force, crashing violently against the wall. Following closely was a resplendent sword, shimmering with a radiant glow, hovering before him with a faint hum. Su Yin, gritting her teeth against the pain in her head, approached step by step. "No, impossible. How can you still wield extraordinary powers?" The man gaped in disbelief, standing before him. Su Yin cast her gaze downward icily and grasped the sword's hilt. "You are sorely mistaken. I possess no extraordinary abilities." "No extraordinary abilities?" The man was stunned and bewildered, finally recognizing the peril posed by the extraordinary sword before him. Attempting once more to ensnare her with his gaze and unleash his powers, he found Su Yin already prepared. With a sweep of her sword, blood gushed from his face, and he clutched his eyes in agony, screaming, "My eyes! Oh, my eyes, sister, sister, save me!" As he crawled away in desperation, Su Yin impaled him in place with her sword. "Do you still find this amusing?" Su Yin observed the man weeping at her feet, her expression devoid of sympathy. His cries rendered him speechless, a stark contrast to his previous deranged bravado. Su Yin glanced at him, sheathed her sword, and pushed open the door to leave. Just as the man believed he had narrowly escaped, 5 ethereal swords suddenly descended upon him. In an instant, the ground was drenched in blood as he was cleaved into pieces. The malevolence he had inflicted upon others ultimately returned to him. After dispatching the man, Su Yin searched diligently for Tu, uncertain of Mu Wanwan's whereabouts. She combed through one room after another, ultimately finding not Pei Yan, but rather a young boy with rosy lips and pearly white teeth. The youth was bound to a chair, a towel stuffed in his mouth, and the moment he caught sight of Su Yin, his eyes brimmed with tears. Su Yin gazed at him silently for 2 seconds before quietly retreating and closing the door behind her. She had entered the wrong room. It was the next one. Chapter 37. Her bunny must be afraid of the dark. His ears are all red. "Host, are you not going to save him?" Wang Kai inquired curiously. "Why should I save him?" Su Yin retorted. "He is tied up. He looks so pitiful." Wang Kai's heart softened. The sound from within caused Su Yin to pause her actions. She reopened the door and saw the youth collapsed on the floor. His gaze fixed on her with urgency. After a moment of hesitation, she approached and removed the towel from his mouth. "Help me," the youth pleaded. His eyes reddened with desperation. Su Yin furrowed her brow, glancing between him and the outside before ultimately deciding to free him from his restraints. "You may go now." "Why are you following me?" Su Yin questioned, turning to the youth behind her. "I'm scared." The youth looked at her timidly. "I'm in a hurry to find someone. I can't take you with me." Su Yin frowned. "Who are you looking for?" "I know this place well. I can assist you." He seemed anxious that Su Yin might abandon him, eagerly proving his usefulness. "Why people have been taken away by them," Su Yin replied, pursing her lips. "Male or female?" The youth asked. "Male." "Then he must have been taken to the big boss." After pondering for a moment, the youth said, "I know where the big boss lives. I will take you there." Gazing into the youth's clear eyes, Su Yin contemplated for a moment before agreeing. They stealthily followed him to the residence of the big boss. As they neared their destination, the youth glanced at Su Yin several times, seemingly hesitant to speak. The big boss has a weakness for handsome men. Those she fancies never escape her grasp. "You might want to prepare yourself," the youth whispered awkwardly. Su Yin did not comprehend his meaning, and just as they reached the corner near the main house, a pair of hands suddenly covered her mouth, pulling both her and the youth into a concealed position. Recognizing a familiar scent, Su Yin's tense body relaxed. "Little darling?" A familiar voice resonated from above. Su Yin looked up to see Pei Yan's handsome face. Upon spotting Su Yin, Pei Yan appeared astonished, his gaze shifting to the bloodstains on her clothing. His pupils dilating in shock. "Injured?" "No, it's someone else's blood," Su Yin replied softly, grasping Pei Yan's inspecting hand. "How did you get out?" Pei Yan's brow furrowed, and he anxiously embraced her. "I came to find you." Su Yin nestled against Pei Yan, seeking comfort in his embrace. After pondering for a moment, she added, "I picked him up on the way." Pei Yan glanced at the timid youth before swiftly knocking him unconscious. Just as he was about to speak to Su Yin, footsteps suddenly approached from ahead. Compelling him to scoop up the young girl and retreat into the wardrobe. As they concealed themselves, the front door swung open, and two figures entered, their footsteps echoing ominously. Big boss, don't. Strange noises of both genders emerged outside, accompanied by the rustling of clothing being removed. Suyin was left bewildered, contemplating whether to wait for them to leave or to charge out and deal with them swiftly. Before she could reach a conclusion, she noticed the heavy breathing against her neck. Realizing Pei Yan's body was tense, she embraced him, attempting to soothe him, but instead, he tightened his hold around her even more. Pei Yan held the young girl tightly, resting his chin in the crook of her shoulder, his dark eyes glimmering with a desire that was hard to conceal as he listened to the sounds emanating from outside the wardrobe. He remained both restrained and patient, unable to endure the tension any longer. He buried his face in Su Yin's neck, inhaling her scent while suppressing the overwhelming urge to kiss and touch her. His ears burned with heat. Just as Pei Yan contemplated bursting out, the unfolding events outside were abruptly interrupted. A voice called out urgently, "Boss, there's trouble. The prisoners in the dungeon have escaped. Useless fools, hurry up and find them." A sharp female voice bellowed with anger. The sound of footsteps faded away. They had seemingly departed. Pei Yan's tense body gradually relaxed, and he took a few slow breaths, nuzzling against Su Yin's neck. After holding her for a few more seconds, he finally released her. Suyin, taken out of the wardrobe by Pei Yan, looked up to see the redness at the corners of his eyes and the tips of his ears. She blinked in confusion. Could it be that the little rabbit was afraid of the dark? Look at him, nearly on the verge of tears, such a fragile little rabbit, unaware of Su Yin's thoughts. Pei Yan turned and began to search the room. He suspected that the peculiarities here were connected to the boss, and perhaps he could uncover something. They mentioned that the prisoners had escaped, likely indicating that Louis and the others had found an opportunity to flee. He needed to act swiftly to resolve the issue of his powers malfunctioning. Observing Pei Yan searching, Suyin joined in. As they rummaged, she suddenly raised her head to gaze at the beams above, blinking and softly uttering, "Rabbit." At the sound of her voice, Pei Yan turned to look, and upon seeing the giant python poised with its gaping maw above the little girl, he dashed forward, scooping Suyin up and rolling them aside. The python missed its bite, coiling upon the beam and flicking its tongue at them. Why wasn't anyone notified that guests had arrived? A sultry voice floated in from the doorway. Pei Yan's expression turned icy as he beheld the woman returning to the entrance, his jaw tightening. "Oh, still a pair, I see." The woman leaned against the doorframe, her cascading waves slightly tousled, clad in a sultry dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Every gesture exuded a captivating allure. A beauty, yet as treacherous as a viper. "Are you two satisfied with the scene?" Jinhua raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips as her gaze roamed over their faces, swaying her serpentine waist. She approached, reaching out to touch Pei Yan's face, only to be deftly evaded. Pei Yan's cold stare did not faze her. In fact, she nodded with satisfaction. "Quite to my liking. I shall have." Jinhua smiled charmingly, her intentions clear as she turned her gaze to Suyin behind him. A dismissive smirk forming. "Is this your little lover? I do not appreciate my men having other women. You may as well kill her." Pei Yan chuckled in anger, his eyes directed at Jinhua radiating a piercing chill. "You wish to make a move on her without even asking for my consent?" Jinhua dismissed his defiance with a scoff. "Then I shall have you witness her demise, Xiao Jin. She belongs to you now." She commanded. The golden python on the beam, having received the order, lazily slithered down, inching towards Suyin, its tongue flicking eagerly. Naturally, Pei Yan would not allow it to harm her, and thus, a fierce struggle ensued between man and serpent. The more Pei Yan showcased his strength, the more intrigued Jinhua became, viewing Suyin as an increasing nuisance. Chapter 38. The demise of the bandits. The little grass poisoned, joyfully acquires a pair of gloves and sunglasses. Indeed, the appearance is quite striking. No wonder he is so reluctant to part with you. Alas, I, Jinhua, have yet to attain what I desire. The more he clings to you, the more resolute I become in my intent to eliminate you. Jinhua's charming smile twisted into a sinister and malevolent expression as she extended her long, darkened nails towards Suyin. Suddenly, a dagger soared through the air, catching Jinhua off guard and slicing her palm, which ignited her fury upon witnessing the blood. Pei Yan grasped the serpent's vital point with a fierce glare directed at Jinhua, warning her to stay away from Suyin. "Oh, I not only intend to touch her, but I also desire to see her entrails spilled," Jinhua retorted with a wicked laugh, her gaze filled with malice as she reached out with her dark claws toward Suyin's face. Suyin was poised to draw her sword and sever the hand, yet Pei Yan swiftly positioned himself in front of her, delivering a powerful kick that sent Jinhua flying. Though Jinhua lacked martial prowess, she wielded the art of sorcery. With a mere blow of her flute, swarms of serpents, insects, and vermin emerged from every corner of the room. Pei Yan's countenance darkened as he immediately lifted Su Yin onto the table. Encircling her with a barrier of flames, he then charged through the swarm, aiming to destroy Jinhua's flute. Standing atop the table, Su Yin, witnessing Pei Yan besieged by the creatures, instinctively reached for her sword. Only to turn and behold the offerings on the altar. Under Pei Yan's relentless assault, Jinhua's flute shattered into 2 pieces, causing the serpents and vermin to lose their control and scatter chaotically. Unfazed, Jinhua sneered, "Do you truly believe this will lead to your victory? To me you are but prey without any abilities. Is that so?" Su Yin replied with a smile. Upon noticing the object in Su Yin's grasp, Jinhua's expression shifted to one of panic. "Put that down." Su Yin clutched a serpent-shaped statue, having taken it from the altar, and sensing Jinhua's urgency, she knew she was onto something. With a determined grip, she slammed it to the ground. The statue shattered, and with it, it seemed as though other barriers crumbled as well. At that moment, Pei Yan felt the power that had constrained their abilities dissipate. Observing Jinhua's pale countenance, Pei Yan realized the truth of the situation. With his powers restored, Pei Yan's palm crackled with electricity. "Now how do you wish to meet your demise?" Pei Yan was a man who harbored grudges, particularly concerning matters involving young women. Jinhua stared blankly at the debris on the ground, just as an urgent voice pierced through the chaos. "Chief, it's bad. The barrier outside has collapsed, and the zombies are invading. The second in command is dead." In an instant, Jinhua's demeanor darkened, her eyes turning a blood-red hue as she glared at Su Yin. "I shall ensure your suffering is eternal." Unbeknownst to her, having ingested some unknown substance, the lethargic golden python behind her suddenly regained vitality, its wounds healing instantaneously. Its body swelled to several times its size, bursting through the confines of the building. As the structure collapsed, Pei Yan swiftly carried Su Yin outside, his cold gaze fixed upon the towering serpent before them. "Little Jin, tear them to shreds," Jinhua commanded. Bolts of lightning, the size of a fist, struck the giant python, causing it to writhe and roar in agony. Relentlessly assaulting Pei Yans, Lui and Lu Qi rushed to the scene. They were intercepted by other empowered individuals, and the face of the colossal serpent, Pei Yan, appeared diminutive yet undaunted, wielding the sword of thunder as he struck again and again upon the serpent's form. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Su Yin secretly conjured several spirit swords, driving them into the serpent's flesh. The python let out a thunderous roar, and Pei Yan seized the moment to unleash a bolt of lightning, directly striking its head. The colossal python has perished, and Jinhua, blood gushing from her mouth, has been struck by a backlash. She collapses to the ground, everything she possessed obliterated in that fleeting moment, yet she remains unrepentant, laughing even as she bleeds. "Do you think my belongings are so easily obtainable?" she declares. "If I die, you shall not live either." Jinhua fixes her gaze upon Su Yin, a sinister smile gracing her lips, before succumbing to death. Confusion lingers as Su Yin raises her hands to inspect them, discovering her palms inexplicably darkened. "Oh dear, it seems I have been poisoned." My head feels awfully dizzy. Su Yin has been poisoned, yet the antidote appears to have been insufficiently administered. Upon awakening, the first visage she encounters is that of Pei Yan, his handsome face etched with concern. "Baby?" Pei Yan gazes cautiously at Su Yin as she blinks in bewilderment, turning her head towards him. "Rabbit, it is a relief to see you awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Pei Yan tenderly strokes Su Yin's head, his eyes brimming with worry and lingering fear. Su Yin surveys her surroundings, noticing a circle of onlookers, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Particularly, Shi Tong and eunuch Fan seem hesitant to speak, while Shi struggles to suppress a laugh. Little Grass is utterly baffled. Sitting up, she reaches out for Pei Yan, only to catch a fleeting shadow before focusing her gaze once more. With a tilted head and blinking eyes, she examines her delicate hands repeatedly. They are still her hands, albeit with an odd hue. "Rabbit, when did I start wearing little gloves?" The small black leather gloves pique her curiosity, as they bring forth no sensation at all. In response to the young girl's inquiry, Pei Yan awkwardly parts his lips, his tone cautious as he gently coaxes, "Baby, I need to tell you something, but please try to remain calm." "Huh?" Half an hour passes, and Su Yin remains fixated on her reflection in the mirror. The face staring back is unchanged, save for the addition of dark circles the size of fists. Little Grass gazes at her panda-like eyes. Nearly moved to tears, Xios has informed her that she was afflicted with the poison of the Gu King, and only consuming the Gu King can serve as an antidote. His medicine merely suppresses the toxicity. He posited that aside from Jinhua, only one person might possess the Gu King, currently located at the northern base. Indeed, Xios is the young man Su Yin previously rescued. though how he emerged from the ruins remains a mystery. He further divulged that he was seized by Jinhua, who sought to impose her will upon him. When he refused, she confined him, and the matter of the Gu King was something he overheard by chance. Pei Yan is aware that Xiao's words cannot be taken at face value, yet he finds himself devoid of alternatives. After hearing Xiao's explanation, Su Yin whirls around, glaring fiercely at him while clutching the mirror. Rather than feeling fear, Xiao finds himself suppressing laughter at her fierce countenance. The poison will wander on its own. I cannot dictate where it settles. Xiao averts his gaze, stifling his laughter as he explains. If Xiao finds it difficult to maintain composure, the others fare no better. Su Yin scans the room, observing how everyone deliberately avoids making eye contact with her face to stifle their laughter. Yet she still hears an exuberant guffaw. Puha. Shi Yi can no longer contain his mirth. Erupting into laughter, Shitong approaches, delivering a reprimanding slap to his head, sternly instructing him not to mock little grass. If her own lips had not been tightly pressed in an effort to suppress a smile, her admonition might have carried more weight. Seated in the carriage, Su Yin crosses her arms, her face, a blend of white and black, saturated with resentment, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Who has angered our darling baby? Pei Yan approached and gently stroked the sulking little face, soothing her in a tender voice. Su Yin, the little darling, let out a soft huff and crawled to the other side, curling up to sulk in silence. Chapter 39. The little grass cried in grievance, while the bunny offered continuous comfort. Upon witnessing this, Pei Yan dared not tease any further and gently inquired, "What is the matter, baby? Am I appearing particularly easy to bully at the moment?" Su Yin lifted her head, her gaze filled with sorrow. Pei Yan nodded honestly, wishing to express that she had always seemed quite easy to tease. The little grass's eyes brimmed with tears, wondering if the unthreatening and unattractive grass by the nest would lead the bunny to abandon her. Suddenly, the little girl burst into tears, causing Pei Yan to panic and quickly scoop her up, patting and comforting her. "Don't cry, my dear. Did they bully you? I'll take care of them. Bunny, I'm really capable. Please don't abandon me." Su Yin sobbed in his embrace, struggling to catch her breath. "How could that be? I would never forsake you for anything." Pei Yan gently reassured her, his heart aching. Then you must swear not to want any other grass by the nest," Su Yin cried, her voice trembling. "I swear." Upon hearing Pei Yan's vow, Su Yin gradually ceased her tears, her eyes red and her dark circles pronounced. "You've cried into a little rabbit." Pei Yan chuckled softly, wiping her tears with a mixture of tenderness and amusement. "Bunny, although I may look a bit unappealing now, I will recover swiftly." Su Yin clutched Pei Yan's clothing, looking pitiful. "My dear, you are not ugly at all." Pei Yan chuckled, leaning down to kiss the little girl's dark circles, his tone impossibly gentle. "No matter how you appear, I adore you, but I'm dark." The little grass lamented. "It's all right. I cherish both fair and dark-skinned babies." Pei Yan kissed the aggrieved little one to prevent his darling from feeling inferior. Pei Yan inexplicably produced a large pair of sunglasses for Su Yin to wear, along with a pair of gloves. Due to the poison, Su Yin's health had deteriorated significantly, leaving her listless and reliant on Pei Yan's affectionate embraces to sustain her. Pei Yan wished to keep a vigilant watch over her at all times. Fearing that a mere gust of wind could sweep her away, he would not allow her to walk, carrying her wherever they went, treating her like a precious porcelain doll. Daily, he prepared various nutritional supplements with creative flair, making her crave and weep for them. Wearing her sunglasses and holding a small water bottle, Su Yin coolly showcased her milk, counting down the days with eagerness to reach the northern base and eliminate the poison. Meanwhile, Mu Wanwan was equally anxious. She had initially intended to garner some affection and then rescue Pei Yan, making a swift escape. Little did she know, Su Yin had miraculously survived and reunited with Pei Yan. Fearing Su Yin might spill the truth, she turned only to discover that Su Yin had been poisoned. Even before she could rejoice, Su Yin had awakened. Ever since Su Yin regained consciousness, Mu Wanwan had been restless, her nerves frayed, worried that Su Yin would disclose the reality to Pei Yan. She too wished to discreetly deal with Su Yin, but Pei Yan guarded her too closely. Su Yin was either with Pei Yan or surrounded by others, leaving her no opportunity to act. After yet another failed attempt to approach Su Yin, Mu Wanwan found herself in a corner, exasperated. "System, what should I do now? Can't you just help her become mute or eliminate her directly?" After the host's rebirth, all accumulated points have been expended, leaving the current balance at 0, thus rendering the purchase of any items impossible. The system's cold and detached announcement echoed in the air. Additionally, I must remind the host once more that there are merely 3 days remaining in the 3-month deadline of your betting agreement. Should you fail to win over the male lead once again, the system will proceed with your annihilation. Listening to the system's proclamation, Mu Wanwan felt an unbearable irritation, her eyes dark and fearsome. She had not anticipated that even in Su Yin's absence, she would fail to conquer the male lead after dedicating 3 months to the task. Drawing from past lessons, she assumed that Pei Yan's affection for Su Yin stemmed from his attraction to innocent and naive young girls. Therefore, when selecting a new host, she had the system fabricate an identity for Mu Wanwan as Pei Yan's childhood sweetheart, investing a substantial amount of points to acquire a unique purification ability. She had believed that such an arrangement would effortlessly secure Pei Yan's heart. However, he seemed oblivious to her presence instead. He relegated her to the medical area to tend to those fools, leaving her without a glimpse of him for 10 days to half a month, let alone the opportunity to approach or win him over. That lightning bolt had indeed failed to strike her dead. Truly hard to kill. The mere thought of Su Yin sent waves of hatred and malice coursing through Mu Wanwan's visage as she touched her heart. She could still vividly recall the agony of being pierced by an arrow. Shedding her innocent facade, Lin Jian revealed her greedy and malicious true nature. Yes, Mu Wanwan was none other than Lin Jian, who had been slain by Su Yin. After her unexpected death, she could not resign herself to her fate. Thus, she signed a betting agreement with the system, which offered her a new identity for rebirth. In exchange for successfully conquering Pei Yan within 3 months. At that time, she also traded points for items, instructing the system to eliminate Su Yin. This way she could not only exact her revenge but also eliminate any lingering concerns. Little did she expect that Su Yin would prove to be so resilient, surviving even the most lethal of strikes upon entering the Northern Territory. The weather grew increasingly sweltering. It was a mystery how Pei Yan managed to remain cool and collected while others perspired profusely. He emanated a refreshing chill. This made the heat-sensitive Mu Wanwan yearn to be in close proximity to him at all times. Pei Yan cradled a plump bundle nestled against him, smiling gently. His cool palm caressed the soft, doughy face, and when he noticed her brows relaxing and her tender cheek nuzzling against his hand, he couldn't help but feel a rush of affection. Is it truly this simple? Pei Yan chuckled softly as he gazed at her. Su Yin shifted in his embrace, continuing to snuggle close, her voice soft and airy as she responded, "Yes, the cool little bunny, I like it." Enveloped in that refreshing aura, Su Yin soon drifted into slumber, her arms wrapped around Pei Yan. Others, yearning for a taste of Pei Yan's coolness, were predictably rebuffed. Observing Su Yin soundly asleep in the embrace of the air conditioning, envy and jealousy filled the hearts of those around. Ever since Su Yin had fallen ill, she and Pei Yan had become inseparable. With the deadline fast approaching, Lin Jian felt compelled to resort to desperate measures. On a tranquil night, Pei Yan's team was suddenly besieged by high-level zombies. The group swiftly assumed a state of readiness, quietly shielding the vehicle occupied by Su Yan as the horde of zombies drew ever closer. Threatening to breach the carriage, Pei Yan, unwilling to disturb the slumbering young girl, gently placed her on the vehicle before stepping outside to join the fray. It was precisely this moment that Lin Jian seized as an opportunity. "General, the little grass has gone missing." Chapter 40. The little grass falls from grace. You have a system too. At this moment, Xiao Caozi sat on the grass with a bewildered expression, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Why is it so dark? Su Yin reached up to her face and realized, oh, she was still wearing sunglasses. She removed the shades, and the world brightened significantly, raising her gaze to the full moon hanging in the night sky. She then glanced down at the menacing Lin Jian before her. It seemed that Cao Cao had once again found herself in perilous circumstances. Awake? How fortuitous! Lin Jian let out a chilling laugh. Slowly advancing with a knife in hand, "To kill you with a single stroke would be too merciful. I must stab you several times to truly quench my hatred." Su Yin cast a languid glance at the grinning Lin Jian. Rising deliberately from the ground and brushing off the grass clippings from her dress with her pitch-black eyes, she surveyed her surroundings. This action inadvertently led Lin Jian to misinterpret her intentions, her smile turning cold and triumphant. "Are you waiting for them to rescue you? I advise you to abandon that hope. They are currently preoccupied with their own affairs. I have severed the connection between this place and the outside world. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will hear you. Today you are destined to die." Lin Jian was exceedingly confident in her choice of location for this heinous act. Su Yin soon understood the source of her confidence. "Host, she has employed a concealment device. Those passing outside cannot see or hear you." How vexing, thought Su Yin, as the opposing party utilized their props so freely while they themselves could not produce even a single one. Understanding dawned upon her, and her eyes reflected a sense of satisfaction as she regarded Lin Jian. "Very well, I comprehend the situation." She had been troubled about how to silently eliminate her adversary, but it appeared that the other party had prepared everything so meticulously. It was indeed splendid. "What are you smiling about?" Lin Jian, noticing Su Yin's smile, felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety that in truth, she harbored a modicum of fear towards Su Yin, for the latter wielded her sword with an unsettling proficiency, far removed from the awkwardness of a novice. What are you so pleased about? Killing you now would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Do you think I will allow you to butcher me as you did before? Su Yin, in my eyes, you are merely a collection of NPCs devoid of self-awareness. Yet, it is precisely this version of you that dares to. It is precisely this version of me that will slay you. As Su Yin's words resonated in the air, Lin Jian's pupils involuntarily constricted, her frenzied hatred momentarily eclipsed by terror. You that I can kill you once. I can certainly do so a second time. The calmness of Su Yin's gaze mirrored the panic-stricken Lin Jian. Xiao Chao tilted her head and smiled. It's been a while. Lin Jian. What? She is Lin Jian, the previous strategist. Wang Kai gasped in astonishment. How could Wang Kai have failed to recognize this? Wang Kai felt utterly lost. Confronted with the revelation of her true identity, Lin Jian was taken aback, retreating 2 steps as a chilling dread surged within her. Observing Lin Jian's stunned expression, Su Yin sighed, adopting an air of maturity as she spoke. Draw your sword. Out of thin air, Su Yin produced a resplendent sword, its surface gleaming with radiance. You are an ability user. What is your power? You still wish to deceive me? Lin Jian pointed at the sword in Su Yin's hand, her voice piercingly sharp, teetering on the brink of hysteria. Since you have recognized me, I shall ensure that you do not leave here alive, regardless of who you are or what your abilities entail. Today, you must die. Lin Jian suddenly erupted into manic laughter, her excitement palpable to Su Yin. Today I shall rend you 1,000 times to avenge the grudge of a previous strike. Lin Jian lunged at Su Yin with a knife, only to have Su Yin deftly evade her attack. Lin Jian was taken aback. How can you still move? She had clearly commanded the system to immobilize her. System encountering unknown attack alert, please host beep beep beep. Before the system's announcement could finish, it abruptly fell silent as if it had collapsed. System, your system is likely too preoccupied to attend to you now, came Su Yin's soft voice. Lin Jian, feeling as though she had plunged into an ice pit, stared at Su Yin in bewilderment. How do you know about the system? Su Yin merely smiled slightly and remained silent. In that instant, Lin Jian comprehended everything, her shock transforming into anger. So it was. You also possess a system, and no wonder the host of 0817 failed. And no wonder she, who should have perished long ago, still drew breath. Lin Jian felt as though she had been toyed with, her rage surging uncontrollably. And no one had ever dared to mock her like this. Today, even if it cost her life, she would drag you down with her. With frenzied determination, Lin Jian launched herself at Su Yin. Su Yin, calm and composed, swung her sword in defense, but to her dismay the sword remained firmly lodged in the ground. Despite exerting all her strength, Su Yin could not draw it out as Lin Jian closed in. She had no choice but to relinquish her weapon and roll away on the ground. After rolling twice, Su Yin rose with poise, regarding the frenzied woman lunging at her, unfazed. It's all right without a sword. I have other means. Su Yin removed her gloves and bit her fingertip, preparing to inscribe a thunder talisman. At that moment, the restrictions set by Lin Jian's system were shattered. Chapter 41. Embracing a fleeting thought. My mind is a mere heap of refuse. Upon seeing Pei Yan, Su Yin was momentarily stunned, while Lin Jian stood dumbfounded. You, how could you? Lin Jian murmured in a daze. Meanwhile, Su Yin shot a discreet glare at Lin Jian. Wasn't it promised that no one would find her? Have you so easily betrayed my trust? With a sinister expression, Pei Yan glanced at the somewhat disheveled young woman, noting the bloodstains on her hands, the oppressive aura around him rising dangerously, heralding a tempest of wrath. You dare to harm her? Pei Yan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. Lin Jian was utterly defenseless before Pei Yan, who sent her flying with a single punch, causing her to spit blood. Struggling to lift her head from the ground, she gazed up at the man, who resembled a dark emperor, looking down on her like a lowly insect. Brother Pei, this is all a misunderstanding. It was Su Yin who intended to kill me. You must believe me. I am your childhood companion, Qian Qian. Lin Jian still schemed against Su Yin, not realizing that she was met only with cold derision. Pei Yan regarded the pitiful Lin Jian on the ground with a chilling smile, but there is no such person as Mu Qian Qian by my side. Lin Jian froze, her expression one of shock as she looked up. To fabricate an identity out of thin air and alter everyone's memories. Your system must have exerted considerable effort. Pei Yan spoke with a frigid tone. The astonishment on Lin Jian's face amused Pei Yan. Surprised, are we? He scoffed softly. Did they not inform you of how the previous strategists met their demise before you arrived? under Pei Yan's piercing gaze. Lin Jiyan's lips turned pale, trembling as she asked, "You have awakened?" So the other had known from the very beginning that her identity was a fabrication. He intended to kill her yet said nothing. Pretending to be oblivious while keeping her by his side at it was, in truth, a matter of surveillance. The depths of the other party's scheming sent shivers down Lin Jiyan's spine. "To speak of it. One must extend gratitude to you strategists." Pei Yan uttered his thanks, yet his expression bore no trace of gratitude. Lin Jiyan was taken aback, and Su Yin's mind was equally astonished by the revelation. The male lead had awakened, indeed. In Su Yin's mind, Wang Kai emitted a piercing scream akin to that of a groundhog, causing her ears to ring painfully. Su Yin clasped her ears and nestled into Pei Yan's embrace, who gently caressed her head, while his gaze turned once more to Lin Jiyan, retaining its icy indifference. "Then why do you seek to kill me?" "I came here to save you," Lin Jiyan growled, her voice laced with defiance. "It is you strategist that I aim to eliminate." And her moment of panic, she caught sight of Su Yin nestled in Pei Yan's arms and pointed at her, exclaiming loudly, "If you intend to kill strategists, then why not her?" Pei Yan's movement faltered slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Jiyan further betrayed Su Yin, declaring, "She is also a strategist. She possesses a system as well." Pei Yan furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze to the petite, delicate girl in his arms. "What?" Xiao Chao tilted her head, her confused and soft voice utterly endearing. Su Yin's act of feigning ignorance left Lin Jiyan seething, and she ground her teeth, determined to expose her. "Dare you claim you do not possess a system? Do not admit it, host, for heaven's sake, do not acknowledge it." Wang Kai shouted in her mind. Admitting it would mean the male lead would eliminate her. Su Yin gazed at her with a steady blink, her long eyelashes extraordinarily beautiful, her eyes sparkling like stars whenever she looked up. She pursed her lips, her snow-white face slightly puffed. "Oh, I possess nothing but a lump of excrement in my mind, Wang Kai. Though I told you not to admit it, does this statement truly concern my fate?" The sincerity of Su Yin bewildered both individuals. Lin Jiyan was so enraged that her throat constricted, her body trembling. "You lie. You clearly brandished a sword against me," Lin Jiyan accused, pointing at the supposed weapon. The three turned in unison, but the ground was barren of any sword she mentioned. Countless expletives surged through Lin Jiyan's mind. Su Yin wore an expression of innocence. Pei Yan, meanwhile, tenderly stroked the little head in his arms, believing the girl was merely having another episode. What sane person would declare they had excrement in their mind? Having soothed the little girl, Pei Yan turned his gaze to Lin Jiyan, his eyes glinting with cold fury. How dare she slander others when her demise was imminent? With a flick of his wrist, lightning struck Lin Jiyan, accompanied by the crackling of her screams. After the jolt, Lin Jiyan's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably as she glared at Pei Yan, her eyes filled with resentment. "I speak the truth. Su Yin is also a strategist. She is a lunatic, and she has attempted to kill me. I am the original Lin Jiyan. It was Su Yin who uncovered my identity, abducted me, and murdered me. That I barely escaped and altered my identity, and now she seeks to kill me again. One must admit, Lin Jiyan possessed a knack for distorting truths. Alas, she had crossed paths with someone ensnared by love. Her desire to kill you is indeed warranted." Pei Yan forcibly extracted the system from Lin Jiyan. Observing the system being stripped away by Pei Yan, Lin Jiyan panicked. She had never anticipated that Pei Yan could sever the system. Within this miniature world, the system served as the host's ultimate safeguard. As long as the system remained, they could choose to exit this realm at any moment. However, the system has now been extracted, held tightly in the grasp of others like a ticking time bomb. "No, return it to me, quickly return it to me." Lin Jiyan desperately crawled towards Pei Yan, begging in a disheveled manner. Pei Yan found her too noisy and struck her down with a bolt of lightning, rendering her unconscious. In Su Yin's mind, Wang Kai curled up, clutching its tail and trembling, minimizing its presence in fear of being discovered. Yet, it was overly concerned, for even if Pei Yan suspected Su Yin's mental faculties were lacking, he never doubted she possessed the system. Su Yin, his little treasure, was cradled in Pei Yan's sturdy arms, resting her head on his shoulder, curiously observing what lay behind him. There floated a thick vine, ensnaring Lin Jiyan and dangling her upside down, swaying back and forth. Witnessing the little girl's curious demeanor, Pei Yan smiled indulgently, holding her with one arm and gently stroking her head. "Are you still sleepy, my dear?" Su Yin shook her head, wrapping her arms around his neck, and curiously inquired, "Bunny, how did you find me?" Pei Yan pinched Su Yin's small hand adorned with a bracelet, his smile tender and affectionate. "No matter where my little darling is, I will always be able to find you. So, if you ever get lost, do not fear. I will find you swiftly." Chapter 42. Handsome little grass, even a poor mind has its merits. Su-in was delighted by his comforting words, her little legs swinging back and forth as she rubbed her head vigorously against Pei Yan's. Bunny, you are so amazing. Pei Yan chuckled, his eyes shimmering with light. The warm, moist sensation on his fingertips was distinctly clear. He grasped her delicate wrist, raising his gaze to hers as if to soothe her. Pei Yan licked his wound and, with an expression unchanged, carefully cleaned the small injury before applying medicine with caution and finally wrapping it in a bandage. To an outsider it might seem trivial, yet Xiao stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Is it possible that there is poison on her hand? Pei Yan. Others. After a flurry of chaotic examinations, Xiao gazed at the unharmed Pei Yan, murmuring in deep confusion. Noticing this, Pei Yan inquired, what did you say? I said it should be fine since the exposure time was short and there's no sign of infection. You are quite healthy now. Xiao replied with a smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Pei Yan stared at Xiao intently for several seconds before turning back to comfort the little darling on the verge of tears. See, I told you I am fine. Don't cry, my sweet. Su-in shed a few tears, worried that she might inadvertently poison Bunny one day, and the days that followed, she resolutely rejected Pei Yan's kisses, allowing only brief embraces that could not last too long. No matter how Pei Yan coaxed or assured her of his well-being, Su-in remained unconvinced. After all, she was now a poisonous plant, needing to keep her distance from Bunny. Consequently, Pei Yan wore a dark expression for several days, exuding an air of unfulfilled desire. Master, how should we handle this? Louis pointed at the unconscious Mu Wanwan in the corner, his face stern as he addressed Pei Yan. Mu Wanwan's betrayal of her teammates and her attempt to harm them had successfully incited everyone's anger, especially since her intended victim was Su-in. She still holds value. Tie her up and take her away, Pei Yan replied coldly, casting a glance at her before pausing and adding, as long as she doesn't die, that will suffice. Thus Lin Jian, after much effort, finally awoke, only to be knocked unconscious by a punch. As soon as she opened her eyes upon regaining consciousness, she found herself ensnared by thorny vines, succumbing once more to the effects of poison. Living in such dire straits each day drove her nearly to the brink of madness. Upon waking, she incessantly called out to the system, for madness seemed to reign all around her. She yearned to escape this world. While Lin Jian felt a sense of relief, she could not suppress her anxiety and her desperation to avoid annihilation. She had acquired items from the system at double the price, intending to eliminate Su-in and take her place. If she succeeded, Pei Yan would love her, and she would escape death, even completing her tasks with ease. Such a flawless plan was utterly ruined by Su-in. The arrogant strategist had never truly grasped her own incompetence. With the system at their disposal, they acted as if they could manipulate all life, believing themselves superior. Little did they realize that, without the system, they were nothing. Lin Jian once attempted to convince Pei Yan that Su-in also possessed a system, clamoring for several days before Pei Yan silenced her with a shock to her tongue. Not only could she not speak, but she also struggled to eat. After Lin Jian lost her voice, Wang Kai was the most delighted. Heaven knows, during those 2 days, every time Lin Jian fervently asserted that Su-in had a system, Wang Kai was filled with dread. It had encountered protagonists with awakened consciousness before, but this was its first time meeting one who could extricate themselves from the system with bare hands. It reluctantly admitted that it was a coward. To ensure its survival, it resolved to bide its time. Host, after much contemplation, I believe we should flee. Wang Kai sat uneasily on the ground, fidgeting with its hands. Why should we run? Su-in retorted. The male lead has awakened. He seeks to eliminate the strategist and the system. If he discovers that you also possess a system, he will undoubtedly kill both you and me. But I am not a strategist, nor do I have a system. I am your system. Aren't you just a pile of waste? The earnestness of the little grass defeated Wang Kai's anxiety. After a long while, Wang Kai's weary voice gradually emerged. Host, I have suddenly realized that having a muddled brain does have its advantages. Su-in, the darling. After a discussion between the two, they decided against fleeing. To do so would be to tacitly acknowledge Lin Jian's words as truth. They would conserve their health points before contemplating their next move. Should Pei Yan suspect her during this period, she would adamantly deny it, merely claiming her mind was muddled. Wang Kai remained jittery throughout the day, yet Su-in found it unremarkable, for she truly had no system. The group continued their journey northward by car. While passing through City B, they encountered a group of survivors, likely out searching for food, who were fleeing from zombies. Lin Jianhua, burdened with a backpack, sprinted desperately forward, experiencing the chilling fear of death as she was pushed into a horde of zombies by those around her. She fought with all her might, struggling against the undead. Lying on the ground, She braced herself against a zombie whose gaping mouth sought to bite her, her heart filled with despair. She was doomed. What would happen to An? Just as Lin Jianhua was on the verge of exhaustion, a bullet whistled through the air, piercing the head of the zombie above her. She was splattered with brain matter with a forceful shove. She pushed the zombie off her and rose to gaze in the direction from which the bullet had come. A petite and slender young girl stood atop a vehicle, her porcelain-white, exquisite face partially obscured by a large pair of sunglasses. Her delicate, fair chin was slightly raised, while the barrel of the gun slung over her shoulder still emitted wisps of smoke. The hand gripping the weapon was adorned with a pair of black leather gloves. Her long jet-black hair cascaded carelessly down her back, and as the wind swept by, she appeared both pristine and audacious. Lin Jianhua found herself momentarily entranced with the involvement of Su Yin and the others. The zombies were swiftly eradicated. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, sat on the ground, panting heavily, unable to suppress their lingering fears. Louis declined their request, stating that their intervention was merely a reaction to being obstructed. Upon hearing Lu Yi's refusal, the individual grew anxious, asserting that nightfall was approaching and that the area was teeming with zombies, making it unsafe after dark. Their safe zone was located in the suburbs near the river, where they would be considerably more secure. His words elicited a flicker of intrigue in Pei Yan's eyes, a subtle glimmer of darkness passing through. Chapter 43. The Cunning Rabbit. Do you wish for my embrace? The man, now elated, promptly led them. Pei Yan approached the vehicle, extending his hand toward the girl on the roof. His voice soft and coaxing. Little darling, it's time to come down. Su Yin handed him her gun, swinging her legs at the edge of the car, arms outstretched for a hug. Pei Yan chuckled helplessly, placing a foot on the car door, grasping the roof's frame to draw closer to Su Yin. With one strong arm encircling her slender, delicate waist, he gently lifted her down. The tall and handsome man enveloped the soft and radiant girl entirely in his embrace, smiling down at her, his eyes and voice brimming with affection and indulgence. You just took down a zombie. Our little darling is so impressive. Can you be even more formidable next time? Perhaps aim for two? All right. The young girl was utterly obedient, and Pei Yan affectionately ruffled her fluffy little head, his fondness nearly overflowing. After the previous series of unforeseen events, Pei Yan realized that no matter how well he protected the girl, there would always be the potential for accidents. Su Yin lacked any special abilities. He needed to equip her with the skills to survive independently in this apocalyptic world. During their last reunion, he noticed that she seemed capable of using a gun, prompting him to bring forth various models to teach her. Each day he would take her out to hunt zombies. Initially, he harbored some concerns about her adaptability, but it became evident that his little girl was remarkably brave and intelligent, mastering the skills with ease, albeit with a hint of impulsiveness. In the midst of slaying zombies, she would sometimes charge recklessly into the fray, making it challenging for him to rein her in. Following the survivor's vehicle, they arrived at what the others referred to as their safe zone, which turned out to be a house enclosed by iron fencing. Resembling a former holiday resort, the inhabitants were cautious and vigilant. Upon sighting the survivor's vehicle and confirming the identities of its passengers, they opened the iron gates to the garage. Once Pei Yan and his companions entered, they were quickly surrounded by armed individuals remaining seated in the vehicle. They regarded those outside with a cool detachment, exuding an air of elegance and composure. The individual who had extended the invitation hurried over to explain the situation, whispering something into the ear of one of the guards, resulting in a dramatic shift in demeanor. They were welcomed with smiles. Yi let out a derisive laugh, casting a half-smirk at them, his vibrant green hair exuding a rebellious flair. The expressions of the others remained cold, but Pei Yan maintained his usual demeanor, guiding Su Yin forward with a calm and unruffled grace. Fan Gonggong grasped the bound hands of Lin Jian as he walked behind. Followed closely by the quietly contemplative Xios, they traversed the dimly lit corridor, making their way into the hotel's interior. Along the way, Su Yin turned to glance at the person beside her. Upon noticing Su Yin's gaze, Lin Jianhua instinctively lowered her head, tightening her grip on the strap of her backpack. Wang Kai, do I appear frightening? Su Yin asked in confusion. Host, please refrain from speaking to me. What if the male lead discovers us? Replied Wang Kai, the little grassfish roe. Ever since learning that Pei Yan could obliterate the system, Wang Kai had been perpetually on edge, forbidding Su Yin from conversing with it. Don't ask why. The answer is simply fear of being detected. Su Yin pursed her lips, when suddenly she felt a tightness at her waist. Her feet lifting off the ground instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the other's neck, tilting her head slightly upwards. Watch your step. Pei Yan gently placed Su Yin on the steps, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Su Yin lowered her gaze, confronted by a veil of darkness. The area was already dim, and with her sunglasses on it seemed even darker throughout the journey. She navigated in shadows, relying solely on her instincts, hence failing to notice the steps ahead. "Do you wish for me to carry you?" Pei Yan leaned closer to Su Yin's ear. His voice a soft temptation meant solely for their ears. As Su Yin glanced ahead, observing that the others appeared to have distanced themselves, and thus she reached out for an embrace. "What will you reward me with for being so obedient?" Pei Yan did not move but continued to coax the little rabbit. Su Yin was taken aback that a reward was expected. Puffing her cheeks in contemplation, she pondered, "What do you desire as a reward?" The steady rhythm of breath beside her faltered, suddenly quickening as a sultry, husky voice gradually emerged. "I desire a kiss." The air fell into silence, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Su Yin rejected the proposition. Why not? In the darkness, Pei Yan's gaze pierced through to the person before him, his eyes deep and enigmatic. "It's poisonous." Su Yin pressed her lips together. She was currently toxic, a perilous entity. "Not poisonous, trust me, allow me to demonstrate." With that, Pei Yan leaned in, capturing her soft lips, indulging in gentle caresses. Again and again he kissed, growing increasingly entranced, holding her delicate waist tightly in his embrace. His large hand cradled the back of her head, gently stroking her nape with his fingertips, his desire causing the corners of his eyes to flush slightly. By the time Pei Yan emerged with Su Yin, 5 minutes had elapsed. They were met with the puzzled, scrutinizing gazes of the others. When their eyes fell upon Su Yin's slightly swollen, alluring lips, their expressions instantly turned suggestive. Pei Yan disapproved of their gazes upon Su Yin. Thus he pulled her into his embrace, concealing her face. Once Pei Yan and the others exited, the door leading to the garage was firmly shut, plunging the entire hotel into a state of complete lockdown. Someone quietly slipped away, seemingly in search of someone. Lu Qi, the charmingly deceptive tiger, engaged them in casual conversation, skillfully probing for information regarding their situation while subtly observing the surroundings. Amidst laughter, he quietly assessed the environment. The hotel, neither too large nor too small, spanned 4 stories, enveloping a circular atrium. Standing in the center of the atrium, one could gaze upward to behold the hotel in its entirety. The first floor housed the lobby, where dozens of survivors huddled in corners, disheveled and unkempt, most of whom appeared elderly, infirm or disabled, their faces marked by an air of illness. The second floor consisted of guest rooms, with a few doors ajar, allowing glimpses of individuals, both male and female, standing in the corridor, their complexions appearing noticeably healthier. The third floor was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. As for the fourth floor, Lu Qi cast a glance and noticed only the armed individuals pacing back and forth. Shortly thereafter, a group descended from the 4th floor, with a burly man at the forefront, his muscular arm adorned with a large floral tattoo, cheerfully stepping forward to extend a warm welcome to Pei Yan and the others. "Welcome, welcome. Guests are always cherished here. You have saved our people, making you our benefactors. Do not mention just one night. You may stay as long as you wish." With a grand gesture, Hu Gu waved his hand with magnanimity. "You are too kind. One night will suffice," Lu Qi replied with a smile. "Not at all. In these times, it is essential that we assist one another. My brother, who is the epitome of loyalty." Hu Gu laughed heartily and turned to instruct, "Bring our guests to the finest rooms on the 3rd floor." Upon hearing that Hu Gu intended to arrange accommodations on the 3rd floor, all present exchanged curious glances, a mixture of fear, relief, and pity evident in their expressions. Lin Jianyue shuddered and instinctively glanced at Su Yin. Chapter 44. "Aren't you sleeping with me tonight?" Sensing the unusual gazes, Lu Qi suppressed her inner turmoil and feigned ignorance, politely saying, "I hope this does not impose under the scrutiny of many eyes." Pei Yan and the others were escorted to the 3rd floor. To their surprise, each was allocated a lavish room, yet peculiarly, these rooms were not situated together but scattered throughout various corners of the 3rd floor, as if deliberately intending to separate them. The explanation given was that the other rooms were uninhabitable due to disrepair. Standing in the corridor, they exchanged knowing glances. Shi Tang resolutely seized Lin Jian, disregarding her protests, asserting, "She will share a room with me." Faced with Shi Tang's unwavering stance, the guiding lackey could only acquiesce with a smile. Distributing 8 room cards to them after handing out the cards, he lingered, understanding the unspoken agreement. The group each swiped their cards and entered their respective rooms. Only after witnessing them all enter did the lackey finally turn to leave. Once the door shut, Su Yin heard the electronic lock engage, and she casually inserted her card into the power switch, illuminating the room. To her astonishment, there was electricity. She made her way to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and watched as clear water flowed forth. Her surprise growing. It had been some time since the power and water had been shut off. Where had these resources come from? After emerging from the bathroom, Suyin leisurely explored the room, which was a simple one-bedroom suite with a balcony overlooking the river behind the hotel. Standing on the balcony, she gazed quietly at the flowing river, the gentle breeze lifting her hair, and the surface of the water glimmering in the tranquility. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Little darling, it's me." Upon hearing Pei Yan's voice, Suyin hurriedly dashed to the door. As she opened it just a crack, Pei Yan slipped inside. After closing the door securely, he began to inspect the room thoroughly. Pei Yan rummaged around, while Suyin obediently followed, re-examining the items he had turned over. Remarkably, he uncovered several listening devices and hidden cameras, swiftly dismantling them and tossing them onto the table. Curious about the assortment of items Pei Yan had found, Suyin picked one up to examine. "Rabbit, aren't you sleeping with me tonight?" she inquired, tilting her head, her eyes bright and clear. "Of course I will," Pei Yan replied, pulling her close and gently wrapping his arms around her waist, his expression tender as he looked into her eyes. "If I am not around, my darling can still sleep well, can't she?" Little Grass furrowed her brow, earnestly admonishing the black rabbit before her. "Where do you think you're going at this hour?" "I meant if." "There are no ifs." Observing the little girl's puffed-up expression as she glared at him, Pei Yan let out a delighted chuckle and coaxed gently, "All right, I shall not go anywhere. I will stay here and accompany my darling to sleep." Seeing the little girl alternate between moods like a pufferfish, Pei Yan could not help but laugh. He embraced her once more and offered a few more comforting words before presenting her with a plate of freshly washed strawberries to amuse her. Meanwhile, he turned to retrieve a new set of sheets and blankets from the space, replacing those on the bed. Suyin sat on the small sofa, clutching a strawberry, savoring it slowly while watching him tidy up. Just as he was nearly finished, there came a knock at the door. It was one of Hu Ji's underlings, inviting them to dinner. As Pei Yan took Suyin's hand to step outside, his fingertips lightly brushed the door lock, a fleeting spark of electricity unnoticed by anyone. Shi Tong and the others were also called out by others, standing in the corridor awaiting their arrival. A glance around revealed that Lin Jian was absent, likely confined to her room by Shi Tong. Under the guidance of the underling, they made their way downstairs, emerging into a crowded hall on the first floor. A few of the underlings shouted commands as people queued for food. Lining up in an orderly manner, seemingly accustomed to the routine, the line for the fourth floor consisted only of several young and beautiful girls, who received bread, milk, and small cans of meat. The second floor had a larger crowd, mainly families, each containing at least one able-bodied young man. Suyin noticed that nearly everyone she had encountered outside was present here. She also spotted Lin Jianhua, who was queuing behind her, holding the hand of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. They were only given bread, milk, and water. Meanwhile, the elderly, the weak, and the sick on the first floor received merely a few biscuits. Upon glancing at the banquet of steaming dishes laid out on the dining table, one word echoed in everyone's minds: class. Here, class distinctions were delineated by floors. The higher one ascended, the more abundant the resources available, and Hugu reigned at the apex of this food chain. The crowd looked up at Hugu, seated at the dining table, smiling and waving at them, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. A middle-aged couple and a mother holding a baby were forcibly ejected from a room on the second floor. "You no longer qualify to stay on the second floor. Go to the first floor," declared the youth who pushed them, sending the three tumbling to the ground. The baby in the mother's arms cried out in terror, while she attempted to comfort her child, her own tears betraying her helplessness, even dropping to her knees in supplication. "Please do not send us down. The baby is still so small. He will fall ill." Having already lost her husband, Jiang Qing was engulfed in sorrow, and in this moment, her despair deepened. "I beg you, I do not require much food, but the baby needs milk. Just a bottle of milk is all I ask. Please." Jiang Qing's desperate pleas were solely for her child's survival. The youth's gaze flicked over Jiang Qing's chest, and a wicked smile crept across his face. "You understand our rules here. You know what needs to be done to earn food, don't you?" Jiang Qing trembled all over, her body stiffening, her face etched with refusal. Yet the baby's cries drove her to the brink of despair. She wept hopelessly and ultimately she stood up, looking at the youth with a choked, hoarse voice. "Very well, I will go with you." No one knew what she relinquished in that moment. Around her, malicious jeers erupted one after another. Suddenly, Suyin was enveloped in darkness as a large hand gently covered her eyes and pulled her into a warm embrace, the steady and powerful rhythm of a heartbeat echoing in her ears. Despite Pei Yan's cold demeanor as he observed the scene before him, he tenderly reassured the person in his arms. In the apocalypse, this is the essence of humanity. Jiang Qing was halted by Lin Jianhua, who, without uttering a word, directly handed her the freshly acquired milk. Jiang Qing gazed at Lin Jianhua in surprise, feeling a twinge of emotion, yet ultimately offered only a gentle smile as she returned the milk. "You are a good child. Your sister is still growing and needs it more," Jiang Qing said with a warm and benevolent smile directed at Lin Jianyue. Then, without hesitation, she followed the young man up to the 4th floor. Chapter 45. This meal is splendidly prepared. Please refrain from feeding me in the future. Come, everyone, please take your seats. Brother Hu made an effort to smile amiably. This is a gratitude banquet specially arranged for all of you. Do not stand on ceremony, indulge yourselves once seated. The guests gazed at the aromatic dishes laid out before them, momentarily rendered immobile, their chopsticks unmoving. Truth be told, after indulging in the meals Pei Yan had prepared for Su Yin, these offerings held little allure for them. "Looks appetizing, then I shall not hold back." Shi Yi displayed an expression as if he had not tasted meat in ages, picking up a piece of green vegetable to eat. Upon witnessing Shi Ye's consumption, Brother Hu's countenance brightened instantly. "If you like it, please eat more." Shi Ye's Navi demeanor astonished Eunuch Fan, who widened his eyes in disbelief. As Shi Yi continued to serve himself, he discreetly stepped on Eunuch Fan's foot, sitting quietly in the corner with his bowl, his head slightly bowed to conceal his brow. It was difficult to discern his thoughts. Eunuch Fan, feeling aggrieved, opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by another footstep from Louis. Instantly, his eyes welled up with tears, nearly exclaiming, "I cannot endure this. Why is this brother in tears? Is the food not to his liking?" Brother Hu inquired with a grin, observing Eunuch Fan. With a pained nod, Eunuch Fan acquiesced. Brother Hu burst into hearty laughter, and Lu Qi seized the opportunity to change the subject, engaging in some commercial flattery to divert attention. Yet, he could not help but notice Su Yin spotting her wearing sunglasses at night to appear cool. Brother Hu's gaze shifted. Why is the young lady still wearing sunglasses at night? It must be quite inconvenient for dining someone. Quickly assist her in removing those sunglasses and stowing them away. Brother Hu feigned anger as he addressed his underlings behind him. Pei Yan shot a cold glance at the underlings before turning to Brother Hu, offering a serious explanation. It turns out you two are a couple. No wonder you appear so well matched. I hope the young lady's injury is not too severe. We have doctors here who can attend to her." Brother Hu immediately chimed in, "As long as she is unharmed, everyone, please eat heartily." As dinner concluded, the only sounds at the table were the sporadic conversations between Lu Qi and Brother Hu. Is it possible that Xiao Chao has not had a single bite of dinner? Su Yin glared at Pei Yan from behind her sunglasses. When Pei Yan once again offered her food, she swiftly grabbed her chopsticks, fully aware that she had indeed bitten into meat. Yet, as soon as it reached her mouth, it vanished. She had not even tasted it before it disappeared. Sensing her heated gaze, Pei Yan smiled and said, "Eat slowly. Eat. My mouth is filled with air. Shall I chew on air for your amusement?" Throughout the meal, Su Yin felt utterly forsaken in her dining experience. She had never witnessed such an authentic display of feigned eating. After dinner, Shi Yi, feeling stuffed, insisted on a post-meal stroll, dragging Eunuch Fan and Shi Tang along for the adventure. As I swiped the card to open the door, I noticed the marks on the lock, and a glimmer of insight flashed in my eyes. Once everyone had dispersed, an individual quietly approached Hu Ge from behind and whispered something. It appeared that the room card was malfunctioning. The door refused to budge. Hu's expression darkened, revealing a shrewdness and calculation that he no longer sought to conceal, as he murmured, "Forget it, keep an eye on the others. Do not let them jeopardize our plans." The subordinate nodded and stealthily departed. "All right then, let's have a little something to eat first." Su Yin nibbled on some snacks while watching Pei Yan prepare a self-heating hot pot for her. A hot pot, indeed. Taking advantage of the cooking time, he also sliced up a platter of fruit. After a mock meal, Xiao Chao finally indulged in her beloved hot pot. Su Yin lifted her gaze from the hazy steam. Her sunglasses fogged over, and after slurping a mouthful of wide rice noodles, she nodded enthusiastically, cheeks bulging. What Pei Yan did not anticipate was that just as he exited through the front door, the young girl stealthily slipped away with the hot pot from the balcony. "Host, what are you doing?" Wang Kai was taken aback by his host's audacious maneuver. After a few more unanswered calls, he queried again, "Hey host, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Didn't you tell me not to talk to you?" Wang Kai sighed. The knife thrown has ultimately pierced one's own flesh. When Su Yin finally located the person she sought, she discovered that someone had arrived before her. The previously arrogant and lecherous youth now lay bloodied on the bed, teetering on the edge of life and death. At the bedside stood Jiang Qing, her attire barely concealing her form, frozen in place and trembling, clutching an ashtray in her hand. Suddenly she collapsed to the ground, cough, Jiang Jia. Lin Jianyu, who had fallen to the floor, clutched her throat and staggered to her feet. It was Jiang Qing who had saved her by seizing the ashtray and striking the man's head when he had gripped her throat. Jiang Qing appeared dazed, yet instinctively embraced the crying baby, trying to soothe him, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Jiang Jia, let us leave this place, Lin Jianyu said with a grave seriousness, when she and Anan had found themselves in dire straits. It was Jiang Qing who had come to their aid. She could not bear to watch her perish. Leave? Where can we go? Where can my child and I possibly go? Jiang Qing laughed through her tears, her eyes reflecting a numbing despair for the world. Forgive me, my baby. It is I who have wronged you. Jiang Qing gently kissed the weeping infant and took a deep breath to regain her composure. Turning to Lin Jianyu, she urged, Shao Yu, take Anan and go. This place is a hell that devours its inhabitants. You must leave, you must. With that, Jiang Qing summoned her strength to stand while holding the baby. Rushing toward the balcony, Lin Jianyu exclaimed. Attempting to reach for her, Jiang Qing did not leap, for seated upon the balcony's railing was someone, contentedly devouring a self-heating hot pot. Chapter 46. Xiao Chao expressed her desire to stir up some trouble while lulling Tutu to sleep. Observing the two in a state of stupor, Suyin delicately picked up a slice of lotus root and inquired softly, care for a bite? Suyin then leapt down, leisurely making her way inside, tilting her head to regard the startled duo. Xiaoyu, you must leave, Jiang Qing's pallid face urged as she shielded Lin Jianyu behind her. Jiang Jia, she is not a bad person, Lin Jianyu gently explained. Glancing at Suyin, whose face was obscured by semi-permanent sunglasses after explaining, she turned to Suyin with a look of confusion. What are you doing here, holding a hot pot? Lin Jianyu's lips twitched slightly. Suyin replied casually, her gaze fixated on the wailing infant, and she earnestly inquired, is he hungry? Does he want to eat hot pot? No, he doesn't. Suyin felt a twinge of disappointment before asking again. Then do you wish to seek revenge? The abrupt shift in topic caught both of them off guard. Leaving them momentarily puzzled by her words, Suyin turned her attention to the bed. And only then did they notice that the man who had been knocked unconscious was awake, glaring at them with malevolent eyes. Damn it, you filthy bitch, I'll kill you. The man pulled out a knife and advanced menacingly. Before he could come too close, a gunshot pierced through his wrist, eliciting a pained scream from him. Suyin, holding a silenced pistol with an indifferent expression, turned to Jiang Qing and Lin Jianyue, and reiterated her question, do you wish to seek revenge? Suyin observed them quietly. A minute later, Jiang Qing handed the baby to Lin Jianyue and picked up the knife from the ground. Advancing step by step towards the man retreated while cursing, and soon his cries of agony filled the air. Suyin did not watch. Instead, she positioned herself protectively in front of the infant, still holding the small hot pot, and persistently asked, do you want to eat hot pot? The baby wailed pitifully. Glancing at the inconsolable infant, Suyin pouted, realizing he truly did not like it after all. Hot pot was undeniably delicious. The man lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, devoid of sound after enduring countless stabs. Jiang Qing, her hands stained with blood, was both crying and laughing. Her entire demeanor transformed. They all sensed that something had irrevocably changed. Noticing that the little girl had finished her meal, Pei Yan affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her as one would a child. You did wonderfully, finishing everything. Suyin beamed sweetly at him as they drew closer. Both of them caught a whiff of a metallic scent, instinctively pausing in surprise. Suyin, astonished, wondered if it was merely a result of carelessness. Pei Yan, however, discreetly stepped back, his breath momentarily hitching. Perhaps the hasty killing had resulted in blood splattering onto them. They exchanged a glance, lingering for a second. I'll go wash up first. Will you play by yourself for a bit? My dear. All right. The moment Pei Yan entered the bathroom, Suyin promptly rose to the balcony to get some fresh air. Subsequently, they both climbed into bed, each lost in their own thoughts. In the warmth of the covers, Pei Yan held Suyin close, softly telling her stories to lull her to sleep, gently patting her back with his large hand. Nestled against him, Suyin wrapped her arms around his waist, rhythmically patting his back in return. Confidently, the little rabbit patted the grass, and then 10 minutes later, Pei Yan looked down at the little girl who had fallen into a deep slumber in his arms, a tender smile gracing his lips as he gently kissed her forehead. Quietly, he slipped out of bed. Observing the entire scene, Wang Kai glanced at Pei Yan's retreating figure, then at the peacefully sleeping Suyin. Feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him, as if resenting her lack of resilience, after a flurry of screams, frenzied thoughts, and dark imaginings in Suyin's mind, seeing that she remained unresponsive, he resigned himself. He fetched a blanket, covering himself before sweetly drifting into a dream. When the task showed no progress, he chose to abandon it. It's just a trivial task. the night served as the perfect cloak for schemes. Su-in awoke to a cacophony of relentless knocking, sitting up in a daze, staring blankly ahead while absent-mindedly feeling around her side. Nothing was touched, and that was when she finally woke up. She turned on the light and lifted the blanket, only to be shocked to see that the small grass had transformed into large grass. Where on earth did her enormous rabbit go? Su-in searched every corner of her bed, even bending down to peer under it, yet the rabbit was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the knocking at the door grew increasingly urgent. Xiao Qiao furrowed her brows in impatience and glanced at the time. 8:15 in the evening. After 8 o'clock, one should not venture outside. Regardless of what one might hear, the door must not be opened. Su-in cast a fleeting glance at the door, the dark circles under her eyes creating a somewhat comical contrast against her porcelain-like face. Before opening the door, she donned her sunglasses. Any time and in any place, the dignity of Lady Xiao Qiao must not falter. With an air of coolness, Su-in opened the door, and upon seeing the person outside, her brows arched slightly. Wasn't it said not to go out? The cool Xiao Qiao remarked. Lin Jianyue, upon spotting Su-in, clutched her hand as if she had found a lifeline, her voice choked with emotion. Pleading, please help me, N is missing. The cool Xiao Qiao retracted her chiseled chin, gazing at the nearly tearful Lin Jianyue with a slight frown. Annan was usually well-behaved and obedient, making it implausible for her to have wandered off on her own, especially considering the signs of struggle within the house. This could only mean one thing. An had been taken. She was certain it was Tiger Brothers' gang behind this, but the whereabouts of An remained a mystery. In her panic, she thought of Su-in, the girl who had descended upon her like a deity. Su-in pressed her lips together, about to speak, when she suddenly sensed something and swiftly pulled Lin Jianyue inside. Shutting the door behind them after gesturing for her to be quiet, she leaned closer to the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. Heavy footsteps and labored breathing, along with the sound of something heavy being moved, drew nearer. Su-in could even feel that he was standing just outside the door, a mere barrier separating them. Fortunately, the presence lingered only for a few seconds before retreating, departing with a heavy tread. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Lin Jianyue's pupils constricted. It was An's voice. She burst through the door, with Su-in hot on her heels, glancing down at the footprints left at the entrance. Lin Jianyue found An in a room on the 4th floor, the sight within rendering her eyes red and her reason lost. You bunch of beasts! Lin Jianyue exclaimed, drawing a knife and recklessly attacking the men. Damn it, crazy woman, since you've come to us, you might as well stay. One of the men sneered, grabbing Lin Jianyue. They threw her onto the bed, but she suddenly laughed, her eyes brimming with hatred. You all can go to hell, Lin Jianyue cursed, locking her gaze on them. In the next moment, a massive purplish-blue hand reached in through the doorway, accurately seizing one man and dragging him out. Upon seeing the wide-open door, panic began to set in. Madwoman, for God's sake, shut the door. They realized that this lunatic had summoned a monster. Chapter 47. Su Yin's torment of scum. I shouldn't deserve death. The few men, disregarding Lin Jianyue and her sister, turned pale as they rushed to close the door, but one by one, they were pulled away by the giant hand outside. Their terrified screams faded into the darkness, leaving only the sound of flesh being devoured echoing in the night. Lin Jianyue pressed her hand tightly over An's mouth, hiding in the dim corner of the room. Upon seeing a colossal hand once more reaching into the room, she was so tense that she forgot to breathe. It seemed the intruder was oblivious to their presence. The heavy footsteps gradually receded. At last, her taut nerves relaxed, and Lin Jianyue leaned against the wall, her heart pounding like thunder, gently patting the terrified An, signaling her to remain silent. Just as she was adjusting An's clothing, a voice inquired beside her, "What are you doing hiding here?" Just then Su-in blinked. "Did you encounter anything outside? Is there anything outside?" As she spoke, Su-in curiously peered outside, inadvertently catching sight of someone. Miss Su-Lu-Chi suddenly appeared, her breath slightly hurried. "What are you doing here?" Su-in asked in confusion. My master instructed me to protect you. This place is perilous. You must come with me. Lu-Chi remained vigilant, her expression grave and anxious. The four of them stealthily descended the stairs under the cover of night, having nearly reached the 3rd floor. Just about to arrive at the 2nd, suddenly, a figure emerged unexpectedly. Su-in. Who released that lunatic? Not only was Su-in rendered speechless, but Lu-Chi also cursed shamelessly. Xie Fu Te. Lin Jian glared at Su-in with a sinister, deranged expression. She was unaware of her disheveled appearance, her hair unkempt and clothes in disarray, looking utterly mad. Don't think you've won. I will expose your true colors to them right now. Little Chow was astonished. Impressive. She didn't even realize she had another face. Ultimately, the deranged Lin Jian began to unleash her fury, presenting Su-in with a triumphant expression that seemed to say, "You're doomed." So confident was she that Su-in began to doubt whether Lin Jiyan had been driven mad by Shi Tang's poison. Lu Qi was equally surprised that the desperate Lin Jiyan still had a trick up her sleeve. After overpowering Lu Qi, Lin Jiyan lunged at Su-in, forcefully pinning her to the ground. Laughing triumphantly, "You claimed you had no system. If you're going to die, let's see if your system will come to your rescue." Lin Jiyan sneered. "You cannot kill me," Su-in replied, exasperated as she regarded the clingy Lin Jiyan. Lin Jiyan, filled with ire, continued to sneer. "I may not be able to kill you, but someone else can." Suddenly Lin Jiyan rolled aside, and as she did, Su-in saw a gigantic hand crashing towards her. "Miss Su!" Lu Qi gasped in horror. The immense hand smashed down, shattering the floor, and when it was lifted, there was no sign of Su-yin's body. The colossal hand seemed perplexed, searching the darkness, emitting a sound reminiscent of a baby's whimper. Suddenly, a blue shimmer illuminated the darkness, and a sharp sword energy sliced through the gloom, severing the giant hand. "Wah!" The creature in the shadows wailed, clutching its severed hand, producing a piercing shrill cry. The shrill wails made Su-in frown. She could hardly endure it, let alone the others. The cries formed an indiscriminate soundwave attack, shattering glass and disrupting the hotel's electrical system, causing the lights to flicker erratically before a few finally exploded, illuminating the scene. As the creature caught sight of them, they in turn beheld its monstrous form. It was a giant infant roughly 10 meters tall, with bluish-purple skin and a pair of malevolent red eyes, making its enormous, childlike face all the more eerie. At that moment, it fixed a chilling gaze upon Su-in. "I shall devour you," the monstrous infant growled, baring its teeth sharp as gears, in furious defiance towards Su-in. The cacophony echoed as Su-in, gripping her sword, cast a cold gaze upon the colossal infant. One after another, they were indeed bothersome, hindering her pursuit of the rabbit. The giant infant reached out with its other hand to grasp Su-in, who gracefully evaded its grasp, deftly swinging her sword while dodging. The sharp sword energy inflicted wounds upon it multiple times. She ran, and it pursued. In no time, half of the fourth-floor room lay in ruins, leaving those within trembling in fear. Some were paralyzed in place, awaiting their fate, while others fled, observing the aberration relentlessly pursuing Su-in. Lu Qi, with fierce determination, launched an attack against it. The razor-sharp wind blades carved into the giant's face, inciting its fury. It swiftly turned, swatting at Lu Qi. Though she dodged several times, she was ultimately caught off guard and struck, crashing through the wall and collapsing amidst the debris. The giant infant, in agony, attempted to seize Su-in, yet she was too swift for it to capture, driving it into a frenzied rage, wreaking even greater havoc. While evading, Su-in scanned her surroundings and caught sight of Lin Jiyan attempting to escape amid the chaos. Her gaze sharpening with a flick of her wrist, she sent her spirit sword flying, which landed before Lin Jiyan, blocking her path and inadvertently revealing her position. The giant infant indeed turned its gaze towards her, its eyes gleaming with delight upon spotting Lin Jiyan, murmuring in excitement, "Purification, purification. Must eat, baby wants to eat. Purification, kill you to level up." Although the meaning of its words eluded her, it was evident that it held a keen interest in Lin Jiyan. As the aberration fixed its attention upon her, Lin Jiyan felt a chill run down her spine, her complexion paling as she beheld the outstretched giant hand. "Ugly creature, don't touch me. Go away," she screamed while fleeing, filled with both fear and disdain. Yet, unlike Su-in, she did not manage to escape far before the aberration seized her. Seizing the opportunity, Su-in approached the wreckage, locating the Lin sisters, and hoisted the unconscious Inin onto her shoulder, swiftly taking Lin Jianyu by the hand as they departed the scene. "I should not be punished to death," she rasped, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Curious, Su-in glanced down to see Lin Jianyu's face paling as it was pinched by the grip of her collar. Hastily, she released her hold, and Lin Jianyu sank to the ground, coughing, her face flushed. Observing the unusual redness on her cheeks, Su-in reached out to touch her forehead, affirming, "You have a fever." "I'm fine," Lin Jianyu insisted, struggling to rise. She had long recognized that something was amiss with her health but had concealed it for fear of worrying Anan. Furrowing her brow, Su-in was about to carry her downstairs when she turned to see Jiang Qing charging towards them. Without hesitation, she entrusted Lin Jianyu and Anan to her. "You both go." She wished to urge her to flee with them, yet upon meeting Jiang Qing's composed gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. Be careful. Chapter 48. The 10-direction sword formation. The rabbit returns. Upon entering, she beheld the giant infant grasping Lin Jiyan, who was thrashing desperately, its mouth agape, ready to devour her. Lin Jiyan, filled with terror, cried out in a particular direction for help. Yet no one came to her aid. Just as she was about to be consumed, an unprecedented survival instinct ignited within her, prompting her to hurl an object into the giant's mouth after swallowing it. The giant infant contorted in pain, frantically flinging Lin Jiyan away, its veins bulging. Lin Jiyan, thrown aside, struck her head and fell unconscious. The giant infant wailed skyward, suddenly undergoing a transformation. Upon the violet-hued skin emerged a layer of hardened scales, grotesque bones sprouting forth, and a tail had manifested from its posterior. The severed arm had regrown, transforming into a vicious claw. Turning to gaze at Su-yin, its crimson pupils morphed into slitted irises, and a long serpentine tongue slithered from its mouth. Xiao Chao regarded the increasingly hideous aberration with a grim frown. What is this? A monstrous infant turned giant lizard. The consequence of surging power was utter chaos. The aberration reveled in the strength coursing through its being, exclaiming with fervor, I shall devour you all, you are all mine. All mine. No longer fixated on Su-yin and Lin Jiyan, it commenced an indiscriminate assault on every floor. Panic-stricken, people cried out and fled in disarray. Those who lagged behind were seized and consumed in an instant. The hotel transformed into a banquet hall for the aberration, with everyone becoming its meal. Those who reached the first floor sought to escape, yet the grand door remained obstinately shut. All the escapees crowded at the entrance, helplessly witnessing the aberration draw closer, their cries of despair echoing as they surrendered to their fate. Just as the aberration, with a sinister grin, extended its hand towards them, a celestial voice descended. Sword formation of 10 directions. Activate. In that fleeting moment, dozens of radiant spiritual swords materialized, aligning perfectly to ensnare the aberration. Standing atop the third-floor railing was a woman, her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an aura that transcended the mundane. At that moment, Su-yin yearned to swiftly vanquish the great lizard and seek her beloved rabbit. Unfamiliar with the spiritual swords, the aberration let out a low growl and violently swiped at them. That strike seemed to trigger some unseen mechanism, and the once still sword sprang into action, weaving around the aberration with remarkable speed. Leaving behind a series of crimson gashes, the aberration attempted to grasp them, yet failed to catch even a single one. As the sword formation concluded, the once formidable creature was left battered and bloodied, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Who is this formidable figure? One pondered in disbelief. Why must the master compel him to vow eternal protection? It felt as though it was he who required safeguarding. Shitong, who had witnessed Su-yin wielding a sword before, maintained a modicum of composure, while the little golden figure perched on Shiye's back gaped in astonishment. Shiye, resting languidly atop his back, could not help but lift his drooping head, slowly uttering 2 words. Good sword. Astute yet peculiar. Indeed, the very next moment Shitong delivered a sharp slap to his head. I'm still poisoned. Could you not strike so harshly? Shiye looked at Shitong with a pitiful expression. Shitong ground her teeth, retorting, How dare you complain? Who told you to consume so much without caution? I did not anticipate their concoction to be so potent. Shiye murmured softly. During the evening's banquet, they had been drugged. To avoid raising suspicion, they had all partaken of the meal, albeit sparingly, save for the foolish Shiye, who had indulged the most. Those surveilling them, realizing the situation could not be concealed, feared they might alert others and thus apprehended them all, imprisoning them in the basement, assigning guards to watch over them. Fortunately, after Shitong's abilities had upgraded, she gained a certain resistance to the poison and managed to extract the toxins from the eunuch fan with her vines. Aiding in his recovery, however, Shiye had succumbed too deeply to the poison, requiring additional time to detoxify. Standing atop the railing, gazing at the blood-soaked aberration, she spoke slowly, her voice cold and indifferent. Beast, do you acknowledge your crimes? The aberration clutched its head, murmuring incoherently, No. It appeared to spiral into a state of mental turmoil, muttering to itself, until suddenly its eyes bled tears, and it erupted enraged. I am the strongest. The first position belongs to me. And you shall all perish. The first target of the aberrant creature's assault is Su-yin. Standing still, Su-yin coldly gazes at the oblivious giant lizard, raising her hand to summon her spirit sword to dispatch it. Suddenly a familiar voice resonates in her ears, accompanied by a cataclysmic thunder. A colossal bolt of lightning descends from the heavens, shattering the rooftop with an unstoppable force, striking the aberrant creature squarely on the head. The night is rent asunder by flashes of lightning, illuminating the darkness as if infused with the master's fury. Surging with intensity, the tightly shut doors are cleaved open, and a figure strides forth. Flanked by thunder and lightning, the cold, luminous flashes illuminate Pei Yan's face, revealing his fierce and wrathful brow, as winds whip and lightning crackles at his command, reminiscent of a sovereign in furious control of the mortal realm. Under Pei Yan's relentless onslaught, the aberrant creature is reduced to charred remains, yet his rage remains unquenched. He unleashes another bolt of lightning to shatter the blackened remnants into fragments. Upon catching sight of Pei Yan, Su Yin's eyes sparkle with excitement, and she eagerly leaps from the third floor. Rabbit! Seeing the young girl leap from such a height, Pei Yan's heart momentarily halts, and he rushes forward to catch her. As Su Yin descends, she feels an intangible force gently supporting her, guiding her down until she lands safely in Pei Yan's embrace. Good child. Once the girl is in his arms, Pei Yan's heart finally settles, though concern tinges his tone as he admonishes her. You mustn't act so recklessly next time. What if you had fallen? He holds Su Yin tightly, his voice cold yet caring. What if I hadn't caught you after such a daring jump? Su Yin, unfazed by his worries, joyfully clutches the rabbit she thought lost, but soon notices something amiss. Observing Pei Yan drenched and dripping, she inquires with genuine concern, what happened? Why are you all wet? I accidentally fell into the water. Pei Yan replies, gently setting her down. How careless of you. Are you hurt? Su Yin's brow furrows in worry. I'm fine. Pei Yan chuckles softly, appearing unperturbed despite his soaked state, switching the focus back to her. But what about you? Are you injured? Su Yin shakes her head. Where did you go? I didn't see you when I woke up. She bites her lip, her gaze stubborn yet aggrieved. Did you catch anything? Her eyes gleam with anticipation. Indeed, I caught a large fish. I shall prepare it for you tomorrow. I want to eat grilled fish. Very well. Distracted by the promise of delicious food, Su Yin no longer presses him about his late-night fishing escapade. Pei Yan gazes tenderly at the young girl, a fleeting shadow of darkness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 49. The cunning rabbit deceives the good child. With the aberrant creature vanquished, the tension hanging in the air dissipates, leaving everyone bewildered and hesitant to depart from the hall. That moment, Louis enters, dragging someone behind him. Hu Gu, battered and bruised, is unceremoniously tossed at Pei Yan's feet. This one was caught outside. He attempted to flee. Louis states coldly, no, I didn't. Hu Ji's gaze meets Pei Yan's, and he recoils in terror. As though confronted by a monster, he retreats, his eyes darting in guilt, desperately trying to conceal himself. Pei Yan lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Hu Ji's water-soaked pant cuffs and the mud beneath his feet. Suddenly recalling something, a smile flickered across his face as he lightly uttered, so it is you. Hu Ji's robust figure tensed, akin to facing a formidable foe. His pallid complexion betrayed his trepidation as he shook his head vigorously, confessing without prompting, it wasn't me. I saw nothing. As he observed the gradually chilling smile at the corner of Pei Yan's mouth, Hu Ji's breath caught in his throat, a sense of despair washing over him as he realized he was ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Resolutely, he decided to fight back. Rising from the ground, Hu Gu inhaled deeply, his expression fierce as he attempted to speak. Yet, he discovered he could not part his lips, only managing to emit muffled sounds of Alarmed, Hu Gu frantically touched his neck and then his mouth, realizing not only could he not speak, but he could barely move his hands. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. It wasn't until he met Pei Yan's gaze, which bore a semblance of amusement, that he comprehended the source of his affliction, engulfed in a mix of terror and rage. Hu Gu gestured wildly, his face flushed with urgency. The onlookers regarded his peculiar behavior with confusion. What? You claim you wish to atone for your numerous misdeeds? Pei Yan maintained his unwavering smile, absurdly propounding nonsense. Hu Gu was taken aback, his fury igniting as he shook his head and gestured emphatically. He was willing to forfeit all his resources for the sake of placating the crowd, declaring he would do anything, even face death. Pei Yan, while observing Hu Gu, casually interpreted his intentions. As more and more eyes bore down upon him, Hu Gu felt as if sparks would erupt from his fingertips, incessantly pointing at his mouth. I demand you lift the enchantment upon my speech. He exclaimed internally, shall I remain silent and take your blows without retaliation? Pei Yan nodded solemnly and replied, if that is your wish, then so be I. Not delay. Take him away. He cast a glance at Louis, who understood the unspoken command and stepped forward to seize Hu Gu by the scruff of his neck, dragging him toward the survivors. Hu Ji's eyes widened, fixated on Pei Yan, his expression rife with unbridled hatred. Pei Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet a layer of frost lay beneath. Hu Gu was unceremoniously thrust into the throng of survivors, all of whom surrounded him with expressions that brimmed with animosity. Unable to articulate his grievances, he attempted to rise and intimidate, for although he feared Pei Yan, he held no trepidation toward these ordinary individuals. The very next moment, the crack of a gunshot echoed. Hu Ji's leg was struck, the gun wielded by Jiang Qing, whose countenance remained impassive, That gunshot seemed to signal a frenzy, as the previously restrained survivors surged forward, unleashing a torrent of fists and kicks upon Hugu. Their wrath stemmed from his dealings with the aberrations, trading human lives as sacrifices for protection. Many of their loved ones had been taken by Hugu to the third floor, offered as tributes to these monsters. When they realized they were ensnared in a den of carnivorous fiends, they sought escape, yet found no avenue of egress. They could only watch helplessly as he lured more souls into this abyss, one by one leading them to their demise. They had endured enough. Not only Hugu, but even his band of minions could not evade their fate. In the end, they were all left battered and barely alive. Shiyi, having suffered greatly, also approached to deliver a few kicks. The scene was too gruesome. Pei Yan scooped up Suyin and distanced himself from the chaos, seeking a cleaner locale to settle. Did he truly say that? Suyin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, came Pei Yan's assured reply. Pei Yan's smile was gentle and innocuous, his tone resolute. Suyin blinked, conceding, well, if the rabbit says so, it must be true. Observing Pei Yan's blatant deception of Suyin, who appeared utterly unperturbed, Shi Tang and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. At that moment, Lu Qi descended from upstairs in a disheveled state, dragging someone behind him. Master, Lu Qi pushed up the broken corner of his glasses and regarded Pei Yan with a serious and frosty gaze. Upon seeing Lin Jiyan trailing behind Lu Qi, everyone frowned in unison. Shiyi was the first to voice a question. How did you manage to rescue her? Clearly disappointed at the sight of Lin Jiyan still alive, he continued, I didn't save her. Lu Qi pressed his lips into a thin line, casting a cold glance at the not quite dead Lin Jiyan. She escaped on her own and brought the otherworldly creatures along. You didn't restrain her? Shiyi inquired of Shi Tang. I nearly had her bound like a zongzi. Shi Tang gritted through clenched teeth, her brow furrowed in frustration. After hearing Lu Qi recount how Lin Jiyan had manipulated others to her advantage and subsequently courted disaster, both Shi Tang and Shiyi were incensed. Thorny vines and flames materialized simultaneously, but before they could reach Lin Jiyan, the previously silent little golden figure raised a hand to interject. By the way, are we not missing someone? Eunuch Fan recounted their numbers and raised a hand to inquire. The group responded in confusion, is someone missing? 10 minutes later they unearthed Xiosi, who had been desperately attempting to extricate himself from the rubble on the third floor. I thank you all for remembering that I exist, he said, having narrowly avoided being buried alive. His room had initially been reduced to a Syrian-style disaster by the giant infant's rampage, but fortunately, his bed was tucked away in a corner, and the fallen ceiling had only bruised his leg with debris. Amid the chaos, while some were engaged in mischief and others confined, no one had thought to rescue him. With numerous injured individuals, Zhangqing instructed that they be gathered in one place for treatment and care, while also sending out teams to scour for usable supplies. Under her guidance, the previously panicked crowd gradually regained order and ceased their fears. Once everything was settled, they huddled together, quietly awaiting dawn. Pei Yan cradled the drowsy little girl, draping his coat over her shoulders, enveloping her in his arms as he gently rocked her to sleep. Suyin nuzzled against Pei Yan's neck, her eyelids drooping shut as she slowly drifted into slumber. When she next awoke, they were already en route to the northern base. Chapter 50. The little grass spits blood again. Forcefully kissing the rabbit to restore energy to the break of dawn, they embarked without delay. Upon seeing them prepare to leave, Zhangqing promptly proposed to accompany them to the northern base. A portion of the survivors expressed their willingness, while others preferred to remain at the hotel, reluctant to undertake the long journey. Zhangqing respected their choices and, taking along those who wished to depart, found a vehicle to follow behind Pei Yan's convoy. She understood that as long as they were with Suyin, they would be safe. However, before her departure, she took it upon herself to eliminate Brother Hu and one of his lackeys. Lin Jianyu had informed her that her husband would not have perished had that lackey not pushed him forward to shield himself from the zombies. Thus, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for them all. Thus Yuin awoke in the swaying vehicle, her eyes fluttering open to behold a prominently sensual Adam's apple, blinking her sleepy eyes, still not fully alert. Her hand instinctively began to move. Curiously, she reached out to touch, her throat subtly rolling as a sensuous, magnetic voice resonated from above. Have you finally woken up, my dear? Su-Yin, bewildered, raised her gaze and beheld the elegantly sculpted jawline, complemented by alluring crimson lips. The corners of those lips curled slightly, exuding an impression of softness and an irresistible allure. A gentle pressure from a finger upon them made her blink in surprise. Indeed, they were as soft as they appeared. Pan, stirred by the unintentional seduction of the young girl, possessed a gaze that was both deep and enigmatic. His throat convulsed slightly, his eyes half lowered, dark pools fixated upon the person nestled in his embrace. Observing her dazed and innocent expression, his hand, resting protectively on her slender waist, gradually tightened as a smoldering desire ignited in his eyes, and as his lips parted, his voice dripped with sensuality. "Oh, you wish to kiss? Darling? I belong to you, and you may do as you please." The final words dripped with an enticing charm that was hard to resist. A glimmer sparked in Xiao Cao's eyes, dispelling her hesitation as she tilted her head and opened her mouth, ready to bite. After Su Yin expelled a mouthful of blood, she found herself in a state of confusion. While Payan was taken aback, anxious to assist Su Yin in checking her condition, he remained oblivious to the trembling of the hands that held her. Witnessing the young girl expel blood once more, Payan felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Though Su Yin felt slightly disoriented after her bout of blood loss, she maintained her composure. "Do not panic, it's merely a bit of blood. It's a trivial matter." After 2 more episodes of blood expulsion, Su Yin realized her naivety. She simply could not reach Payan to kiss him. Each time she attempted to embrace his neck for a kiss, her nausea overwhelmed her, prompting further blood loss. After 3 such episodes, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Understanding that her vitality would not be restored instantaneously, she comforted the frantic rabbit while searching her person for a blood-replenishing elixir. After a prolonged search, she found nothing. Where had she placed the medicine? Her situation led Payan to believe she was in great pain, his heart aching with concern, his voice trembling as he reassured her. "Do not fear, it will not hurt for long." Seeing him prepare to exit the vehicle, Su Yin grasped his arm. "Where are you going?" "I am going to fetch Mu Wangquan. She is a purifying ability user and can heal." "Do not be afraid." At that moment, Payan felt an immense relief that he had not eliminated Lin Jian earlier. "She is not capable." Su Yin coughed lightly, asserting, "I am fine. You are losing blood." Payan's jaw tightened as he regarded Su Yin with reddened eyes. "Indeed," she replied, "I can not only expel blood but could fill a basin if need be. Just wait until I find the elixir and I shall perform for you." As she pondered, she continued her search and promptly expelled another mouthful of blood. Finally locating the remedy, Su Yin retrieved a porcelain vial, pouring a pill into her mouth. The pallor of her face regained a hint of color. She smiled at Payan. "See, I am all right." Payan, his body tense and lips pressed tight, said nothing but gazed intently at her, torn between the urge to embrace her and the fear of causing her harm. "You." The words of concern from Payan remained unspoken as the young girl sealed his lips with a kiss. Regaining some strength, Su Yin unhesitatingly wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss in imitation of his earlier actions. The faint metallic taste of blood lingered in the air between them. Taken by surprise, Payan, mindful of her recent blood loss, was compelled to refuse her for the first time. Gently pushing her away by the shoulders, the weakened Su Yin was easily displaced, pouting her luscious, moist lips with a gaze full of longing. She leaned in again, eager for more kisses. "Please, just a couple more." "Darling, you are not well. You must not be reckless." Payan cradled the porcelain doll with utmost care, his tone imbued with a rare seriousness. "Does it still hurt? Did the medicine you took earlier prove effective? Is there anything else I can do for you?" After yet another rejected kiss, Su Yin pouted, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy, and resignedly declared, "If you kiss me, I'll feel better." Payan furrowed his brow in hesitation. "Are you serious?" Su Yin nodded affirmatively. Payan fell silent for a mere second before tenderly cradling the back of the little girl's head and leaning down to kiss her. Su Yin perched on Payan's lap, her hands grasping his shoulders as she gazed into his eyes, her own shimmering with emotion. Payan's eyelashes fluttered slightly upon meeting the clarity of her innocent gaze. He gently pressed his lips against hers, lingering for a moment. "Good girl, close your eyes." Obediently, Su Yin shut her eyes, and Payan's suppressed desire surged forth. He nibbled and licked her lips repeatedly, reluctant to let go. His hand tightened around her waist, pressing her firmly against him, the veins in his arms prominent as he restrained himself, yet gently yearning to mark her as his own. Instinctively, he turned to block the approach of Shi Tang and Shi Yi, who had been following closely behind. Uncertain of how long they had been kissing, Su Yin found her mind clouded, her lips numb, and the heat radiating from his hands at her waist overwhelming. Payan tenderly pecked at her luscious lips, his dark eyes fathomless as he hoarsely inquired, "Is that enough? Does it still hurt? Shall I kiss you again?" Soft kisses graced her ear, gentle yet restrained. Su Yin shook her head. "That's enough." "Is it truly enough?" The enticing kisses did not cease. Delicately brushing against her fair skin, Su Yin hurriedly insisted that it was indeed sufficient. Payan lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the tearful little girl, her cheeks flushed, resembling a rose adorned with morning dew. Suppressing his emotions, he reluctantly halted his actions, tenderly wiping away the tears from Su Yin's face. Still unable to quell his concern, "Are you really all right?" Pei Yan remained unsettled. This was the second time the little girl had unexpectedly coughed up blood. He had a doctor from the survivor group examine Su-in, feeling a measure of relief only after confirming her safety. You coughed up blood again. Have you taken your medicine? Shi Tang noticed the bloodstains on Su-in and frowned slightly, hearing their conversation. Pei Yan's expression darkened. Little one, is there nothing you wish to share with me? Chapter 51. The bunny knows that little grass needs kisses to survive. Su-in tilted her head in confusion. What should I say? Pei Yan suddenly felt a surge of anger. From their conversation, it was clear that Shi Tang was aware of the little girl's propensity to cough up blood and that she had medicine. Yet he remained oblivious. He had thought he understood her well. Yet the truth was that he did not even know where she felt unwell. Not comprehending why the bunny was suddenly upset, Su-in felt it necessary to comfort him. What's wrong? The bunny isn't angry. Su-in gently patted his head in reassurance. Observing the little girl's soft and obedient demeanor, Pei Yan's anger dissipated. His shoulders slumping as he leaned his forehead against her shoulder, emanating a sense of helplessness and fatigue. My dear, please tell me, all right? He truly could not endure another moment of such panic. He could face any harm, but he could not bear to see the little girl suffer. This was the vulnerability he had fought hard to possess. Why did you cough up blood? No matter the reason, I will believe you. As long as you are safe. The towering figure was weighed down, resting his weary form against the small girl's shoulder, whispering in a tone of humility, cradling the restless rabbit. Su-in felt a haze of confusion envelop her. Had she not conveyed her thoughts to him? In truth, it was nothing of great consequence. Merely before Su-in could complete her comforting explanation, she suddenly realized that her voice had abandoned her. What was happening? Pei Yan, sensing the girl's unusual demeanor, looked up to find her mouth agape but producing no sound. Su-in attempted to speak several more times, yet to no avail. Whenever the topics of the system, health points or life preservation arose, her words remained trapped within. Host, this is a self-protective mechanism of the system. You are unable to articulate it. The previously silent Wang Kai now surfaced momentarily before vanishing once more. Hearing this, Su-in opened her mouth in frustration, casting an innocent glance at Pei Yan. It was not her unwillingness to speak, but rather an external constraint. Unable to express herself. Perhaps Pei Yan understood the meaning behind her eyes. Gently inquiring, is it possible to write? Su-yin's eyes brightened at this suggestion. 3 minutes later, both sat in silence, staring at the nonsensical scribbles on the blank paper. Su-in had already conceded defeat. Sitting with her arms crossed, sulking at the incomprehensible scrawl, Pei Yan observed her, lost in thought. I will ask the questions. You only need to nod or shake your head. Is that acceptable? Pei Yan proposed. Su-in nodded in agreement. Do you often cough up blood? Pei Yan questioned. Su-in nodded again. Is the bleeding due to an illness? After a moment of contemplation, Su-in nodded. Is the illness severe? Could it endanger your life? Su-in pondered this, biting her lip while gazing at Pei Yan, neither nodding nor shaking her head. She felt it was not particularly grave, yet it seemed perilously close to being life-threatening. Thus, was it serious or not? Pei Yan's heart grew heavy, his unease amplifying as he struggled to dismiss the troubling thoughts. Our little one is merely ill. There must be a way to heal you, right? Pei Yan's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, unsure whether he was comforting her or himself. The little grass nodded vigorously, eager to say something, yet her inability to voice her thoughts left her in a state of distress. If you wish to express something, take your time, Pei Yan gently reassured the restless little grass in his arms. Su-in, realizing she could neither speak nor gesture effectively, decided instead to embrace Pei Yan's head and plant a kiss upon his lips. Then she looked at him with expectant eyes. Do you understand now? Is it clear? Pei Yan, momentarily taken aback by the kiss, gazed into the girl's sparkling eyes and blinked slowly. Can a kiss truly heal? He asked uncertainly. Su-in nodded in a manner reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. This answer was absurd, yet Pei Yan believed it. He recalled how, after her first episode of coughing up blood, she had clung to him, demanding kisses and hugs, claiming that his affection would suffice. At that time, he had assumed she was merely trying to comfort him, but it turned out to be genuine. Pei Yan's gaze deepened as he regarded Su-in. His lips pressed together tightly as he cherished her in his embrace, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead with his eyes half lowered. He appeared lost in thought. What sort of affliction could be cured solely by a kiss? Or perhaps there was a hidden scheme lurking beneath the surface. Pei Yan slowly lifted his gaze to the darkened sky outside the window. His expression somber and inscrutable, as if he were peering through it to observe someone beyond. Although Su-in had urgently provided some assistance, her health appeared rather frail, her vitality significantly diminished each day. She nestled against Pei Yan, fervently seeking to replenish her energy. Dio not inquire why she refrained from kissing him. She had already grown weary of such gestures with her lips slightly swollen and numb. Suyin languidly leaned against Shi Tang's shoulder, her sunglasses obscuring much of her face. I have repeatedly warned you, do not draw your sword until the lifeline is fully restored. See, this is what you get. You've coughed up blood again. Whenever Pei Yan was absent, Wang Kai would emerge, nagging like an old man in her mind, fearful that he would be caught by Pei Yan if he lagged behind. Annoyed by the incessant chatter, Xiao Chao covered her ears, her brows furrowed, her expression grave. Ignoring the noise, she declared, nonsense. What is wrong? Shi Tang turned to glance at the suddenly irate Su Yin, who was covering her ears in frustration. Su Yin frowned and looked up, her voice sweet yet irritated. It's too noisy. Where is the noise? Shi Tang surveyed the surroundings, noting the general quietude. The incessant nonsense in my head. Su Yin pointed at her own head, speaking with utmost seriousness to Shi Tang. Upon her declaration, Xiao Chao regarded her with a peculiar expression. Little mushroom, so you can indeed make a mess in your mind? For some inexplicable reason, there was a hint of envy in Su Yin's tone. Realizing the implication, Shi Tang's expression stiffened, and she instinctively retorted, I do not speak such nonsense. Fearing that in the eyes of the young girl, she might truly be seen as a mushroom that made a mess in her mind. Xiao Chao felt a twinge of disappointment and stubbornly inquired, really? No, Shi Tang forcefully articulated through gritted teeth, her expression exceedingly stern. What a pity. She had hoped to learn a thing or two. Su Yin felt merely disheartened, while Shi Tang broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, sitting opposite them, Xiu watched the entire exchange with his jaw agape. So, where exactly is the mess? Came Wang Kai's despondent voice again in Xiao Chao's mind. Host, what must I do for you to believe I am not a mess? Do I look like a mess? Wang Kai raised his handsome canine face, posing the question with confidence. Hence, I was referring to nonsense. Xiao Chao asserted with conviction. Wang Kai was momentarily speechless. Due to Su Yin's physical condition, Pei Yan proceeded at a leisurely pace, not hurrying their journey. The group led by Zhongqing trailed behind them, also moving at a relaxed tempo, halting at a distance not far from them. Perhaps Zhongqing was aware that Pei Yan preferred them to maintain a respectful distance, hence they kept an appropriate space between themselves. Chapter 52. In the next life, do not be a chicken. Be a duck instead. I wish to savor roast duck at noon. Pei Yan prepared a pot of chicken soup for Su Yin to restore her strength. The aroma utterly enticing. It even attracted a few zombies. Just as Su Yin cradled her little yellow duck ceramic bowl to sip the soup, a sudden surge of chaotic energy erupted beside her, accompanied by an electric current that swept through the surroundings, injuring both zombies and people alike. The current was intercepted by an invisible barrier before reaching Su Yin, leaving her unharmed. Only once the chaos subsided did Pei Yan retract the mental shield enveloping Su Yin, casting a displeased glance towards the source of the disturbance. It was a vehicle, inside which sat none other than Lin Jianyue, burning with fever. The group led by Zhongqing consisted of ordinary individuals, and due to their proximity, they had suffered minor injuries. Lin Jianyue had awakened, along with her newfound lightning abilities. It is a rare ability that few can awaken, and thus far, they have only encountered Pei Yan. Unexpectedly, she is a promising talent. Yi, while nibbling on a chicken's backside, felt a mix of envy and resentment. If we were to invite her to protect the emperor, do you think she would accept? Eunuch Fan, gnawing on a chicken neck, scrutinized Lin Jianyue with an approving gaze. This one is quite suitable for safeguarding the emperor. All day long, it's emperor this, emperor that, yet we have yet to see your emperor make an appearance. Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. The emperor is of true dragon's physique. How could mere commoners expect to see him whenever they wish? Eunuch Fan glared in response, his graceful fingers still poised elegantly. Provoked, the young master Yi drank down 2 bowls of chicken soup in a fit of anger, including Eunuch Fan's bowl. Truly delicious. When Lin Jianyue approached, Su Yin was holding a plump little naked chicken. Her brow furrowed in distress. I have come to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me, and an I cannot repay your life-saving grace. So from this day forth, my life is yours. You may command me as you wish. Lin Jianyue stood solemnly behind Su Yin, speaking each word with utmost seriousness. Her gaze was unwavering as she looked at Su Yin. Before losing consciousness, she had resolved that if she survived, she would repay Su Yin even at the cost of her own life. Indeed. Lin Jianyue nodded. Could you use your ability to help me roast this chicken? She suddenly craved roasted chicken, but both tutu and shao mushrooms were absent. Lin Jianyue's serious expression faltered momentarily, revealing a hint of hesitation. But I possess lightning abilities that I cannot roast it. Would an electric roast not suffice? Suyin blinked, her bright eyes slowly clouding with disappointment. Seeing this, Lin Jianyue's heart softened, and with a determined sigh she said, I shall give it a try. 10 minutes later, the two stood in silence before the charred remains of the chicken. I apologize. I am still not proficient with my abilities. I shall go find another chicken to replace it. Lin Jianyue awkwardly pinched her hands and no matter. Suyin shook her head, staring at the blackened chicken. With practice, you'll surely improve. Lin Jianyue was touched by Su Yin's concern for her. Only to see her lift her head and gently suggest, why not practice on them? Almost instinctively, she unleashed a lightning attack. Lin Jianyue fought valiantly against the horde of zombies, while Suyin dug a grave for the chicken, even creating a small mound of dirt and placing a blade of grass atop it. With a sigh she remarked, in your next life do not be a chicken. Become a duck instead. That I long for roasted duck. The little naked chicken seemed to respond, you are quite kind-hearted, haha. After Lin Jianyue had dispatched half of the zombies, someone finally noticed the commotion. Shi Tang approached Suyin, her vines dancing in her hands like a flowing dragon. Swiftly eliminating the zombies within minutes, the battle concluded. Shi Tang surveyed the battlefield littered with zombie corpses, her expression grim. Where did they come from? There were no signs of zombies in the vicinity during our earlier inspection. I do not know. They appeared out of nowhere. Lin Jianyue wiped the blood from her face, panting from the overexertion of her abilities. Shi Tang's gaze lingered on the white lab coats draped over the zombies. Pausing for a moment, Pei Yan's expression turned cold as he immediately checked to see if the young girl was injured, then instructed everyone to regroup and set off at once. Asked little Guai, all right? Pei Yan lowered his head to inquire about Su Yin's opinion, concerned that she might not be able to endure the journey. Suyin assured him that she was fine. Thus, the group set off once more towards the northern base. Inside the vehicle, Pei Yan kept his head bowed, idly toying with an object in his hand, his expression inscrutable. Suyin, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer to take a look. In Pei Yan's hand were two gemstones. The red one had been acquired earlier from Sang Biao, while the blue sapphire was unfamiliar to her. Not shying away from her gaze, Pei Yan openly presented them for her inspection, even expressing a hint of regret, lamenting that they were not the green gemstone that Guai Bao favored. Initially, Suyin had found them quite beautiful, but upon hearing Pei Yan mention the green gem, her perception shifted instantly. Those gems no longer seemed appealing to her. Green gemstones were a must. After all, little grass naturally ought to be green. Very well, I shall strive to find Guai Bao's green gemstone soon, she declared. Pei Yan chuckled softly, his tone imbued with a sense of affectionate indulgence. After promising the little girl a gift, he gently coaxed Suyin to sleep that night before quietly departing. Outside awaited Lu Yi, who held Lin Jiyan, her hands and feet bound, her mouth gagged. The moment Lin Jiyan caught sight of Pei Yan, terror enveloped her, and she struggled desperately in Lu Yi's grip. Pei Yan shot her a cold glance before striding forward, with Lu Yi dragging Lin Jiyan in tow. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Yi unceremoniously tossed Lin Jiyan to the ground and then stood a few paces away, warily surveying the surroundings. Pei Yan positioned himself before Lin Jiyan, looking down at her from a height, his gaze indifferent and icy, his voice chillingly harsh. Do you know why I have kept you for so long? In just a few short days, Lin Jiyan appeared to have aged a decade. Her entire demeanor one of utter disarray and despair. Shaking her head in tears, her eyes were filled with dread. Pei Yan produced a small orb of light. Upon seeing it, Lin Jiyan instinctively lunged forward. But Pei Yan sidestepped, causing her to tumble to the ground, her gaze fixated on the orb. I have now altered the system's programming, rendering your existence unnecessary. To these words, Lin Jiyan was struck with shock and fury, astounded by the other's power to modify the system, enraged that she had been exploited only to face death. Angry, are we? Pei Yan suddenly chuckled, yet his eyes were filled with a profound chill. But I am quite upset as well. How dare you harm her? The one I cherish above all? Time and again you have put her in peril. How dare you? The coldness of Pei Yan's smile was striking. Chapter 53. Little grass. That was close. I almost encountered a ghost. Pei Yan's smile was strikingly beautiful, yet Lin Jiyan could only perceive him as terrifying. A character who existed solely within a confined world had not only awakened self-awareness, but also possessed the ability to alter the system's programming. This was beyond the capabilities of any being from a lower realm. Pei Yan could clearly see the fear in Lin Jiyan's eyes as he articulated her final judgment. Little Guai said she wanted a green gemstone. Whether that wish is fulfilled rests with you, the great purifier of anomalies. Under Lin Jiyan's bewildered gaze, Pei Yan smiled and retreated alongside Lu Yi to conceal themselves behind a nearby tree. Leaving Lin Jiyan alone in her predicament as Pei Yan departed, Lin Jiyan struggled to rise, desperate to flee, but her bindings rendered her immobile. Reluctantly, she resorted to gnawing at the ropes binding her wrists with her teeth. As she struggled to gnaw at the rope, a sudden chill swept in from behind her. Upon catching sight of the creature lurking in the shadows, she was seized by terror and collapsed to the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, a colossal avian aberration flapped its wings above her, its crimson eyes fixated upon her, emitting a piercing shriek as it dove down with predatory intent and a frantic bid to evade the onslaught of the monstrosity. Lin Jian rolled on the ground in desperation. Just when she thought the appearance of one aberration was dire enough, a few more emerged within mere minutes. Surrounded by these grotesque beings, Lin Jian trembled uncontrollably, her body marred by countless scratches inflicted by the creatures. Purifier, it's the purifier, kill her! The aberration surged forth in a frenzied as Lin Jian closed her eyes in despair, awaiting her demise. A cacophony of anguished cries pierced her ears. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Pei Yan, standing defiantly against the wind, wielding lightning in his palms, his gaze bloodthirsty like that of a deity of death. After vanquishing the aberrations, Pei Yan scanned the vicinity as if searching for something, then furrowed his brow and pressed on. Awaiting Lin Jian was yet another wave of aberrational attacks. She resembled a ripe fruit, luring countless aberrations towards her. Each time she neared death, Pei Yan would leisurely intervene, dispatching batch after batch of the creatures. Initially, Lin Jian believed he was merely teaching her a lesson through such torment. However, she soon realized that he was using her as bait to lure the aberrations. As long as she remained alive, they would relentlessly rush to kill her, allowing him to strike them down when they least expected it. Lin Jian was once again acutely aware of Pei Yan's terrifying nature. Yet she found herself powerless to resist. Following yet another brutal skirmish, Pei Yan stood atop a mountain of aberration corpses, drenched in blood, casting a cold, disdainful glance at Lin Jian, who lay on the ground. Clinging to life, did he approach slowly, tilting his head with a mocking laugh so weak. Infuriated, Lin Jian tasted blood at the corner of her mouth, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Pei Yan as her lips struggled to form a few words. "You demon, I curse you to an untimely death." Pei Yan chuckled, dismissing her words with a scoff. "You are the 90-8th lightning struck." Lin Jian left this world without comprehending the meaning of his words. Only Pei Yan understood. He was stating that she was the 98th conqueror he had slain. After eliminating Lin Jian, Pei Yan's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze turning cold and somber as he surveyed the heap of corpses beneath him. "Not yet," he murmured softly to himself. "Never mind." The injured Louis followed him silently, as if in Pei Yan's eyes, he would unconditionally support whatever his master chose to do. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, who was tasked with guarding Su Yin to prevent her from leaving, found himself in dire straits. He realized he could not stop her at all. Suddenly awakened from her slumber, Su Yin reached out beside her, only to find the chill of emptiness. No one was there. Alarmed, she threw off the covers, searching the bed frantically, even peering under it. Nothing, neither on the bed nor beneath it. Had her little rabbit gone fishing again in the dead of night? And to tell him that she wasn't in the mood for fish, but rather wanted roast duck? Before leaving, she made sure to don her cool sunglasses, plunging her surroundings into deeper darkness. As she stumbled towards the door, a shadow leapt out to block her path. "Miss Su, the master has instructed me to. Lu Qi displayed a self-assured smile, attempting to sound amiable, yet before he could finish his sentence, he was struck into unconsciousness with a single blow. With a serene smile, he lay rigidly on the cold, unyielding ground, his eyes peacefully closed. What had just transpired? How had he lost consciousness? It was a close call. He had nearly encountered a ghost. The late hours of the night were fraught with such dangers, making it all too easy to stumble upon the supernatural. Yet, the voice he had just heard seemed oddly familiar. Who could it be? Lu Qi. Unable to recall, Su Yin decided to let it slide. Adjusting her sunglasses, she stepped over Lu Qi's sprawled form and successfully exited. However, once outside, she found herself at a loss. Where had Tutu gone fishing? In this unfamiliar territory, the little grass could not locate the river and resolved to ask someone for directions. Spotting a few staggering zombies approaching in the distance, Su Yin swiftly made her way over, positioning herself in front of the foremost zombie, and sincerely inquired, "Hello, do you happen to know where one can fish around here?" The little grass was a polite soul. She continued to the next, "Hello, may I ask?" Bang. "Hello." Bang. "You." Bang. The Wolfong club in Su Yin's hand was now drenched in blood as she turned to face the last zombie, which seemed to tremble at their shared gaze. "You don't know either." Su Yin spoke with a hint of indifference. The zombie struggled momentarily, clearly terrified of Su Yin yet drooling at the thought of her. Hungry, craving sustenance, yearning for a taste. But this human seemed rather fierce. Never mind, perhaps a bite wouldn't hurt. In the next instant, its head became the final one to burst. How splendid! Family should be united. Suyin gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground. Her brow furrowed in concern. So, where exactly had Tutu gone fishing? The little grass sighed in despair. Alas, with no one to guide her, Suyin had no choice but to rely on her instincts. She walked and walked, but barely had she taken a few steps when a dark shadow obstructed her path. Suyin froze for a moment, hastily covering her eyes. Oh no, she nearly encountered a ghost. One hand shielding her eyes, she raised the other, prepared to employ her previous tactic to knock it unconscious. To her surprise, the opponent moved even faster. Suyin found herself ensnared within a cage of black thorns. Astonished at the sight before her, this spirit was rather formidable. A figure approached slowly from the darkness, clad entirely in black as if merging with the night, wearing a hat and mask that revealed only a pair of crimson eyes. The youth's delicate features were imbued with a rebellious spirit, exuding a sense of gloomy pride. Chapter 54. Suda Lao, encountering a ghost, exploding a ghost. Are you ready to bear the brunt of my wrath? Suyin peered through the cage at the brooding young man outside, tilting her head to reveal just the right amount of confusion. Who might you be? The boy's emotions were palpable in his eyes, on the verge of unleashing a vengeful rampage. Abruptly interrupted by Su Yin's query, shocked and incredulous, he asked, "You don't remember me? Who are you?" Su Yin replied innocently, her confusion evident. "You struck me with a club. You truly don't recall?" The boy became animated, glaring at Su Yin with indignation. As if intent on piercing through her with his gaze, Su Yin pursed her lips in contemplation before slowly responding. "Who are you?" The boy, now enraged, retorted, "Is there nothing else you can say besides who are you?" Su Yin was taken aback by his outburst, pouting slightly before reconsidering her words. "Who are you?" Taking a deep breath, the boy, filled with rage, laughed in disbelief. "I see you're trying to provoke me, aren't you?" As these words escaped her lips, the bewildered Su Yin suddenly recalled something, and with a moment of clarity, she exclaimed, "It's you? You are the one who injured Tutu and fled." The young man, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion but brushed it aside, arrogantly lifting his chin and smirking coldly. "Indeed, it was I who harmed him. Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, it's too late. A mere ordinary person dares to lay hands on me. If you plead with me, I might consider granting you a swift death." The haughty youth muttered to himself, wholly oblivious to the fact that the captive had already dismantled her prison and was now holding a shard of thorns, her gaze icy and fixated on him. By the time he noticed, she had already breached her confinement and emerged. The youth was taken aback. How did you escape?" He looked at Su Yin in disbelief, then at the shattered cage behind her. Was it not said that the thorny cage was indestructible, that once trapped, no one could escape? Damn it, he had been deceived. Su Yin glared at him coldly, brandishing the thorny weapon, her presence commanding and formidable. "You deserve to die." Once more feeling provoked, the young man stifled his surprise, sneering derisively, "To kill me? You are not worthy." In swift response, Su Yin demonstrated through her actions whether she was indeed worthy of ending his life. As another fissure opened in the ground beside her, the youth finally ceased to conceal his strength, and in an instant lightning entwined around Su Yin. She frowned as she surveyed the electric storm encircling her. The young man, reveling in his perceived superiority, taunted her like a fish flipping over. "Come on, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Show me what you've got." Su Yin merely lifted her gaze, casting a glance at the arrogant youth, and after a moment of silence, conveyed her lack of understanding yet respectful acknowledgement. Then, to the youth's astonishment, he beheld the petite girl at the center of the storm reaching her bare hands into the lightning, as though crumpling paper, gathering the electric currents into a tightly formed ball. That moment, the smile on the youth's face vanished entirely, replaced by a look of shock as he stared blankly at her handiwork. "Sister, that is lightning, not mud." After forming the lightning ball, Su Yin suddenly raised her head to face the young man. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him when she smiled and lifted the lightning ball towards him. He instinctively shot away, yet ultimately, he was struck by the electric orb. The lightning exploded on his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning grim as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, that lightning ball can change direction, just a tiny orb. Do you think that could kill me?" He was met with yet another explosive lightning orb. Crap, wasn't it supposed to be just one? Where did this one come from? The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Yin, his expression nearly cracking. Suddenly, Su Yin produced a small bamboo basket from seemingly nowhere. Adorned with a glimmering talisman, she began extracting one identical lightning orb after another from the basket. The youth was entirely unaware of her uncanny replication abilities. Then, With the basket in hand, she chased after him, hurling lightning orbs that detonated into craters, illuminating the night sky and igniting a stubborn resolve within him. The youth vanished abruptly, and the lightning Suin had thrown met only empty air. Confounded, Suin spun around, searching for his whereabouts. Little darling? Where did you go? She discarded the basket and lunged forward, her joy unrestrained yet not forgetting her purpose. Rabbit, please stop fishing. I long to savor roasted duck. Upon suddenly catching sight of the young girl outside, Pei Yan, who had been engulfed in worry, found himself momentarily dazed by her words. That I shall prepare roasted duck for you tomorrow, dear. What are you doing here? He had come to check for any potential mutant incursions, only to find the little girl, who should have been asleep, instead lying flat. Lu Qi remarked, she certainly didn't seem like a little girl when she was attacking me. Suin, nestled in Pei Yan's embrace, happily nuzzled against him. Upon hearing his question, she lifted her head from his chest, furrowing her brows in contemplation. Pei Yan instinctively scanned the surroundings, searching for the ghost the little girl had mentioned. Not spotting anything, he looked back down and asked, where is that ghost? It vanished in an instant, she replied. Gazing into the little girl's bright and earnest eyes, Pei Yan gently patted her small head. Silently sighing, the child's health seemed precarious. She was now experiencing delusions. While it was indeed regrettable that he could not vanquish the ghost, he found solace in having discovered Rabbit. As they continued walking, Suin abruptly halted, tilting her head as she scrutinized Pei Yan, who was smeared with blood. Why is there so much blood on you? Pei Yan stiffened, and even Lu Yi, who trailed behind, sensed his rigidity. Pei Yan frantically pondered how to explain the situation. The little girl was delicate. He could not allow her to uncover his brutal side. Xiao Chao, with her clear and innocent eyes, asked in surprise, did you kill fish? Did you kill many? Only one, he replied. That's good. I've been craving roasted duck lately, not fish. Please do not venture out in the middle of the night to fish again. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. The two engaged in a delightful and animated conversation, each feeling quite satisfied. Chapter 55. The cool Xiao Chao, with a cool burden. Pei Yan, puzzled, lowered his gaze. Why was he sleeping here? I do not know, Xiao Chao replied innocently, shaking her head with a cold expression. Lu Yi stepped forward and dragged Lu Qi away, clearing a path for the two. As Lu Qi was dragged across the ground, he protested, all right, so I'm just a floor mat now. The following day, Suin finally indulged in the roasted duck she had been yearning for, wrapped in a thin pancake with sweet sauce. As she devoured the duck rolls Pei Yan fed her, her cheeks bulged, and she swayed happily. By the time she finished, it was nearly time to embark on their journey. While everyone was packing up and boarding the vehicle, Suin noticed Xiax walking by, limping and hunched over. She blinked in confusion, tilting her head. Are you feeling unwell? She inquired, observing the pallor of his face. The sudden concern made Xiax's spine stiffen. He looked up at Suin, a gentle smile gracing his fair and delicate features. I'm fine. I simply caught a chill last night, and my leg aches a bit. Yin's gaze lingered on his bandaged foot. Little dear, it's time to get in the car. Pei Yan approached from a distance, taking Su Yin's hand and leading her toward their vehicle, casting a cold glance back at Xiax as he turned away. The main group continued their advance toward the northern base. If they quickened their pace, they should arrive before sunset. Liu Qi, seated in the passenger seat, rubbed his sore neck while glancing at the map. To ensure safety, it is best to reach before dusk. With unanimous agreement, they decided to press onward without rest. The vehicle sped along the highway throughout the entire day, with several driver changes along the way. Finally arriving at the northern base just as the sun began to set. The terrain of the northern base differed significantly from the easily defensible southwestern base. It was situated on flat ground, necessitating the construction of taller and thicker walls for defense. The entire base resembled a colossal flatland fortress, with several rocket launchers positioned atop its walls. Outside the fortress stood soldiers clad in camouflage. Armed with firearms, the vehicle carrying Su Yin and her companions was halted from a distance by the soldiers, who, with their weapons drawn, demanded that everyone disembark for inspection. Pei Yan glanced at the soldiers outside, his refined features betraying a nonchalant demeanor, his indifferent gaze imbued with an air of authority. The soldiers, under his scrutiny, tightened their grip on their weapons, barking orders for everyone to exit the vehicle. Pei Yan's expression turned cold. Without uttering a word, he opened the door and stepped out, then turned to gently lift Su Yin from the vehicle. Observing Pei Yan's departure, Lu Yi and Lu Qi followed suit. And one by one, everyone exited, finding themselves confined to a designated area under watch, helplessly witnessing the soldier searching their vehicle. The soldier guarding them turned, gun in hand, and spoke with an air of superiority. stating that entry into the base was permissible only upon surrendering all of their supplies. Upon hearing the demand to relinquish their entire stock, a wave of dissent surged among the group. Su-in and her companions remained indifferent, as their provisions were minimal, mostly stored within Pei Yan space. However, for Lin Jianyue and her group of ordinary people, their supplies represented their very existence. A heated debate erupted regarding the necessity of surrendering their goods to enter the base, escalating to physical altercations among those who could not reach a consensus, resulting in a chaotic scene. Ultimately, it was Jiang Qing and Lin Jianyue who stepped forward to propose a solution. They suggested distributing the supplies equally among those willing to comply, allowing them entry into the city, while those unwilling to surrender their goods could depart, even if it meant disbanding the group. Upon realizing that Jiang Qing and Lin Jianyue would no longer take responsibility for them, many felt a surge of panic. As ordinary individuals, they feared survival in this post-apocalyptic world without their protection. Some attempted to offer gentle counsel, while others resorted to moral coercion, insisting that since they had brought them here, they bore a responsibility for their welfare. Holding a child in her arms, Jiang Qing regarded the suddenly ugly countenances around her, feeling neither sorrow nor regret, but rather a sense of relief. Having brought them this far was already a testament to her compassion. Their survival or demise henceforth bore no relevance to her. Their departure was merely a reflection of the mutual assistance they had once shared. With her recently cropped hair framing her stern features, Jiang Qing, after issuing her warning, resolutely led Lin Jianyue and Anan toward the base. For them, the base represented the safest refuge, while provisions could always be sought later. Witnessing Jiang Qing's decisive exit left the others in a state of indecision. Ultimately, some gritted their teeth and chose to enter the base, while others departed with their supplies. Amidst their heated discussions, Su-in and her companions had begun the final body inspections, primarily checking for any injuries. Those found with wounds would need to be quarantined for 24 hours to monitor for signs of infection. Consequently, the first to be apprehended was the limping Xiuxi, who was swiftly taken away as soon as he entered the inspection room. Xiuxi, I've been captured. Su-in and her companions. Yes, we noticed. Take care, Xiuxi. And so, under the cold, unfeeling gaze of the others, Xiuxi was led away. Then several individuals confidently approached to conduct an inspection. 10 minutes later, a group of them was neatly squatting in the observation room. Seated in the corner, nursing his injured leg, Xiuxi cast a cold, merciless sneer at them. Oh, you've arrived. Su-in and her companions, their faces devoid of expression, clung to their last vestiges of stubbornness. This matter must be traced back to 10 minutes prior. Throughout their journey, everyone had sustained some injuries from their skirmishes, except for Su-in, who was treated like a precious gem. Logically, Su-in should not have been detained. However, when the inspectors requested her to remove her semi-permanent sunglasses for examination, she resolutely refused to comply. Please cooperate with the inspection. The staff member frowned at the young girl before him. The cool, petite figure raised her chin defiantly, gazing at the inspector with an air of coolness, her ruby lips parting to firmly utter a single word. No. The resolute little one would not part with her cool demeanor. With the mirror and the grass intact, she would never yield. Consequently, she was ushered into a small dark room. Through her own efforts, she successfully avoided separation from Tuesday. A few individuals squatted in the dim room, enveloped in silence. 5 minutes later, 3 more individuals entered. Upon seeing Su-in and the others, Lin Jianyue felt a flicker of joy. Just as she was about to greet Su-in, who was huddled in the corner, a sarcastic voice emerged from another corner. Oh, you all have been detained too. How fortuitous. The injured Xiuxi, shedding his previously shy demeanor, began to amplify his attacks indiscriminately. You don't understand, she is my treasure, he declared. Lin Jianyue's smile vanished in an instant, leaving her feeling less jubilant. Silently, she chose a corner to squat down. Once again, the small dark room descended into silence. 5 minutes later, another group of familiar faces, survivors who had journeyed with Lin Jianyue, was ushered in. As soon as they entered, they heard Xiuxi's disgruntled voice. Full. Next room. The survivors surveyed the room, their gazes landing on the still vacant corner. Isn't there's still a corner available? Next room. Xiuxi leaned against the wall, his gaze hauntingly fixed on them. After the survivors exited, everyone collectively turned their attention to a certain solitary figure in the corner. What are you staring at? I didn't notice you glancing my way earlier, Xiuxi snapped, his eyes brimming with resentment. Observing his palpable fury, the others sheepishly averted their gazes, silently focusing on an ant in the corner. Oh dear, this ant looks rather charming. In that moment, our brave little grass made her move. Goo goo goo. Is the baby hungry? Pei Yan chuckled softly as he patted the little girl's rumbling belly. Su-in nodded. admitting to a slight hunger. Pei Yan produced some snacks for her to nibble on, his heart aching at the sight of her obediently munching just a little longer. We will be out soon, as Suyin chewed with her cheeks full. She looked up in confusion. Didn't they say we were to be observed for 24 hours? How soon is soon? The reality proved that soon was indeed very swift. They had barely been in the small dark room for an hour when the personnel from the base politely came to escort them out. Leader Pei, our chief wishes to meet you. Please follow me. The faces of those coming to release them were adorned with smiles, their demeanor courteous and respectful. With an inscrutable expression, Pei Yan led Suyin out of the dimly lit room. Everything unfolding precisely as he had anticipated during the registration. He truthfully filled in his name, and upon viewing the documents, they undoubtedly deduced his identity, making it implausible for them to remain composed. They were escorted to the administrative center of the base, where each path was guarded by fully armed soldiers, creating a formidable sense of security. Ultimately, they halted before a door. Chief Pei, our leader awaits you inside. The rest may follow me to the reception room for a brief respite. The individual gestured with a smile. Suyin furrowed her brow, clutching Pei Yan's hand, unwilling to part ways. Pei Yan gently squeezed her hand, lowering his head to offer tender reassurance. Be good, go play with them for now. I shall come to fetch you shortly. The little grass was reluctant. Despite her efforts, she was ultimately separated from her companion, feeling quite upset. Chief Pei, please enter. The swift change in demeanor left the guide astonished. Upon entering the inner chamber, Pei Yan encountered a serious office adorned with a mahogany desk, marked by simplicity and solemnity. Behind the desk sat an individual, gazing at him with a piercing coldness. Pei Yan met his gaze unflinchingly, both exuding an imposing presence as their eyes locked, igniting an invisible struggle in the air. The atmospheric pressure in the room noticeably diminished. Eventually, it was the other party who broke the eerie silence. Chief Pei, I have long admired your reputation. The voice, icy and grave, matched the demeanor of the man before him with sharp, chiseled features and an air of ruthless authority. He embodied a steely temperament forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression merely by standing there, Pei Yan appeared impervious to this pressure, casually reclining in his chair as he lazily regarded the man behind the desk, his tone nonchalant yet laced with a light chuckle. Suyu, it's been a while. Suyu's eyes widened slightly, a deeper meaning flickering within them as he regarded Pei Yan, his brows knitting together, his voice low and tinged with frost. You know me? His actions were typically circumspect. The world only recognized the commander of the northern base as a military figure, oblivious to his true identity, let alone his name. Moreover, he was certain that he had never met Pei Yan before. Suyu, let us engage in a transaction. Pei Yan fixed his gaze upon Suyu's eyes, speaking with a smile. Suyu's expression grew pensive. Several minutes later, Pei Yan and Suyu exited the office together, making their way to the reception room. Along the way, Suyu cast a puzzled glance at his recently allied partner, his eyes drifting over the slight amusement dancing in Pei Yan's features. A hint of confusion crept across his frigid visage. Why must we go to the reception room? I could have them brought here. I promised her I would go to fetch her. The mention of the young girl elicited an involuntary smile from Pei Yan. Her? Suyu's perplexity deepened, suddenly recalling an outrageous rumor. It was said that the leader of the southwestern base was utterly captivated by a woman, even going so far as to offer a substantial bounty to locate her. He had previously dismissed it as mere gossip. Are you seeking the shaman for her sake? Suyu's brow furrowed tighter, his expression one of incredulity. All of this for a woman? Pei Yan cast him a cold glance, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he pushed open the door. You wouldn't understand. She is my treasure. Suyu indeed did not comprehend. He gazed at Pei Yan, who strode forward to catch the little girl leaping into his arms, his eyes soft and indulgent as he cradled her closely, soothing her with gentle words. The tenderness and adoration he displayed took him by surprise, noticing Suyin still wearing sunglasses late into the evening. Suyu's brows furrowed even more tightly, perhaps due to Suyu's formidable presence. Suyin, who was nestled in Pei Yan's embrace, peeked out to glance at Suyu behind him. Upon locking eyes with him through her sunglasses, she blinked in curiosity and astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a majestic wolf. Intrigued, she wished to observe him a moment longer. However, before she could finish her examination, someone covered her eyes and pulled her back into their embrace. Pei Yan cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, accompanied by a hint of warning, while simultaneously restraining the squirming little one and diverting her attention. Are you hungry, little one? What would you like to eat? How about hot pot? At the mention of hot pot, Suyin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Pei Yan, eagerly counting on her fingers the ingredients she wished to have. I want to eat tripe. cilantro, beef, potatoes. Suyin breathlessly listed over a dozen dishes, salivating at the thought. Pei Yan wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, chuckling as he agreed, then, taking her hand, he disregarded Suyu at the entrance and walked away without a backward glance. Suyu? Chapter 57. What? Is there an issue with Xios in that regard? Suyu had arranged for them to stay in a quaint little villa. Though modest in size, it was a haven of tranquility. The first order of business upon settling in was to ignite the stove and prepare soup for the hot pot. Everyone had heard Pei Yan's declaration of wanting hot pot. Those who washed pots did so, while others sliced vegetables and some tended to the flames, each task clearly delineated and orderly. The guide, taken aback, stared in astonishment at Shi Yi, who was using his abilities to cook, before finally diverting his gaze to the myriad of fresh ingredients being placed on the table. There was an array of both meat and vegetables, complemented by the fragrant and spicy aroma wafting from the bubbling pot. The observer couldn't help but swallow hard, just as Shi Yi was meticulously controlling the heat. He suddenly turned to him, expecting a polite invitation to join their meal. The observer was taken aback by Shi Yi's cold, unyielding voice. "You may leave now." The harshness extinguished any warmth in his heart. The man's smile faltered, and with reluctance, he cast a longing glance at the simmering hot pot, nearly drooling at the enticing scent. After all, it was hot pot. Seeing this, Shi Yi fluffed up like a protective cat, casting a dark glare at the man, his expression stoic as he reiterated the dismissal. "We shan't see you out. The door is over there. That if you are wise, you'll leave on your own. Do not compel me to throw you out." Once everything was prepared, Shi Tang and the others skillfully positioned themselves with their bowls and chopsticks, eagerly awaiting the pot. This time, they were joined by Lu Qi, having endured several setbacks due to her reticence. Lu Qi, adhering to the philosophy of joining forces when unable to compete, successfully squeezed into the trio. Noticing Lu Yi standing idly nearby with empty hands, she swiftly pulled him over, thrusting a pair of chopsticks into his grasp. Lu Yi, maintaining his aloof demeanor, felt his brow twitch as he held the utensils, yet ultimately did not relinquish them. As per tradition, everyone waited for Pei Yan to pick the first morsel before they all began to serve themselves. Perhaps in an effort to delight the little girl, Pei Yan had prepared an abundance of ingredients, leaving everyone exceptionally satisfied and full. After Su Yin and Shi Tang had their fill and left the table, Fan Gonggong raised his hand, speaking slowly. "Are we missing someone?" Shi Yi took a hearty gulp of soda, belched contentedly, and surveyed the group, stating, "No, we aren't." The others silently directed their gazes towards him. Shi Yi paused, suddenly struck by a realization. Damn, their crippled companion. Su Si, confined in a small dark room, revealed an emotionless smile. "Forget it, who can forget you lot?" Living father Su Si was soon brought to their quaint villa, where he was met with a chorus of sarcastic laughter upon entering. Completely unrestrained, he was dedicated to fostering equality among everyone. Initially, the group managed to endure their discomfort, but when he took an extra serving of food, the trio of sick friends could no longer hold back. An urgent meeting was convened. Three heads huddled together, murmuring. "Have you noticed something amiss with Su Si?" Shi Tang inquired seriously. "Indeed, he actually had an extra bowl of rice today." Fan Gonggong replied, indignant. Shi Tang shot a look of exasperation at Fan Gonggong. "I meant something's wrong with him personally." "What? Su Si has personal issues?" Fan Gonggong exclaimed, covering his mouth in shock. "What? Su Si is unable to marry because he lacks humanity?" Shi Yi gasped in astonishment. "Huh?" Xiao Chao suddenly popped up, squeezing his little head in, expressing confusion and curiosity. Observing the increasingly absurd conversation between the two, Shi Tang wore a look of utter incredulity. "I was saying that something is off about Su Si himself," Shi Tang ground out through clenched teeth. Fan Gonggong nodded in understanding, confidently asserting, "Spread the word, Su Si's character is questionable." Shi Yi interjected. "I heard you say Su Si is lacking." Xiao Chao was taken aback. "What?" A cold smirk escaped Shi Tang's lips. "Keep fabricating your tales. Damn, this is how rumors start." Sensing Shi Tang's irritation, the two dared not continue their nonsensical chatter. "We believe, as the noble concubine has stated," Fan Gonggong said, delicately pinching his fingers, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Yes, yes, yes, since Shi Tang claims he has issues, then he must indeed have issues." Shi Yi nodded earnestly in agreement. Xiao Chao followed suit, his little tuft of hair bobbing adorably. Do you really not think he has a problem? I suspect his previous obedience was all an act." Shi Tang regarded his foolish companions with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. "An act?" Xiao Chao exclaimed, his hair standing on end in surprise. "As he pretending to be a fool?" Fan Gonggong expressed shock and anger. "How infuriating. I felt sorry for him before and even shared my chicken leg." "Really?" Xiao Chao displayed an expression of astonishment and envy as that the crux of the matter. The main point is, I suspect he has ulterior motives for following us. Qi Tang cast a glance at the sorrowful Fan Gonggong. Su Si's demeanor had indeed changed drastically. Since entering the base, he had completely let loose, displaying an arrogance that was hardly characteristic of someone easily subdued or humiliated. So what now? Should we strike first and eliminate him? Shi Ye's suggestion was ruthless. Qi Tang fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head. No, let's capture him first and inquire about his intentions. How do we capture him? Should we just knock him out and tie him up? Shi Ye proposed a straightforward and violent solution. We possess a certain drug, colorless and odorless, dissolving instantly in water. It will surely allow us to subdue him without raising any suspicion. The eunuch Fan revealed a cunning smile reminiscent of a treacherous minister. This method is splendid. It is you, he affirmed to the great villain. The delicate Xiao Chao nodded in agreement, her fair face alight with enthusiasm, softly reiterating her approval. Encouraged by their support, Fan's eyes sparkled with ambition as he was about to turn and embark on a grand endeavor, only to be interrupted by a chilling voice from behind. That I have heard everything. The target had suddenly appeared, accompanied by a cold smirk. Upon raising her head in shock, Jisoo encountered Shioxi, who stood with arms crossed, mocking them. After a brief moment of astonishment, they all lowered their heads and huddled together, murmuring, "Oh no, we have been discovered." "Then let us take action," they unanimously declared, their murderous intent palpable. Suyin promptly produced 3 knives, her cheeks puffing up as she exclaimed, "Attack!" The trio turned and lunged at Shioxi, only to be met with his languid voice, "If you kill me, you will never be able to cure her." The thought of their small dark circles and little black gloves haunting them for a lifetime made Xiao Cao's hair stand on end. With their weapons gone and unable to halt their momentum, the 3 tumbled into a heap. Shioxi no longer concealed his arrogance, looking down at the fallen trio as if they were mere ants, exuding an air of disdainful superiority. Chapter 58. The Cunning Rabbit. "So my darling loves me so dearly?" Finally revealing his true self, Shi Ye scoffed at, "I cannot comprehend your words. I merely observed that you were plotting against me." Shioxi blinked innocently, feigning naivety. This demeanor infuriated Shi Ye, who could barely contain his vexation. "Stop pretending." "What are you talking about?" "I am not pretending," Shioxi replied with a slight smile, an air of pity in his expression. "You see, I have lost my family and am just an ordinary person. What wicked thoughts could I possibly harbor?" As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the space, and then, "Ugh!" Shioxi's expression shifted as he watched Shi Ye retch, his irritation boiling over. "What do you mean by that?" Shi Ye, still gagging, mimicked Shioxi's earlier tone. "I simply wish to vomit. What ill intentions could I possess?" Shioxi's smile evaporated, clearly taken aback as he faltered. Shi Ye's mood lifted considerably. A tense silence enveloped them, their gazes clashing with sparks of animosity. Yet, Pei Yan remained oblivious to their exchange, his attention solely on the young girl before him. The moment he entered, he spotted Suyin sitting on the sofa, looking as adorable as a rabbit enjoying a melon seed. His previously stern expression softened as he strode toward her, gently calling, "My dear." Suyin happily nuzzled against him, having missed her little rabbit for 2 hours. Lu Qi inquired, puzzled, "What are they doing?" Engaging in a battle of glares. How sophisticated." Upon learning the entire situation, Lui and Lu Qi aligned themselves with Shi Ye, their gazes toward Shioxi now tinged with wariness. Anyone who posed a potential threat must be eliminated without hesitation. Unfazed by his isolation, Shioxi remained calm and composed, aware that he possessed a trump card. "Just remember, someone is still waiting for me to save them." He glanced at Suyin, who wore sunglasses, a faint smile gracing his lips. Pei Yan cast a cold glance at him, conveying that they had already received news of the Gu Master. This implied that his services were no longer required. "Oh. Then I wish you good fortune," Shioxi replied with a knowing smile. Pei Yan furrowed his brows, gazing deeply into Shioxi's beaming eyes. His clothing slightly tugged as he lowered his gaze to the little girl in his arms. "Have you truly found her?" Suyin exclaimed with delight. "Yes, the little darling will soon be able to detoxify herself. Are you happy?" Upon seeing the little girl, Pei Yan could not help but feel his heart soften. Suyin nodded enthusiastically. Little Chao will finally become fair and lovely. Little Chao was so overjoyed that she couldn't sleep that night, sitting up in bed with dark circles under her eyes, only to find the space beside her cold and empty. Pouting, she got out of bed to search for the disobedient rabbit. Passing by the study, she noticed the lights were on and familiar voices echoed within. "Master, are we really going to that laboratory? I gathered some information today, and several teams of ability users have already perished there," came the worried voice of Lu Qi. "I have promised Suyu We must go, Pei Yan's calm and steady voice responded. But it is truly dangerous there. To venture forth without any intelligence would be to court death if it is merely to find the Gu master. Lu Qi's words were abruptly cut off by Lu Yi's reprimand. Lu Qi. Su Yin pushed the door open and entered. The trio paused, their expression slightly peculiar upon seeing her at the threshold. Why are you awake? Pei Yan was the first to react, smiling as he approached and draping his coat over Su Yin. Did you have a nightmare? Pei Yan gently touched the little girl's face, soothing her softly. The sight of her round, dark-circled eyes, devoid of any laughter, was a testament to true affection. Clearly, little Chow was not easily placated. Her small face wore a serious frown. Where are you going? I am not going anywhere. Pei Yan chuckled gently. Did I heard everything? You are heading to a very dangerous place. Su Yin furrowed her brow tightly. You misunderstood. Pei Yan feigned indifference. I did not misunderstand. He said so. Su Yin pointed at Lu Qi, glaring at Pei Yan. That I am not blind. My ears can hear. Lu Qi lowered his head, silently turning away, too timid to look at them. Realizing he could not deceive her, Pei Yan sighed softly and signaled Lu Yi and Lu Qi to leave. Sitting by the bed, he gently stroked her hair, speaking in a warm and soothing tone. Are you angry, my dear? Angry? The little girl's straightforwardness took Pei Yan by surprise. Causing him to laugh softly, he planted a kiss on her puff cheek. Do not be upset. I will tell you everything, all right? Thus Pei Yan recounted his agreement with Su Yu to Su Yin. Essentially, Su Yu would assist them in locating the Gu master to detoxify Su Yin, while granting them passage into Beishan in exchange for Pei Yan's assistance in retrieving an item from the laboratory. I will go find it. The rabbit will wait for me at home. Su Yin considered and devised a perfect solution. Her confident expression made Pei Yan chuckle softly. My little darling here to protect me? Little Chow proudly lifted her chin. As a member of the family, protecting the rabbit was her duty. So my darling loves me so much? Yes, Su Yin instinctively replied. Pei Yan's throat rolled as he emitted a joyful laugh, his clear and elegant features radiating tenderness and affection. Ah, my dear little one, how I adore you. Pei Yan chuckled as he planted a tender kiss on the little girl's cheek. Seizing the moment while she was momentarily dazed, he cradled her into the warm embrace of the blankets, gently patting her to sleep with a soothing voice. Rest now, my sweet baby. The following morning, Su Yin awoke early, her wide eyes fixated on Pei Yan without blinking. She was determined to keep her gaze upon him. Thus, throughout the day, wherever Pei Yan ventured, she trailed behind like a devoted little shadow, anxious that he might slip away unnoticed. When they encountered Su Yu, she shot him a fierce glare. Even through his sunglasses, Su Yu felt the weight of her hostility, leaving him utterly perplexed. Furrowing his brow, Su Yu observed the little girl standing protectively in front of Pei Yan, akin to a mother hen guarding her chick. Filled with bewilderment, he glanced up at the beaming and triumphant Pei Yan, seeking clarification. What's the matter with her? No worries, she merely fears that you might cause me trouble, Pei Yan replied with a boisterous grin, laced with a hint of boastfulness. That Su Yu was taken aback. That so? I'm merely a pawn in your little game. Chapter 59. How did you know that the little darling proposed to me? Single and solely devoted to his career, Su Yu found it difficult to comprehend the whimsical dynamics of young couples. However, this did not diminish his curiosity regarding another matter. Why did she persist in wearing sunglasses? He finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. Every time he encountered her, she was adorned with sunglasses, regardless of the hour or location. He had yet to glimpse her true visage. You wouldn't understand, Pei Yan nonchalantly replied, leading Su Yin away, leaving Su Yu speechless in his wake. I wouldn't understand. You haven't even explained why I should. Throughout the day, Su Yin remained glued to Pei Yan's side as they meandered through the base, quiet and obedient like a devoted little tailed. As they wandered, Pei Yan abruptly halted in front of a small stall. Su Yin, guided by his hand, naturally came to a stop as well. Curiously, she glanced up at him, noticing his unwavering gaze fixed on the items displayed at the stall. The northern base was akin to the southwestern base, featuring designated trading spots for survivors, with street stalls being the most common. Simply placing a few items on the ground transformed it into a makeshift shop. The wares were generally an assortment of clothing and miscellaneous goods, once unattainable even with money, now worth less than a pack of instant noodles. In the apocalypse, food became the most precious commodity. This particular stall offered an array of exquisite jewelry, including pieces crafted from gold. Observing the arrival of a potential customer, the vendor promptly stood up, grinning obsequiously as he began his sales pitch. Good sir, might I interest you in something? Our merchandise is guaranteed genuine, all real gold and silver. Just take a look. We even have the certificates of authenticity. Pei Yan remained silent, his gaze lingering on a ring nestled within a box. The vendor, perceptive to the unspoken tension, promptly lifted the ring, stealing a glance at Su Yin behind Pei Yan. Sir, you have an eye for quality. This ring is a custom wedding band designed by Master Tony, valued at 10 million today. Seeing that fate has brought us together, I shall let it go for 5 packs of instant noodles. What do you say? In a world where barter was primarily for food, Pei Yan slowly lifted his gaze, assessing the vendor with an icy indifference. The vendor felt a chill run down his spine under Pei Yan's scrutiny. Stammering, well, how about 3 packs then? Pei Yan, holding Su Yin's hand, turned to leave. Wait. Surely we can negotiate, 2 packs would suffice. Upon witnessing Pei Yan's departure, the vendor anxiously called out from behind. Wait. Just 1 package, will that suffice? Does Tutu not like it? Pei Yan, lost in thought and unable to clearly hear her words, gazed at her in confusion. Does Tutu not fancy that ring? She had clearly seen him staring at it intently. If Tutu likes it, I can buy it for you, Su Yin the darling declared, patting her empty pockets as though they brimmed with wealth. Pei Yan abruptly halted, turning to fix a penetrating gaze upon the soft, delicate young girl, his eyes dark and intense. Leaning in closer, his deep-set, narrow eyes locked onto her bright ones. Little darling, are you offering to buy me a ring? Pei Yan inquired, each word deliberate. Su Yin nodded. She would procure anything that Tutu desired. Pei Yan fell silent for a few seconds before parting his lips to ask, so is this a proposal? Su Yin? The little darling tilted her head. Puzzled. What proposal? A spark of excitement danced in Pei Yan's eyes, a smile gracing his lips, unmistakable joy radiating from him. Though the little darling was bewildered, she felt happiness at Tutu's delight. Shi Yi and Shi Tang were somewhat taken aback. But then they heard him say, how did you know that little darling was proposing to me? Pei Yan replied with a smile. First, Shi Yi and Shi Tang were momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to offer congratulations, but then they abruptly realized the implication. What did you just say? They exchanged glances toward the kitchen and hurriedly took seats beside her. What did his words mean? Did you propose to him? Shi Tang, more anxious than Shi Yi, felt as if she had been robbed. Su Yin blinked her large eyes at Shi Tang and pondered. I suppose so, however, I did promise to buy Tutu a ring. Su Yin rephrased her statement with certainty. Upon hearing this, Shi Tang inhaled deeply, her gaze towards the young girl laden with complexity, and she shot a discreet glare toward a certain someone in the kitchen. Indeed, it appeared they had been robbed. Never did they imagine that Su Yin would truly propose to Pei Yan, and even intend to buy him a ring. Shi Yi was utterly flabbergasted, sitting on the sofa in a daze, lost in thought. Are you doing this willingly? Shi Tang pressed on, seeking confirmation from Su Yin. Without hesitation, Su Yin nodded. Of course. Shi Tang's heart sank. The darling did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Thinking, isn't it just buying a ring? Why are they reacting so strongly? Typically, Pei Yan would gift her jewelry every few days, yet they had never shown such fervor. Host, is it possible that the ring is different? Wang Kai, who had been feigning disinterest, could no longer contain his sarcasm. What makes it different? Is it because a ring is smaller than a bracelet? After all, Tutu had gifted her a splendid large bracelet as well. It's not a matter of size, all right? While Su Yin was mentally debating the significance of size with Wang Kai, the silent Shi Yi suddenly queried, where can one find rings for sale? He cast a glance at Shi Tang. His resolve intensifying, the little darling was perplexed but still provided him with the location, and a flash, Shi Yi dashed out, leaving everyone wondering what his intentions were. When others inquired about his sudden departure, he remained taciturn, storming into his room and shutting the door. Falling into silence, everyone exchanged bewildered looks, utterly mystified. It wasn't until the following day, when he remained indoors, that they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. As everyone rushed in, they were met with a scene of utter chaos, and the corner sat Shi Yi, fiercely biting his fists, his eyes a vivid crimson filled with a fierce intensity, and a whimpering sound emanated from his throat. His hands were already stained with blood, marked by deep bite impressions. Shi Tang instantly recognized that Shi Yi was experiencing a bout of mania. Without hesitation, Shi Tang dashed over to embrace Shi Yi, desperately attempting to pry his hands from his mouth. In his unhinged state, Shi Yi possessed immense strength, making it impossible for Shi Tang to succeed until the assistance of Gong Gong Fan came into play, who managed to free Shi Yi's hands. Gazing at the bloodied and scarred hands, Shi Tang felt a surge of anger and frustration, yet the tension and tremors of the person in his embrace quelled his fury. And that our little Shi Yi? Hiding away and gnawing on himself? Su Si leaned against the doorframe, his tone laced with mockery. That moment, Shi Yi was like a volatile beast, easily provoked into a fit of rage. He was ready to charge at Su Si in retaliation. Shi Yi, I'm here. Don't be afraid, Shi Tang whispered soothingly, wrapping his arms tightly around Shurya and gently caressing his back, his voice a serene trickle of water, gradually soothing the agitated soul within his embrace. He did not forget to cast a warning glance at Susi. Shurya's brow furrowed deeply, the restless energy within him refusing to be concealed. He yearned to lash out, to succumb to madness. Yet, the presence of Shitong beside him compelled him to suppress that impulse with great difficulty. Instead, he fixed a fierce glare on Susi, his eyes radiating a lethal intensity, as if they could obliterate him 1,000 times over. Susi was dragged out by Lu Qi, who covered his mouth, while the others quietly retreated, their expressions grave and varied. They cast disapproving glances at Suicide. It should be noted that it was not that they ostracized him. Rather, he had isolated himself from everyone. Gong Fan stood guard at the door, ever vigilant, ready to intervene should Shurya spiral out of control. Yui and Lu Qi had also stepped out for matters of their own, leaving only Su Yin and Pei Yan behind. Suyin astutely noticed that Pei Yan's demeanor was off. Ever since witnessing Shurya's episode, he had kept his head down in silence. "Rabbit?" Su Yin called softly. Suddenly, Pei Yan enveloped her in a tight embrace, locking his hands around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder, breathing deeply. "He is different now. This life is different. He has met his little rabbit. He shall not revert to his former self." After that day, Pei Yan seemed to have ignited a fervor for his pursuits, busily toiling from dawn till dusk. Yet, no matter how hectic his schedule, he always remembered to shower Su Yin with affection, renewing her vitality each day. Once again, he roused her from a dreamy slumber with a kiss, and as Su Yin opened her sleepy eyes, a veil of mist clouded her gaze, rendering her utterly endearing. Pei Yan tenderly kissed her eyes, soothingly coaxing her, "Be good, continue your rest." Once Su Yin drifted back to sleep, Pei Yan quietly slipped out of their small villa. He not only showered her with kisses and embraces but also indulged in lifting her high and spinning her around. Just as he arrived at the dining table, an explosive confrontation ignited with Susi, their banter sharp and contentious, filling the air with tension. Yet, everyone had grown accustomed to such antics, treating it as entertainment. Remarkably, it proved to be quite appetizing. Later that evening, after Su Yin had bathed and freshened up, she stepped out only to find her beloved rabbit was nowhere in sight. Slipping into her little slippers, she set out in search of him. Just as she reached the staircase, she spotted Pei Yan ascending. "What brings you out?" Pei Yan's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Su Yin, and he quickly stepped forward to grasp her hand. "I was looking for you." Su Yin tilted her head and gazed at her companion, suddenly inquiring, "Little darling, how does the algorithm for healing work? It seems that a single kiss can suffice for an entire day. Is that so?" Pei Yan chuckled softly, his eyes shrouded in a profound darkness, his tone light yet laden with ambiguity. As the door closed, Su Yin found herself pinned against it, her waist firmly held, a warm hand cradling the back of her head as she tilted her face up to embrace his breath. There was a tenderness laced with an undercurrent of urgency. A heavy desire emanated from his gaze, as if he longed to weave her into a silken thread of affection. Time became a blur as Su Yin was kissed repeatedly, their location shifting from the doorway to the bed. Her mind clouded. She had no choice but to call for a halt. "That's enough, Bunny. Be good. Just one more kiss," Pei Yan whispered breathily in her ear, coaxing her softly. It then transformed into, "Be a good girl. Shall we have just one more? Good baby, just one last one, please." Thus, the kisses continued until Su Yin was reduced to tears, prompting Pei Yan to finally cease his advances. He then cradled the little weeper in his arms, soothing her. As Su Yin cried, she eventually drifted off to sleep, vaguely aware of someone whispering something in her ear, but her fatigue rendered her unable to comprehend. So when she awoke the next morning to find herself alone, she merely assumed Pei Yan had gone out as he typically did. Until Wang Kai emerged, bubbling with curiosity. "Host, what did you two get up to last night? Why is your vitality surging?" "I watched a whole night of pixelation." Su Yin pouted, her lips slightly swollen, remaining silent. What could have happened? She had merely been nearly overwhelmed by Bunny's affections. To be honest, she almost felt as though she might be consumed by him. Terrifying. But it's fortunate that your vitality has risen considerably. Even if the male lead is away for a few days, it won't matter. Wang Kai continued. Su Yin paused, perplexed. "What do you mean the male lead is away for a few days?" she retorted. "Don't you know? The male lead left early this morning with someone. They are likely already outside the base, headed to some laboratory for a mission." Before Wang Kai could finish, Su Yin dashed out. Upon reaching the base's entrance, she caught sight of their vehicle slowly pulling away. She wanted to chase after them, but was intercepted by Suyu. "Miss Su, it's dangerous outside. It would be best if you stayed in," Suyu advised, his expression as stoic as ever, his voice perpetually cold. "Step aside." seeing Pei Yan's vehicle vanish into the distance. Su Yin's brows furrowed in distress, her tone frigid. Su remained unmoved, standing resolutely like a mountain before her, speaking as if addressing a matter of business. His voice lacked inflection. That I said to let me pass. Su Yin lifted her gaze, her eyes dark and sharp as they bore into Su Yu. Taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, Su Yu hesitated but remained steadfast, stubborn as an old man. You cannot go outside. Delayed by Su Yu, Pei Yan's convoy was already out of sight. Su Yin glared at Su Yu in frustration, nearly ready to draw a blade against him as Pei Yan drove away. He caught a glimpse of that familiar figure in the rearview mirror, his cold, fierce gaze flickering with intensity, fixated upon her silhouette. Should we stop? Louis glanced at the rearview mirror and inquired. No need, Pei Yan coldly declined, yet his gaze remained ensnared. He couldn't afford to stop. He feared that halting would unleash the longing he harbored within, compelling him to take her along. However, he was unable to do so. The perilous destination of this mission was known to him alone. Despite others being oblivious to its dangers for several lifetimes, he had stumbled there, and in one life, he had even met his demise. He could not afford to gamble with her safety. Chapter 61. The grass ball. The dominant Su is about to make her entrance. If you are not taking her along, then what purpose do I serve? Su Si, seated in the back, seethed in frustration, pointing to his wounded leg in inquiry. Pei Yan merely cast him a fleeting glance, stating bluntly, I do not trust leaving you by her side after all. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with him. The thought of eliminating him crossed his mind, yet he had yet to locate the poison master. Refraining from killing him felt like courting danger. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be wiser to keep him close and under surveillance. Su Si, incensed, let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, he uttered a seemingly nonsensical remark. Do you think she would be safe if I were not around? Hearing this, Pei Yan furrowed his brow, glancing at the youth in the back seat through the rearview mirror. His expression dark and brooding. Su Yin and Su Yu stood at the entrance of the base, locked in a stalemate. Su Yu was taken aback by the girl's tenacity. Neither threats nor inducements could sway her, and ultimately, he had no choice but to concede, assuring her, but you must not leave the base. I promised Pei Yan that I would protect you during his absence, so you must remain unharmed. The resentful Shi Tang hesitated to approach, gently inching closer to squat beside her, cautiously tugging at her garment. Su Yin, do not disturb her. She is a vengeful spirit at present. Who has upset you? Shi Tang, unperturbed, spoke softly to console her. Su Yin dug at the soil, turning her head to glare at her. Her voice tinged with grievance. Rabbit abandoned me and left secretly. That wolf even blocked her. The little grass ball embraced herself, fuming before Shi Tang could formulate a response. She heard the girl utter an incredulous exclamation. Little mushroom, could it be that Rabbit has found another patch of grass outside? Otherwise, why would she not allow me to accompany her in protecting him? I am her one and only beloved grass. Observing the girl's astonished and sorrowful expression, Shi Tang rubbed her temples in exasperation. Su Yin, with tear-filled eyes and a quivering lip, questioned, so you feel the same way as I do? What do you mean? Shi Tang asked, bewildered. That I saw the turkey leave with Rabbit, Su Yin replied, pursing her lips. Initially, she had intended to go as well, but they were uneasy leaving Su Yin alone, so she remained behind. It was unclear if Su Yin had absorbed her words. As she then buried herself in digging again after excavating a small pit, she stood inside it and piled the removed earth atop her feet. Once satisfied with her burial, she squatted atop the little mound, inviting Shi Tang warmly, little mushroom, do you want to come and bury some dirt with me? No, Shi Tang instinctively declined, only to be met with the girl's hopeful, sparkling eyes. 3 minutes later, the little grass and the little mushroom squatted side by side in the small pit, intently watching the ants crawl on the ground. Concerned that Su Yin might overthink, Shi Tang had accompanied her for 2 days. Seeing her maintain her usual demeanor, save for gazing longingly at the distant wall, brought her some relief. Upon entering the base, they established a team of ability users, led by Lin Jianyu in combat, with Jiang Qing devising strategies. With Lin Jianyu's lightning-based abilities as their banner, they managed to attract several ability users to join. Though newly formed, there were faint signs of emerging as a dark horse. Upon encountering Su Yin and Shi Tang, both greeted warmly. Aware of Pei Yan and his companions being on a mission, they extended their salutations without the company of Tu. Xiao Chao felt utterly dispirited, standing on the city wall as if she were destined to become a mere stone statue, waiting for the Rabbit's return. Su Yu, who was patrolling the base's defenses, happened to pass by and furrowed his brow upon seeing Su Yin. She cast a sidelong glance at him, letting out a soft huff. Little did he expect that the young girl was not only stubborn but also held grudges. Suyu, frowning, found himself at a loss for how to respond as Yuin gazed into the distance, reluctant to acknowledge Suyu when suddenly she heard Wang Kai's voice in her mind. Host, what misdeed have you committed? Suyin appeared bewildered. None at all. Then why has the task progress surged so unexpectedly? Wang Kai's canine face expressed astonishment as he observed the progress bar incrementing slightly, utterly perplexed. The host had not brought about the world's destruction, yet the task was gradually being fulfilled. What a divine glitch! Moments later. Holy cow, host, it's a horde of zombies, a horde is approaching. Wang Kai, staring at the map displaying a vast expanse of red, was visibly alarmed. Host, run! The horde is nearly at the base. Such a large swarm will surely overwhelm the northern base. Wang Kai shouted urgently for Suyin to flee. Suyin also noticed the ominous mass of undead drawing ever closer, her brows knitting together in concern. Observing Suyin's sudden change in demeanor, Suyu followed her gaze. He could not discern the details of the zombies, only seeing a dark mass surging towards them. Prompting an immediate alarm, he pressed the defense alert button without hesitation. Emergency alert. All units, please take heed. The base will enter a level 1 alert status in 5 minutes. All ability user teams assemble immediately. Ordinary civilians, please proceed to the safe zone for shelter. The defense alarm blared overhead. Upon hearing the siren, Shi Tang's immediate thought was of Suyin still atop the city wall. Her expression shifted dramatically as she sprinted towards the gate. After spotting the horde through his binoculars, Suyu's expression turned grave, and he turned to Suyin saying, "It's a horde. You must head to the safe zone." Notice Yuin fixed her gaze upon him, her tone resolute in refusal. Soldiers behind Suyu were about to step forward to forcibly escort her away when, suddenly, a flash of silver appeared before them, and a beautiful silver sword was poised at Suyu's neck as Yuin, wielding the long sword, glared coldly at Suyu, her petite figure radiating an overwhelming presence. Soldiers instinctively raised their weapons towards her. Yet Suyin remained unfazed, her expression icy and commanding behind her sunglasses, exuding a formidable aura that even surprised Suyu. Ignoring those around her, she turned her attention back to the approaching horde. Her demeanor cool and proud. With a chilling calmness she declared, "They are but a swarm of insects. They shall be slain." Chapter 62. The dominant Xiao Chao, the girl on the city wall, wielding her silver sword, stood resolutely against the wind, her demeanor ethereal and detached. With a cold gaze, she surveyed the front, composed and unruffled. Though she stood alone, it felt as if she commanded an army of thousands. To be honest, even Suyu, who had weathered many storms, was taken aback by her sudden aura of authority. The situation was dire, leaving no time for contemplation. He instructed his men to keep a watchful eye on Suyin, ready to rescue her should she find herself in peril. He then turned swiftly to arrange the battle plan. The tide of corpses surged forth with a ferocity that was both sudden and overwhelming. Shockingly, not a single individual among them noticed the impending doom, leaving them unprepared. Suyu's countenance darkened with concern. Yet he swiftly formulated a battle strategy before the horde besieged the city. As the undead approached the inspection zone, the adept individuals stationed atop the walls commenced a barrage of long-range assaults, the echoes of cannon fire and gunshots reverberating through the air. The most elite teams of abilities were dispatched to engage in combat outside the gates. Amidst a relentless barrage of firepower, humanity gained a slight upper hand. Just as the defenders prepared to muster their strength for a decisive victory, an unforeseen calamity struck. Concealed within the throng of zombies were several high-level undead, stealthily trailing behind their ordinary counterparts, drawing perilously close to the base. Seizing the moment, they dispatched several adept individuals with ruthless efficiency. "Beware of the high-level zombies." A voice rang out, alerting the others. As one fell, another emerged, and as that one was dealt with, a third appeared. 2 high-level zombies ensnared the external adept team, while a third approached the gates of the base unimpeded. Standing before the entrance, it glanced upward, revealing a grotesque, bloodthirsty grin directed at those atop the walls. Then, clenching its fist in preparation, it aimed to shatter the base's entrance. Suddenly, a sharp golden spike descended from the heavens, only for the high-level zombie to nimbly evade it. Casting an irritated glance upward, clad in camouflage, Suyu stood resolutely on the battlements, his gaze cold and commanding as he surveyed the high-level undead. He leaped from the walls, firearm in hand, pursuing the high-level zombie with determination. Each time the creature retaliated, a golden shield materialized around him. Through a masterful synergy of his abilities and agility, Suyu succeeded in vanquishing one of the high-level zombies. However, as he gazed upon the lifeless form at his feet, he remained blissfully unaware of the second high-level zombie that had emerged behind him. By the time he sensed its presence, it had closed the distance, leaving him with no room for counterattack. Just as he braced himself for an inevitable demise, a petite figure emerged from behind the zombie, her elegant silver sword cleanly severing the high-level undead's neck. The triumphant smirk on the zombie's face faltered as its head tilted. Separating from its body as the creature collapsed, Suyu's gaze met that of Su-in through her sunglasses, a moment of breathless recognition passing between them. Observing the strikingly skilled Su-in, he managed to utter a silent word of gratitude. With a cool nod, Su-in turned and resumed her assault on the zombies. Meanwhile, Shi-Tang, who had just ascended the walls, watched in alarm as Su-in plunged into the fray, anxiously dispatching zombies while keeping a watchful eye on her. Su-in wielded her sword with effortless grace, each strike claiming a zombie, and with her presence humanity regained the upper hand. Yet, the high-level zombies quickly adapted, recognizing Su-in as the greatest threat, and began to converge upon her. Surrounded by 3 or 4 high-level zombies, Su-in found herself entangled in their grasp. Just as she felt the tide turning against her, the mindless ordinary zombies formed a human bridge, climbing atop one another's shoulders in a desperate attempt to scale the walls. Those atop the battlements were engulfed in fear, relentlessly firing downwards as the defenders' line of defense began to falter. One zombie successfully ascended the walls, reaching for an individual, poised to drag them down. In a flash, a hand crackling with electricity appeared, seizing the zombie's head, lightning flickering ominously. Lin Jianhua, after dispatching the creature, summoned all her strength to unleash a thunderous blow from her position atop the walls, gritting her teeth in fierce determination. Upon the city walls, there were extraordinary beings such as Shi-Tang and Lin Jianhua, who managed to maintain a semblance of defense. Su-in, growing increasingly impatient as she was entangled by several high-level zombies, noted with irritation that they were coordinating their attacks. Once again ensnared by black vines, Su-in furrowed her brow deeply. As she beheld the high-level zombies advancing towards her in unison, she deftly rotated her wrist, plunging her long sword into the earth before her, golden radiance emanating from the blade and spreading across the ground in all directions. A sword formation, aglow with golden light, materialized, paralyzing the high-level zombies upon contact. Rendering them immobile after securing them in this manner, Su-in slightly raised her chin, her gaze, concealed behind dark glasses, piercing and indifferent as if surveying mere ants. Parting her lips, she slowly uttered a single word: kill. The sword formation activated, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp sword energies, and in the blink of an eye, several high-level zombies were reduced to fragments. Witnessing this scene, Su felt a tumult of shock and complexity within him. He could not comprehend why, given her formidable combat prowess, Pei Yan would believe she required protection. Unbeknownst to Su-in and Suyu, not far from the base, someone was observing their every move. 3 more high-level zombies have perished, remarked a woman manipulating machinery as she scrutinized the displayed information. Was it Suyu? That shouldn't be. I've calculated his battle value. It's impossible for him to kill 3 high-level zombies simultaneously. Leaning against a tree, a man replied casually, it wasn't he, Suyu. It was a woman named Su-in. She's not in the records. The woman relayed the information she had uncovered. A character beyond the records. Intriguing, the man mused, lifting his head to reveal blood-red eyes, a faint smile gracing his enchanting visage. With arms crossed, leaning against the trunk, he tilted his head towards the base, chuckling softly as he addressed the young man behind him. Shall see, go entertain them. The silent youth, clad in black, shrouded in a voluminous robe, stood motionless. A gust of wind lifted his hood, revealing bloodthirsty red-eyed Su-in, finding the pace of her swordplay, slaying each zombie one by one, insufferably slow, summoned her sword energies and swept her blade, causing a multitude to fall. So cool, so exhilarating. While Xiao Chao reveled in the thrill, Wang Kai was in a panic, exclaiming, "Host, please stop. Your health bar is depleting." It seemed he had realized that each time the host wielded her sword, it felt akin to burning through her very life force, an alarming risk. Upon hearing the urgent warning of impending doom, Su-in hastily sheathed her sword, nearly succumbing to fright. Although a few zombies remained, the rest of the base's personnel were well equipped to handle them. It appeared she would have to shed some blood today. The arrival of the cloaked youth instilled a sense of vigilance in everyone, and the sight of his distinctive red eyes made them tense with apprehension. He was a humanoid anomaly. The young man leisurely surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su-in before anyone could react. He raised his right hand, revealing a firearm aimed directly at her. Banged in a distant location, Pei Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, a wave of unease washing over him. My lord. Seeing Pei Yan momentarily lost in thought, Lu Qi called out gently, "Could something have happened to the baby?" "My lord, all departments are prepared and on standby," Lu Qi added. Pei Yan glanced at the quiet, dilapidated laboratory ahead, Suppressing his unease as he gathered his composure to continue directing the infiltration efforts, he missed her. At that moment, Su-yin maintained an impassive gaze as bullets swiftly approached her. The silver sword nestled in her embrace quivered slightly, emitting a faint hum. Just before it was about to be unsheathed, a golden shield abruptly interposed itself before Su-yin. The bullet struck the golden shield, creating a noticeable dent. Su, with his towering stature, positioned himself protectively in front of Su-yin. His hawk-like eyes coldly fixated on the cloaked youth, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. A battle-hardened veteran. Su instantly discerned the boy's extraordinary prowess, his body taut with vigilance standing resolutely before Su-yin. He held the shield aloft, effectively shielding her from harm and obstructing the gestures of the nearby ability users who were poised to act. Observing the gestures of the ability users, they silently dispersed, taking their positions, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The gunfire was deflected, and the boy, unfazed, felt a surge of combat fervor upon seeing Su. Yet, he remained focused on his objective, Su-yin. Thus, he initiated an assault, attempting to bypass Su-yu's defenses to target her. Su, recognizing the threat, summoned his abilities to ensnare the adversary, shouting, "Now!" In an instant, a dazzling array of abilities and a barrage of bullets surged towards the cloaked youth, erupting into a cloud of smoke. Dust billowed forth as everyone held their breath, fixated on the swirling haze. Had he perished? Surely he must have. However, as the smoke dissipated, the boy stood unscathed, enveloped in an enigmatic protective barrier. Lowering the shield, he lifted his blood-red eyes, chillingly surveying the crowd, a peculiar smile curving at the corners of his lips. A collective shiver ran through all present. Suddenly, the boy spread his arms wide, wielding a firearm in each hand, commencing a ruthless barrage. As he raised his arms, Su instinctively sensed the impending danger and shouted a warning. He and Su-yin swiftly retreated behind a nearby cover, shielded by the golden shield. Several caught off guard. Ability users and soldiers alike were struck down, suffering grievous losses. The sight of bloodied ground reddened Su-yu's vision. After ensuring Su-yin's safety, he took refuge behind the golden shield, nimbly closing the distance. Approaching the boy from behind, he swung his dagger downward, but the opponent adeptly evaded, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Retaliating with a shot, Su hastily conjured his shield, barely managing to block the blow. Engaging in close combat, Su moved with precision and ferocity, akin to a wild beast. In the midst of their struggle, he managed to wound the boy's arm, though he himself also sustained considerable injuries. The boy regarded the wound on his arm with a nonchalant expression, though a shadow of darkness crept into his demeanor. Truly, he was an S-rank target, possessing undeniable skill. The boy's gaze turned sinister as his bloodthirsty excitement intensified. However, mere skill would not suffice. With a sudden cold smirk, his right hand morphed. In mere seconds, it transformed into a sleek mechanical arm, its imposing cannon almost level with Su-yu's head. The proximity rendered Su, kneeling on one knee, incapable of raising his shield, leaving him utterly defenseless. A single shot could easily obliterate him. The boy seemed convinced of Su-yu's inability to resist. He tilted his head with a smile, uttering the words "die." Just as the boy prepared to execute Su, a gust of wind swept past, a glint of cold light flashing before him. The silver sword descended, severing a significant portion of the mechanical arm as it clattered to the ground. Rolling twice with his arm destroyed, the boy could not fire, and Su emerged unscathed. Su-yin stood resolutely with her sword in hand, her garments billowing like the banners of an indomitable fortress. She loomed before Su like an insurmountable mountain, gazing at the young boy with unwavering defiance. "You seek death," the boy snarled through clenched teeth. His fury akin to that of a wounded beast. Su furrowed her brow, surveying the semi-mechanical youth with a complex expression of melancholy. "You have a penchant for excrement as well." She had initially thought that with Wang Kai and Tutu's bizarre taste for such things, the world had reached a level of madness, yet here was a robot sharing the same peculiar appetite. This world was indeed a bit deranged. Consumed by rage, the boy failed to heed her words. His eyes only reflecting a desire to rend her asunder, he transformed into a half-machine. His weaponry trained squarely upon Su-yin. Just moments before he unleashed his firepower, Su-yin grasped Su and retreated. Dragged by the nape of his collar, Su-yu's complexion paled, yet he summoned a shield to provide them with cover. Once they reached the safety of their shelter, Su-yin turned to confront the boy, preparing for a duel. The boy's artillery was overwhelming, making it difficult for Su-yin to approach, compelling her to evade while seeking an opening. At last, she found the chance to maneuver behind him. Poised to strike when he unexpectedly spun around and fired directly at her face, Su-yin raised her sword to block, the force propelling her backward, though she managed to regain her balance on the tips of her toes. The silver blade perfectly deflected the attack, remaining unscathed, though the impact left her arm numb. Gazing at her sword and then at the two mechanical cannons perched on the boy's shoulders, she tilted her head in realization. Her eyes sparkling with insight that as the boy prepared to fire once more, Suyin leapt into the air, vanishing from sight. The boy searched frantically, his brow furrowed in confusion when suddenly, he heard the rush of wind above him. He looked up just in time to see the vanished Suyin descending from the sky, instinctively firing at the heavens, only to find her absent once more in the blink of an eye. Startled, he barely had time to react as Suyin appeared behind him, aiming her blade at his throat. He swiftly shielded his head but could not save the two cannons on his shoulders. With the loss of two more weapons, the boy's expression darkened, and he conjured a sharp long knife in his right hand, striking fiercely at Suyin. In an instant, the clash of blades erupted. Both combatants moving with such speed that only fleeting afterimages remained. Before Suyin's illustrious sword, all other blades were rendered obsolete. Even the advanced nanomaterial mechanical knife faltered against her prowess. The long knife shattered, prompting the boy to raise his mechanical hand and aim at Suyin calmly. She grasped the barrel, her expression unyielding as she fixed her cold gaze upon him. Despite the barrel being obstructed, the boy unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, yet no response came. Bewildered, he stared in shock while Suyin tilted her head, offering a sweet, innocent smile and spoke in a soft, melodic tone. "What a pity, the robot is about to be reduced to scrap metal." With those words, she gleefully crushed his mechanical arm, tearing it down with a satisfying crunch. The sound of metal fracturing mingled with the crackle of severed circuits, a symphony of destruction, infused with spiritual energy. Her palm struck the boy's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a discarded automaton. He landed on the ground, spitting blood, his pale face etched with disbelief as he beheld Suyin advancing towards him, softly murmuring, "What is this? This sensation feels nothing like an ability, yet if it is not an ability, how can it wound me?" Suyin stood beside him, gazing down from her elevated position, mirroring the condescending look he had previously cast upon her. His demeanor was as indifferent as that of an ant, dismissive and contemptuous. The youth finally felt a flicker of trepidation towards Suyin, regretting his earlier overconfidence. Realizing the dire situation, he attempted to withdraw, only to discover himself immobilized, his expression one of sheer horror. After several futile attempts, the youth turned to Suyin in terror, demanding, "What have you done to me?" Suyin regarded him with a frigid stare, her expression devoid of sorrow or joy, merely letting out a soft sigh. "Heed the words of the wise. Consuming excrement is indeed unwise." Then, under the weight of his fearful gaze, Suyin's fingers danced, and the silver sword slipped from her grasp, plunging mercilessly into his heart. The youth's eyes widened in shock as life ebbed away. Suyin lowered her gaze, preparing to withdraw the blade when, to her astonishment, the corpse of the youth vanished from sight. Were it not for the severed arm still lying on the ground, one might have believed that no one had been present moments before. Suyin's cold gaze fixed on a certain direction, her lips pressed together, her expression shrouded in darkness. That very direction was where the youth's companions lingered. The woman carefully stowed a glimmering crystal, then turned to the man leaning against a tree, a smile gracing his lips. "Shall we continue?" The man smirked, his smile. "I see why it seems the northern base shall not feast upon this delectable morsel today." With laughter echoing, he turned and departed, while the woman, carrying a case, followed closely behind, pressing a button in her hand. In the next instant, the zombies outside the northern base erupted into a frenzy, each displaying strength far beyond that of ordinary undead. The inhabitants of the northern base noted the absence of new waves of zombies, yet the remaining ones still posed a significant threat, their madness escalating. After prolonged combat, the abilities of the enhancers had largely waned, leaving them to rely solely on brute force and firearms to combat the undead, a strategy that only further drained their stamina and energy. A small cluster of frenzied zombies concentrated their efforts on the city gates. Astonishingly breaching them as they surged into the base, chaos ensued, with everyone inside scrambling in a panic, fear gripping their hearts. Suyin descended like a savior, wielding her sword to sweep through the horde, single-handedly annihilating the undead within the city, confronting over 100 frenzied zombies at the entrance. Their greedy gazes fixated on Suyin, eager to sink their teeth into her flesh and drink her blood. With ravenous mouths agape, they rushed towards her with unrestrained urgency. Suyin regarded the advancing horde with disdain, her silver sword humming with excitement, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy, her hair dancing as if caught in an unseen breeze. Parting her lips, she summoned, "Break the wind." At the sound of her call, the already eager silver sword surged forth, hovering before Su Yin, swirling around like a playful pup summoned by its master as the undead drew nearer. Su Yin issued her command in a tone that was as indifferent as ever kill. Obeying her command, the silver sword instantly manifested dozens of replicas, deftly weaving through the horde, severing head after head. Once the zombies at the gate were dispatched, they soared aloft throughout the base, searching for any stragglers to eliminate. Su Yin caressed the sword's hilt on that day. The people of the northern base understood that a maiden, akin to a divine being, had single-handedly defended the city gates with her sword. As Shi Tang descended from the city wall, her powers exhausted, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Su Yin glanced at her, and in the next moment was caught off guard as she spewed a large quantity of blood. Shi Tang was taken aback for a moment, hastening to steady her swaying figure and deftly searching her for medicine. "Where's the medicine?" Coughing, Su Yin leaned against Shi Tang, and unexpectedly produced a porcelain vial. Shi Tang promptly administered a pill to her. Also stationed by the bedside was the anxious Pufeng, who was pacing restlessly around Su Yin. Pufeng was quite unique, and Shi Tang instantly recognized it as the sword that the young girl had suddenly revealed and then concealed just as swiftly as Su Yin had been unconscious for an entire night. And when she finally awakened, it was already the next day. The first sight that greeted her eyes was not the ceiling, but a beautiful silver sword. Upon noticing her revival, Pufeng joyfully danced and twirled about. Su Yin's mind was still foggy, as she sat up and beheld the exuberant silver sword. Her confusion deepened. Turning her head, she heard Wang Kai's inquiry, "Host, do you have another dog outside?" Wang Kai was visibly saddened and disappointed. "No, not at all," Su Yin replied with utmost bewilderment. "Then who is it?" Wang Kai pointed a paw at the spinning Pufeng, his eyes brimming with tears that he had witnessed the shameless sword, flaunting its physical form as it cozied up to the host, seeking affection. Perplexed, Su Yin gazed at the silver sword, and suddenly a name surfaced in her mind. "Pufeng? Pufeng is here, master. I am asking what it is, not its name," Wang Kai retorted. "Clearly, it is a sword," he added, momentarily speechless. "How did you come to possess this sword?" "It is evidently not of this world," he said in a serious tone. "Perhaps because it is my sword?" Su Yin replied, her own words tinged with uncertainty. During her unconsciousness the previous night, she had glimpsed some unfamiliar scenes, which included both herself and the sword. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai suddenly realized, "Oh my, how could I forget that you are bound to me from the cultivation realm?" Wang Kai was somewhat oblivious to Su Yin's past identity, only aware that she hailed from the realm of cultivation. Observing Su Yin, who appeared to be an ordinary person, he quietly inquired, "So, host, are you human now?" Su Yin slightly furrowed her brows, pursed her lips and puffed her cheeks. "Nonsense. Have you forgotten? I am clearly a little grass. You may not remember that you are human, but why have you started calling me nonsense again?" Wang Kai expressed his tolerance for Su Yin's mental lapses, but he absolutely could not endure being referred to as nonsense. In a fit of anger, he huffed a few times. Chapter 65. Is little grass an immortal herb? Flying with the sword to find Rabbit. The obstinate little grass resolutely refused to change her words, leaving Wang Kai in a state of silent frustration. Fortunately, Shi Tang appeared just in time. "Awake? How do you feel?" Shi Tang exclaimed with delight and approached with concern. Little grass patted her chest, raised her panda-eyed face and confidently smiled. "I'm fine." Just as she finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The blow came as swiftly as a tornado. While Su Yin expelled blood, she calmly retrieved a blood-replenishing pill and consumed it. Calmly, she thought, it was merely blood loss, a trivial matter. However, Shi Tang could not remain calm. Her face revealed a deep concern as she asked, "Is there an injury?" She had not observed any wounds on the young girl, leaving her uncertain whether it was a recurrence of an old ailment or a new injury. During Su Yin's unconsciousness, Su Yu had also dispatched doctors from the base, all of whom were rebuffed by her. Aside from the members of their team, she harbored doubts about anyone else. Moreover, the young girl evidently possessed secrets, and her display of such formidable strength in a public setting made her vulnerable to those with ulterior motives, who might take advantage of her without her even realizing it. Thus, throughout the night, she remained vigilantly by Su Yin's side, preventing anyone from approaching. Su Yin dabbed at the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth with a tissue, nonchalantly shaking her head as she softly remarked, "It's nothing, merely a slight dip in my health." "What did you say?" Shi Tang inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I said we should go find Tutu," Su Yin replied, her gaze resolutely fixed on Shi Tang. Exuding an undeniable sense of urgency, after a moment's hesitation, Shi Tang refrained from voicing any objections, sensing that remaining at the base was not an absolute guarantee of safety. The two agreed to set off immediately in search of Pei Yan and the others. To locate Pei Yan, they first needed to approach Su Yu for their mission location and travel route. to avoid any missteps along the way. Upon learning of their intention to seek out Pei Yan, Su Yu's initial reaction was one of outright refusal to no, it's far too dangerous. You cannot go. Su Yu regarded Shi Tang and the coolly composed Su Yin with a stern expression. We are going. Su Yin insisted defiantly, her lips pressed together in determination. The urgency of finding Tutu was paramount. Her life was at stake. Watching the obstinate Su Yin, Su Yu felt a pang of frustration. We don't need anyone sent with us. We can manage on our own, Shi Tang asserted firmly. Su Yu frowned deeply, scrutinizing the two before tightening her lips. I promised Pei Yan that I would protect you. If you venture out alone and encounter danger. Without allowing Su Yu to finish, Shi Tang interjected, after yesterday's battle, do you still believe anyone can harm us? Her voice was laced with unwavering confidence. Su Yu instinctively glanced at Su Yin, who lifted her chin defiantly, casting a cool sideways glance at him. The sunglasses-clad girl exuded an air of unshakable coolness. After a moment of internal conflict, Su Yu sighed softly. I suppose I should send a few people with you after all. Absolutely not, Su Yin retorted immediately. Why not? More people mean more layers of protection. You. Before Su Yu could finish his puzzled statement, Su Yin interrupted again. Puffing out her cheeks, she declared, my sword cannot accommodate so many. What sword? Su Yu asked, bewildered. Accommodate what? Shi Tang echoed, perplexed. The pair stood before the lively silver sword, having successfully obtained the map route. Shi Tang eyed the seemingly unreliable Pafeng with uncertainty. Are you sure it can carry both of us? Su Yin nodded with assurance and then patted Pafeng's head. Papa enlarge. Okay, master. Pafeng twirled in circles, undergoing a magnificent transformation as a colossal sword suddenly materialized, dominating the sky above. Gazing at the 10-meter-long sword suspended in mid-air, Shi Tang felt a sense of numbness wash over her. What if it was even less reliable now? Make it smaller. Su Yin also found it a tad unwieldy and called out for Pafeng to shrink down. After several transformations, Pafeng settled at 2 meters in length, ample enough for the two to sit comfortably. With a heart full of trepidation, Shi Tang stepped onto the sword. Then, under Su Yin's somewhat clumsy handling, they soared into the sky with a whoosh, ascending rapidly. A protective barrier of airflow formed around the sword's body, shielding them from the biting winds. As the gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, Shi Tang gradually relaxed from her initial tension, savoring the exhilarating sensation as she fully embraced the experience as if possessing the eye of the sky. One gazes down upon the earth, clearly perceiving the grandeur of mountains and rivers, while also witnessing the dilapidation of human civilization. A myriad of emotions surged within Su Yin as she sat at the helm of the breaking wind, fragments of memories flashing through her mind, causing her to furrow her brow in perplexity. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Shi Tang and inquired, what kind of individuals typically don white garments? Angels or fairies? Su Yin pondered deeply. Point one represents decay, while the other embodies the ethereal. By the process of elimination, it must surely be a fairy. A moment of enlightenment dawned upon Su Yin, her eyes sparkling with realization. So she is a celestial herb. No wonder she wears white and wields the breaking wind. How formidable the herb was in its prime. The breaking wind, adhering to its navigation, successfully reached its destination, completing a journey that would typically require 2 days in a mere 2 hours. How magnificent it is, indeed. Their destination was the laboratory where Pei Yan was executing his mission, and the breaking wind gently set them down nearby. Upon disembarking, Shi Tang's gaze towards the breaking wind transformed. No longer did she regard it as a mere companion in illness, but rather with admiration and curiosity. After much contemplation, she could not resist asking Su Yin, do you still possess that sword? The breaking wind had but one. Su Yin shook her head, then produced another sword, saying, this one I can gift to you. As she beheld the exquisitely forged longsword, Shi Tang's eyes sparkled with delight. She accepted it, her fingers gliding over its surface, growing fonder by the second. Thank you, Shi Tang expressed sincerely. She understood that while this sword may lack the spirit and might of the breaking wind, it was still enough to leave her awestruck. Moreover, it was a gift from Su Yin. Even if it were mere scrap, she would cherish it. As Su Yin then turned her gaze towards the laboratory not far off, its desolation palpable, devoid of any signs of life. Even the undead were absent. The silence was unnervingly eerie. Have they not yet arrived? Shi Tang furrowed her brow in confusion. They are here within, Su Yin affirmed. Having spotted traces at the entrance, she stepped towards the laboratory, when suddenly, an explosion echoed from ahead, shaking the ground beneath her feet with tremendous force. As the cacophony subsided, she beheld half of the laboratory reduced to rubble. Her pupils constricting as she charged inside, sword drawn within the basement, Pei Yan rose from the debris, bloodied and clutching his abdomen. having coughed up crimson droplets upon witnessing the grotesquely buried corpse of the aberration. Chapter 66. For him, what is it to slay deities or Buddhas? Pei Yan cast a cold glance before turning to depart. Yet, the aberration suddenly reanimated, its appendages lunging towards his vital points in a swift motion. A petite figure materialized before him, brandishing a sword overhead to deflect the tendril's assault with a decisive swing. An overwhelming blade aura severed the appendage, carving deep gashes into the ground and walls, exuding an aura of brilliance. Sweetheart? Pei Yan stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the girl who had appeared so suddenly, his handsome countenance marred by injury reflecting utter disbelief. Pressing his lips together, she stepped forward to ruffle his hair, soothingly murmuring, "Do not fear, I am here." Her gaze then shifted to the aberration, now laced with killing intent. How dare these wretched creatures harm him? They deserved death. The severed aberration staggered to its feet. Though it retained human form, it was a grotesque mockery of itself, its right hand transformed into a bizarre tendril, languidly draping on the ground, writhing in a manner most repulsive, akin to maggots. He lifted his gaze towards Su Yin, his sinister, inverted triangular eyes fixating on her and Pei Yan like a venomous serpent. A heavy rasp emanated from his throat, forebodingly announcing the arrival of yet another harbinger of death. The aberration cast a chilling smile at Su Yin, declaring, "I shall first extinguish your life," and then his a frigid intent crystallized in Pei Yan's eyes, giving rise to an unprecedented murderous resolve. As the aberration lunged forward, he swiftly positioned himself in front of the young girl. Bracing for the impending onslaught, however, the force of the blow exacerbated the wound on his abdomen, causing blood to seep through his garments. Yet his pallor betrayed no concern, but Su Yin was concerned. Her precious companion was injured. "You shall pay for this," she seethed, her aura shifting dramatically, her gaze turning icy. With a flick of her wrist, she pointed her sword at the aberration, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy that indiscriminately assaulted both the aberration and the surrounding area. Initially, the aberration exuded confidence, erecting a hastily constructed defense, mocking her with a derisive laugh, utterly oblivious to his own folly. Yet, when the sword energy effortlessly shattered his defense and struck him, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to shield himself with his tendrils. Yet the onslaught was not confined to a singular direction. It erupted from all sides, encircling him. His tendrils were severed into grotesque clumps, writhing upon the ground. Likely encountering such an unconventional combat style for the first time, the aberration was caught off guard and suffered a crushing defeat. Su Yin regarded the battered creature with indifference, her voice laced with disdain. "Oh, how presumptuous!" The aberration clutched its injured right eye, blood oozing through its fingers, revealing a predatory glint. "You are but a mere insect, daring to inflict harm upon me," it seethed, rage boiling within. "Originally, I merely intended to end your life. But I have reconsidered. I shall erase you from existence. This is the price of your insolence against the divine." The aberration's chilling laughter echoed, its left eye glaring malevolently at Su Yin, wishing nothing more than to consume her whole. Listening to its hubris, Su Yin frowned. The aberration produced a vial resembling a healing agent, coldly applying it to its neck, whereupon the veins bulged, and in no time the injuries inflicted by Pei Yan vanished. New tendrils sprouted forth, yet the wounds left by Su Yin bore no signs of healing. The aberration, astonished, stared at the sword wounds on its body, gritting its teeth as it glared at Su Yin. "What have you done to me? Why has the healing agent failed? This is impossible." Su Yin regarded him with a frigid stare, her enigmatic expression inscrutable. The aberration, driven to madness, could not fathom that the costly healing agent he had acquired was rendered ineffective. "You must have done something to me. I will kill you," it raved, launching a frenzied assault on Su Yin. The confines of the basement were exceedingly cramped. The aberration's expanded tendrils consumed half the space, restricting Su Yin's mobility. Thus, rather than evade, she boldly advanced. The grotesque tendrils extended and retracted, provoking Su Yin to furrow her brow. She abandoned the tendrils and aimed directly for the aberration's head, but it responded with a bizarre smile. In the next instant, it opened its mouth and 3 tendrils emerged from within. Ugh! Bowie, having been repulsed, felt a wave of nausea. After fending off the attack, Su Yin was sent flying several meters. Landing in a familiar embrace, Pei Yan caught the young girl securely. Steadying her by the waist, he cast a deep glance her way before turning his focus back to the aberration, his movements sharp and ruthless. Poised as if to rend it asunder, Su Yin did not linger, gripping her longsword as she coordinated with Pei Yan to launch a frenzied assault against the monstrous aberration. Under Pei Yan's distractions and Su Yin's relentless strikes, the creature's tentacles were severed entirely, and half of its head was cleaved away. A piercing shriek erupted from the creature. Just as it prepared to inject a reagent, Pei Yan swiftly shattered the test tube with his psychic force. No! The healing agent is gone, the creature howled in anguish. I shall kill you all. I will annihilate every last one of you. I am the supreme deity, and if I wish for your demise, you shall perish. The creature's roar morphed into a grotesque transformation, evolving into a hideous mass of tentacles, its enormous form bursting through the confines of the basement, emitting bizarre sounds. The sonic waves were jarring and aggressive. Pei Yan instinctively enveloped the young girl in his arms, covering her ears, while conjuring a protective barrier with his mental prowess. Countless tentacles surged forth. Pei Yan swiftly evaded, cradling Su-yin as he dodged. I will kill you all. The creature bellowed as it attacked. Pei Yan manifested ice spikes, piercing its eyes, then safely placed the girl in a secure spot, kissing her gently as he reassured. Be good, wait for me. His expression hardened as he charged towards the creature. Lightning, ice spikes, and wind blades converged upon it. The creature howled in agony, yet it seemed to grow increasingly exhilarated, injuring Pei Yan several times. Xiao Qiao was furious. Ignoring Pei Yan's warning for the first time, she lunged forward with her sword. Sweetheart! Upon seeing Su-yin nearly struck by a tentacle, Pei Yan was alarmed with a cold glare. He sought an opportunity to summon ice spikes imbued with lightning. Raining down upon every tentacle of the creature was momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock, losing its ability to move. Now is the moment. Su-yin raised her hand, a massive glowing spirit sword materializing above her, a magnificent spectacle emanating an overwhelming aura. Her small face was tense, icy as she gazed at the creature, which quaked under her fearful stare. As the spirit sword descended upon it, the creature was cleaved in two, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Even in death, it murmured in discontent. Impossible, impossible, I am a god. How could you slay a deity? Resentment, hatred, and unwillingness lingered in the AI. Su-yin approached its side, her expression cold and unyielding as she looked down at the severed half of its face filled with loathing. Her voice devoid of emotion. For him, what does it matter if one must slay gods or Buddhas? The creature glared fiercely at Su-yin, still spouting defiance even in its final moments. You were born to be our playthings. Do you think you can kill a god? Su-yin tilted her head and chuckled lightly, her silver sword plunging into its heart as she remarked, a mad god, perhaps? Chapter 67. I'm sorry I was wrong. I miss you. The creature's arrogant laughter lingered on its face as it incredulously gazed down at its pierced heart, its pupils quivering. No, it cannot be. You, how can you? The creature's horrified gaze shifted to Su-yin, and before it could finish its sentence, it breathed its last. Death came with unclosed eyes. Su-yin waited a moment before withdrawing her sword, staring at the creature's corpse for a while. Noticing it had not vanished, she couldn't help but lower her gaze in contemplation. Just as Su-yin pondered, she was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace, inhaling a familiar scent without resistance. Pei Yan held her tightly, his heart still racing. His heavy breaths brushed against her neck, and Su-yin could sense his unease and fear. She mused to herself that perhaps the monstrous creature had been too terrifying, frightening her little rabbit. She gently patted Pei Yan's back, soothing him with tender words. Don't be afraid, little bunny. The creature has already been vanquished. Be good. Pei Yan's taut body relaxed slightly, yet the hand that was imprisoned around her slender waist remained motionless as he slowly lifted his head. His eyes, tinted with fear, shimmered with a dark undercurrent that was unsettling. Next time, please don't do that. What if you get hurt? Pei Yan's voice was hoarse, his eyelashes trembling. His delicate little bunny was already fragile. And this time she had traversed great distances alone to seek him out, only to confront such a brutal foe. He couldn't fathom the hardship she must have endured. Upon hearing Pei Yan's words, Su-yin's expression turned serious. Indeed, you refused to bring me along, and look what happened. You got hurt. The little grass, indignant, was ready to hold him accountable. Her irritation grew as she gazed at Pei Yan's injured, handsome face. Amused by the sight of the pouting girl, Pei Yan chuckled softly, his tone tinged with affection. You sneaked away to find me, and now you're angry? What about your secret departure? The little grass retorted defiantly. I'm sorry, Pei Yan apologized readily, leaving the irate Su-yin momentarily speechless. Su-yin pouted, her chin held high in defiance. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? I am no ordinary grass. I cannot be so easily placated. I was wrong, Pei Yan replied, his gaze deeply fixed on the proud little girl. His voice low and gentle. To Su-yin, with her chin raised, swallowed hard, brow furrowed in contemplation. She opened her mouth to respond but was interrupted by his words. I miss you dearly. Though she did not wish to be easily soothed, the little bunny found herself swayed by his sentiment. All right then, I suppose I can be easily appeased that I miss you too. Su-yin beamed, revealing a row of pearly teeth as she embraced Pei Yan with a radiant smile. Pei Yan's heart softened, his gaze irresistibly drawn to her delicate, soft lips, his throat tightening in an instant. His expression turned predatory. Cradling the back of her head, he leaned down and kissed her. Yes, yes, let's share a kiss first to replenish our vitality. If Pei Yan's eyes were filled with desire, Su-yin's reflected a raw instinct for survival. As they kissed, Pei Yan suddenly leaned against Su-yin's shoulder, becoming still. Oh no, this is bad. I've overwhelmed the bunny. The little grass was taken aback, her heart racing with guilt. Could it be that I drained too much of his essence, and now he has fainted from blood loss? She fretted. Wang Kai let out a cold laugh, completely unfazed. 666 You truly are remarkable. Who knew you could also drain blood? Who is 666? Is he capable of draining blood too? The little grass retorted. Wang Kai fell silent, rendered speechless in the midst of their silence. As Su-yin looked skyward pondering their predicament, Shi Tang and the others arrived as Su-yin had fled too swiftly, and Shi Tang lost her trail midway, only to encounter Shi Yi and his companions grappling with a zombie crisis. They managed to eliminate the zombies before hurrying over. Master. Upon seeing Pei Yan gravely injured and unconscious, Lu Qi was taken aback, while Lu Yi's expression darkened, exuding a chilling aura that everyone's attention was focused on Pei Yan and Su-yin, save for Xiao Si, who was observing the corpse of the aberration on the ground, a flicker of surprise and contemplation in his eyes. The tall and imposing Pei Yan lay atop Su-yin's petite frame as Su-yin suddenly sensed something amiss and urgently called out to them. Quick, come and assist. Lu Qi hurried forward, taking 2 steps for every 3, to support Pei Yan. Just as Su-yin let go, she turned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Tang promptly rushed over to steady her. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Su-yin, who had unexpectedly coughed up blood, a singular thought racing through their minds. Pei Yan had indeed caused Su-yin to bleed. Their gazes towards Pei Yan were tinged with a hint of reproach. Only Shi Tang skillfully retrieved a pill, administering it to the ailing little one. So much blood. I clearly kissed the rabbit, why am I still spitting blood? Su-yin inquired. In her current state, she would have liked to kiss, but the circumstances were not conducive. Once everyone was gathered, they prepared to depart from the area. Liu Qi carried Pei Yan on his back. Shi Tang supported Su-yin, while Fan Gongong and Lu Yi forged the path ahead. With Shi Yi bringing up the rear as a patient, Xiao Si naturally walked in the middle. Along their journey, they encountered several waves of zombies. No matter where they went, they seemed to find them, as if the undead were aware of their presence. With one hand steadying Su-yin and the other wielding a long sword to slay the zombies, Shi Tang demonstrated remarkable skill. The sword gifted by De Baobei made a notable difference, allowing for swift dispatch of the undead. Noticing the white coats worn by the zombies, a sense of familiarity washed over, prompting her to glance towards the limping Xiao Si. What are you staring at? Xiao Si raised an eyebrow, coolly questioning her. Dazed from the unexpected slap, Xiao Si protested, why did you hit me? He held his head, feeling both aggrieved and bewildered. Enraged, he ground his teeth in silence, casting a resentful glare at Su-yin. As if cursing her in circles. However, after dispatching this batch of zombies, they encountered no more until they left the laboratory, suffering significant losses. The main issue was that they had faced 2 mutated creatures inside. Their firepower was only sufficient to deal with one, the appearance of the second being entirely unforeseen. Upon their return, Pei Yan was placed in his room, and Su-yin volunteered to stay by his side alone. Yet, once the door closed, she began to kiss and touch him all over, behaving like a little rogue. Chapter 68. So much blood, the rabbit says he wants to eat meat. As Pei Yan opened his eyes, the first sight he beheld was the young girl planting kisses on him. She peppered his face with kisses, leaving him covered in saliva. Eventually, feeling fatigued, she closed her eyes and pecked at his face, resembling an emotionless kissing machine. Noticing her drowsy head about to collide with his face, Pei Yan sat up and gently caught her small head, carefully guiding her back onto the bed. After tucking her under the covers, he softly held her close, gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. Good baby. Pei Yan smiled tenderly at the young girl's soft and drowsy face, leaning in to plant a kiss on her gentle cheeks. His gaze lingered on the dark circles under her eyes, filled with compassion. You've worked hard, baby. He pressed his lips against Su-yin's tender, rosy ones, filled with both tenderness and concern and her dreams. Su-yin pursed her lips and instinctively nestled closer in Pei Yan's embrace, mumbling softly. When she finally awoke, the first thing her eyes fell upon was the fair and beautiful curve of his collarbone. It looked rather appealing. She reached out to touch it, finding it even more enchanting, and planted a kiss there. As she pressed her lips against his collarbone, a restrained, trembling sound emanated from above, prompting Su-in to look up in confusion. She met Pei Yan's intense gaze, which seemed to harbor a fierce beast within. Pei Yan lowered his gaze, intently observing the little girl wreaking delightful havoc upon him. His Adam's apple bobbed as a low, husky voice escaped his lips. "Baby." Just as he began to speak, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lunged towards him, pinning him onto the bed with an unrefined kiss, like an eager puppy. She nibbled and pecked at his lips with fervor. The girl's fervent advances left Pei Yan somewhat overwhelmed, resulting in his lips being nibbled raw. He had no choice but to flip over, restraining the impatient little pup, and gently captured her small hand that had ventured beneath his clothing, pressing her wrist softly against her forehead, leaning over her. He breathed heavily, the corners of his eyes slightly reddened as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Be good, baby, we are still outside, we cannot." His mind was consumed by a rising tide of bloodlust, entirely oblivious to the implications. It was merely a kiss, after all. There was no one around, so why the distinction between inside and outside? Attempting to lift his head for another kiss from Su-in, he was thwarted as Pei Yan turned his head away, leaving Su-in pouting in frustration. "Are you going to kiss me or not? If you don't, I might just end up bleeding again." Pei Yan's Adam's apple moved again, his gaze deepening as he grappled internally before letting out a gentle sigh, ultimately yielding with a mix of reluctance and affection. "Fine." Pei Yan relaxed his grip, only to be swiftly toppled over by Su-in. The consequences of indulgence became evident as, after their kiss, he hurried to the bathroom for a cold shower. Our little grass, however, wore a look of sheer satisfaction, smacking her lips in delight, her spirit radiating with vigor. The feeling of being replenished was simply exquisite. When Pei Yan emerged, enveloped in a chill, he found the little girl wriggling beneath the covers on the bed, performing her best caterpillar impression. Upon noticing him, her eyes lit up. "Rabbit, rabbit, you really are quite the clean one. Even after a kiss, you need to take a shower." With half-dry hair falling across his forehead, adding a youthful charm, Pei Yan smiled brightly as he approached her. He squatted beside the bed, meeting the gaze of the wriggling caterpillar with a gentle gaze. He smiled and asked, "Is it fun?" "Very fun." The little grass, never one to miss an opportunity for rejuvenation, beamed with joy. Pei Yan's breath hitched as the kiss stirred the impulse he had managed to suppress, and he dared not look at her face any longer. Quickly, he turned away. Clearing his throat, he lifted the caterpillar, wrapping her in a blanket and placing her on his lap, affectionately ruffling her fluffy hair. A gentle smile gracing his lips. "How can our baby be this adorable?" In high spirits, Su-in proudly lifted her panda-like face. Pei Yan continued to shower her with sweet words, delighting their little fairy to the point of blissful oblivion, until he produced a magnificent emerald. "Do you like it, baby?" He offered the gem. The little grass's eyes sparkled with an electrifying light, her hands, previously trapped in the blanket, reaching out eagerly. Accepting the emerald, she nodded excitedly like a chick pecking at grain. I love it so much." Su-in examined the emerald from every angle, utterly enchanted with the emerald in her possession. She felt as if she could shine with a radiant green glow. Overjoyed, she leaned in and planted a few kisses on Pei Yan. "Rabbit, I really like this." Pei Yan's ears filtered through her words, and what he heard was simply, "I really like you, Rabbit." His breath quickened, his gaze fixated on the blooming smile of the little girl, desire swirling in the depths of his eyes as reason and indulgence clashed within him. To restrain himself, he buried his face into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, his tone husky and laden with danger. "Baby, I am here. I truly wish to devour you." Cradling the rabbit's head tenderly, Xiao Chao's body stiffened, her face a mask of disbelief. "So much poop, the rabbit said it wants to eat me." "Titi, ha!" The mere thought of the rabbit desiring to consume her soured Su-yin's mood. She hesitated several times, on the verge of speaking. She wanted to suggest that perhaps he should just eat poop instead. To ensure her survival, she would be willing to let the rabbit indulge in such a grotesque feast. Unaware of her thoughts, Pei Yan inquired, "Have you considered my feelings?" Though Su-in felt disheartened, her keen eyes remained adept at spotting oversights. "Rabbit, are your wounds healed?" she asked, observing Pei Yan's flawless skin devoid of any scars, his panda eyes wide open. "Yes." Pei Yan smiled at Su-in, allowing her to examine him as she pleased. How remarkable it was that her rabbit, despite having been injured, could heal on its own. This operation, though costly, had yielded the desired outcome and thus fulfilled its purpose. Noticing Su-yin's dark circles had slightly intensified, Pei Yan realized he could no longer delay her treatment. He embraced Su-in tightly, feeling a wave of apprehension. It was Su-in who comforted him, patting his head with gentle words, striding directly to Xiuxi. He drew his gun, aiming it at his head, the veins on the back of his hand prominently displaying his ire. "The Gu Master is dead. Did you kill him?" Pei Yan seethed with rage. Chapter 69. Xiao Chao tilted her head and smiled, while Xiuxi looked on, alarmed. Upon hearing that the Gu master had perished, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, all eyes turning towards Xiuxi. Xiao Chao instinctively covered her panda eyes. Her face filled with terror. What does this mean? Will she really have to weld sunglasses to her face? Unfazed by the collective gaze, Xiuxi remained nonchalant, leisurely sipping his tea as he reclined on the sofa in a posture befitting a magnate. Guess, he smirked, raising an eyebrow. Don't assume I'm afraid to kill you. Pei Yan pressed the gun against Xiuxi's head, his voice cold and menacing. Are you threatening me? Pei Yan's countenance darkened, his gaze sharp and ferocious as it bore down on Xiuxi. Xiuxi grinned arrogantly, his confidence unwavering. Of course, sensing Pei Yan's furious demeanor, Xiuxi felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the moment as if a long-dormant fish had finally surfaced. Yet, his moment of triumph was abruptly interrupted as he was struck. His head spinning in disbelief as he turned to the assailant. You hit me? He incredulously questioned Suyin. Yes, she replied calmly, and you hit me again. Tears welled in Xiuxi's eyes as he choked on his humiliation. It was utterly degrading, Suyin said, her gaze indifferent. Only I can cure your poison, and yet you dare to hit me? Enraged, Xiuxi retorted, aren't you afraid I won't save you? Suyin furrowed her brow, pondering his words, which struck her as somewhat reasonable. Consequently, she raised her hand once more, delivering another slap, nodding as she declared, now it's even. With both hands clutching his head, Xiuxi was left in shock at her twisted logic. Roaring in outrage, you think 2 slaps make it even? Unprepared for the sudden shout, Suyin stumbled back, only to be caught in Pei Yan's protective embrace. If there's an issue directed at me, why are you yelling at her? Pei Yan frowned in displeasure, fiercely protective of her. Xiuxi trembled with anger, releasing a series of derisive laughs. All right, so this is how you want to play, is it? I informed you that if you wish for me to detoxify, it is but a dream. Xiuxi's imposing demeanor was accompanied by a cold smirk. In an instant, the atmosphere within the room solidified to an extreme chill. So, it was truly you who killed the Gu master? Shitong summoned vines, fixating on Xiuxi with unwavering intensity, poised to strike. Xiuxi disdainfully scoffed, further provoking, and if it was me, what of it? Can you kill me? You, Shitong raised a hand, ready to act, but was halted by Shirya. Xiuxi's audacity in confronting them with such confidence surely indicated he possessed some leverage. For the sake of Suyin, they dared not act rashly against him. As all eyes turned towards her, Suyin looked up at Pei Yan in confusion, pressing her lips together. She softly remarked, actually, I quite like wearing sunglasses as well. The more understanding the young girl was, the more uncomfortable Pei Yan felt. Suyin, oblivious to the implications of her words, turned to find Pei Yan stepping forward, seizing Xiuxi by the collar and forcefully dragging him into the storage room. Soon, the sounds of commotion erupted from within, accompanied by Xiuxi's furious shouts. Damn it, don't think I'm afraid of you. Come on, if you have the ability, strike again. I've been displeased with you for ages, today you shall witness my prowess. Just don't hit my face. Pei Yan, you son of a. The more foul-mouthed Xiuxi became, the harsher the blows he received. Shitong silently approached Suyin, covering her ears. Merely listening to the sounds revealed the intensity of the battle within. After a span of several minutes, the door to the storage room swung open. A slightly injured Pei Yan emerged, dragging the smoke-tinged youth behind him. The boy continued to protest, damn it, this is simply insane. The once arrogant youth, now resembling a disgruntled beggar, sulked on the ground, glaring fiercely at Pei Yan while still attempting to maintain his bravado. Just wait. Once I recover, I will surely avenge today's humiliation. The aloof rabbit merely cast a dispassionate glance his way before initiating a thorough interrogation. Did you kill the Gu master? Lu Qi adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Xiuxi with a serious demeanor. Are you certain? Lu Qi pressed on, his disbelief evident. The significance of the Gu master was known only to them. Curiously, during the last zombie tide, only the Gu master had perished, which inevitably raised suspicions against him. Meeting Lu Qi's skeptical gaze, Xiuxi let out a cold laugh. When he died, where do you think I was? Surely you must have some inkling. What, do you think I can kill from afar? That remains uncertain. Lu Qi replied coolly. At that moment, Pei Yan interjected. Did you know beforehand that the Gu master would be killed? Pei Yan's eyes were sharp and frigid, as if capable of penetrating all facades. Xiuxi paused, then scoffed. His demise was merely a matter of time. He was but a minor character. I held no regard for him, but that does not mean others would spare him. Xiuxi glanced around, surveying the others with a grin. What are you laughing at? Shurya furrowed his brows in confusion. That I find it amusing that you still have the capacity to worry about others, Shiosu replied, uttering nonsensical provocations while grinning at everyone. The group exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Hand over the antidote immediately, or we shall kill you, Pei Yan threatened with a chilling countenance. Oh, but I never claimed to possess an antidote, Shiosu retorted with a smile. Pei Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Shiosu by the throat, his gaze fierce and menacing. You are courting death, he declared. Despite his pale complexion, Shiosu maintained a smile. The large hand, veins bulging, was grasped tightly by the delicate, almost fragile fingers of Tutu, who remained unperturbed. Suyin softly soothed the enraged Pei Yan. Releasing his grip, Pei Yan's underlying malevolence was unmistakable, a simmering volatility barely concealed. Be good. Don't be angry. Tutu is a good child, Suyin cooed, stroking Pei Yan's hair with gentle affection. Tutu, be patient, just wait for me. After calming Pei Yan, Suyin mimicked his earlier demeanor and dragged Shiosu into the storage room. It was a straightforward and unrefined approach. Upon returning to the familiar space, Shiosu instinctively shielded his head, but Suyin did not strike him. Instead, she crouched before him, her gaze penetrating and thoughtful. The familiar words caused Shiosu's pupils to constrict in shock as he raised his head in surprise. Observing Suyin's expression, devoid of emotion, his feelings were a tumultuous mix of astonishment and complexity, though his exterior remained composed. Steady yourself. She is merely toying with him, he thought. Then he heard her voice again. Great Savior, it has been quite a while. Meeting Suyin's deep and clear eyes, Shiosu involuntarily inhaled sharply, a chill creeping down his spine. What are you saying? I don't understand, he retorted defiantly, his neck taut. Don't understand, you say? Suyin tilted her head with a smile and produced a familiar spiked club. Can you comprehend now? Chapter 70. Shiosu awoke with a start in the middle of the night, exclaiming, Are you all insane? At the sight of the spiked club, Shiosu's body trembled, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he stubbornly denied, I don't understand. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he swiftly erected a defensive shield. However, the club in his opponent's hand shattered his defenses effortlessly, striking him on the head. He was sent flying, the impact igniting a fierce rage within him. Rolling on the ground, Shiosu lay there, despondent. Perverts, they are all perverts, he lamented, pounding his chest and staring at the remnants of his shattered shield in disguise, nearly moved to tears. Can you understand now? Suyin inquired nonchalantly, squatting before Shiosu while wielding the spiked club. Yet, Shiosu glared back fiercely, shouting, Do you have any idea how expensive these things are? His heart ached at the thought. That I do not, Suyin replied coldly, uttering just 3 words. Antidote, she added, tilting her chin imperiously, extending her hand expectantly for the remedy. None, Shiosu retorted with a sneer, dropping the pretense and deciding to resist them to the bitter end. Unfazed, Suyin merely smiled subtly, raising the spiked club. Little Grass is a civilized being. She never strikes at people, because she never hits anyone. 5 minutes later, a bruised and battered Shiosu sat on the ground, glaring at Suyin with bloodshot eyes filled with resentment. Suyin chewed on the antidote he had provided, her cheeks puffing out. Everyone watched her with bated breath. After a few moments of chewing, she finally swallowed. The effect was remarkable. The dark circles and the black gloves faded almost instantly. All is well, Fan Gonggong said, pointing at Suyin's now normal face, his voice brimming with joy. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Pei Yan asked nervously, gripping Suyin's hand tightly. Suyin tilted her head left and right, then shook it, replying no. Eagerly, she retrieved a mirror to gaze upon her visage, admiring her pristine, unblemished complexion, delight radiating from her being. How she has transformed into such a fair beauty. Yet, a voice interjected, cautioning against premature joy. This was only half the antidote, and without the other half, her fate remained grim. You shall perish, Su Si remarked with a smirk. The elation that had briefly enveloped Pei Yan dissipated, replaced by a shadow of despair. Where is the other half of the antidote? He demanded coldly, desiring the other half. Are we? Very well, Su Si replied, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. With a flick of his blood-red gaze, he scanned Shi Tang and Lu Yi. If you permit me to eliminate one of them, I shall provide you with the remaining antidote. What say you? You seek death, Lu Yi growled, brandishing a knife against Su Si's throat, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. Lu Yi was indeed intent on violence, but was ultimately restrained by Lu Qi. The two turned to Pei Yan, awaiting his decision. After a long silence, Pei Yan ordered Su Si to be confined. Once the matter was settled, the atmosphere was tinged with varying emotions. None could have anticipated that one who had lingered by their side for so long was, in fact, A perilous entity, they had nearly lost their lives to him. Rejuvenated, Suyin was in high spirits, yet Pei Yan's mood was somber as he tenderly stroked the girl's head. His eyes filled with concern. "Fear not, I shall procure the antidote and ensure your well-being," he reassured her. And Suyin nodded obediently. Later that evening, after lulling the young girl to sleep, Pei Yan stealthily approached the chamber where Su Si was detained. He produced a luminescent orb and inquired, "Do you recognize this?" Su Si, roused from slumber, was irritable and muttered curses, reluctantly casting a glance at the orb under Pei Yan's imposing presence. "What is this? A new type of weapon you've devised?" he scoffed, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Observing Su Si's genuine lack of recognition, Pei Yan narrowed his gaze, the orb retracting as he fixed a chilling stare upon him. Su Si felt a chill run down his spine before Pei Yan spoke again. "The antidote is not your creation." Pei Yan's tone was deliberate and unwavering. Su Si's eyes widened in astonishment, a curse nearly escaping his lips. Denying him the chance to retort, Pei Yan continued, "You are an aberration, incapable of comprehending human poisons, yet you profess confidence in your ability to neutralize them and possess an antidote. There are but two possibilities. Either you acquired this antidote from Jin Hua, or you have long known its whereabouts. Your reluctance to present it until your identity was unveiled indicates that you lacked the antidote prior." With each assertion, Su Si's expression grew more rigid. Pei Yan tilted his head, adopting a languid demeanor, yet his presence exuded an icy menace. "Speak, where did the antidote originate? You discerned all that." "Very well, I concede that half of the antidote was something I stumbled upon." Su Si shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Pei Yan's eyes darkened, a frigid glint piercing through. "You dare to argue with me?" In an instant, a formidable wave of psychic energy enveloped the room, nearly overwhelming Su Si into unconsciousness. As the pressure receded, Su Si felt as though he had resurfaced from the depths of water. Shock and terror etched across his features. He lifted his gaze to the cold, unyielding man before him, realizing for the first time that this world harbored forces beyond his control. After Pei Yan departed, Xiaoxi collapsed helplessly onto the bed. His taut body finally relaxing suddenly, he sat up again, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. His right hand gestured aimlessly in the air a few times, followed by an even more agitated curse. "Damn it, why isn't it fixed yet?" "What isn't fixed?" Su Yin's head popped in from outside the door. Regarding the irritable youth with curiosity, Xiaoxi was taken aback. Observing Su Yin entering the room so naturally, he glanced back toward the door, reminded of the man who had just left, and his expression shifted dramatically. "No, are you all insane? One leaves and another arrives. Could you not come together next time? Are you trying to deprive me of sleep?" Little Chow was startled. Shit, you've been discovered. I appreciate your reminder. He hasn't figured me out." Wang Kai strived to smile in the face of life's challenges. Suyin studied the boy, her small face serious and solemn. The reason she had awakened in the middle of the night was due to the system suddenly notifying her that the progress of the world destruction task had increased. Yet, she had done nothing, merely sleeping. Upon waking to find Tutu missing, she followed the sounds and came to investigate. Little did she know that this bizarre creature was having a fit in the dead of night. Almost uncovering the secret of the mess in her mind. It was a tad dangerous. He couldn't be left alive. Perhaps it was best to eliminate him. Chapter 71. The sulking grass ball needs comfort and attention. With a resounding crack, the bed was split in two. Had Xiaoxi not reacted swiftly, he would likely have been bisected as well. Sitting on the floor, he stared in terror at the split bed, swallowing hard before looking up at the cold, merciless female assassin. "Are you trying to kill me?" Suyin nodded, affirming his suspicion. Xiaoxi exclaimed, "What the hell?" Perhaps his profanities were too vulgar, for the system promptly muted Suyin. Seeing that Suyin still intended to harm him, Xiaoxi was compelled to shout, "Stop!" Suyin ceased her actions. "I've already made arrangements with him. What's your intention in coming to kill me now? Is he reneging on our agreement, or do you wish to tempt fate?" Xiaoxi seethed, gritting his teeth. Suyin furrowed her brows in contemplation. "Forget it. If you don't understand, I'll just proceed to eliminate you." "Stop it!" Xiaoxi shouted in desperation. "If you hit me again, I'll deny everything." Seeing Xiaoxi glaring at her with flushed cheeks, Suyin pressed her lips together. "Will you tell anyone?" "Tell anyone what?" "The secret that my mind is a mess." "What?" Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. It was the first time he encountered someone so candidly admitting to the chaos in their mind. "Will you?" Suyin pressed further. Xiaoxi shook his head, dazed. It wasn't a matter of whether he would speak. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Later, Xiaoxi realized how naive he had been. After he promised to keep the secret, Suyin sheathed her sword and turned away with satisfaction. Xiaoxi watched her retreating figure. So why did you just try to kill me? Throughout the latter half of the night, Xiaoxi lay with his eyes wide open, fearing that if he fell asleep, he might be killed. The next morning, he emerged with 2 dark circles under his eyes, swaying slightly, startling Shi Yi as he passed by. Did you go murder someone last night? Shi Yi remarked, staring at Xiaoxi's red and black-rimmed eyes. Gasping in shock, Xiaoxi rolled his eyes. He had nearly been killed himself. Xiao's drifted to the dining table like a wandering spirit, unconcernedly picking up a serving of breakfast to indulge in. Noticing that Pei Yan remained silent, the others at the table followed suit in their reticence. Only Eunuch Fan exhibited a hint of irritation, for the breakfast he consumed had been snatched from his hands. After ensuring the little girl was well fed, Pei Yan took her outside for a stroll. Once they had departed, Xiao's quietly leaned in towards those nearby. Are you certain her mental state is sound? He inquired softly, harboring concerns about her well-being. Shi Yi paused in his meal, brow slightly furrowed. Whom are you referring to? After all, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals present who had emerged from a psychiatric hospital, and he was uncertain which one Xiao's meant. Xiao's gestured with his chin towards Suyin outside. What's wrong with her? Shi Yi asked calmly, taking a bite of his sandwich. She mentioned that her mind is filled with excrement. Xiao's revealed conspiratorially. What of it? She also claimed to be a blade of grass, he added, his astonishment evident. A blade of what? Xiao's exclaimed, incredulous. Don't you find that odd? He pressed on. Not at all. Shi Yi shook his head. They each bore their own afflictions and coexisted quite harmoniously. Xiao's was left utterly flabbergasted. Was it his limited experience, or was the world simply too eccentric? It was no wonder he often struggled to integrate with them. It appeared he was not sufficiently unconventional family. The mystery is unraveled. Pei Yan had seemingly reached an unspoken agreement with Xiao's, for thereafter, his freedom was no longer curtailed. Yet, those striking crimson eyes of his were still unable to roam freely within the base. Moreover, he was always included in missions, which made the little grass, who could only await his return at home each day, feel quite envious. Sitting by the edge of the bed, Pei Yan affectionately patted the large bundle. Let me see what treasure is hidden here. He chuckled softly, lifting the covers to reveal a sulking, puffed-up ball of grass curled inside. He feigned surprise, exclaiming, why, it's my precious little treasure. The indignant grass bundle, unwilling to engage, huffed and rolled to the other side, tumbling round and round on the bed. Ultimately, it rolled right into Pei Yan's embrace. Caught you, he said, holding the rolling grass bundle tenderly, his voice laced with affection. The grass bundle glanced at him briefly, preparing to roll away again. However, Pei Yan swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her to sit on his lap, cradling her face to face and soothing her like a child. Who has upset our little darling? Suyin shot him a glare and pounced, biting down hard on his mouth. Ouch! That bite was merciless, leaving Pei Yan with a bleeding lip. He touched the wound at the corner of his mouth, chuckling helplessly. Are you a puppy? I am a blade of grass, she retorted. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. Pei Yan's eyes sparkled with indulgence and affection as he tilted his head slightly to gaze at the fuming little girl. Has my baby calmed down? If not, you may bite me again. He leaned in closer, invitingly. Suyin glared at him in playful reproach but refrained from biting again, instead gently caressing the wound at his mouth. Pei Yan smiled. He knew she could never bear to hurt him. Like a large puppy, he nestled against her neck, seeking comfort. Good baby, please don't be angry anymore. Then you must take me out with you tomorrow. Suyin insisted, stroking his head with pursed lips. After all, she was merely the grass beside the rabbit's nest, only able to protect him at night. Truly, it was a dereliction of duty. Suyin had expected a prolonged debate. Yet to her astonishment, the other party readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Huh? Before Suyin could voice her bewilderment, Pei Gogo tilted his head and pressed his lips against hers, tenderly caressing her soft petals with gentle licks, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Good baby, we haven't kissed yet today. The following day, as Suyin rolled up her sleeves, eager to embark on an ambitious endeavor alongside Pei Yan, she discovered that Xiaoxi was also part of the expedition. She immediately shot him a death glare. Later, she realized that apart from Xiaoxi, everyone else was present, all exhibiting a demeanor befitting a long journey. The group, grand and imposing, approached the entrance, where they found Suyu had already assembled a small contingent awaiting their arrival. Suyu cast a glance at them and turned to his team, declaring, everyone is here. Let us depart. As Suyin settled into the vehicle, still somewhat dazed, she glanced at the convoy in the rearview mirror and posed the question that lingered in her mind. Where are we headed? What are we going to do? The ever-curious one inquired. We are searching for something. Is it important? Very important. Observing the earnestness in Pei Yan's gaze, Su-yin nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Her voice soft yet imbued with an inexplicable resolve. I understand that it seemed that this item held great significance for Tutu, and she was determined to assist him in acquiring it. Chapter 72. Dramatic Relations. Baby needs to smell nice. Although Beishan lies to the north, it is still quite distant from the base. They must traverse 2 cities to reach their destination. After a day of travel, the convoy found a temporary campsite to rest before nightfall. Su-yin stood beside the vehicle, observing as they unloaded their belongings when suddenly a man approached from Su-yu's group. Shi? It truly is you. His flippant tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly indicating he was there to provoke. His disdain was almost palpable, however. The man seemed unfazed, sneering as he scrutinized Shi with an air of arrogance. Since our last encounter, I haven't seen you at the base. I thought you had fled, but it appears you've been hiding in secret. Shi clenched his fists, anger flaring in his eyes as he lowly threatened. Shi, you'd best leave now, or I will make you regret it. The tension between the two was palpable, piquing Su-yin's curiosity as she glanced left and right. Shi's expression shifted as he coldly laughed, dismissing Shi's threat with disdain, his gaze icy as he sneered. Last time, I was caught off guard, but do you truly think I would allow you to triumph again? With that, his companions gathered behind him, ready for confrontation. Shi Tang and Fan Gonggong, unwilling to back down, positioned themselves behind Shi, casting cold glances at their adversaries. Su-yin observed and quietly shifted closer to them. Indeed, the little grass also possessed a sense of collective honor. Meanwhile, Xiu lounged lazily against the car door, displaying an expression of indifference. Shi glanced at the trio behind Shi, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he feigned surprise. I never imagined you had allies. Just wonder if they know about your little predicament. Shi deliberately raised his voice, eliciting laughter from his companions. To his astonishment, Su-yin and her friends remained unflustered, showing no signs of shock. They even engaged in quiet discussion. Should we summon the commander to drag the rebel leader away for execution? Fan Gonggong whispered discreetly. Have I been promoted? Shi, engulfed in anger, was preoccupied with an entirely different concern. Indeed, while the emperor remained oblivious, we discreetly elevated your status, remarked the proud eunuch. And Su-yin and her companions responded. Your loyalty is truly commendable. Their conspiratorial whispers were far from discreet, causing Shi's expression to shift dramatically as his gaze landed upon Shi Tang's icy visage. A thought crossed his mind, prompting a smile. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, you still choose to keep this little mental patient by your side. Should I commend your devotion or deem you foolish? Shi's caustic glare incited Shi's fury. Who are you calling a little mental patient? Shi, who could not tolerate any affronts to Shi Tang, erupted in anger. I am referring to both of you. 2 mental patients are indeed a perfect match. Shi continued his mockery, utterly oblivious to the growing ire of another. Thus, when Shi's fiery wrath descended, Shi could not fully evade it, resulting in singed hair. Touching his scorched locks, Shi seethed. Damn it, you little wretch! He conjured a soil spike, hurling it directly at Shi. Even if it could not end his life, it would surely damage the vehicle behind them. Su-yin glanced at the soil spike, then at Shi, experiencing a moment of realization. So this is merely a dirt chicken. A dirt chicken? Oh, how fragrant it would be when stewed. Unexpectedly, Shi discovered Shi Tang possessed extraordinary abilities as well, gazing at her in astonishment, his lips curling as if to speak. At that moment, Pei Yan and Su Yu approached, drawn by the commotion. The audacious Shi found himself subdued before Su Yu, begrudgingly casting a glance at Shi and opting to play the victim. Captain, they are attacking us. Su Yu furrowed his brow, surveying the soil spike on the ground before scrutinizing the proud and furious Shi and his companions. He turned sharply, admonishing Shi, I warned you before we set out. Do not cause trouble. If you disobey orders again, you can leave. The unexpected support for the opposing side left Shi seething with indignation. His complexion shifting from green to white, he shot Shi a menacing glare, threatening, just you wait. Shi departed with his entourage. Did they injure you? Pei Yan hurried to Su Yin's side, expressing concern. Su-yin shook her head, smacking her lips. I crave dirt chicken soup. Very well, Pei Yan replied with a smile, without a hint of hesitation. Once everything was arranged, Pei Yan produced a pot and stove to prepare chicken soup for the young lady. Leaving the opposing team, who could only subsist on dry rations, envious, observing the other side devouring meat and soup heartily, Su Yu felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions, noticing the gazes of his subordinates upon him. Su Yu pressed his lips together and coldly declared, This is all there is. If you do not eat, you shall go hungry. The group gazed longingly at the fragrant chicken soup, some filled with envy, others with jealousy. During the meal, thanks to Shi Tang's explanations, everyone began to grasp the nature of Shi Yi and Shi Tu's relationship, a melodramatic tale. Shi Yi had once been the favored young master of the Shi family. However, his parents' union was a mere arrangement, with his father lacking affection for his mother. His mother passed away from melancholy when he was merely 3 years old. Ironically, the illegitimate child was older than him by several months. For 3 years, young Shi Yi endured torment and abuse at the hands of his stepmother and Shi Tuesday. Ultimately, it was his grandfather who recognized the injustice and forcibly removed him from the Shi household, relocating him next to Shi Tang's residence. Where their paths intertwined, he vanished for a year, and when he re-emerged before her, he had undergone a profound transformation, now afflicted with mania. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Fan revealed a fatherly concern that, "Oh, not regard me with such distasteful eyes." Shi Yi shivered under the scrutiny. "As all right. It's all in the past. You still have us," Lord Fan said affectionately as he gently patted Shi Yi's head. "Damn it!" Shi Yi was so startled that he hid behind Shi Tang, warning Lord Fan not to approach. Shi Tang comfortingly stroked the prickly little hedgehog's head. Lord Fan, determined to bring warmth to Shi Yi, caused him to dart away in fright. Liu Qi sighed, while Louis remained silent. The uncontentious Xiaoxi devoured a large bowl of soup, letting out a satisfied burp. "Delicious?" Meanwhile, Su Yin, munching on a melon seed while being fed soup, also let out a contented burp, patting her round belly with an expression of bliss. Noticing Pei Yan taking out a handkerchief, she eagerly puckered her lips, leaning in for him to wipe her mouth. Pei Yan smiled indulgently. "Good girl," like a doting father. He wiped her mouth and then took out a wet wipe to clean her hands. Once her hands were clean, as soon as Pei Yan turned his head, the little girl dashed away. He had no choice but to call after her retreating figure, "Baby, come back for a fragrance wipe." The northern air was too dry. Pei Yan made it a daily ritual to apply fragrance to the little girl's face and hands. Chapter 73. Digging little grass. Multifunctional Wolfang Club. Pei Yan attentively and gently finished applying the fragrance to the little girl, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Go play now." Su Yin joyfully scampered outside. Seeing Shi Tang beside the little girl, Pei Yan finally felt at ease enough to divert his gaze. Suddenly, he found himself unexpectedly meeting Su Yu's complex gaze. "Why do you look at me like that?" Pei Yan furrowed his brow in confusion as Su Yu pressed his lips together, hesitating to speak. "It's nothing." He actually wished to inquire whether Pei Yan was aware of Su Yin's ability to single-handedly confront the. Considering their close relationship, it seemed he must be aware. "We still need to discuss matters regarding entering Beishan," Su Yu added. Pei Yan cast him a casual glance, methodically putting away Su Yin's belongings before leisurely following Su Yu to the back door. This place was a modest factory with only front and back entrances. Pei Yan was at the back door, while Su Yin played at the front. Though she had no desire to play, Wang Kai insisted on finding her to play. "Host, I have found a treasure map. Shall we dig for treasure?" Wang Kai proposed enthusiastically. After the task had fallen through, it had learned to find other ways to pass the time. No Little Grass flatly refused. "Choose one. Destroy the world or dig for treasure." The domineering Wang Kai was cold and unyielding. Su Yin hesitated for merely a second. "Let us go dig for treasure instead." Wang Kai shared its treasure map, and Su Yin opened the map, gazing at the nearest red. 10 meters? Arriving at the marked spot, she took out a small shovel and began to dig. While digging, she suddenly felt someone pat her shoulder from behind. With no time to entertain the person, Su Yin brushed off the hand on her shoulder and focused intently on digging. In no time, she felt another tap on her other shoulder. While continuing to dig, she said, "I'm busy right now. Go find someone else to play with." He merely smiled at her, causing his already precarious eyeball to fall out. Su Yin calmly pursed her lips, her tone displeased. "I said I'm busy. Go find someone else." With that, she turned to continue her digging. Repeatedly disturbed, the young girl, Xiao Chao, impatiently swung the shovel in her hand behind her as she watched a head roll on the ground for 2 full rotations. Su Yin let out a sigh. They had said to seek others for help. At that moment, Xiaoxi, who had stepped out for some fresh air, chanced upon this scene, rendered speechless, observing Su Yin casually turn away to continue digging. Murmuring some unintelligible words, Xiaoxi inhaled deeply. Such a severe affliction. Indeed, it was his first encounter with someone attempting to reason with a zombie. Stealthily, he approached Su Yin, his voice ghostly as he inquired, "What are you doing?" "Treasure hunting," Xiao Chao puffed as she dug fervently. "Treasure?" Xiaoxi glanced at the small hole the girl had excavated, his lips twitching in disbelief. Could there truly be treasure in this wretched place? Only someone with a few screws loose would believe that. Just as Xiaoxi finished his sardonic thought, another equally deluded individual appeared. "Treasure? Fan Gonggong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over. Where is it? Xiuxi pointed at the small hole, a mocking smile on his face. You can't possibly believe. Before he could finish, the overzealous Fan Gonggong shoved him aside. Treasure! With fervent determination, Fan Gonggong stared intently at the small hole, rolling up his sleeves and snatching the shovel from Su Yin's hands. An opportunity to fill the royal treasury had arrived. With boundless energy, Fan Gonggong began to dig furiously at the small pit. Watching him, Xiuxi could hardly contain his biting sarcasm. Quite precise with your throws. Aren't you? Has your back of the head developed eyes? To his astonishment, despite his scathing remarks, Fan Gonggong didn't even spare him a glance. Frustrated and defeated, Xiuxi decided to stand aside and watch them dig. Curious to see what they might unearth as darkness fell, the excavation slowed as Su Yin continued to delve, eventually unearthing a wolf's fang club. Upon seeing this, Xiuxi instinctively took a step back, already on guard. What are you planning to do? Without even glancing at him, Su Yin buried her head in examining the club, patting it from side to side. Then the club began to glowing? It glowed, staring at the club, which now shimmered like a glow stick. Xiuxi was left speechless. Wait, does this thing actually emit light? Seeing the club illuminate, Su Yin nodded in satisfaction and then placed it beside the small mound as a makeshift lamp. Calmly, she went about her task, while Fan Gonggong also maintained his composure, leaving Xiuxi as the sole figure in disarray. Circling the glowing club, he could not decipher its structure. After relentless efforts from Fan Gonggong, they finally unearthed something. The three of them gazed into the pit, revealing 2 dog bones, and an eerie silence enveloped the AI. Or is this the treasure you spoke of? Su Yin questioned Wang Kai. Wang Kai fumbled for words, his doggy face betraying his guilt. How can the bones hidden by a little dog not be considered treasure, dear? However, Xiuxi, who had been waiting patiently, erupted in merciless laughter. Treasure, truly a splendid treasure squatting beside the pit. Su Yin pouted in annoyance. Fan Gonggong scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Pei Yan, who had been discussing matters with Su Yu, heard the commotion and approached. Noticing the 3 illuminated figures outside, along with a zombie corpse nearby, he quickened his pace, concerned to see the young girl squatting on the ground, looking rather dejected. Upon seeing Pei Yan, Su Yin pouted and dove into his embrace, exclaiming, Tutu, the treasure I found for you is gone. Embracing the little girl who looked utterly dejected, Pei Yan showered her with affection and gentle reassurances. He caressed her soft, dirt-streaked face and chuckled, look at you, transformed into a little mess once again. Su Yin, feeling disheartened, nestled closer in his arms, inadvertently smudging her muddy face against his clothing, and murmured, Tutu's treasure is no more treasure? Pei Yan inquired, perplexed that we dug for quite some time, yet all we unearthed were 2 dog bones. Little Chow pointed at the bones in the pit, her expression one of utter grievance. Pei Yan peered into the hole and confirmed, indeed, just 2 bones. Let's dig a bit deeper, he instructed Fan Gonggong, who resumed excavating. Suddenly they struck something solid, prompting an excited exclamation, we found it! We found it! Fan Gonggong unearthed a large wooden chest, which when opened revealed an abundance of gleaming gold bars inside. The radiance emitted by the gold nearly blinded several onlookers. Xiuxi's eyes widened in astonishment. They truly had struck gold? Your Majesty, this humble servant has succeeded, Fan Gonggong proclaimed, kneeling and weeping uncontrollably. Little Chow hurriedly began to gather the gold bars, tucking them into her clothing, exclaiming, Wada, do sure Wada. Seeing the little girl so joyfully collecting the gold, Pei Yan felt a surge of happiness as well, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he crouched beside her. Watching with a beaming smile, concerned she might stumble, he wrapped an arm around her waist to steady her while using his other hand to support the heavy gold she was gathering. As Su Yin counted the gold, she turned to Pei Yan and declared, Tutu, once I have saved enough gold, I will build you a golden nest as a fairy herb. Her rabbit naturally deserved something extraordinary, and a golden abode seemed only fitting. Taken aback by her words, Pei Yan gazed deeply into her sun-kissed face, momentarily speechless, before breaking into a soft smile and asking gently, will my dear little one reside with me? Of course. Leaning against Su Yin's shoulder, Pei Yan chuckled softly, his voice rich with delight. Very well, I shall await your golden nest. A golden nest for a rabbit, how delightful. Not wanting the little girl to carry each piece one by one, Pei Yan stored the entire chest of gold bars in his space. Though gold held little value in the apocalyptic world, it delighted the little girl, and that was all that mattered. Xiuxi gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lost in thought for a while, before quietly pocketing a glowing stick still embedded in the earth. By the time Pei Yan had cleaned up the little mess, it was deep into the night. To avoid attracting zombies, everyone had retired early to rest and conserve their energy. Sleeping on the ground, however, Pei Yan could not bear the thought of the little girl lying on the cold, hard floor, so he laid down a soft mat and covered it with a thick blanket. Su Yin sat nearby with a small water bottle, sipping milk while watching Pei Yan prepare the bedding. Each member of their group had a mat, but none possessed blankets. In such circumstances, they did not fuss over these luxuries. Having a mat was sufficient, yet only Pei Yan, who cherished his precious one, would be so particular. After finishing her milk, Su Yin snuggled into the blankets, bubbling with happiness. Pei Yan lay beside her, gently holding her close, softly patting her to sleep, his gaze filled with tenderness beyond measure. As the night deepened and silence enveloped them, everyone drifted into slumber. No one is aware that, from a distance atop a towering edifice, a pair of blood-red eyes, cold and predatory, are intently watching their warehouse. A woman of striking beauty, clad in a seductive red dress, exudes an alluring charm, her porcelain skin and crimson lips captivating all who behold her. At long last, she has arrived. Suddenly awakened from his slumber, Xios glanced in a certain direction, furrowing his brow due to the pressing nature of their schedule. The team promptly organized their departure early the following morning, affording Su Yin no opportunity to awaken. Fortunately, Pei Yan harbored no expectations for her to rise. He wrapped her snugly in a blanket and carried her to the vehicle, allowing her to continue her slumber en route. As they journeyed northward, the temperature plummeted, descending to several degrees below zero in just half a day. Luckily, everyone had brought along winter gear. Pei Yan retrieved a warm outfit for the young girl, adorning her with a hat, scarf and gloves. She was bundled so tightly that only a petite face was visible. Were it not for Su Yin's vehement refusal, Pei Yan would have insisted on a mask as well. Upon entering the second city, snow began to fall unexpectedly. Strangely, the snow was black. The dilapidated city lay shrouded beneath the ominous black snow, presenting a bizarre and chilling sight. At the sight of the dark flakes, Pei Yan's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to instruct Su Yu to halt and seek shelter from the snow. The appearance of such unsettling precipitation was too peculiar to ignore. Su Yu had also intended to pause for a moment of respite, and upon hearing Pei Yan's words, he acted without hesitation. Inside the building, the group observed the descending feathers of black snow, engaging in hushed discussions filled with unease. Su Yin, however, was filled with excitement, yearning to venture out and build a black snowman. Yet, the rabbit did not permit her to go outside. To be a good baby, that snow is not to be touched. Pei Yan gently soothed us. Su Yin gazed longingly at the black snow outside. Feeling quite dejected, she had yet to construct a black snowman. Su Yu also wore a troubled expression as he contemplated the dark snow, and upon hearing Pei Yan's words, he could not help but frown deeply. What do you mean by that? No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream shattered the air. A soldier from Su Yu's team, driven by curiosity, had reached out barehanded to catch a few flakes of black snow. In an instant, his hand was corroded by the dark snow, the flesh visibly devoured at an alarming rate. Within mere moments, only the skeletal remains of his fingers were left. The corrosion began to spread toward his arm. The onlookers, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, were struck with shock. Su Yu was the first to react, swiftly severing the soldier's arm with a decisive strike. A collective gasp echoed as everyone turned their fearful gazes toward the sinister snow outside. It was snow that could consume a person. Thanks to Su Yu's quick response, although the soldier had lost a hand, he had managed to preserve his life. With a grim expression, Su Yu ordered someone to bandage the wound and commanded everyone to keep their distance from doors and windows, forbidding exposure to the black snow. Having learned from the preceding incident, the group complied dutifully, huddling within the confines of the building, far from the entrances. As Su Yu surveyed the ominous black snow outside, his demeanor darkened as he approached Pei Yan. You knew all along that the black snow could devour a person. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Pei Yan lazily lifted his eyelids, his tone cool and detached. And if I did, what of it? Why did you not warn us in advance? Su Yu's anger flared, his icy visage betraying his irritation. Pei Yan chuckled, exuding a sense of unrestrained arrogance. Why should I bother to warn you? Pei Yan's gaze was a blend of mockery and disdain as he regarded Su Yu, his voice icy. Only through hardship does one learn to be cautious. I have warned many in the past, yet all I witnessed in return was humanity's ignorance and folly. Pei Yan, seemingly unperturbed, gently caressed the little girl's hair, lost in thought about what hairstyle to create for her. In truth, the black snow was not as terrifying as it appeared. It only exhibited corrosive properties upon contact with flesh. As long as it did not touch the skin, it remained as innocuous as ordinary snow. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding Su Yu, the mood here was considerably more relaxed. Su Yin sat contentedly, requesting Pei Yan to style her hair, while while observing the dejected eunuch Fan standing by the window. Sighing deeply, curiosity piqued, she inquired about his melancholy. He let out a profound sigh, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, his countenance laden with sorrowful contemplation. Doi is truly wronged. Chapter 75. The Brain Lady. Crying, yearning for bubble tea. Everyone fell silent, staring at the sorrowful eunuch Fan, save for one person who voiced their confusion. Who is Doi? Xios turned and asked earnestly. All eyes shifted in unison toward Xios. Splendidly, another speechless individual had emerged. Pei Yan adeptly fashioned a beautiful fishtail braid for Su Yin, embellishing it with vibrant flowers, surrounded by blossoms. The little girl resembled a fairy in full bloom as Su Yin held a mirror, admiring her reflection from various angles, thoroughly enchanted, and turned to plant a kiss on Pei Yan's cheek. This delightful scene brightened Shi Ye's eyes as he quietly approached Pei Yan, eager to learn his technique. Hoping to braid Shi Shouting's hair. Would that mean she might kiss him too? The more Shi Yi pondered, the more exhilarated he became, failing to notice the exasperated look Shi Tang shot his way. Unable to bear it any longer, Shi Tang pulled Shi Yi away from Pei Yan, much to his discontent. Enough of that. I have short hair. Shi Tang bluntly shattered his fantasies upon seeing Shi Tang's shoulder-length hair. Shi Xiaogo's once fiery enthusiasm quickly dampened. Pei Yan, with a tranquil demeanor, set about preparing bubble tea for the little girl. And pearls, too. As Su Yin embraced her little yellow duck thermos and took a sip of the warm bubble tea, she joyfully swayed, bubbles of happiness rising within her. Chewing on the soft, sweet pearls, her cheeks puffed adorably, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. Witnessing Su Yin's delight, Wang Kai couldn't help but shed envious tears. Host, may I have a taste as well? Wang Kai swallowed hard, expressing its desire. Su Yin paused her chewing. Does poop also need to eat? Little Grass queried, genuinely puzzled. What's wrong with poop? Does it not have the right to drink bubble tea? Humph. Wang Kai fumed, transforming itself into a small pile of excrement. Just wait. It would now seek out the Brain Lady to procure some bubble tea. In a huff, Wang Kai dove into a pile of code, opening the communication page for its beloved Brain Lady, typing away in a whiny yet endearing manner, pleading for bubble tea. Brain Lady, crying, yearning for bubble tea. All right. It awaited eagerly for the delightful surprise of bubble tea from the Brain Lady. Noticing that the little girl had suddenly halted her drinking and was staring blankly at her thermos, Pei Yan could not help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Su Yin lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes fixed upon him, and with great conviction declared, "Even poop has its rights." Pei Yan was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively glancing at the bubbling concoction in the pot, was it truly that unpalatable, prompting such thoughts in the little girl? He lowered his gaze, taking a sip from the thermos in her hand. His brow furrowing in further confusion. Gently, he reached out to touch the little girl's forehead. "It is not hot at all. I do not particularly enjoy drinking milk tea. Perhaps next time I could prepare something different, my dear." Pei Yan gently caressed the little girl's head with a hint of tenderness. Perhaps the cold weather has frozen her thoughts. She has begun to speak nonsensically. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the temperature dropped even further. Su's team had kindled a fire to keep warm. The snowfall showed no signs of abating even as night fell. That evening, Pei Yan took out the ingredients to prepare a lamb hot pot, leaving those across from him entranced by the aroma. Noticing that his teammates were fixated on the pot, Su rubbed his brow and instructed someone to boil instant noodles and ham to satisfy their cravings. During mealtime, Su approached. "Let us have a discussion," he said, looking at Pei Yan. Pei Yan cast a languid glance in his direction without uttering a word. Unfazed, Su made himself comfortable among them. Everyone was engrossed in the feast, ignoring him entirely. After a while, as no one paid him any attention, Su finally spoke up. "Since you are aware of the severity of this snow, do you know how to counter it? As you can see, if this snow does not cease, we may find ourselves trapped here." After leisurely feeding a piece of meat to the little girl, Pei Yan finally turned his gaze to Su, a smile playing on his lips. "Have you not yet realized?" Su furrowed his brow in confusion. "Have you not noticed that this snow erodes flesh, yet it shows no reaction upon landing on the ground or the roof?" Pei Yan casually revealed the underlying mystery. Clever as Su was, he grasped the deeper meaning in an instant. "I see." After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to Pei Yan and inquired, "How do you know all this? Though I am not from the south, I have never heard of black snow falling in your region." "You mentioned you had heard," Pei Yan replied with a nonchalant smile. Su's expression darkened as he regarded Pei Yan, who was evasive in his answers, and voiced his concerns. "This snow is too peculiar. I fear the path ahead may not be safe." His greatest fear was an ambush by otherworldly creatures. In such harsh weather, their strength would be significantly compromised if they encountered such foes. Pei Yan chuckled lightly, exuding an air of indifference. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall build barriers. Suyu studied Pei Yan, furrowing his brow, and after a prolonged silence, he stood to leave. Before he departed, Pei Yan tossed him a packet of instant noodles. Suyu looked on in bewilderment. This is for you, Pei Yan casually remarked upon returning to his own team. In a place unseen by all, he extracted a note from the instant noodles. The snow is the eye, do not move. Having feasted to her heart's content, Suyin sat wrapped in a blanket before the fire, seeking warmth, when suddenly a crackling sound echoed in her mind. She turned to see Wang Kai, who had previously been sulking, now gnawing on a concoction that spelled out pearl milk tea in code. The crunching sounds resonated from his mouth, and his tail wagged furiously behind him. What on earth are you doing? She inquired. Can't you tell? I'm drinking milk tea, Wang Kai responded with a hint of pride. Lifting his chin, Suyin glanced again at the pearl milk tea he was clutching. Before she could speak, he boasted, this was made by my beloved. Not only is it in an extra-large bucket, but it also has pearls. Suyin observed the effort it took for his paws to hold the large treat and fell silent. It is indeed quite substantial, considering how your hands are trembling. Wang Kai took another bite right before her eyes, crunching happily. Your milk tea certainly looks rather unique, Suyin remarked after pondering for a moment to find such a description. You simply do not comprehend. Our system feeds on code, allowing us to directly input whatever we desire. Wang Kai, with a contented hum, indulges in a feast. The dishes prepared by my beloved are simply exquisite. In response, Suyin can only utter a single character. Suddenly, it dawned on me that this resembles the Snow Woman's ability, remarked Shiosi, tapping his forehead. Chapter 76. Oh dear. There are thieves pilfering their chicks and mushrooms. Now that they are all aware of Shiosi's true identity, his assertion indicates that this snowfall is no mere coincidence. Little did they anticipate that behind this snow lies manipulation by aberrant beings. The scale of such control suggests formidable power on the part of the adversary. Do you know them? Lu Qi inquired, turning to Shiosi, instinctively doubting their alliance. Shiosi rolled his eyes at Lu Qi. What do you suspect me? TSK, what sort of person do you think I am? They are hardly worthy of playing in my league. The moniker of a lone wolf suits my disposition perfectly. Observing the boy's ostentatious demeanor, Lu Qi found her doubts dissipating. Although she was not of his caliber, they had crossed paths on 2 occasions. Shiosi haughtily snorted, then beamed at them. It appears you are in a bit of trouble this time. The name of the Snow Woman sounds pure and elegant, yet one cannot fathom the venomous malice lurking beneath it. Though he harbors no fondness for her, he must concede that she possesses a modicum of strength and luck. With the skill of black snow, she can dispatch foes without lifting a finger. Leaning closer to Pei Yan, Shiosi whispered, she is not easy to contend with. Pei Yan lowered his gaze and suddenly queried, in comparison to her, who is more formidable? If you were to eliminate her, would the other half of the antidote be obtainable? Pei Yan gazed intently at him. A smile graced Pei Yan's lips, and Shiosi reciprocated. The two seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. Unbeknownst to the world, aberrants may slay humans, yet they are also capable of turning against one another. In the face of this unexpected blizzard, some are filled with trepidation while others secretly plot. Perhaps it was due to an overindulgence in milk tea during the day. But Suyin found herself unable to sleep that night. Suddenly, she was alerted by the faint sound of footsteps and dragging noises. Stealthily peering from Pei Yan's embrace, she turned her head to investigate. Oh dear, there are thieves absconding with their chicks and mushrooms. Observing the 3 individuals surreptitiously dragging away the unconscious Shi Tang and Shi, Xiao Chao sprang up, flinging aside her blanket to rescue her companions. Be good, first put on your clothes, Pei Yan remarked, his expression clear and focused as he helped the flustered young girl don her thick down jacket, exhibiting none of the languor typically associated with just waking. The girl fidgeted in his arms, her restless hands exploring. It was indeed a wonder that he could maintain his composure. Once Pei Yan had dressed Suyin appropriately, he took her hand and leisurely made his way toward the direction the culprits had departed. They had dragged Shi Tang and Shi outside. Gazing at the swirling black snow, one could easily surmise their intentions. As Suyin and Pei Yan reached the entrance, they overheard the conspiratorial murmurs of the thieves. Isn't this rather unwise? Captain Su has forbidden any disturbances. If he learns that we have slain them. One of them spoke timidly. The leader, Shi, cast a cold glance in his direction, a silent warning conveyed through his gaze. As long as you remain silent, no one will know that we can stage the scene as an accident, Shi replied. His impatience palpable. However, the individual was abruptly interrupted by Shi's harsh tone. Are you considering retreating at this critical moment? Or do you wish to meet the same unfortunate fate as them? The blatant threat sent a chill through the other two. Reluctantly obeying Tu's commands, they prepared to strip Shi Tang and Yi of their garments and cast them into the pool of black blood. Tu, looking down from his lofty position, regarded the two on the ground with eyes filled with malice and hatred. Yi, oh Yi, even if you excel in every regard, what does it matter? In the end, you will still perish at my hands. You claim to care for this woman. Then I shall ensure she meets a similarly unmarked grave alongside you. As he spoke, Tu erupted into a derisive laugh, as though he could already envision the two reduced to mere pools of blood. The man attempting to strip Shi Tang's clothing was suddenly struck by a nefarious thought upon gazing at her delicate features. Since death is inevitable, I might as well enjoy myself first. His laughter was lewd. Observing this, Tu let out a cold sneer, making no move to intervene, as long as it caused Yi distress. He welcomed the outcome. Just as the man sought to violently tear Shi Tang's attire, a long sword pierced his chest, revealing that Shi Tang had opened her eyes at some point while lying on the ground. Her gaze frosted with coldness before he could utter a sound. A raging inferno enveloped him, and Yi appeared behind him, his eyes filled with ferocity and rage. You wish for pleasure, do you? I shall grant you a death filled with it. In a fit of fury, Yi kicked the man, aflame, into the snow that had accumulated from the day's blizzard. The man crashed into the thick layer of snow, his flames still raging, and he was consumed by the dark snow. Ah! The man, his visage grotesquely altered, emitted anguished cries, soon transforming into a pool of blood in a matter of mere seconds. This horrifying scene terrified another individual, who stumbled back in fear. Upon meeting Yi's gaze, his legs turned to jelly. No, I didn't mean to. It was him. He coerced me. Yi narrowed his eyes. Another scream pierced the air, and a fresh pool of blood appeared in the snow. You dare feign unconsciousness? Tu glared furiously at Yi. Why do you think I pretended to be out? Tu took a while to comprehend, glancing between Yi and Shi Tang. Gritting his teeth. Aren't you afraid I will awaken everyone? Naively, Tu was unaware that Pei Yan had long enveloped the area with his mental energy, rendering their voices inaudible. Did you think I would grant you such an opportunity? Yi replied ominously, shoving a ball of fire into Tu's mouth. Tu wept silently in agony, attempting to resist but was overwhelmed by Yi's assault. Shi Tang stood indifferently at the doorway, keeping watch. She turned to see Su Yin and Pei Yan behind her, along with Su Yu. Upon seeing Su Yu, Tu cried out for help. Su Yu approached. Do you wish to save him? Yi's voice was cold and foreboding. Su Yu, ignoring him, fixated his gaze on Tu with a frigid expression. Military orders are absolute. Those who defy them must be punished with his own hands. Su Yu severed one of Tu's arms before turning to leave. The disappearance of the three did not attract the attention of the others, or rather, it was suppressed. The following day, the snow continued to fall. Su Yin obediently sat on a soft cushion as Pei Yan braided her hair into small plaits. Just then, a group of survivors burst in unceremoniously from outside. Pei Yan's expression darkened upon spotting a familiar figure in the crowd. Chapter 77. Pei Tutu's jealousy and seduction. Thank heaven, we are finally rescued. Upon seeing the military uniforms worn by Su Yu and his companions, some individuals were overtaken by emotion and shed tears. Although their numbers were few, each one was wrapped up tightly, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. While Su Yu allowed them to enter, he remained vigilant, particularly when he observed them rushing towards the pot of hot porridge like a band of robbers. He furrowed his handsome brow in displeasure. The others, deprived of their breakfast, were also filled with anger with no outlet. Who are you, where do you come from, and why are you here? Su Yu's voice turned icy. Their accents did not resemble those of the locals. Most were preoccupied with seizing the porridge, except for one young man who heard his words. We fled from Beishan, the young man admitted, originally intending to reach the northern base. But as we passed through here, a sudden black snow fell from the sky, claiming many lives. Subsequently, we dared not venture out, forced to hide. But our supplies are running low. Fortunately, we encountered you. His tone was imbued with both relief and apprehension. However, this did not alleviate Su Yu's wariness. Upon mentioning Beishan, Pei Yan couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes shrouded in ambiguity. How did you know there were people here? Su Yu inquired again. This. The young man sheepishly scratched his head and replied, last night, I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep. I saw light through the window and speculated that there must be someone here. Su Yu's gaze darkened as he posed the crucial question, if you feared venturing outside, how did you come out today? The young man glanced at Su Yu's face, radiating righteousness, and wore an expression as if to share a secret. You might not know, but although that black snow looks terrifying, As long as one hides properly and does not expose themselves to the storm, one will be fine. This is something we inadvertently discovered. He smiled, appearing simple and honest as you studied him for a moment, opting not to continue the interrogation, yet doubts brewed within him. If they had discovered the flaw of the black snow, why had they not seized the opportunity to leave? Instead choosing to linger here and await death, fortuitously uncovering their location, with a few more people present, the warehouse became quite noisy. They seemed anxious about being abandoned, showering compliments upon Suyu and his companions, yet received no response. Nevertheless, as they were survivors, Suyu could not turn a blind eye. Thus, he cleared a space for them and provided a small amount of food and water, expecting them to settle down. He was taken aback when they once again set their sights on Pei Yan and his group. Having consumed too much greasy food in the past few days, Pei Yan had prepared shredded chicken porridge for the young girl today, its aroma wafting enticingly. Seeing Pei Yan and the others each serve themselves a bowl without any intention of sharing, dissatisfaction brewed among some. This porridge looks delightful. It's just what we need to replenish ourselves, a matron exclaimed, greedily eyeing the peyote as she reached out to seize the pot. Pei Yan let out a cold laugh. Isn't it enough that you've taken from the others? Now you come to take from us? Before the matron could touch the pot, Louis pointed his gun at her head, whispering a warning. Step back. Startled, the matron trembled and retreated a couple of steps, yet a sense of unwillingness lingered within her. Regardless of the abundance before us, what harm is there in sharing a morsel? We are on the brink of starvation, and one must wonder if you possess any semblance of conscience upon hearing these words. Several other survivors joined in the chorus of blame, condemning the apparent ruthlessness of the accusers. The pretense of moral superiority displayed by them was utterly nauseating. You, who forcibly seize the belongings of others, dare to speak of conscience? Tianyi scoffed derisively. They remained blissfully unaware of their own transgressions. Oh dear, I have lived my entire life without committing any wrongdoing, yet here I am, an elderly woman, being pointed at and scolded. Truly, I find life unbearable. The auntie plopped down onto the ground, throwing a fit as if she had done this countless times before. She cried and wailed, accusing Suyu and his companions of standing idly by while she was bullied. Devoid of compassion and loyalty. The expressions on Suyu and his teammates' faces were grim. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire shattered the air, and the wailing auntie was struck down with a bullet to the head, splattering blood onto the woman beside her. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Ah! Everyone was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, their eyes wide with terror as they turned towards the shooter. Pei Yan covered the little girl's eyes with one hand, cradling her face against his chest, while aiming his gun at the group of survivors, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his lips. The mere shift of the gun in his hand sent them into a panic. How could you take a life? The young man stammered, visibly shaken. Pei Yan turned his gaze towards him, chuckling softly. She said she no longer wished to live. I merely offered her assistance. The young man's face drained of color. Is there anyone else who wishes to depart this world? Speak up and I shall grant your desires. Pei Yan casually toyed with the handgun in his grasp, his tone nonchalant. The previously boisterous survivors fell into a hush, each one rendered speechless. Pei Yan scoffed and holstered his weapon, gesturing for Louis to remove the body from the scene. Lest it frighten his precious little ones, the corpse was dragged away and discarded into the inky snow, leaving behind a pool of drying blood. Suyin lifted her head from Pei Yan's embrace, turning to gaze at the bloodstain on the ground, only to be gently redirected by Pei Yan's hands on her face. Could they possibly compare to my beauty? Pei Tutu pouted in jealousy. Suyin focused intently on the exquisitely handsome face before her, shaking her head sincerely. No, then do not look at them. Gaze upon me instead. Pei Tutu's lips curled upward, delight radiating from him as he coaxed her. His gestures while feeding her kanji becoming notably gentler. Suyin found herself entranced by that captivating face, consuming an entire bowl of kanji in the afternoon. Suyu, citing a lack of provisions due to the increased number of people, proposed a team to venture out in search of supplies. Initially, it was merely 2 teams contributing a few members, yet unexpectedly, the young man among the survivors volunteered to join. Suyu glanced at Pei Yan, who in turn regarded the young man with an even broader smile. Very well. Pei Yan only took along Xiao Si and Lu Yi, leaving Lu Qi behind with a heavy burden, nearly brought to tears. Why must it always be me? The mistress truly does not require my protection, my lord. Pei Yan, unaware of Lu Qi's silent lament, turned to see the little girl's sparkling eyes, his heart softening. He noticed her slight frown, seemingly upset. Suyin's lips turned down, her delicate brows furrowing. She had merely wished to feed him a carrot. Chapter 78. the commanding little grass expanding to embrace my path. Pei Yan gently soothed his precious darling before setting off with Su Yu and the others. Though half of the people were missing, the survivors dared not act recklessly, huddling in corners gripped by fear. They found solace in their stillness, and so did Su Yin and her companions, who enjoyed a moment of tranquility. She nearly believed he had succumbed to the Crimson Eye syndrome. However, the little mushroom explained to her that he was merely unwell and would recover with some coaxing. Little Grass sighed, astonished that the turkey could fall ill, truly a fowl beset by misfortune. Just as Su Yin was about to indulge in her melancholic reverie, the dark, piercing voice of Wang Kai echoed in her mind. Host, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Wang Kai gazed wearily at the display screen, feeling utterly drained. Can it be only good news? Su Yin inquired, pursing her lips. Unfortunately not, dear. Wang Kai donned a perfectly rehearsed customer service smile. Then I shall hear the good news first. The good news is that our task progress has increased once again. To be honest, it had never witnessed such an enigmatic progress bar. Despite the host's inaction, it continued to rise. Damn, could this be the legendary chosen one destined to bring about the world's end? Wang Kai was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or see or why. Su Yin blinked in surprise. And what is the bad news? The cursed pirating company has sent another strategist our way. Flames of fury ignited in Wang Kai's eyes. Su Yin was taken aback once more, scanning her surroundings. Where is he? He is right beside the male lead. As Wang Kai perused the new strategist's profile, a cold laugh escaped its lips. Was the company so desperate that they had switched to a male strategist after failing to secure the female one? Such underhanded tactics were truly audacious. Host, we absolutely cannot allow them to succeed. Come, let us eliminate him. Wang Kai clenched its paws, itching to tear the opponent apart. Su Yin sprang to her feet, eager to seek out Pei Yan. Yet, before she could reach the door, the soldier stationed at the entrance suddenly gasped in horror, pointing ahead and shouting, Look! What is that? The crowd turned their gaze outside, where the road and buildings lay ensconced in a shroud of black snow. The frigid flakes swirling ominously closer. Quick, shut the door! Someone shouted at us. The massive door was hastily closed. A layer of black frost crystallized upon it, and within mere seconds the windows and doors were encased in ice. An incessant chill seeping in an instant, the warehouse transformed into a colossal natural freezer. The weakest survivors turned pale from the cold. Liu Qi, with a grim expression, advanced to inspect the doors and windows, drawing his firearm to shoot at the entrance. Yet, instead of breaking through, the icy layer merely bore a few bullet holes. Liu Qi's countenance darkened further. The temperature within the room plummeted, and they might not withstand it for long. Shi Yi and another fire-wielding mutant summoned flames to combat the icy barrier, but it took a considerable time to melt even a small portion. This was far too slow. Shi Yi frowned in impatience. Allow me. Grandfather Fan stepped forward, stretching his limbs as he transformed into a golden figure. Standing before the door, he clenched his fist, preparing for a powerful strike. The door remained utterly unmoved, with a hint of embarrassment. The confident Grandfather Fan remarked, This is a bit awkward. Just as he was about to deliver another blow, a glint of cold light flashed before him, severing several strands of his hair and simultaneously shattering the frozen door into 4 pieces. The door collapsed and Grandfather Fan was met with a blast of frigid wind to his face. Is this what they call a slap in the face? A fleeting silhouette brushed past, rushing straight outside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shi Tong and the others quickly regained their senses, exchanging glances before taking a deep breath and dashing out in unison. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase. Shirya urged, pulling along the eunuch Fan. The little ancestor had vanished without a trace. They needed to pursue without delay. Shi Tong and Lu Qi sprinted ahead, while Shirya and eunuch Fan trailed behind. As the 4 burst through the door, they collectively tumbled onto the icy ground, which proved to be quite slippery. Unable to wait for their slowly breaking down of the door, Su Yin swiftly sliced through it with 2 swords, racing towards the direction of Pei Yan amidst the wintry landscape. This moment, the entire city lay ensconced in a shroud of black snow, with large flakes still cascading from the sky. Su Yin navigated rapidly through the city, only to come to an abrupt halt, her gaze icy and fierce as it fell upon a peculiar being standing in the middle of the road. This creature, with a serpentine tail, fixed a menacing stare upon her, occasionally flicking its forked tongue and wearing a sinister smile. Su Yin had no intention of engaging with it. She turned to seek another route. For nothing was more vital than locating the little rabbit. However, just as she pivoted, towering walls suddenly rose around her, ensnaring both her and the creature within, trying to escape. You are but a treat bestowed upon me by the queen. The creature hissed with a malevolent grin, Considering you appear quite delectable, if you behave, I might allow you to be savored slowly. It licked its lips with its serpent-like tongue, its crimson eyes glinting with a savage glimmer. Feeling the icy walls closing in, Su Yin's expression hardened, her gaze toward the creature radiating a murderous intent. Are you concerned for your companions? The creature suddenly chuckled ominously. Do not fret, my comrades will entertain them splendidly. Su Yin's eyes narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to the creature, her sword aimed menacingly at its throat. To her surprise, the creature was caught off guard by her speed, and a long gash was carved into its neck. It retaliated by striking with its serpent tail, but Su Yin, wielding her sword with lethal precision, maneuvered gracefully. The creature's excitement only intensified at her formidable strength. Its gaze perverse and eager, quite intense. I like it. Quite perverse, I do not like it. Host, quickly eliminate him, Wang Kai urged, puffing up its little fists. The silver sword danced in Su Yin's hands, each move swift, ruthless, and precise. The confident yet twisted creature's expression grew increasingly grim, its tail marred with numerous wounds from her blade. Enraged at the damage inflicted upon its prized tail, it bared its fangs and hissed threateningly at Su Yin. You foolish human! As the creature slithered ominously closer, Su Yin lowered her gaze, standing still, her wrist twisting to reveal a palpable menace. Just before the creature could close in, she suddenly vanished from sight, leaving the creature bewildered. In an instant, Su Yin reappeared behind it, her eyes icy and profound. By the time the creature sensed her presence, it was already too late. With a single stroke of her sword, she severed its head from its body. Even after decapitation, the creature remained alive, staring at Su Yin in shock and terror. How could you? Su Yin's cold gaze slightly lowered. A dog remarked that you are perverse. Thus you must die. I concur with its assessment. Whatever Su Yin had done to the creature, its head and body exploded in a gruesome display, leaving no trace behind. Su Yin leapt atop the icy wall to survey the scene. Noticing that Shi Tong and the others were ensnared in different locations, entangled with various creatures, she frowned at the sky, sheathed her sword, bit her right index finger, and drew a blood-red talisman in the air before clenching it in her hand. The ethereal and chilling voice evoked boundless reverberations, with a force capable of moving mountains. I tread my own path. A maiden stood atop an icy wall, gazing down imperiously upon the throngs of humanity, her grip tightening around the radiance in her hand as she slowly parted her lips to utter a single word. Break. As her lips parted, she crushed the light within her grasp. In an instant, the towering walls of the city shattered in response. From her vantage point, she watched with a smirk as the Huntress of Snow suffered a grievous blow, blood spilling forth from her lips. Chapter 79. There exists a chill that makes Xiao Qiao feel the cold. Alongside the ice wall, it seemed that something else had also been crushed by Su Yin. Countless ice walls splintered apart, and in that moment everything around appeared to freeze. Even the heavy snowfall transformed into delicate flurries. It was as though some unseen force enveloping the entire city had been shattered, with the walls no longer obstructing her view. Su Yin immediately spotted Shi Tong and the others entangled with the aberrants not far away, as well as Pei Yan in the distance. Pope, go assist the little mushroom, Su Yin urged, patting Pafeng. All right, master, Pafeng replied, spinning towards Shi Tong, while Su Yin turned her attention towards Pei Yan. The ice walls that had ensnared them suddenly fractured, and Su Yu seized the opportunity to direct his comrades to unleash their firepower against the aberrants. Just as Su Yu and his team engaged in battle, he turned to find Su Si, resembling an old man, sitting idly by, while Pei Yan was engaging with the shark-like creatures. Meanwhile, Louis remained steadfast at the front, attacking the aberrants while protecting those behind him. His usual composure, unshaken by great adversity, now bore a hint of emotion on his face. In the face of such grave danger, you expect me to harm my own? Even Su Yu could not suppress a few expletives at that moment. With a slight lift of his eyelids, the depths of his dark eyes remained unfazed, resembling an unfathomable ocean. Chapter 99. Pei Yan struck with such swiftness that the youth scarcely had time to summon the system for withdrawal. His eyes wide open, unable to close in death upon dispatching the newly arrived intruder, Pei Yan finally turned his gaze towards the aberrants that had attacked them, casting a glance at Su Si. Su Si retracted his indifferent demeanor, rising to his feet and clapping his hands, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement as he beheld the aberrants. Though they were but minor foes, any morsel was still flesh. The young master begrudgingly accepted. Pei Yan and Su Si synchronously launched their assault against the aberrants. Provoked by Su Yu and his companions, the aberrants roared in fury, proclaiming their intent to slay them in tribute to the queen. Behind Pei Yan, a multitude of golden spikes materialized, hurtling towards the aberrants with astonishing speed. The aberrants were impaled against the wall, only to have their heads severed by Su Si's blade. With the crisis averted, Suyu turned to Pei Yan, his brow slightly furrowing at the thought of the youth's death. Why did you kill him? Suyu inquired. Pei Yan looked up, a sudden smile gracing his features. He was clearly slain by the aberrants. Suyu retorted. Do you take me for blind? Su Si interjected. We shall not bear this blame. Both men directed their gazes towards another witness, Lui, maintaining his composure. Stated, whatever the master says, goes. Suyu and Su Si exchanged glances, speechless. After dispatching the intruder, Pei Yan felt rather pleased. Glancing at the snowflakes drifting from the sky, he pondered whether the previous commotion had frightened the young girl. At that moment, a communicator at his waist flickered to life, and Lucia's anxious voice came through. Master, Miss Su is missing. We are currently entangled with the aberrants and have yet to locate her. After Louis inquired about their location, he swiftly made his way over. Pei Yan's expression was somber as he ran, extracting a luminous orb and coldly commanding, trace the whereabouts of Xiao Guai. Understood, master. Please hold on, the system is processing your request, came the emotionless electronic voice from the orb, obeying Pei Yan's command. 3 seconds later, it reported, the mistress is located 50 meters to the right front of the master and is approaching rapidly. The distance dwindled to 30 meters, then 15, 9, 5. As the system relayed the information, Pei Yan halted, opening his arms to catch the small cannonball that suddenly darted toward him, without any regard for her path. Suyin crashed into Pei Yan's embrace, the force of her momentum causing both to tumble to the ground. Just before their fall, Pei Yan instinctively shielded her within his arms, resulting in him being the only one to feel the impact. 2-2. As Suyin looked up, she was met with Pei Yan's mesmerizing phoenix-like eyes, her petite face displaying surprise to shield themselves from the biting cold of the black snow. Everyone had donned masks and hats, leaving only their eyes exposed upon seeing Suyin's fair face fully exposed. With her hat nearly slipping off, Pei Yan was taken aback. He quickly sat up, adjusting her crooked hat and producing a mask to place over her face. Why did you come out without a mask? Are you hurt? Did you fall? Pei Yan's voice trembled slightly. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Suyin, bundled like a dumpling, shook her head. Noticing the tremor in his voice, she assumed he was cold. 2-2, are you cold? Let me hug you, she said, her heart aching as she wrapped her arms around Pei Yan, entwining herself around him in a bid to provide warmth. It's all this wretched weather that has left my 2-2 frozen and I'm not cold. What about you, baby? Are you cold? Pei Yan's heart, trembling, found solace in her embrace, allowing her to hold him like a koala. No, you are cold, the stubborn little grass insisted. All right, I'm cold, Pei Yan conceded with a helpless smile. I must say, are you two truly intent on playing in such heavy snowfall? Xios remarked from behind Pei Yan, observing the two on the ground with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Do you not worry about freezing your behind sitting there? Ignoring Xios' teasing, Pei Yan secured his hold around the girl's waist, bracing himself on one hand as he effortlessly lifted her, standing tall while cradling her with one arm around her. He brushed off the snow that had settled on her. The slower Suyu and others soon caught up. Louis, with a serious demeanor, approached. Master, Luchi requires assistance. Go ahead, Pei Yan permitted, watching as Louis hastened towards Luchi's position. Pei Yan then turned to Xios, saying, you should go as well. Those are mere small fry. Do you really want me to? Xios grumbled reluctantly, trailing behind Louis. Noticing that Pei Yan's voice had steadied, Suyin began to squirm to get down, but Pei Yan wouldn't allow it. He lifted her slightly beneath her bottom, holding her tighter and justifying, the ground is icy. You might slip. I'm standing steady, I won't fall, she insisted, having traversed without incident thus far. No, you will fall. Pei Yan remained adamant as Suyin wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice soft and gentle. It's not safe in here either. Pei Yan's brow furrowed, pausing to consider her words, which held a semblance of truth. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Yan resolved to reunite with the others. However, before he could venture far, a creature of otherworldly origin descended from the heavens. Upon sighting her, Pei Yan's pupils constricted, and he gently placed Suyin behind him, shielding her with utmost care. Yet, the snow woman paid him no heed, her gaze fixated intently on Suyin. At a mere flick of her wrist, Suyin was instantaneously transported to her side. The snow woman seized Suyin and, with a cold, mocking smile directed at Pei Yan, provocatively challenged him to come and rescue her. After delivering her ominous words, she vanished into thin air, taking Suyin with her. The entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter shock. Little darling, Pei Yan exclaimed in anguish as he witnessed Suyin's abduction, his eyes widening in despair. He instinctively surged forward to pursue, only to be yanked back by Suyu. Calm down, Suyu urged, His own expression darkened by disbelief at the audacity of the creature. The ferocious aura it exuded was reminiscent of a wild beast out of control. Su Yu's countenance darkened further as he questioned, "Where do we even begin to search for her? Do you have any idea where she might be?" His voice was heavy with anger. "I do." Pei Yan replied. At that moment, Yi and the others arrived after dispatching the creature, and upon learning of Su Yin's kidnapping by the Snow Woman, their collective spirit ignited with determination, while they deliberated on a rescue plan. Xiao suddenly recalled something, glancing at Pei Yan with hesitation. "I have something to say." "Please don't be angry," Xiao began, his voice wavering. He then cautiously continued, "I've heard that the Snow Woman seems to have a particular fondness for fair-skinned girls." As Xiao spoke, his voice grew quieter under the piercing gaze of Pei Yan, ultimately trailing off into silence. Meanwhile, the abducted Su Yin was admiring the castle before her. Indeed, the Snow Woman had brought her to an ornate ice-carved castle. Resplendent yet exuding an eerie ambience. One might wonder who would construct a castle from black ice. She was ushered inside by the strange beings. Su Yin observed her surroundings intently, contemplating how she might one day create a similar gilded haven for Tu. Following the peculiar soldiers, she arrived at the grand hall, her attention alternating between the architecture and her captors, one with a shrimp head and the other with crab legs. The sight was so captivating it nearly made her salivate. Goodness, they are so massive. Once their shells are removed, there must be quite a bit of meat. I cannot speak to their meatiness, but I can certainly tell you that you are genuinely hungry. A double entendre which left Wang Kai feeling rather exasperated. Upon entering the dimly lit grand hall, Su Yin beheld the Snow Woman seated upon the throne. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "So, you are the one who breached my domain?" The Snow Woman reclined lazily on her throne, her blood-red eyes locking onto Su Yin, a hint of coldness gracing her enchanting features as Su Yin tilted her head, her bright eyes filled with confusion. "What domain are you speaking of? Do you believe that feigning ignorance will deceive me?" The Snow Woman sneered, her lips curling into a cold smile. "It seems you remain oblivious to your current predicament. Regardless of how you breached my domain, now that you have trespassed into my territory, extinguishing your life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The same fate awaits your companions having entered her territory." She determined who would live and who would perish. Seemingly unfazed by the veiled threat, Su Yin fixated on the throne beneath her, then dashed forward, politely inquiring, "Would you mind standing up for a moment?" Even the Snow Woman found herself perplexed by her, instinctively rising to her feet upon meeting her sparkling gaze. As soon as she stood, Su Yin plopped herself down upon the throne, glancing left and right, murmuring to herself that it seemed a tad too small. Clearly, a larger one would be necessary in the future, for otherwise, it would be inadequate. Su Yin's eyes fixated on the Snow Woman's throne, contemplating the creation of a grand seat for her beloved rabbit. Envisioning them sitting together, whatever others possessed, her rabbit ought to have as well. Lost in thought, the furious voice of the Snow Woman pierced through her reverie. "Are you even listening to me?" The Snow Woman had never encountered such an audacious captive. "What?" Little Grass looked up in bewilderment, her soft cherubic face displaying a hint of innocent confusion. Suddenly, the Snow Woman's gaze faltered, her eyes on Su Yin taking on a more profound significance, before she smirked with a charmingly wicked grin reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Grasping Su Yin's chin, she inquired, "Are you seducing me?" "Huh? Ha ha ha." Both Su Yin and Wang Kai were left utterly bewildered. "Ah!" After his stupor, Wang Kai emitted a high-pitched scream akin to that of a groundhog. "Host, does she have a crush on you? Is she out of her mind?" "Ah!" Wang Kai, clutching his canine head, dashed around in the system space. "What does she want with me? Snakes don't consume grass." Su Yin questioned, puzzled. She must be dreaming." Wang Kai, consumed by thoughts of his host being pursued by a woman, spat in disbelief. Yet, Su Yin promptly stood, delivering a righteous lecture to the Snow Woman about why a perfectly good snake would want to engage in such absurdities. The wicked curve of the Snow Woman's lips stiffened slightly as she scrutinized Su Yin, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "Very well, you have successfully captured my attention." Upon hearing this, the dog in the system space felt as though it were being tossed around in a domineering cook's oil pot, wishing for death. Damn it, who could explain why, in this apocalyptic world, there still existed tales of domineering CEOs? Was it destined to be a wretched dog? Why must it witness such absurdities? You are indeed quite entertaining. No wonder he specifically mentioned you and wishes for me to eliminate you. The Snow Woman gently caressed Su Yin's cheek, laughing dreamily. "I find myself somewhat reluctant to kill you now." Observing the Snow Woman's expression, both Su Yin and Wang Kai shivered in unison. "Take her to my chamber." The Snow Woman's red lips curled into a smirk as she gestured for her subordinates to escort Suyin away. The final glance she cast was laden with meaning. Once again, Suyin was led by the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to the Snow Woman's quarters. Whether it was merely her illusion, she sensed their gazes filled with jealousy. They would rather see their host entangled with the male lead than witness her in a romantic entanglement with a woman. Such a notion was too terrifying. The apocalyptic world, rife with perversion, was indeed daunting. Suyin surveyed the room, freeing her wrists from their restraints, and took 2 steps to the window, opening it. Did I truly mean to do this? With that, Suyin leaped out the window. Host, what are you doing here? This is not the exit. Concerned about Suyin being discovered, Wang Kai's voice was considerably lowered. Host, what on earth are you attempting to accomplish? Suyin puffed her cheeks, straining to move the throne, yet it remained as immovable as if it were welded to the ground. Frustrated, Little Grass rolled up her sleeves, attempting once more to uproot it, oblivious to the glimmer of the emerald bracelet on her wrist. Chapter 81. Let this deranged world be destroyed. In the end, Suyin was unable to relocate the throne. With the urgency of Wang Kai's insistence and the undeniable tightness of the bonds, he believed that Suyin had finally come to the resolution to escape this perverse den. He devotedly pointed the way for her, striving to facilitate her swift departure. Yet, as they ran, she veered off course once more. Host, you've gone the wrong way. It is this direction, he admonished. What should be done with a rebellious host? Suyin, with unwavering determination, sprinted towards the pinnacle of the castle. At that moment, atop the castle, the Snow Woman languidly reclined in her chair, savoring a glass of red wine, relishing the admiration and submission of the otherworldly beings surrounding her. Before her, several screens displayed the surveillance footage from around the castle. Upon noticing a few furtive figures appearing on the monitors, she took a delicate sip of her wine, her crimson lips curling into a subtle smirk. They had arrived so swiftly, impressive indeed. The Snow Woman's smile was both radiant and sardonic, exuding an air of aloof confidence. With a mere gesture to her otherworldly subordinates, she commanded them under her direction. A covert team infiltrating the castle was besieged, resulting in a chaotic clash of blades. Everyone cooperated in an effort to escort Pei Yan to safety, but the otherworldly beings seemed eerily aware of their intentions, relentlessly pursuing Pei Yan with lethal intent. Temporarily ensnared, Pei Yan's hands crackled with increasingly brilliant lightning, striking with precision and ferocity. After vanquishing one of the otherworldly creatures, droplets of blood splattered across his fair, strikingly handsome visage, pooling at the corner of his eye, rendering him alluringly dangerous. Suddenly, Pei Yan lifted his gaze to the heavens, his eyes piercing and profound. In that instant, the Snow Woman nearly believed he had perceived her presence. Startled by the intensity of his gaze, however, she quickly regained her composure, lazily leaning back in her chair, scoffing softly. How could that be possible? He had no idea of her whereabouts. A sinister smile crept across the Snow Woman's face as she swirled her empty wine glass. Issuing a command, refill. A subordinate promptly filled her glass halfway. The Snow Woman's gaze remained fixed on the screens, observing the escalating conflict below. Noting the losses on her side, consumed by rage, she downed a significant gulp of wine, shattering her glass in her grip. So it is destined. The first will undoubtedly be mine. The Snow Woman scoffed coldly, her enchanting visage marred by a deep-seated malice. Just then, a soft voice drifted into her ears. Only after speaking did she realize the anomaly. All her subordinates were a motley crew of unsavory men. Where could this young girl's voice have come from? Spotting the girl who should have been in her chamber, standing innocently with a wine bottle in hand, the Snow Woman froze momentarily. What are you doing here? She inquired, bewildered. I came to find you, Suyin replied, beaming at the Snow Woman. The latter was momentarily dazzled by her smile, instinctively placing a hand over her racing heart, only to be overtaken by an aura of dominance once more. With a wicked grin, she radiated confidence. You woman are indeed. But before the Snow Woman could finish her proclamation, Suyin struck her with the glass bottle, leaving her bloodied and dazed. Wang Kai, who had been ready to plunge into a boiling pot, was abruptly snatched from his path. All right, I've narrowly escaped a torturous fate. Suyin, gripping the jagged remnants of the bottle, fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the stunned Snow Woman, her delicate features devoid of expression, exuding an aura of chilling ruthlessness. With one foot perched upon the chair, she pressed the sharp glass against the Snow Woman's fair neck, drawing a thin line of blood that began to trickle down her skin. Dare to touch them, and I shall end your life. Suyin whispered coldly, her words laced with menace. Initially, one might have expected the Snow Woman to respond with rage and resistance. Instead, she sat entranced in her chair, gazing intently at the unyielding Su Xiaoqiao. So this is your true nature, thought the Snow Woman, her eyes sparkling with newfound approval. Yet, Suyin found herself furrowing her brow under the weight of that gaze, only to hear the Snow Woman inquire, "Do you wish to kill me? Will you strangle me? Or bind me?" All options are on the table. The Snow Woman's excitement grew with each word, culminating in a coy blush. Terrified, Xiao Chao retreated, her face a portrait of fear. "This is absurd. I am genuinely frightened. Host, I am even more terrified." QQ. Wang Sai's face expressed shock as it clutched its own frail form, plagued by a foreboding sense of dread. "Command them to withdraw." Observing the Snow Woman's peculiar demeanor, Suyin pointed at the screen displaying the onslaught against Pei Yan and the others. "If I refuse, will you strike me?" The Snow Woman's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Seemingly awaiting Su Yin's nod, after a moment of contemplation, Suyin acquiesced. She would indeed execute her. The Snow Woman's eyes brightened. Resembling a husky that had stumbled upon a delightful discovery, she sauntered over, her serpentine waist swaying with alluring grace, and inquired, "Do you require a whip?" Suyin, bewildered, could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. The Snow Woman produced a snake whip, striking it against her snow-white hand, leaving an odd crimson mark upon her ethereal skin, exuding a strangely ambiguous allure. "Do you find this appealing?" she asked with a bashful smile. Su Yin's reaction was one of shock, while Wang Kai burst into tears. "Woo! Let this deranged world be obliterated." Since arriving in this realm, it had encountered few individuals of sound mind. Such torment is unwarranted for a mere dog. With tears cascading down, Wang Kai wept inconsolably, suppressing her astonishment. Suyin inhaled deeply, turning her attention back to the Snow Woman. She retrieved a talisman and pressed it firmly against her forehead with hands clasped. She intoned reverently, "Explode." The castle erupted, a gaping hole forming as the Snow Woman was sent flying. Letting out a sigh of relief, Suyin checked the positions of Pei Yan and the others, preparing to rescue the rabbit. She initially intended to leap through the window, but as she opened it, a chilling voice echoed behind her. "Where do you think you are going?" Turning to glance at the surveillance screen, she smiled broadly. "Are you going to seek them out? Fear not. Once I have vanquished them all, you shall be mine." Unbeknownst to Suyin, the Snow Woman had orchestrated a transformation of the opulent castle, which now resembled a colossal mechanism. The combatants, Pei Yan and his companions, soon realized that their surroundings were shifting, the ground beneath them undulating. Suddenly, they found themselves plummeting into a void. "Their fates now rested in my hands," the Snow Woman declared, her smile enchanting and seductive. Su Yin's expression darkened as she slowly turned to face the Snow Woman, her gaze imbued with ire. With a slight lift of her hand, she murmured, "Sword, come forth." As the winds began to stir, the sword materialized. Chapter 82. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, retreat, retreat, retreat. A sudden burst of light erupted from the black hole, where the fierce Feng, accompanied by Shi Tang, emerged with a force that shattered the darkness, soaring skyward, stirring tempestuous waves, akin to stars cascading into Su Yin's grasp. It emitted a low hum as the maiden stood bathed in radiance, backlit with her hair billowing, her clear starry eyes narrowing with icy resolve. "If your intention is to slay them, then I shall first extinguish your life." Suyin, wielding her sword, advanced step by step towards the Snow Maiden, exuding an intimidating aura. As she observed the approaching girl, the Snow Maiden opened her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Su Yin's pace faltered slightly, and the next moment, she witnessed the Snow Maiden clutching her face, contorting into a wretched figure, and declaring with an infatuated fervor, "How can someone be so handsome? I adore him." Even the wind spirit trembled at the spectacle. "Retreat, retreat! Protective barrier, perverse admirer, retreat! Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits." Suddenly, Wang Kai produced a peachwood sword from seemingly nowhere, executing a ritual in an exaggerated manner within Su Yin's mind. At that moment, Su Yin was rendered speechless, both inside and out. The Snow Maiden, initially smiling, soon adopted a sinister demeanor. "Now I cannot let you go," she chuckled softly, her crimson eyes fixed on Su Yin, darkening ominously. "If you agree to stay with me, how about I release them?" the Snow Maiden proposed unexpectedly. Suyin raised her gaze, regarding the alluring Snow Maiden with unperturbed eyes. She calmly uttered two words. "Not possible. Why not? This way no one has to die. Wouldn't that be preferable?" the Snow Maiden pressed. "I cannot be separated from Tutu," Suyin replied, her lips pressed together, her beautiful eyelashes drooping as she murmured, "Tutu cannot be without me." Upon realizing Su Yin's deep concern for another, the Snow Maiden suddenly went mad, unleashing a surge of dark energy that crystallized into frost in the air. Enveloped in the black mist, she grinned malevolently, her blood-red eyes vivid as though stained with fresh blood. You would rather accompany a rabbit than me? Then I shall confine you and eliminate every rabbit in existence. The Snow Maiden was lost in her own emotions, consumed by a frenzy. Madness was preferable. It made the conflict all the more exhilarating. The Snow Maiden's attacks were swift and vicious, as if she would not relent until Su-Yin was imprisoned. One moment, she would giggle sweetly, and the next, she would cackle ominously, conjuring corrosive black mist with her hands. Don't run away. Ha ha ha. You cannot escape. Su-Yin, while fending off the dark energy with her sword, was also tormented by the cacophony of chaotic sounds, coupled with Wang Kai's incantations echoing in her mind. Unable to endure the onslaught from both sides, Su-Yin halted her evasive maneuvers, gripping her sword tightly and channeling her energy into a single strike. Silence, all of you! The powerful sword aura cleaved through the rooftop and half of the building, transforming it into an open terrace. Enraged, Su-Yin radiated an overwhelming aura. Wang Kai sitting cross-legged and chanting. The Snow Maiden was knocked down, sprawled on the ground in a pitiful manner, whining, "You told me to be quiet, yet you still hit me." Su-Yin smiled faintly, pointing her sword at the Snow Maiden with a slight motion of her finger. The sword, imbued with murderous intent, surged towards her. The Snow Maiden was driven against an ice wall by the force of the sword energy, a cloud of smoke erupting from the impact. The sword halted before the Snow Maiden as if obstructed by an unseen force, buzzing insistently, eager to break free as the smoke cleared. The Snow Maiden, with blood at her lips, came into Su-Yin's view, a golden shield shimmering protectively before her. A small crack appeared where the sword had struck, gradually widening until the shield shattered into a cascade of twinkling starlight, vanishing into thin air. The Snow Maiden suppressed her astonishment, wiping the blood from her mouth, tilting her head to reveal a jawline more captivating than any neckline. A wicked smile reappeared at the corners of her lips. "Woman, are you playing with fire?" Beneath the domineering tone of the tyrannical leader lies an unwavering determination to possess Su-Yin. Xiao Chao's fists have hardened. Thus she refrained from drawing her sword and instead launched a direct assault with her clenched fist. The tyrannical leader, the Snow Woman, scoffed derisively. "You dare to strike at me with empty hands, truly believing that your feeble fists could inflict harm." However, her words were abruptly interrupted as Xiao Chao's petite fist sent her flying. Weakly she retorted, "If you manage to hit me, consider it akin to striking cotton," while retching. Su-Yin, having lost her patience, was anxious for her rabbit, whose fate remained uncertain, and who awaited her rescue. She stepped forward, grasping the collar of the Snow Woman's garment, her cold gaze piercing as she demanded, "Where have you taken them?" "Of course I have killed them," the Snow Woman replied with a taunting smile. Su-Yin's composure faltered as she brandished her sword, pressing it against the Snow Woman's neck, her eyes radiating a chilling menace. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" The bloodthirsty aura erupted from her gaze. The Snow Woman chuckled seductively, arching her neck invitingly. "Then go ahead and kill me." Xiao Chao, with unwavering resolve, declared her intent to kill, swiftly directing her sword towards the Snow Woman's neck. Had the Snow Woman not anticipated the attack and partially defended herself, her head might have been severed entirely. Though it was not completely severed, a significant portion was nonetheless removed. The Snow Woman, skillfully evading capture, clutched her bloodied, partially severed neck, yet wore a smile that remained radiant. "You truly are heartless," she remarked lightly, rotating her neck, only for the next moment to reveal that her nearly severed neck had miraculously healed. Upon witnessing this, Su-Yin narrowed her eyes. The Snow Woman clicked her tongue in disappointment. "What a waste of a precious antidote. You cannot kill me. Why not obediently serve as my golden canary?" Her gaze was heavy as it bore down on Su-Yin, her smile a blend of allure and darkness. At that moment, a voice laced with irreverence drifted in from the window. "Am I perhaps arriving at an inopportune moment?" A youth leaned against the window, arms crossed, watching them with a mocking grin. They had not even noticed his arrival. "What brings you here?" In the face of Xiuxi's presence, the Snow Woman exhibited an unusual wariness, akin to a beast defending its territory. Xiuxi glanced at Su-Yin, shrugged nonchalantly, and chuckled. "Someone has misplaced their wife and is in quite the hurry for me to fetch her. What can I do?" Recognizing that Xiuxi's target was Su-Yin, the Snow Woman's temper flared as she coldly laughed. "Very well, then I shall kill you first." Ultimately, the Snow Woman failed to slay Xiuxi, as she found herself bound like a dumpling by Su-Yin. With the Snow Woman in tow, Su-Yin approached the abyss where Pei Yan and the others had fallen, her gaze icy as she threatened, "Bring them back up." The Snow Woman struggled, twisting about, yet the peculiar rope binding her remained unyielding. Hearing Su-Yin's words, she chuckled, "Humph, do not be so arrogant. Their fate is uncertain now that they have fallen." The Snow Bug retorted proudly, "The Snow King shall never concede." Without a change in expression, Su-yin cast her into the abyss. The snow woman's face was frozen in bewilderment as she plummeted into the bottomless void. Ah! The screams gradually faded, and Su-yin clapped her hands, preparing to leap in as well, only to suddenly hear the screams intensifying. Glancing downward, she noticed the snow woman had resurfaced, beneath her a dazzling golden light. As if a colossal being was about to emerge, in the next moment, the earth trembled and the mountain shook as a five-clawed golden dragon ascended, bursting forth from the abyss and soaring into the clouds. Chapter 83. The Injured Rabbit and Xiao Cao's imminent rampage. The golden dragon soared majestically through the air, roaring with an awe-inspiring ferocity, as if it were the sovereign of heaven and earth before it could land. It was abruptly intercepted by the Snow Maiden, who screamed in alarm and tumbled to the ground, rolling twice at Su-yin's feet. The impact left her dazed and seeing stars. The golden dragon, circling above, glared down with its enormous coppery eyes, letting out a deafening growl that resonated with palpable rage. Its thunderous roar echoed through the air, as it lashed its massive tail indiscriminately at everything around it, nearly catching Su-yin and her companions in its chaotic fury. Goodness, is this truly the legendary dragon? Xiao emerged from the rubble, his face smudged with dirt, gazing up at the celestial beast with a mixture of confusion and astonishment, utterly captivated, as though he had never encountered a dragon before. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden, having finally managed to rise from the ground, looked up and mirrored Xiao's wide-eyed expression of wonder. Wow, what an enormous creature! She exclaimed, marveling at the sight. But then her gaze fell upon her beloved castle, now reduced to ruins by the dragon's wrath, and fury ignited within her. Her hair stood on end as she, fueled by rage, snapped the ropes binding her with her bare hands and charged forward, brandishing her weapon and shouting in a heart-wrenching wail, "You despicable beast, return my home to me! Even a dragon cannot lay a finger on my exquisite castle of honey and snow." Xiao admired the Snow Maiden's audacity. Turning back, he noticed Su-yin digging frantically in the chaos. "What are you doing?" he queried. "Rabbit! The rabbit is trapped beneath!" she exclaimed in distress. Realization struck Xiao like a lightning bolt. They still had someone buried beneath the debris. The two of them began to dig together, but after a long while, they uncovered nothing. Su-yin pursed her lips, her previously taut expression darkening as she shoved Xiao aside. Grasping her weapon, Broken Wind, and with a decisive swing, cleaved through the rubble, creating a chasm half a meter wide that revealed a concealed abyss below. This display left Xiao utterly astonished. "So you possess such power. Why resort to digging by hand earlier?" After clearing a path, Su-yin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling. "Host, your health is declining," Wang Kai urged anxiously. Unfazed, Su-yin wiped the blood from her lips, disregarding Wang Kai's warnings, and leaped directly into the dark void. Xiao, left behind, surveyed the tumultuous battle above, clenched his teeth and followed suit, muttering under his breath, "I truly owe you all." Su-yin felt as though she had fallen for an eternity before finally hitting the ground. Upon landing, she was met with a grim sight. The bodies of various monstrous entities strewn about. After surveying her surroundings and finding no trace of Pei Yan and the others, she pressed deeper into the passage. Xiao soon caught up with her. Along the way, they encountered an array of grotesque corpses or dismembered remains, their eyes wide in terror, expressions twisted in horror, as if they had encountered some unimaginable terror. Observing the gruesome sight, Xiao furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him regarding the brutal methods of slaughter. As Su-yin continued forward, she finally heard voices ahead, her eyes lighting up as she quickened her pace. Upon reaching the front, she beheld Su Yu and Lui engaged in combat against the monstrous foes, alongside Pei Yan, who leaned against the wall, pale and seemingly in agony. The sight of Pei Yan's weakened state struck Su Yin's heart with a pang of concern. The overwhelming pressure of pain radiated from Pei Yan, his body enveloped in a palpable aura of rage and brutality. Due to the excruciating pain, the veins on his arms and forehead bulged. His eyes burned crimson like blood, and he gasped for breath, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a wild beast from his throat. The agony was so intense that he yearned to end his suffering with a single bullet. Yet he could not. His beloved, his dear one, awaited him. He could not succumb to death in a daze. Pei Yan seemed to hear the voice of longing. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he were being pulled from the depths of the ocean by a hand, the indistinct sounds around him gradually crystallizing into clarity. He turned his bewildered gaze towards the direction of Su-yin, and the encroaching darkness before him was dispelled by a radiant light. There, amidst the crowd, he spotted the little girl. In an instant, the dazed look in his eyes ignited with a fierce desire to survive. His precious one. Despite the tremors coursing through his body from the pain, Pei Yan's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Su-yin, As if she were the very essence of his will to live. Su Yin's attention was solely on Pei Yan, oblivious to the aberration advancing towards her. Be careful. Su, who happened to witness this scene, attempted to intervene but was unable to reach her in time. Just then, Xios emerged from behind Su Yin, poised to shield her from the impending strike. Suddenly, the aberration was hurled away by an unseen force, while Su Yin was drawn towards it by the same mysterious energy. With one foe dispatched, another surged forth, prompting Xios to glance at the embracing pair before cursing and diving headlong into the fray. Wreaking havoc as Su Yin was enveloped in Pei Yan's embrace, she felt his body radiating an unsettling heat, his breath searingly intense. "Bunny?" she murmured, cautiously brushing her fingers against his face. He bore wounds, his exquisitely crafted visage rendered ghostly pale from excessive blood loss, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Upon sensing a threat to Su Yin, Pei Yan instinctively retaliated, using his mental power to draw her closer and shield her. Even as the tumult within him rendered him incapable of coherent thought, he remained resolute in his determination to protect his precious one. Bunny. Pei Yan's legs wobbled slightly as he leaned against Su Yin's shoulder, his arms tightening around her as if to melt her into his very being. His voice was hoarse and deep, his scorching breath cascading against her neck. "Oh, not fear, my dear. I am here." Pei Yan buried his face deeper into the crook of her neck, suppressing the throbbing veins at his throat, all the while whispering words of comfort and safeguarding her. Sensing the murderous intent surrounding them, he gently pressed the girl's head against his chest. Raising his gaze, he revealed a pair of fiercely red eyes, brimming with aggression, and unleashed a torrent of chaotic mental energy that shattered the aberrations in the vicinity. In an instant, a crimson mist enveloped the scene. Within that sanguine haze, Pei Yan's eyes glowed with a feral intensity, a slight smirk gracing his lips, embodying the apex predator at the top of the food chain. Not a single prey he targeted could escape his grasp. To his surprise, as he struck, half of the aberrations were obliterated in an instant, causing Xios to spiral into madness at having his quarry snatched away. Hadn't they agreed to leave some breathing room? Pei Yan coughed twice, utterly drained of energy, his body tilting dangerously as he began to collapse. Su Yin, quick-witted and agile, caught him and eased him down to sit. "Bunny?" Her gaze fell upon the wound on his abdomen, a gaping injury as though it had been forcibly pierced by some object. Incessantly bleeding and staining his clothing crimson. One hand cradled Pei Yan's head, while the other pressed against the relentless flow of blood. Her eyelashes trembled, a tempest of uncontainable fury brewing within her. For the first time, her soft features were shrouded in icy resolve as she slowly lifted her gaze towards the surrounding aberrations, her dark eyes reflecting a terrifying ferocity, surrounded by ethereal energy. Her garments and hair danced as if stirred by an invisible breeze, as though sensing the wrath of their master. The fierce winds emitted a resonant hum, poised and ready to unleash chaos. Chapter 84. The grass transforms into a lethal weapon, rampaging with ruthless fury, with eyes tinged with a crimson hue, brimming with fury and murderous intent. Su Yin's obsidian gaze was thick with darkness, cold and ominous. "You all deserve to perish," Su Yin uttered, each word painstakingly articulated through gritted teeth. The grievous injury inflicted upon her beloved pet, a rabbit, was unforgivable. "Break wind, heed my command, kill." As Su Yin's chilling, resolute voice resonated, break wind shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, zipping through the air with unparalleled swiftness. The remaining abominations barely registered their demise before their heads were severed. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence as the foes fell one after another. Upon returning to Su Yin's side, break wind gleamed with a pristine silver sheen, unmarred by a single drop of blood. Standing tall like her most loyal knight, ever willing to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire for its mistress, no creature loved her more fiercely than it. Having once again been deprived of a kill, Xios felt no inclination to speak. Forcing himself to wield his sword, Su Yin's complexion paled further, and she coughed twice, swallowing the metallic taste of blood lodged in her throat. "What ails you?" Noticing her pallor, Su Yu approached with a frigid tone that concealed a hint of concern. The aftermath of the bloody battle left everyone in disarray. Aside from Pei Yan, Lui bore the gravest injuries, nearly rendering his right hand useless. Su Yin shook her head while cradling Pei Yan. She tore a strip from her garment to bind his waist, staunching the bleeding, and surveyed their surroundings, inquiring, "Where are the little mushrooms?" "They were instructed to exit once we located the way out. We were besieged while covering their retreat," Su Yu succinctly explained. Contemplating the recent events, his gaze towards Pei Yan turned deep and complex, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the cavern began to collapse. "This place is about to cave in. We must flee." Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. With Su Yu carrying Pei Yan, Xiao supporting the gravely injured Lu Yi, and Su Yin bringing up the rear, they dashed out just as the ground crumbled beneath them. To their astonishment, the scene above was far more chaotic. The castle, nearly reduced to ruins, was teeming with high-level zombies and otherworldly creatures. Half were engaged in combat with the dragon soaring above, while the other half confronted the snow insects on the ground. As Su Yin emerged, the snow woman landed at her feet, her enchanting visage ablaze with indignation, hurling curses with fervor. "How dare they stab me in the back, those wretched beasts!" As the snow woman rose, her gaze met Su Yin's, momentarily taken aback. "Where have you all been?" she exclaimed at "Oh, aren't these the faithful of someone? What, have they finally rebelled?" Xiao remarked wryly, observing the creatures pursuing the snow woman. "How do you know?" The snow woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Xiao's. How could he discern that those beings were her former followers? She scrutinized him, sensing a familiar, irritating expression on his face, though she could not place it. Unable to recall, she dismissed the thought with an impatient wave of her hand. "Never mind, it matters not. Can you all restrain that dragon? I have no time for slaying dragons. I must first deal with those vile beasts." The words "vile beasts" were nearly ground out between her teeth. "That weren't you the one who summoned them?" Su Yin retorted, "It is not mine." The snow woman shook her head in confusion. At that moment, the golden dragon was wounded in its tail, letting out a mighty roar. Simultaneously, Pei Yan, who was on Su Yu's back, suddenly spat blood. His complexion as pale as parchment. Su Yin glanced at Pei Yan, then at the golden dragon in the sky, her pupils constricting. Without time for further explanation, she left behind a swift remark and darted towards the golden dragon, as quick as lightning. "Protect him well." The aberrations surrounding the golden dragon displayed avarice. They had not anticipated the presence of a dragon here. It was said that dragons were treasures in themselves, and slaying it would surely yield abundant riches. "Everyone, hold on a little longer. It is nearly defeated." A rallying cry erupted from the crowd, invigorating their spirits. Greedy eyes fixated on the golden dragon, eager to flay it and consume every morsel of flesh. Just as the horde surged forward once more, a silver sword whistled through the air, encircling the golden dragon and repelling them. A slender figure gracefully descended before the golden dragon, her petite form appearing diminutive yet resolute. Su Yin stood suspended in the air with her sword, her expression cold and her demeanor ethereal. "Host, you can no longer wield the sword. Your health is critically low." Observing her dwindling health, Wang Kai was anxious to bark. Ignoring it, Su Yin coldly gazed ahead at the aberrations, her voice echoing with an icy resonance. "Those who advance shall be met with no mercy." The pressure she exuded instilled fear among them, causing hesitant glances to be exchanged. Someone gritted their teeth and shouted, "It is merely a human. What is there to fear? Let us all attack together, slay her, and then divide the spoils from the dragon." As Su Yin surveyed the swarm of aberrations and high-level zombies rushing towards her, she furrowed her brow and raised her sword to meet them. The golden dragon stood back-to-back with Su Yin, facing the onslaught. As Su Yin dispatched wave after wave of foes with swift and precise movements, her ferocity only intensified. It was then that they realized the true terror of Su Yin. A few attempted to flee mid-battle, but as they turned, a silver sword pierced through their hearts from behind, claiming their lives. With a detached gaze, her dark eyes reflected the grotesque, greedy faces around her. The sword rose and fell, painting the earth crimson. While engaged with a scorpion aberration, Su Yin suddenly felt a chill at her back. A barrage of artillery rained down upon her, and she could not evade it. Suddenly, something coiled around her waist, pulling her away in an instant. The golden dragon wrapped around her protectively, its tail tip gently caressing her head in a soothing manner, forming a living barrier against the incoming fire. Feeling the tail at her waist, Su Yin's heart tightened. The golden dragon roared fiercely at the assailants, emitting a low, threatening growl. The artillery fire ceased, yet the once resplendent body of the golden dragon now bore countless wounds, its already weakened energy dwindling to the brink of collapse. It longed to charge forward and perish alongside its enemies, but Su Yin held it back. Reluctant to retreat, the golden dragon tilted its head and nudged against Su Yin's palm, then affectionately rubbed its head against hers. Su Yin smiled, gripping the dragon's horn slightly. In an instant, the golden dragon seemed to lose its spirit, slowly closing its eyes and transforming into a streak of light before vanishing. Unbeknownst to anyone, it slipped into Pei Yan's body in a secluded corner. Just as the smile on Su Yin's face had not yet faded, a slicing wind rushed from behind her, and a sharp blade aimed at her neck. She slightly tilted her head to evade, turning to grasp the returning knife with her bare hands. Upon seeing the familiar face, Su Yin smiled. "I knew you weren't dead." She fixed her gaze upon the figure, her eyes narrowing with a cold smile. "A mere piece of scrap." Chapter 85. The more obedient the laughter, The harsher the strikes, madness returns. The assailant who ambushed Su-in was none other than the mutant youth she had slain during the zombie tide at the northern base. Upon Su-in revealing his identity, Asi remained unperturbed. The wind lifted the brim of his hat, exposing a face that was half human, half metal, with cold, piercing eyes that were far from the nonchalant demeanor he had displayed previously. So, can you guess why I have come this time? Asi's gaze was dark and menacing as it bore into Su-in. With a gentle smile, Su-in replied, "To allow me the pleasure of killing you once more." Her tone was so devoid of emotion, it seemed merely a statement of fact. With a smile, Su-in effortlessly shattered his blade. A mere lift of her hand sent Asi retreating like a startled bird, his entire being brimming with vigilance as if faced with a formidable foe. Observing this, Su-in let out a soft laugh, tilting her head to reveal an innocent and demure expression. "Do not be afraid. I am merely here to greet you yet." Asi remained on high alert, fully aware of how lethal she could be despite her seemingly harmless visage. "Do you think I would trust you?" he retorted, his eyes fixed on Su-in as he meticulously scrutinized her every movement. The moment she made a move, he would react instantaneously. This time he was determined to redeem his previous humiliation. The memory of nearly dying at her hands darkened his gaze further, the metallic half of his face reflecting a chilling glimmer. "How could I deceive you? Little grass never tells lies," Su-in sighed softly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Asi was highly vigilant, but regrettably, he had misjudged the threat. Just as Asi hesitated on whether to launch a surprise attack, an urgent warning crackled through his earpiece. "Asi, behind you." By the time Asi turned to face the danger, it was too late to react. He barely managed to pivot away, avoiding a fatal blow, yet he watched helplessly as a silver sword pierced through his chest. Hurtling towards the girl before him with the blade known as Breaking Wind in hand, Su-in regarded Asi, whose chest now bore a gaping wound, with a serene smile. "See, little grass never lies. It was merely a greeting, and the one delivering it was not me." "What a pity," Su-in mused, glancing at the mechanical innards exposed through the hole in Asi's chest with mild regret. Upon hearing her lamentation, Asi nearly choked in rage. The atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that failing to unleash a powerful move would be an affront to his rebirth from the flames. Thus, the gaping wound in his chest began to heal. This incited fury within him, and in Su-yin's presence, his movements became erratic, his sword aura surging like waves. Clamoring for another strike, Su-in gently patted to calm the agitated blade. Rest assured, the necessary strike would not be overlooked. In the brief moment of respite she provided for Breaking Wind, Asi unleashed a laser barrage at her. Su-in raised her sword to defend, only to find her hands numb from the impact. Asi continued to amplify the energy, the laser erupting in a blinding brilliance, while electricity crackled ominously in the air. "Goodness, he has upgraded. Wait, how could a plasma laser cannon even exist here?" Wang Kai's astonished expression morphed into one of fright. "Let us see how long you can withstand this." Asi pressed the button for maximum output, his crimson eyes glimmering with exhilaration. As her hands grew increasingly numb, Su-in frowned, her lips pressed tightly together, refusing to retreat even an inch. "Host, quickly evade. If you are struck, you will be reduced to mere fragments," Wang Kai urged, not forgetting to warn Su-in. Su-in cast a glance at the seemingly invincible youth, pressed her lips together, and narrowed her eyes, gripping the blade of the wind tightly. An aura of spiritual energy surged around her, coalescing into the sword. Taking a deep breath, she swung the blade towards the laser beam. The laser, capable of effortlessly melting even the hardest metals, was cleaved in two by her strike. The boy's mechanical arm was similarly severed. Utterly destroyed, the weakened laser fell to the ground, leaving behind two deep craters and a cloud of ash, further obliterating the already precarious castle. The Snow Woman, who had been maniacally pursuing the aberrant with a sinister cackle, was momentarily stupefied by the sight. My castle. With the loss of her cherished fortress, the Snow Woman descended into madness, her dark energy materializing and rapidly spreading outward. It ensnared those aberrants attempting to flee, disregarding their tearful pleas for mercy, as she threw her arms wide and laughed maniacally towards the heavens. "Die, all of you, perish." The Snow Woman was consumed by her rage. Witnessing this, the experienced Xiao dared not delay for even a moment. He charged in, wreaking havoc. He would seize whatever he could. While the battle raged below, the conflict above intensified even more fiercely. The one-armed Asi surprisingly held his ground against Su-in, seeming almost her equal. Rather than skill, it appeared he possessed an uncanny foresight, as if he could predict Su-yin's every move. Su-in observed keenly as she fought, her gaze eventually landing on the headphones adorning his ears. A glimmer of realization crossing her features. External assistance once again relayed Su-yin's attack points to Asi. She abruptly altered her technique and shattered his headphones and a corner of the castle. A woman was struck by the electric current emanating from the headphones, her expression darkening as she cast her gaze forward and declared, "Communication has been severed." The handsome, otherworldly man leaned languidly against the wall, watching the aerial skirmish between the two, his enchanting fox-like eyes betraying a playful smirk. Deprived of outside support, Asi quickly found himself at a disadvantage under Su Yin's relentless assault. After his weapon was severed once more by the blade of the wind, he could not help but grow agitated, fixating on the sword with a furrowed brow. What manner of blade is that, so unyielding? Ah, the young lad is still too impatient. One must understand that only through composure and patience can one attain the path. Su Yin spoke with measured calmness. What have you to be proud of? Do you not realize that no matter how fiercely you struggle, you cannot prevail against us? Annihilation is your destined fate. Asi's cold face twisted in derision, regarding Su Yin with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for ants. Considering himself superior, Su Yin merely raised an eyebrow, a silent smile curling her lips. Whether annihilation is in store for you, I cannot say, but I do know that your demise is unequivocal today. You may try to fight. Before Asi's scornful expression could fully settle, Su Yin's sword pierced his throat, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. She sheathed her sword, her gaze indifferent as it fell. Su Yin quietly observed the youth's lifeless form, and soon enough, she noticed a glimmer of light escaping from him. Attempting to flee, she grasped the light with her bare hands, feeling a force tugging at her insistently. "That I shall kill you," she said with a tilted head and a disarming smile. Asi was dead. Slain by the blade of the wind. Asi was no more. The short-haired woman stared at the incoming data, her breath catching in her throat. The man, his enchanting visage now frosty and stern, fixed his gaze ahead, dark currents swirling in his eyes. Turning to the unconscious figures at his feet, he smiled. In that case, let us bestow upon them a few gifts. The individuals who lay unconscious were, astonishingly, those whom Su Yu had claimed were long departed, Shi Tong and the others. Chapter 86. The bunny transforms into a large dog. How sweet you are. After Su Yin dealt with the young man, she cast her gaze upon the body that had truly been reduced to mere scrap metal, coldly turning away. "Host, are you all right?" Wang Kai cautiously ventured to inquire. "Quite well. Indeed quite well. Though I have just coughed up some blood. But your health bar is far from satisfactory," Wang Kai shrieked, staring at the alarming health indicator. With an impassive expression, Su Yin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her demeanor serene and unruffled. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden and Xios had also emerged victorious, with Xios claiming the final kill. Kakik, the Snow Maiden, consumed by a bloodlust, was shrouded in an eerie black mist, letting out a chilling laugh. Having dispatched the aberrations, she now turned her gaze toward Xios, embodying a ferocious determination. "Kakik, I shall devour you, turning you into mere paste." The Snow Maiden pivoted, pursuing Xios with murderous intent, her laughter echoing ominously. As Xios fled, he cursed vehemently. "Damn it, what is wrong with you? Why are you trying to kill me?" Unfazed, the Snow Maiden pursued him relentlessly, her maniacal laughter filling the air. "Run, little darling, run, for you cannot escape." Kakik. "Damn it, I knew you had ulterior motives. You've had your eyes on my ranking for quite some time. You intend to eliminate me and take my place, don't you?" Grinding his teeth, Xios regarded the frenzied Snow Maiden with a mocking smirk. Then from seemingly nowhere, he produced a gleaming wolf-tooth club and swung it towards the Snow Maiden's head, exclaiming, "Take that!" With that strike, the Snow Maiden's head was knocked askew, dispersing the dark mist behind her. Her crimson eyes glowed even brighter. "I shall kill." After a moment of stunned silence, the Snow Maiden's expression contorted into a fierce, clawing attack on Xios, holding the wolf-tooth club as if it were an unparalleled weapon. Xios calmly swung once more, delivering another blow. The Snow Maiden collapsed gracefully to the ground, clutching her bloodied head, her expression vacant. "You hit me? You struck me with a wolf-tooth club?" The Snow Maiden gazed at Xios in disbelief, her stunning visage now etched with desolation and sorrow. Xios shivered under her gaze, goosebumps prickling his skin, instinctively raising the wolf-tooth club to strike again. "Stop!" Suddenly, the Snow Maiden, cradling her head, raised her hand to call for a halt. "Pause, I have a concussion. I need to vomit for a moment." With that, she collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Xios rolled his eyes, lowering the wolf-tooth club and relaxing his guard, observing her pitiful state. He shook his head in schadenfreude. "Look at you, so arrogant before. Do you now comprehend my strength?" Xios raised his chin haughtily, his words dripping with scorn. In his moment of triumph, he failed to notice the fleeting shadow of malice glinting in her eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Xios remained unguarded, the vomiting Snow Maiden suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his legs and sinking her teeth into them without hesitation. Didn't he see that coming? Did you? I'll chew you to bits. Kakik. Ah! Let go of me, you wretched creature. Are you a dog? Xios howled in agony as Suyin looked on in exasperation as the two engaged in their antics. It seemed they were enjoying themselves quite thoroughly. Ultimately, it was Suyin who rendered the Snow Maiden unconscious, successfully saving Xios's legs from further harm. The castle of Mishua Ice Cream has been utterly reduced to ruins, with the imminent risk of collapse looming overhead. Thus, Suyin resolved to locate Shi Tang and the others to depart at the earliest opportunity. She found them huddled in a corner of the crumbled walls, all bearing varying degrees of injuries, but fortunately, they were alive. This battle had exacted a heavy toll. The troops brought by Su Yu were completely annihilated, while those on Suyin's side were either injured or unconscious. Among them, Pei Yan and Lu Yi were the most severely wounded. The others gradually regained consciousness, but they remained oblivious to the world. Suyin vigilantly kept watch by Pei Yan's bedside, her eyes fixed upon him. Neglecting her own nourishment and occasionally coughing up blood after 2 days, she appeared more haggard than those lying in slumber. Host, perhaps you should bestow another kiss upon him. Observing Su Yin's pale and frail visage, Wang Kai felt an overwhelming surge of sympathy. Did you not notice how his lips have swollen from my kisses? Xiao Chao sighed in defeat. It was not for lack of effort. Her attempts had proven futile. Fate seemed to conspire against her. Ultimately, she surrendered to despair. As she lamented beside Pei Yan's bed, she would cough up blood and consume a restorative pill, yet 2 days had passed without her demise. With a heavy sigh, Suyin removed the towel from Pei Yan's forehead, preparing to replace it with a damp one. Pei Yan's fever showed no signs of abating, and despite administering antipyretics, they could only resort to physical means to cool him down. Just as Suyin rose to depart, her wrist was suddenly seized by a burning hand. The man on the bed stirred slightly, his eyelashes fluttering before he gradually opened his eyes. His dark, profound gaze was clouded with mist, staring vacantly ahead, his lips moving as if murmuring something with excitement. Suyin leaned closer. What did you say? Pei Yan's lips quivered, and his dazed eyes suddenly sharpened, locking onto her face with a ferocity akin to a beast stalking its prey. In an instant, Suyin felt a tightening grip on her wrist, and before she could comprehend, she found herself inexplicably lying on the bed, Pei Yan's weight pressing down upon her, his gaze fixed upon her with predatory intensity. Pei Yan's pallid, handsome face was tinged with a feverish flush, and his strikingly deep eyes were both fierce and blurred. His body was taut, emanating an aura that was both powerful and aggressive, reminiscent of a lion poised to pounce. Yet, as he nestled into the crook of her neck, he transformed into a docile and affectionate puppy. Pei Yan enveloped the petite girl beneath him, wrapping her in his essence. His head buried in her neck, trembling slightly, he struggled to suppress the yearning that roared from within. What to do? He longed for her entire being to be infused with his scent. Deep inside, Pei Yan wrestled with his desires, his heated breath cascading over her delicate neck, causing her snow-white skin to blush a soft pink. Just a single glance was enough to redden his eyes, the corners glistening with unshed tears. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he gently pressed his lips against her alabaster skin, kissing her again and again, each caress cautious yet quivering with intensity, a satisfied sigh escaping his throat. Suyin shivered at the sensations on her neck, her clear eyes sparkling with confusion. There was no reprimand, no revulsion, only a soft call, "Rabbit?" The head nestled in her neck paused momentarily, only to be met with even fiercer kisses. Pei Yan nibbled at the tender flesh of her neck, his canines grazing and licking. His arm tightened around Su Yin's waist, the veins on his forearm bulging, as their bodies pressed closely together. He seemed to feel it was insufficient. Raindrop-like kisses cascaded down Su Yin's neck, extending to the area behind her ears. His hoarse and seductive voice whispered in a trance, "You are so sweet." Chapter 87. Pei Dog's Cotton Candy Baby. How can you be so sweet? May I take a bite? As Pei Yan tenderly and fervently kissed her, he coaxed and enticed Su Yin near her ear. "Rabbit, what's the matter?" Sensing something amiss, Suyin cupped Pei Yan's face and lifted it. Upon seeing his hazy gaze, with reddened eyes and dark pupils shimmering with moisture yet lacking focus, he appeared as if he were in a daze. Forced to meet his gaze, her watery eyes fixated intently on Suyin's face, Pei Yan emitted a few soft hums and began kissing her again. "Why are you so sweet and soft? Are you made of cotton candy?" Like a dog clutching a large bone, Pei Yan showered Suyin with kisses and playful nibbles, uttering words that made her cheeks flush and heart race. "So sweet, I want to take a bite. May I please?" "I promise to nibble gently, I won't hurt you." "Cotton candy baby." Pei Dog continued to kiss, coax and act coy, his sultry voice sending shivers down Su Yin's spine. In the end, Pei Dog fulfilled his wish and bit into his cotton candy baby. However, he was indeed a dog in every sense. What was supposed to be a gentle nibble turned into a bite that made her cry. Su Yin touched the bite mark on her neck, tears streaming down her face, her delicate countenance flushed with grievance. The satisfied man seemed to realize he had erred, wearing a bewildered expression as he hurriedly kissed away the tears clinging to the little girl's eyelashes, softly murmuring, "Don't cry, baby, don't cry." He kissed her eyes, her cheeks, and then tenderly kissed the bite mark he had left. Cotton candy melts when wet. Be good, don't cry. May I take a bite too? After kissing away all of Su Yin's tears, Pei Yan tilted his head, exposing his vulnerable neck, inviting her to bite. Good baby, let me have a bite. After that, will you stop crying? Pei Yan gently coaxed, wiping away the tears from Su Yin's face, fearing she might cry herself away. Cotton candy is indeed fragile. It cannot endure the sun nor the rain, and it is best cherished in his embrace, showered with kisses and hugs. Observing Pei Yan's dazed and helpless expression, Su Yin became even more convinced that his mind had been muddled. How could he mistake her, a little grass, for cotton candy? Furious, she opened her mouth and bit down on the shoulder he had offered. Pei Yan shuddered, obediently wrapping his arms around Su Yin, holding her possessively, and lowering his head to kiss the bite mark on her neck soothingly. The redness in his eyes revealed a hint of pathological obsession. Cotton candy, this is my cotton candy, that I adore it. Even as Su Yin's teeth ached from biting, he did not utter a sound. Embarrassed, she released her grip, noticing the bite mark on his shoulder and feeling a twinge of sympathy. Gently caressing the mark, she pouted and said, "You mustn't bite me again. Furthermore, I am little grass, not cotton candy." Su Yin reiterated, her indignation rising as she corrected his misperception. "I am little grass." Pei Yan covered her delicate lips, swallowing her retort, and passionately continued to kiss her. In the cold clarity of her brows and eyes lingered a profound satisfaction, as if she had tasted the most exquisite dessert in the world. Pei Yan's lucidity seemed fleeting, oscillating between consciousness and a dazed state. The silver lining, however, was that his fever had begun to subside. Su Yin, with her lips swollen from someone's kiss, sat on the edge of the bed, pouting in indignation, having glared at him for 2 days. Thanks to Pei Yan's kiss, her vitality had somewhat returned, and she had not coughed up blood in the past 2 days. Her complexion had improved considerably. However, the bite marks and small bruises on her neck rendered her somewhat pitiable, which Pei Yan noticed the moment he awoke. Gently caressing the marks on her snow-white neck, a tumult of rage and tenderness simmered in his eyes. Who had done this? His terrifying gaze suggested that if Su Yin uttered a name, he would be inclined to exact retribution. Su Yin shot him an irritated glare, huffing petulantly, "How can you still say that?" Pei Yan's murderous intent faltered as he stared, bewildered, at the indignant young lady before him. What did that mean? Suddenly, he felt a twinge of pain in his own neck and raised a hand to touch it. Upon feeling the bite mark, he froze, glancing back at the irate girl. Realization dawned upon him. Did I bite her? He gently brushed the deep bite mark on her nape. Unable to suppress his heartache, Su Yin let out a soft huff, turning away to ignore him. The rabbit had bitten her and now refused to take responsibility. She resolved to sever ties with him for a minute. "I'm sorry," Pei Yan croaked, his voice thick with remorse. He had no recollection of it. He enveloped the young lady in an embrace, softly blowing on the bite mark, fearful of causing her pain. "I'm truly sorry. I was wrong." Even in his moments of madness, he should not have bitten her so fiercely. In truth, it wasn't that painful. She was merely a little frightened. "I'll forgive you this time, but you must promise not to bite me again," she insisted earnestly. "Okay." Pei Yan, filled with guilt and concern, could hardly bear the thought of causing her any more discomfort. Su Yin's eyes sparkled as she seized the moment to propose. "Then you must promise not to eat me in the future." Huh? Pei Yan's expression turned quizzical. When had he appeared so deranged in her eyes as to contemplate devouring a person? Su Yin patted his shoulder, earnestly advising, "I understand that rabbits enjoy munching on grass, but I'm different. I'm your grass, so you wouldn't eat me, right?" The confusion in Pei Yan's eyes faded, his expression shifting as he regarded Su Yin with a complex gaze. After a long pause, he finally managed to articulate, "I don't eat grass." Su Yin's eyes lit up, and she cautiously inquired, "Then do you still like eating dung?" The mere thought of that repulsive notion filled her with distress. Pei Yan's countenance darkened further, almost turning ominous. "Who told you that I enjoy eating dung?" "I discovered it myself," she replied with confidence, but upon seeing his gloomy expression, she quickly added, "Don't worry, I haven't told anyone." She understood that the rabbit felt insecure about this peculiar penchant, So she had been considerate enough to keep it a secret. Sighing with concern, she continued, but eating dung is never a good habit. You should really quit it, rabbit. Pei Yan's expression darkened entirely, a cold laugh escaping his lips. You really are something. Ever since she had advised him to abandon that habit, he had not acknowledged her for 2 days. Little Grass felt disheartened. Sigh, squatting in a corner, she lamented her plight when Tang approached and asked what was troubling her. Little Grass glanced at her, sighed with melancholy, and replied in a wistful tone, You wouldn't understand. Everyone noticed the tense atmosphere between the two individuals, speculating that they had quarreled, yet remaining oblivious to the reason behind their discord. One languished in the other's embrace, sighing despondently throughout the day, while the other wore a sullen expression, finding fault with everyone, yet still clinging to the little girl without letting go. The onlookers, bewildered yet profoundly struck, felt as though they had been force-fed a cold and unpalatable morsel of dog food, their teeth chattering from both astonishment and discomfort. Chapter 88. Comforting the little crybaby, Tutu's favorite is grass. After ensuring that Suyin was well fed, Pei Yan dutifully wiped her mouth and hands, then placed a small water bottle filled with taro bubble tea into her hands. He continued to hold her expressionlessly, emanating an icy demeanor. Cuddled in Pei Yan's embrace, Suyin sipped the bubble tea in small gulps. Suddenly, a hand reached over and snatched the water bottle from her grasp. A deep and serious voice emanating from above, You've just eaten. Why are you drinking so much? The low tones sounded somewhat menacing, prompting Suyin to pout in a manner that conveyed her distress. But you gave it to me. Pei Yan disregarded the little girl's grievances, placing the water bottle beside him while his warm hand gently caressed her round belly. His face bore a fierce expression, yet his touch was remarkably tender. Suyin glanced up at the still fuming Tutu, sighed deeply, and pursed her lips, contemplating whether to yield. If you truly enjoy eating feces so much, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. As Xiao Chao's empathetic words trailed off, Tutu's gaze shifted abruptly, radiating a ferocity akin to that of a predator. You had better be quiet right now. Pei Yan glared ominously at the little girl in his arms, warning her through clenched teeth. Was her mind filled with nonsense, fixating on such absurd thoughts about him all day? Xiao Chao fell silent, yet felt even more aggrieved. Nothing was permissible. How could this rabbit be so difficult to appease? Lost in her thoughts, tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks, plopping onto Pei Yan's hand. Pei Yan cupped her tear-streaked face, furrowing his brow, his cold voice tinged with a hint of panic. Why are you crying? I haven't scolded you. You were mean to me and told me to be quiet. Xiao Chao glared at him with tear-filled eyes, her small mouth opening and closing as she began to recount past grievances. You ignored me, and at noon you fed me mushrooms that I disliked. I offered you carrots, which you refused, and you didn't kiss me this morning. The scent of the soap you used on me is not the same as before. Suyin recounted her grievances on her fingers, growing increasingly unreasonable as she spoke. Pei Yan found himself amused by her antics, chuckling softly while wiping the tears from her face. Let's see if you dare to say I enjoy eating feces again. You originally Observing the defiant glint in the little girl's eyes, Pei Yan clenched his jaw. Repeatedly convincing himself to remain calm, he kept reminding himself that the little girl was merely misguided. Her intentions were not malicious. After several rounds of self-soothing, Pei Yan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Having calmed himself, it was time to comfort the little crybaby. Pei Yan leaned down slightly, planting a gentle kiss on the tears adorning Suyin's face, wrapping his arms around her waist and softly patting her back in a soothing manner. I will say this only once. I do not enjoy eating feces. Pei Yan looked at Suyin with a mix of embarrassment and determination as he uttered those words. Suyin gazed back at Pei Yan, her mouth opening slightly. Though she said nothing, her hesitation was palpable. All right, I believe you. After a prolonged silence, Suyin slowly began to speak, her tone rather dismissive. She was utterly unconvinced. Pei Yan's breath hitched, and he gazed silently at Suyin for a long while before finally exhaling a sigh. Seemingly resigned, he gently caressed the soft, fluffy head of the young girl, resolving to teach her gradually in the future. Her peculiar perceptions were already quite extraordinary. He ought not to take his frustrations out on her. Pei Yan tightened his embrace around Suyin's delicate waist, cradling her head as he planted tender kisses upon her face and lips, his dark eyes deeply locking onto hers. His hoarse voice, languid and sensuous, casually inquired, Who am I? And who are you? I am Little Grass. Darling, remember that the rabbit loves Little Grass the most. Pei Yan playfully nibbled on Suyin's soft lips, whispering enticingly. Suyin felt dizzy from the affection. At last, a smile graced Pei Yan's usually austere features as he held the girl, who had melted into his embrace, and leaned close to her ear to softly clarify, I haven't ignored you. I've been watching over you all day. Feeding you mushrooms was for nutritional balance, and I only gave you a small piece. The reason I didn't kiss you this morning is that I had already stolen several kisses before you awoke. The difference in fragrance is because I finished the previous bottle and opened a new one. Yes, for the carrot. His voice faltered, tinged with a hint of exasperation. You fed me a freshly pulled carrot. Still muddied. How am I to eat that? Despite his cool demeanor, a trace of grievance colored his tone with each word he uttered. Su Yin's head lowered a fraction more until, feeling guilty and remorseful, she lifted her gaze to gently stroke the rabbit's head, soothingly assuring, be good. Next time I will remember to wash it thoroughly before feeding you. Pei Yan chuckled softly, planting a couple of kisses on the girl's fair soft cheeks, his eyes twinkling like a starry sky. Compared to carrots, I yearn for something else, he mused leisurely, his tone laden with meaning. What do you wish to eat? Su Yin inquired, puzzled. Guess, Pei Yan replied with a chuckle, lowering his head to claim her tender, red lips, forcefully ravaging them. This interruption left Su Yin momentarily dazed, and it wasn't until she found herself pinned to the bed by the fervent individual that she cried out. Realizing the hidden implications of his earlier words after Pei Yan awoke, Louis also regained consciousness, but his injuries rendered him unable to rise from the bed. Later that evening, following dinner, the remaining members, excluding Louis, gathered to discuss their forthcoming plans. With the Snow Maiden's interference gone and the snowfall ceased, the accumulated snow began to gradually melt, allowing them to soon embark on their journey towards Beishan. With their numbers halved, a meticulous reconsideration of their plan to enter Beishan was necessary. Suu was incensed over the annihilation of his team, his demeanor sour for several consecutive days. However, Shi Yi had noted that despite the dire circumstances at the time, most had managed to escape. Yet, upon their emergence, they inexplicably lost consciousness, only to awaken to find Su Yin searching for them, with no recollection of the events that transpired in between. Shi Yi too found this perplexing, yet was at a loss for an explanation. After a prolonged silence, Su Yu turned to the Snow Maiden, bound in the corner, his gaze fierce. Did you kill them? The golden blade conjured by Su Yu pressed against the Snow Maiden's neck, his eyes icy and filled with murderous intent. Do you wish to kill me? You're still too inexperienced. The Snow Maiden lifted her enchanting gaze, a disdainful smirk gracing her lips. With an air of arrogance, she tilted her chin, surveying the surroundings from her lofty position. To be frank, you cannot kill me. Spare yourselves the futile effort. Aside from my little darling, the rest of you are nothing but refuse. The Snow Maiden let out a haughty hum, her eyes reflecting contempt as she regarded the trash around her, her lofty demeanor unmistakably palpable. Chapter 89. When the Snow King is enraged, corpses litter the land. And I retreat, retreat, retreat. The onlookers, witnessing the cold laughter of the domineering Snow Maiden, fell into a profound silence. Then in a leisurely manner Xiao stepped forward, twirling a glowing wolf-toothed club in his hand. As he approached with the familiar weapon, the mocking grin on the Snow Maiden's face began to crack, her facade of composure faltering as she attempted to intimidate him with her commanding presence. Wait a moment, don't come any closer. Stop it. In the end, the domineering Snow Maiden was subdued by the wolf-toothed club, clutching her head and weeping pitifully. What on earth is this? Why does it hurt so much to be hit? Boo-hoo. Seeing the Snow Maiden in such distress brought Xiao's a sense of satisfaction, and he embraced the club even more dearly. A divine artifact. This is truly a divine artifact. With the weapon in hand, Xiao stood tall, casting a condescending look at the sobbing Snow Maiden. Do you yield? You think I'm foolish? Xiao rolled his eyes. I have a weapon. Why would I fight you barehanded? Oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness, I've encountered someone who isn't foolish. The Snow Maiden gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Xiao, his smile widening, ceased his banter and charged forward. You refuse to submit, huh? Then I shall make you acquiesce. The Snow Maiden found herself fleeing across the ground, occasionally emitting a shriek of terror. However, Xiao, wielding the wolf-toothed club, wore a rather deranged grin as he pursued her. Run, keep running, scream, scream louder. After several rounds of this chase, the Snow Maiden could no longer endure, her fury reaching new heights as she transformed into a darkened, tyrannical version of herself. Very well, you have successfully provoked me, little trash. I shall now show you what it means to invoke the wrath of the Snow King. Where corpses blanket the land. With a maniacal laugh, the darkened Snow Maiden pointed erratically into the void, muttering something under her breath. That I shall purchase an energy cannon to obliterate you. As she scrolled through options, ready to place an order, a hand suddenly reached out, tapping on a different selection. Choose this one. It's quite effective. In a way, that one is too expensive. I can't afford it. The Snow Maiden swatted away the hand, her impatience evident. Then, abruptly lifting her head, she found herself staring in shock at Xiao, who stood beside her with a radiant smile while wielding the wolf-toothed club. What the you? The Snow Maiden stammered, utterly astonished. I. Xiao's smile widened even further, shining brilliantly. The Snow Maiden, taken aback, took 2 steps back. Who on earth are you? Why can you see this? Take a guess, Xiao's replied with an air of innocent mischief. The Snow Maiden gasped, quickly opening the panel and pressing the exit button. I retreat. Yet 3 seconds passed and she remained in place, confronted by Xiao's insufferable grin. Oh no. The Snow Maiden stared at the enormous exclamation mark displayed on the panel, letting out a scream of disbelief. It seemed she had stumbled into a significant predicament. Did you call for me? As the Snow Woman stood in utter astonishment, Suyin dashed over, still clutching a half-eaten skewer. You called out, several times no less. Suyin plucked a morsel of lamb from the skewer. Her cheeks puffed as she chewed, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the Snow Woman. After a brief moment, having finished her skewer, she chirped, little darling, the chicken wings are ready. Indeed, while Xiao's and the Snow Woman were in a fierce confrontation, they were simultaneously indulging in delectable barbecued treats. The aroma was simply irresistible. As Suyin munched on her chicken wings, she shook her head, declining being of the same kind. They ought to communicate more effectively. Shitong silently turned the skewer in her hands, her head bowed, her expression inscrutable. The Snow Woman stood there, lost and despondent. Xiao stepped forward once more and inquired, do you yield now? What have you done to me? The Snow Woman's crimson eyes flared with intense murderous intent. Hearing those familiar words, Xiao coughed twice, feigning innocence as he shrugged. I haven't done anything. He truly felt wronged. After all, had he not merely struck her twice? I haven't done anything. How could I? The Snow Woman's words faltered in bitterness. Refusing to relent, she held her ground, forcing Xiao to bind her and confine her to a small dark room. Before retiring for the night, Pei Yan, having spoken with Xiao, left Suyin alone in her room feeling somewhat bored, prompting her to venture out in search of a snack. Little did she know that sneaking a midnight snack would lead her to witness a quarrel. I'm not angry. If you're not angry, then why aren't you eating the potatoes I grilled for you? I told you I don't like potatoes. Nonsense. To avoid acknowledging me, you won't even eat your beloved potatoes, right? Shi growled, his eyes reddening, fierce yet aggrieved. Shitong swallowed hard, calmly observing the volatile Shi without uttering a word. Shi felt a chill creep into his heart under Shitong's indifferent gaze. His face paling, lips quivering with reddened eyes, he spat out a harsh threat. Shitong, if I ever care for you again, I'll be a dog. The two parted in displeasure, Shi storming out with fiery anger, casting a glare at Suyin as he passed. Suyin innocently bit into a spicy strip. When she turned to find Shitong watching her, she chewed thoughtfully and offered, would you like a piece? Peering left and right, she tilted her head in confusion. What are you doing here, darling? Pei Yan suddenly appeared, startling Suyin, who quickly hid the spicy strip behind her back, nervously looking at him and shaking her head in denial. I wasn't sneaking a spicy strip. The little girl's unguarded admission amused Pei Yan, eliciting both irritation and laughter from him. All right, so you are indeed sneaking a spicy strip. He gently wiped the oil smudge from the corner of her mouth, chuckling softly that I didn't eat it, the little girl insisted. Pouting her rosy lips in steadfast denial, Suyin leaned on Pei Yan's shoulder, discreetly discarding the incriminating evidence. And a moment of distraction, she noticed someone standing in the living room. Upon closer inspection, it was Luo. He stood in the shadows of the light, his gaze intensely fixed on Pei Yan's back, his eyes swirling with emotions that Suyin could not comprehend. Chapter 90. A genuine performance. Frantically authentic, he embraced her tenderly, soothing her to sleep with gentle words. Before long, they both succumbed to slumber. In the stillness of the night, apart from the occasional sounds of zombies passing outside, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Bound like a silkworm, the Snow Woman crawled through the pitch-black room, twisting and writhing in a silent scream. After her relentless efforts, she was on the verge of reaching the door, with victory tantalizingly close. Damn it! Her eyes conveyed a profane message to her counterpart. Rumor had it that the Snow Woman was cruel and ruthless, her temperament as unpredictable as the weather, taking lives at her whim. A feared female tyrant. I had expected her to be formidable, yet it seemed she was no more than this. Was the taste of being a captive truly so unbearable? A figure lurked in the shadows, their voice androgynous, clearly altered by a voice modulator, dripping with cold mockery. Upon hearing this, the Snow Woman frantically wriggled towards the door, seething with rage. This was the price for not heeding the master's commands. The figure continued, their tone condescending. Now, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Whether you seize it for revenge lies solely with you. After uttering these words, The figure released the snow woman from her bindings and departed. As she rushed out, the figure vanished without a trace. Damn. The snow woman cursed furiously, appearing utterly incensed in the midst of her tirade. Xiao suddenly emerged from behind the door, elegantly rolling his eyes and offering a reminder. Enough! If you continue to rant, the show will be over. Just as the irate snow woman, still brimming with fury, slammed the door shut, she turned to Xiao, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, what do you think of my performance? Not bad, a genuine portrayal, delightfully unhinged, Xiao remarked thoughtfully, flattered by the praise. The snow woman blushed shyly, only to reveal a sinister grin the next moment as she seized Xiao by the collar, cackling ominously. Now you must tell me what you have done to me and how you can see the information on the page. Dare to lie, and I shall kill you. Observing the snow woman's rapid transformation into a menacing figure, Xiao's lips twitched as he promptly drew forth a talisman, a gleaming wolf's fang club. Upon sighting the club, the snow woman's derangement visibly diminished. Xiao swatted her hand away with a decisive strike, brandishing the club with the swagger of a rogue. You wished to know my identity, did you not? Do you recognize me now? Disabling his disguise, Xiao revealed his crimson eyes. The snow woman faltered, a hint of confusion crossing her stunning face. Xiao? Indeed it is I, the illustrious one. Xiao declared with a haughty lift of his chin, both proud and insufferable. The snow woman remained silent for a prolonged moment. Some things do not perish in silence but rather erupt from it. The snow woman exploded, dark, ominous energy swirling from behind her. Very well, so you wish to play with your disguise, do you? I shall send you straight to hell. Yet, Xiao found himself unable to descend into hell. Instead, the snow woman acquired a lump upon her head. Clutching her injured head, she squatted on the ground, weeping, while casting venomous glares at the smug Xiao. You traitor! We were supposed to be allies. I have never allied with anyone. Xiao shrugged, his laughter unrestrained. However, you are indeed now in the same predicament as I. What do you mean? The snow woman asked, puzzled as she looked up. Have you not realized? Xiao smiled mysteriously. It truly was not my doing. For I am just like you. The carefree Xiao now bore an air of seriousness. The snow woman met his gaze, stunned. 5 minutes later, after exchanging information, the two individuals squatted in a corner, their brows furrowed in distress. After being struck by Su Yin, Xiao retorted, What about you? To which the snow woman, with a glint in her eyes, responded with a cold laugh. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, What struck you? Their laughter faded into silence as they exchanged glances, instinctively turning to gaze at the glimmering spiked club. Snow woman. Xiao winky face. Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He had initially thought that the spiked club merely inflicted pain, and so he had stealthily acquired it. It turned out that not only did it hurt when wielded against others, but it also possessed the potential to unleash glitches. Xiao pondered. Indeed. Once more, the two resumed their somber expressions, sighing heavily. After catching her breath, the snow woman requested the spiked club from Xiao, saying, Hand it over. What do you intend to do with it? Xiao clutched the shiny treasure protectively, appearing wary of her intentions. Of course it's for revenge, the snow woman replied through gritted teeth. Hey. The ominous Snow King was one who would not let grievances go unavenged. Xiao, still holding onto the precious club, found himself at a loss for words. The following day, Xiao appeared before everyone with the snow woman, announcing that she had turned from darkness to light, and was willing to assist them in traversing the northern mountains. This was also the reason why Pei Yan had refrained from ordering the snow woman's execution. The northern mountains were a realm of snow and ice, where blizzards were commonplace, making it exceedingly easy to become lost or trapped. However, controlling the blizzards was a trivial task for the snow woman. Having her clear a path for them was a strategic component of Pei Yan's plan, and events were progressing in accordance with his design. Yet now, he wished nothing more than to rid himself of the snow woman, casting her far away. The reason was simply, Little darling, have you missed me during our night apart? After leaving the small dark room, the snow woman hurried towards Su Yin, her demeanor a mixture of shyness and timidity. I have missed you dearly. Come here, darling, give me a kiss. The snow woman pouted, attempting to kiss Su Yin. Had it not been for Pei Yan's quick reflexes in pulling her into his embrace, she would have pressed herself against him entirely. Pei Yan held the young lady tightly, the veins in his forehead throbbing. His gaze fierce as he addressed Lu Qi stepped forward to block the snow woman. Failing to secure the kiss from her precious darling, the snow woman's demeanor transformed. Her eyes filled with mockery, disdain, and pride as she cast a cold smile at Pei Yan. How dare you compete with me for a woman? I shall make you regret it. Pei Yan Chapter 91. The dominant CEO and his delicate wife. One cannot deny that the Snow Woman possessed a knack for inciting irritation, to the point that Pei Yan found himself amused despite his anger. Observing the arrogant Snow Woman, a smile that did not reach his eyes surfaced, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. He spoke slowly. Lu Qi, eliminate her. It was evident he was genuinely enraged. Why covet anything else when he had his little lady? Ultimately, the Snow Woman did not meet her demise. Just as she was about to utter another shocking proclamation, Xiaoxi with a smile covered her mouth, disregarding her struggles as he dragged her away. On several occasions afterwards, when Pei Yan was absent, the Snow Woman stealthily approached Su Yin. Times, she would embody the domineering persona, proclaiming, "Woman, you are mine." At other times, she transformed into the delicate flower, saying, "As long as I can see you every day, I am content, even if I must endure some grievances." Strangely enough, she was quite convincing in her performances. Well, so she has played both the dominant CEO and the delicate wife, has she? Wang Kai, who had spent several days watching the drama unfold alongside Su Yin, remarked with a cold smile. Su Yin cast a glance at the Snow Maiden's head, adorned with an array of bumps, and let out a gentle sigh. Well, who can blame her for her lack of intellect? Wang Kai was left speechless. What qualifications did she possess to criticize others' intelligence? Goodness, is it so difficult to find a single sane person in this post-apocalyptic world? As they set off for Beishan, the atmosphere along the journey felt rather peculiar. The Snow Maiden insisted on riding in the same vehicle as Su Yin, adamantly refusing to join another. After futile attempts to persuade her, Pei Yan let out a cold chuckle and acquiesced. Consequently, the Snow Maiden triumphantly perched herself atop the vehicle, reveling in the icy winds that swept in from all directions, thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, the ambience in the other vehicle was equally strange. Shi Yi and Shi Tang seemed to be embroiled in a silent standoff. Having not exchanged a word for quite some time, Shi Yi frequently cast glances at Shi Tang, yet he neither approached her nor initiated conversation, appearing to sulk in anticipation of her appeasement. Conversely, Shi Tang acted as though he were invisible, going about her daily routine unperturbed. The bizarre tension between the two was so palpable that even the oblivious Fan Gonggong noticed something was amiss. On this particular day, during a spontaneous roadside break, Su Yin squatted in a corner, indulging in watermelon. She nibbled at the slices Pei Yan had cut for her when Fan Gonggong unexpectedly approached, squatting beside her with a piece of watermelon in hand. Observing the peculiar pair, he tilted his head and whispered to Su Yin, "Little Kaizi, has the concubine quarreled with the commander?" "Perhaps," she replied. "We did advise them to tread carefully." He lamented, taking a hefty bite of watermelon. "Now look, they must surely have been discovered by the emperor." Fan Gonggong's face was etched with regret as he sighed. In the past, the concubine and the commander were like childhood friends, innocent and inseparable. If only the concubine hadn't entered the palace. What a pity! Su Yin found his words increasingly perplexing, turning to the sorrowful Fan Gonggong. "Aren't you devoted to the emperor above all else? Why do you wish for the concubine to be with someone else? Is the emperor aware of your unwavering loyalty?" Suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for the fabled emperor, she pondered what to do. Fan Gonggong's expression shifted, lips pressed together, as he regarded Su Yin with a penetrating gaze. "You do not comprehend. The emperor, oh the emperor," he sighed repeatedly, failing to articulate the essence of his thoughts, before shaking his head and departing. Enveloped in a cloak of melancholy, dazed and perplexed, Su Yin was left bewildered. "You ought to clarify what is troubling the emperor." She rose, intending to seek out Fan Gonggong for further clarification, only to turn and find Lu Yi, who had appeared unbeknownst to her. Lu Yi was not as recovered as Pei Yan, still bearing injuries wrapped in bandages, which failed to conceal the aura of coldness surrounding him. He stood there, dark eyes fixed ahead. Following his gaze, Su Yin's expression instantly transformed to one of fury upon spotting Pei Yan. "What are you looking at?" "That is my bunny." Perhaps it was the intensity of her wrathful glare that prompted Lu Yi to divert his gaze toward her. His eyes swirling with a complexity of emotions, he furrowed his brow, saying nothing before departing. At that moment, Su Yin had no inclination to ponder the emperor's troubles. She turned and dashed toward Pei Yan. Someone was coveting her bunny, and she needed to protect him. As Pei Yan, who was retrieving something from the vehicle, turned around, he was met with the sight of a small cannonball hurtling toward him. When she leapt onto the back seat, he instinctively shielded her, concern etched on his face, worried she might get hurt. "Be careful." Pei Yan chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around the girl's waist. After Su Yin had pounced on him, she eagerly showered his face with kisses. Pei Yan reclined obediently, allowing her to kiss him, a smile lingering on his lips, while his hand gently caressed her waist. The little darling's Adam's apple bobbed as he emitted a muted sound. Just as Pei Yan held the young girl by the nape of her neck, preparing to deepen the kiss, a head suddenly popped in from the half-open window of the car. "Hey, you've kissed him so many times. Why not give me one too?" The Snow Maiden gazed at Su-Yin with sparkling eyes, her expression bashful. The atmosphere within the car froze instantly, and the next moment, the Snow Maiden was sent flying by a powerful wave of mental energy. Letting out a yelp, Pei Yan, his expression dark, sat up while holding Su-Yin, his demeanor grim as he surrounded the car with his mental force, preventing any prying eyes or intrusions. He looked down at the innocent darling in his arms, tightening his grip, his gaze intense and voice husky as he continued. Su-Yin, however, found it impossible to proceed with the interruption. Pei Yan's face darkened significantly, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could strangle the Snow Maiden. "Be good, don't be angry," Su-Yin cooed, soothing the irate bunny. Pei Yan held Su-Yin closer, burying his face in her neck like a lion, both vexed and aggrieved. "I detest everything except for my darling." Sensing the bunny's discontent, Su-Yin cradled his head, gently comforting him. "Don't be afraid." But how could he not fear? His darling was so enchanting that even women sought to claim her. Pei Yan nuzzled against Su-Yin's neck, kissing his way to her lips, possessively nibbling and licking at them. The kiss gradually deepened, enveloping Su-Yin in a fierce aura. While kissing, he murmured, "You are mine, solely mine." Su-Yin, clinging to Pei Yan's neck, drowsily heard his words and bit his lip playfully. "You are mine too." No one else could covet her. Despite being bitten, Pei Yan beamed with joy, kissing her fervently in return. "Indeed, I am yours, only yours." In a delightful mood, Pei Yan ceased his threats against the Snow Maiden, ignoring her as he focused on feeding the young girl. The intimate atmosphere between them left no room for a third party, causing the Snow Maiden across from them to crush her porcelain bowl in frustration. Unwilling to accept defeat, she turned to Xios and asked, "Am I not whiter than him? Is my figure not better? Am I not softer and sweeter? Why does the little darling prefer him over me?" Xios, preoccupied with grabbing food, was pulled away and gave the aggrieved Snow Maiden a blank stare, with a deadpan expression. He replied, "Is it possible that he simply doesn't like women?" The Snow Maiden fell silent for a moment, then seized Xios' shoulders, shaking him wildly while shouting, "Impossible!" After watching the last morsel of food being snatched away, Xios angrily smashed his bowl. "Enough, you lunatic." Chapter 92. "From now on, you are nothing but a pile of dog dung with pent-up resentment." Xios dragged the suddenly deranged Snow Maiden away. As she was being pulled away, she continued to scream, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Su-Yin couldn't help but glance at them, only to have Pei Yan turn her face back to him, holding a bowl and spoon to feed her. "To be good. Eat your meal." Pei Yan paid no heed to the outside world, wholly intent on ensuring the young girl was well fed. Watching the spoon near her lips, Su-Yin opened her mouth to take a bite, her cheeks puffing out as she chewed slowly. Her fair cheeks swelled adorably, her dark, bright eyes spinning, suddenly pausing for a moment. 2 seconds later, she slowly shifted her gaze, looking towards the quietly eating Shi Tang. After observing her for a while, another gaze was felt, prompting a turn of the head upon seeing the intense stare of Shi Yi, who was clutching a bowl and fixated on Shi Tang. Xiao Chao let out a gentle sigh. Indeed, her little rabbit was delightful, not only beautiful in appearance but also in perfect health. Enchanted by Su-Yin, she grew increasingly fond of her. She planted a kiss on the girl's cheek, leaving a greasy imprint. Preoccupied with his culinary endeavors, Pei Yan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the flower-like smile of the little girl, and chuckled helplessly. "Be good. Eat your meal first, you can kiss me afterward." He coaxed the young girl into taking another bite, wiping her mouth with a sense of fulfillment. Su-Yin seemed to discover a new joy, alternating between bites and kisses. Utterly elated, Pei Yan, unperturbed by the oily marks left on his face, methodically wiped away the grease. Only after ensuring the little girl was well fed, he then lifted the satisfied Su-Yin and retreated to a secluded corner. It was his turn to eat. The two squatted on the ground, fervently drawing circles to curse one another. Whether the other was truly cursed was unknown to Su-Yin, but she certainly felt some effects herself. Achoo, she rubbed her reddening nose, her eyes brimming with tears, looking quite pitiful. "Cold?" Pei Yan frowned, observing the little girl wrapped in his embrace like a bundle of grass, and tightened her clothes around her. Holding her close, he tucked her cool hands into his shirt, using his body heat to warm them. Su-Yin shook her head, leaning against Pei Yan's shoulder, gazing at the rapidly receding scenery outside the vehicle. Her demeanor languid. They had exited the city. The further north they traveled, the colder the temperature became. This remote area was sparsely populated, with barely any zombies in sight. Thus, when a figure suddenly emerged on the road, they came to an abrupt stop, alert and cautious. The person approached them from a distance, seemingly in distress, and finally collapsed weakly about 10 meters away. Pei Yan looked through the car window at the figure on the ground, his gaze suddenly sharpening and his expression darkening. "Stay in the car, my dear." After reassuring Su-in, he stepped out to confront the individual. Upon reaching the girl, he coldly looked down at her, exuding an icy aura. The girl appeared to be quite young, clad in a tattered white dress. Her small, frail form trembling on the ground, evoking sympathy. She grasped Pei Yan's shoe, raising her tear-filled eyes to him, pleading weakly, "Please save me." Upon seeing her face, Pei Yan's pupils contracted, a chilling aura radiating from him, accompanied by an overwhelming murderous intent. How dare they? The curious Xuanu, who had followed to observe, was taken aback upon seeing the girl's face. "Wait, is that not?" Before she could voice her confusion, a flash of steel flickered before her eyes, and everything turned blood red. Xuanu blinked in shock, watching as Pei Yan, without hesitation, executed the girl before her. Witnessing the cold, sinister emotions in his eyes, Xuanu's heart trembled. Even the warm droplets of blood that splattered on her face turned icy and piercing. How could he do such a thing? This was dire. She had encountered someone even more deranged than herself. "Mommy, I've come across a monster. She was killed by a psychopath." After slaying the girl, Pei Yan gazed down at her lifeless body for an extended period. The oppressive atmosphere around him so frigid it felt as if it could freeze. The little girl blinked her strikingly clear eyes. Her nose reddened from the cold. With a mere glance, the inky depths of Pei Yan's eyes receded like the ebbing tide. As he strode towards her with purposeful steps, he opened the car door and, maintaining an impassive demeanor, enfolded her in his embrace. As he entered the vehicle, the chill of the outside air was palpable, cautioning against the risk of catching a cold. "What is that?" Su-in inquired with curiosity, as if the fierce individual from moments ago was a stranger. "A zombie. It doesn't seem like one," she pondered, turning her head for another look. Yet, Pei Yan swiftly covered her eyes, instructing Lu Qi to continue driving. He gently patted the young girl's back, soothing her with tender words, though a cold and menacing expression lingered on his face. As they passed the lifeless body, he cast a frigid glance at it. The 100th one. The exhaust from the vehicle stirred a gentle breeze, parting the hair from the corpse's face to reveal a pallid and bewildered visage, strikingly reminiscent of Su-in. Bearing an uncanny resemblance, the thought of the machinations of the one behind this scheme elicited a series of chilling laughs from Pei Yan. How naïve to believe that a face akin to the young girl's could ensnare him. It was truly absurd. While Su-in found the situation somewhat peculiar, her curiosity waned, fatigue overtaking her as she yearned for slumber. As she nestled against Pei Yan, on the brink of dreams, her mind erupted with chaos. "Host, do you know what I just discovered?" Wang Kai screeched in a frantic tone. Infuriated, it slammed its code in rage. "You won't believe it, another contender has appeared." Su-in's drowsiness wavered. "What's worse, she actually underwent surgery to resemble you, attempting to take your place. How audacious." Fortunately, the male lead recognized her as a counterfeit and dealt with her swiftly. Otherwise, I would have lunged at her myself. Su-in paused, perplexed, for had not the rabbit claimed that it was a zombie? After a moment of fury, Wang Kai suddenly hunched down, its voice tinged with fear. Yet, the male lead showed no hesitation in terminating her. "Do you think he would do the same to us if he discovered we were also contenders?" Wang Kai clutched its tail, trembling. Su-in took a moment to ponder deeply before asking, "Are you a system?" "Indeed I am," Wang Kai replied, its innocent canine eyes wide, nodding earnestly. "No, from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as a mere pile of excrement," Su-in asserted with utmost seriousness. Wang Kai, well, ultimately I am still just a pile of dung, am I not? Chapter 93. A silence as stifling as excrement. Pei Yan injured. After being labeled as a pile of waste, Wang Kai felt utterly despondent. At long last, they beheld the fabled Beishan, a sight of towering magnificence and overwhelming grandeur. The biting cold air sent a shiver coursing through Su-in. Oh no, her eyelashes had frozen, rendering her eyes unopenable. It was disastrous. She was on the verge of becoming freeze-dried grass. As she struggled to pry her eyelids apart, warmth suddenly enveloped her face, the frost on her lashes melting away, allowing her to gradually open her eyes. Pei Yan gently wiped the droplets from her face, pressing an object into her hand. Warmth spread from her palm to her very core, and Su-in stared in astonishment at the softly glowing ruby she held. It appeared somewhat familiar. She believed she possessed a green one as well. If the ruby could radiate warmth, might the emerald render her even greener? Perhaps she would take it out to wear tomorrow. With the ruby in her possession, Su-in felt emboldened against the wind and snow. However, with only one ruby to give her, Pei Yan exposed himself to the elements, frost quickly accumulating upon his own lashes. Everyone was trembling from the cold. The conditions in the North Mountain were far more severe than they had anticipated at the foot of the mountain. There were only a few wooden cottages, modest in size, yet sufficient to provide shelter from the wind and rain. The group huddled around the fireplace to warm themselves. Having a simple dinner, suddenly, Shurya erupted in anger, muttering curses and casting a glance at Shitong before turning away to sulk in his sleeping bag. Su-yin, meanwhile, savored the seafood porridge prepared by Pei Yan. Feeling a comforting warmth envelop her. It was commendable of him to make porridge for her in such harsh conditions. As she ate, her eyes darted around curiously. Like a playful child, however, her demeanor shifted to silence upon witnessing Xiaoxi and the Snow Maiden bickering fiercely over a bowl of porridge that night. A heavy silence fell over the group, and they retired early to their sleeping bags. Pei Yan joined Su-yin in her bag, gently patting her to sleep. As the night deepened, the howling wind seemed to drown out all else, leaving only the sounds of the blizzard outside and the creaking of the doors and windows. It felt as if there were other sounds mingling within the chaos. The dawn. With the wind and snow subsiding, everyone swiftly packed their belongings and set off up the mountain. Su produced a map pieced together from 3 fragments, marking a route that led to their destination. Pei Yan gazed down at the plump figure before him, offering a gentle smile as he took her hand, softly saying, "If you feel tired, just tell me. And hold my hand tightly on the way." Su-yin nodded earnestly, promising to keep her little bunny safe. Following their previous plan, with everyone's cooperation, they finally reached a mid-mountain point. Beyond lay a treacherous area known as Broken Bones, where the wind and snow would only intensify. The Snow Maiden was designated to lead the way. For some unknown reason, she seemed exhilarated, pushing Xiaoxi aside as she elegantly strode past Su-yin. Then stood before Suyu with arms outstretched. She laughed heartily 3 times. "Ha ha ha, it's time to showcase my true skills. Bow before the charm of your Snow King, you little rascals." Keek. The group responded with silence, a silence as heavy as the weight of despair. The Snow Maiden then displayed her true prowess, standing confidently at the forefront. With a flick of her left hand, she summoned a blizzard, and with a flick of her right, another tempest followed. As she sang triumphantly, the group felt their resolve crumble amidst the silence. Never before had they felt so fragile. Following her lead, they sang along, finally standing atop the treacherous Broken Bones amidst the swirling snow and wind. They were but a stone's throw away from their destination, when suddenly the Snow King faltered. "Ahem, the dog can't go on." The Snow Maiden had sung herself hoarse. Suyu's expression darkened as he steadied the swaying Snow Maiden, furrowing his brow. "Can you hold on just a little longer? We're almost there." They found themselves at the eye of the storm. Without the Snow Maiden's powers, they risked being blown away in mere minutes. The Snow Maiden opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. "This king cannot endure it." Suyu's face grew even graver as he saw the swirling storm approaching, and he quickly raised his defenses. "Pei Yan, Suyu." And the eunuch Fan swiftly erected a golden shield to form a barrier. The group sheltered behind the shield, bracing against the ferocious winds. However, the storm was relentless, and soon the shield began to freeze over, pushing them back several steps, making every movement a struggle. Behind them lay a sheer cliff that we can't hold on any longer. Fan Gongong exerted himself to the point where his face turned pale, evidently reaching his limits. Pei Yan swiftly surveyed the surroundings before turning to Suyu. "In a moment I will carve a path. You take the opportunity to lead Xiao Guai through." Suyu raised his gaze, studying Pei Yan earnestly, and with a solemn nod replied, "Understood." Pei Yan pressed a gentle kiss to Su Yin's forehead, entrusting her to Suyu, and positioned himself behind the golden shield, preparing to concentrate his mental energy to forcibly part the raging snowstorm. "What are you doing?" Su-yin exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. "Do not fear. I will ensure your safety." Pei Yan reassured her with a warm smile. With an invisible force, his mental energy relentlessly pushed aside the blizzard, revealing a narrow passage. "Hurry!" Pei Yan shouted, his complexion pale as he urged Suyu. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu hoisted the nearly lifeless Snow Maiden onto his shoulder, swiftly tucking Su-yin under his arm as they dashed forward. The others followed closely behind, until only Lu Qi remained behind Pei Yan. Exhausted from the use of his powers, Pei Yan teetered on the brink of collapse, gritting his teeth to endure. Suddenly, a peculiar gust of wind surged forth, sending everyone reeling, and it even swept Su-yin away. "Xiao Guai!" Seeing Su-yin in peril, Pei Yan panicked, the color draining from his face as he rushed to save her. However, a sharp weapon pierced his abdomen from behind, causing him to shudder. There stood Lu Qi wearing a wicked smirk. Su-yin, witnessing this scene, felt her pupils constrict too. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy erupted from her, enveloping her in a tempest more powerful than the blizzard itself. The force of her spirit propelled her forward, and she struck with her sword, piercing Lu Qi, who sought to harm Pei Yan once more. As her spiritual energy stirred the snowflakes, the world around her faded into a blinding white, and she felt herself plummeting. The last image she caught was Pei Yan, heedless of his own safety, lunging towards her. As Yuan slipped into unconsciousness, drifting into a dreamlike state, she found herself clad in a simple white gown, practicing swordsmanship with the blade of the wind day after day. In seclusion, many others, dressed in similar garments, surrounded her. Yet none bore the visage of Tu Tuesday. Some called her senior sister, others junior sister, and one referred to her as disciple, but no one called her Xiao Guai. Where had her tutu gone? Anxiously, she searched high and low, yet he remained elusive. Just as confusion enveloped her, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed in her mind. Host, host, are you dead? Woe is me. Chapter 94. The emergence of the dominant grass. Tutu's disappearance drives one mad. Suyin was jolted awake by the wailing of the creature, finding herself sprawled on the cold, hard ground with the blade of the wind incessantly poking her. Sitting silently for a long while, she finally sighed softly. Wang Kai, stop crying. It's noisy. Wu. Host, I'm so relieved you're alive. Wang Kai admitted, having been frightened moments earlier. Yuan stroked the blade of the wind, taking in her surroundings as she gradually stood, feeling some pain from the injuries sustained during her fall from the cliff. With a crack, her bones realigned. Wang Kai, where is Tutu? Suyin inquired, gazing up at the towering snow-capped mountains. After a moment of silence, she asked again, what about the others? They all fell as well, sustaining severe injuries, but they won't die just. Yuan lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Slowly, she lifted her head, her black and white eyes clear and serene, as she spoke in a detached tone. If there is no path, then I shall forge one. It was only when Suyin cleaved through the massive stone that Wang Kai comprehended the true weight of her words. Mommy, Wang has become impressive. The bound host has begun to display extraordinary prowess. As Suyin traversed the ruins of the giant rock and arrived at the opposite side, she gazed upon the barren ground, still stained with remnants of blood, her delicate face cloaked in a veneer of frost. Where are the people? Wang Kai pondered, scratching his head in confusion. As Yin's brows furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together, a chill dawning in her eyes. Following the trail of blood, she could not find Pei Yan, but instead discovered Shi Tang and Shi Yi. Upon locating them, she found Shi Yi lying on the ground, while Shi Tang crouched beside him with her back turned. What are you doing? Suyin inquired. It is a relief that you are unharmed, but Shi Yi is gravely injured and requires immediate treatment. Shi Tang replied as Suyin approached to inspect the situation. Indeed, Shi Yi bore severe wounds, his complexion ashen, his body marred with injuries, exuding a feeble breath as if he were on the brink of death. Glancing from Shi Yi to Shi Tang, Suyin said nothing but produced a pill and administered it to Shi Yi. What did you give him? Shi Tang asked, feigning curiosity. With a faint smile, Shi Tang's eyes glinted with inscrutable intent as she quietly rose. Noticing Su Yin's attention was fixated on Shi Yi, a flash of malice flickered in her gaze as she sought to deliver a sudden, lethal blow to Suyin. However, as she acted, an unseen force ensnared her wrist, rendering her immobile. The look of terror washed over Shi Tang's face. Suyin lifted her gaze lightly to regard her, her emotions as tranquil as a still pond, and coldly remarked, you ought to wait a moment longer. Revealing your true self prematurely is not the wisest of choices. Shi Tang struggled against her bonds and retreated abruptly, warily regarding the calm Suyin. When did you discover it? Indeed, I was wondering how Shi Xiaotang could possibly resist the allure of potatoes and my charm. She is but a counterfeit, Shi Yi suddenly interjected, his eyes flaring with fury, replete with resentment. With great effort, he propped himself up and pointed at the false Shi Tang, accusing her. After I unmasked her, she still intended to silence me. He had not merely fainted. He had been ambushed by the false Shi Tang. Realizing her scheme had been uncovered, the false Shi Tang's expression turned frosty as she weighed her options and prepared to flee. She must not escape. She has yet to reveal where Shi Xiaotang is hidden, Shi Yi urged, attempting to rise but collapsing once more. Naturally, Suyin would not allow her to slip away. Brandishing the blade of breaking wind, its aura sharp and fierce, she unleashed a strike that dismantled her disguise, unveiling her true form. Long black hair, crimson eyes, humanoid. A top-tier Mo-Lien was sent flying, crashing against the icy stone, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth, her scarlet eyes widening in astonishment as they fixed upon the approaching Su Yuan. To think you could slay us. I underestimated you, Mo-Lien remarked coldly. Suyin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of realization crossing her features. Ah, so that piece of scrap metal was one of yours, she mused, letting out a light chuckle. Unperturbed. Mo-Lien's pupils constricted, Incensed by Su Yin's nonchalant demeanor, I shall exact retribution for him. Suddenly, Emolienne erupted, a blood-red thread spiraling forth from her fingertips, resilient and razor-sharp, capable of slicing through steel. She manipulated the crimson thread in an attempt to strangle Su Yin. Beware of that thread, Shi Yi exclaimed, his complexion paling as he quickly warned her. Recalling the peril he had faced from it, Su Yin wielded her sword to sever the line, yet the blade passed through as if it had encountered liquid, while the red thread, seemingly as sturdy as steel, actively entwined around her in a short span. Su Yin found herself ensnared, her long sword slipping from her grasp, leaving only her head exposed. You killed a sea. I shall take your life in return. A life for a life. Emolienne stepped forward, exuding an air of triumph. Observing Emolienne's lofty demeanor, Su Yin smiled. Guess how I intend to kill him? Emolienne hesitated, her defenses instantly rising, but it was too late. A brilliant golden light erupted beneath her feet as the hidden formation she had set in motion activated, trapping Emolienne within its confines. Su Yin, having freed herself from the red thread's hold, struck her with tremendous force. Emolienne spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground, cradling her head in agony, her expression contorted as if her skull would split apart. With eyes aflame, she looked up and questioned, "What have you done to me?" Bathed in golden radiance, the girl displayed a demeanor of indifference, neither sorrowful nor joyful, as she cast her gaze downward. Does it hurt? It should. Su Yin regarded her coolly, her fingertips twisting as she murmured, "Bind." The golden light at her feet transformed into delicate strands that ensnared Emolienne, rendering her speechless. With her mouth sealed, Emolienne could only glare fiercely at Su Yin. Her eyes a terrifying crimson. Su Yin averted her gaze with nonchalance. Those red eyes are indeed frightening. They could scare the wits out of anyone. Shi Yi was equally astonished by Su Yin's display. Simi Masha, what am I witnessing? Was she always this formidable? Shi Yi in disbelief rushed to Emolienne's side, seizing her and shouting, "Where have you hidden Shi Tang? Speak! If you remain silent, I shall kill you now." Dizzied by the shaking, Emolienne felt an urge to curse Emolugu Bai. Can't you see my mouth is sealed? Fool! Su Yin shot a disdainful glance at the foolish one, coolly remarking, "Silence, follow me." She was eager to locate Tuesday. Once she gathered her 7 companions, she would proceed to rescue the other 2. But why was he so obedient? Chapter 95. Pei Yan, a madman who dreams of divine favor. The 2 ventured deeper into the icy cavern, where the atmosphere was damp and frigid, and they sensed an unsettling presence scuttling about. Shadows flitted along the walls, elusive and dark. Suddenly, as they walked, something fell from above, draping over their heads and shoulders, brushing against their necks with a chilling touch that sent shivers down their spines. Su Yin and Shi Yi instinctively halted, their breath slowing as they stood frozen in place. Do you feel something above us? Shi Yi gulped nervously, hesitant to glance around. Yes, Su Yin replied, twirling her fingers, contemplating whether to look up. The thing above stirred. It's merely a strand of my hair falling. The familiar laughter dispelled her hesitation, and with an impassive expression, Su Yin raised her gaze. Upon seeing the snow maiden clinging to the wall like a cockroach, she found herself at a loss for words to describe her current feelings. It was her first encounter with such a grotesque manifestation of darkness. The snow maiden explained that she had fallen alongside Suyu, who had injured his leg and could not move, so she had ventured out to scout and find them. The logic was sound, yet Su Yin, observing the snow maiden leading the way in the shadows, could no longer hold back. Why must you crawl along the walls? Su Yin couldn't resist asking. Is it that his mind has been shattered, rendering him incapable of upright locomotion? Su Yin. She was mistaken. The other party's mind had never been sound. Under the guidance of the snow maiden, Su Yin successfully gathered 2 companions, the severely injured Suyu, unable to move, and the fortunate little golden figure, Fan Gonggong, who was hanging from a tree, glowing and radiating warmth, with Suyu's leg injury being grave and the others battered and bruised. After deliberation, Su Yin resolved to venture forth alone in search of the others. Before her departure, Suyu handed her the map, murmuring softly, "We were wrong, all of us. Only by placing ourselves in dire straits can we find the path to life. Go here. He should be here." Suyu pointed to a location on the map, his pallid face etched with a serious demeanor. Su Yin unfolded the map, casting her eyes downwards. The path to life. Indeed? She folded the map away and turned to leave. Yet Suyu gazed at her, hesitating, as if words were caught in his throat. After a moment's pause, he looked deeply at her and urged, "Be safe." Following the route indicated on the map, Su Yin navigated through the myriad of caverns formed by nature, descending deeper into an ever-increasing silence. "Host, I sense something amiss." Wang Kai observed the red zone displayed on the system map, offering a warning. Ahead lies the red zone, it is perilous. Yet, Su-in did not hesitate. Rather, she quickened her pace, drawn by the faint sounds ahead and the almost imperceptible scent of blood in the air. The moment she stepped into the red zone, an alarm echoed throughout the system space. Emerging from the cavern, Su-in beheld a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with runes that emanated a sacred light. Beneath the tablet lay two doors, one inscribed with life and the other with death. The ground before the stone was littered with the corpses of countless, their faces twisted in agony, their bodies torn and mangled. In the center of the bloodied expanse stood a man, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, violently tearing apart everything around him like a beast gone rogue. The ground was strewn with the dismembered bodies of, shredded by his wrath. Yet, amidst this chaos, a bizarre black vortex hovered in the air, continuously spewing forth. Observing the frenzied and madly violent Pei Yan, Su-in felt a tremor of fear. Suddenly, a figure crashed to the ground before her, cursing with familiar exasperation. "Damn it, pervert, I'm done for." Filled with resentment towards the world, Xiaoxi looked up to see Su-in, as if she were a beacon of hope. "You finally arrived. Hurry, tell your man you're alive. He thought you were dead and has gone mad, even turning on his own." Xiaoxi struggled to his feet, clutching his waist and pointed an accusatory finger at Pei Yan. "Don't ask. Just know I was kicked by someone in the melee, surrounded by." Pei Yan carved a bloody path with sheer determination, his eyes vacant yet streaming with tears, reflecting only a thirst for slaughter. He killed indiscriminately, with no regard for friend or foe, and Louis, who stood by his side, narrowly escaped death on several occasions. In the midst of weeping and killing, his eyes were clouded with fury and sorrow. Witnessing the tear-streaked face of Pei Yan and his brutal methods of murder, either heart extraction or dismemberment, Xiaoxi muttered under his breath, wasn't he supposed to be the benevolent savior? How did he turn into a ruthless big boss? This isn't how you steal someone else's persona. Su-in, however, did not catch Xiaoxi's murmurs, for she had already traversed the throng to stand before Pei Yan. In his eyes, there was no sign of Su-in. His gaze was void and lifeless. The blood-streaked visage remained strikingly beautiful, a faint smile gracing her lips as she numbly reached out, intending to grasp her by the throat. Su-in stood motionless, and as Pei Yan lunged towards her, she gently seized his arm. Then she executed a stylish shoulder throw. Pei Yan, crashing to the ground, was momentarily stunned, lying there with a vacant gaze fixed upon Su-in. His eyes revealing a touch of innocent bewilderment. Tears lingered on his face, rendering him a pitiable sight. Su-in was momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering as she crouched down, enveloping his head in a tender embrace, soothing him gently. "Be good, little bunny, don't cry, don't cry. A kiss will make it better." Pei Yan, whether dazed from the fall or the kiss, did not struggle, sitting obediently on the ground, gazing at Su-in with a dazed expression. He instinctively grasped her wrist, holding it tightly. Su-in's gentle coaxing began to restore some clarity to Pei Yan's previously vacant gaze. He opened his mouth, ready to call out her name. Just then, a fearless wolf-like mutant bared its fangs and lunged. Under the perilous alertness, the flicker of clarity in Pei Yan's eyes was swiftly overshadowed by a chilling ferocity. He deftly lifted Su-in, evading the attack, and with a swift motion extracted the mutant's heart. His hand stained with blood as he crushed the still-beating organ. Pei Yan carefully cradled Su-in in one arm, ensuring she did not touch the blood-soaked ground. Covered in blood, he stood proudly, exuding an intimidating aura, as if he were a fervent devotee determined to slay the wicked and elevate his deity to a divine throne. Surrounded by mutants, Pei Yan's muscles tensed, his mental energy silently expanding, poised to strike the moment the mutants attacked. Pei Yan's concealed mental energy surged forth, annihilating the creatures. Meanwhile, perched upon Pei Yan's right arm, Su-in supported herself on his left shoulder with one hand, wielding her sword with the other. Their coordination was impeccable. In a mere few minutes, the mutants were vanquished, and Su-in struck at the swirling black hole above. Chapter 96. The Frantic Pei Dog. Pathetically needing comfort. The black hole twisted a few times before vanishing. After dispatching their foes, Su-in joyfully looked down, caught off guard by the depth of Pei Yan's dark, profound gaze which reflected her smiling face. "Little bunny, are you all right?" Su-in exclaimed, embracing Pei Yan's head with delight. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Swallowing hard, Pei Yan's arms loosened, causing Su-in to tumble, before her feet could touch the ground. She was once again enveloped by powerful arms around her waist, with her feet suspended in midair. Su-in wrapped her arms around Pei Yan's neck, trapped in his domineering embrace. The man's towering form accentuated her petite fragility. Pei Yan grasped her delicate waist with a firm grip, holding her close, burying his face in her neck as he breathed slowly. Why, little darling?" After a prolonged silence, Pei Yan's voice emerged, low and restrained. "Yes, it's me. Your little bunny was frightened and needs comforting. To be good, little bunny, I'm here, don't be afraid," Su Yin cooed softly while stroking his hair. Gradually, Pei Yan's tense body began to relax, his head nestled in her neck, seeking solace like a great dog recovering its sanity in the presence of its beloved master. Seeing that he had been sufficiently comforted, Su Yin playfully wiggled her feet, prompting Pei Yan to set her down. Pei Yan reluctantly set Su Yin down, gazing at her with wide, pleading eyes, his fair face marred by traces of tears and blood. That he appeared utterly pitiable. Lord Xiaoqiao was filled with compassion, gently wiping his face and soothing him in soft tones. The clear waters of Pei Yan's eyes rippled with emotion as he looked at Su Yin, his gaze filled with tender affection. Yet, this gentle warmth was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen attack. A defensive barrier of mental energy rose to thwart the assailant's ambush. Pei Yan slowly lifted his gaze towards the sudden appearance of Lu Qi. His lips pressed tightly together, and his eyes radiated a chilling coldness. The ambush had failed, yet Lu Qi remained unperturbed, meeting Pei Yan's gaze with a cryptic smile, exuding an air of wickedness. "Lu Qi, how dare you betray your master?" Lu thundered in anger. Lu Qi suddenly broke into a smile, laced with sarcasm. "You still think I am him? How naive." The adversary did not take further action but removed a mask from his face, revealing his true identity. Staring at the androgynous, fairy-like visage, Xiuxi was momentarily taken aback. His teeth clenched in fury. "Damn it, he actually bought a disguise mask. Is it too much to share some of that wealth with me? What have you done to Lu Qi?" Pei Yan asked icily. His eyes devoid of surprise, merely cold. "Of course, I killed him. Was there ever any doubt?" Qin Feng smirked casually. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. "Yet, you are indeed difficult to kill," Qin Feng mused, his words laden with meaning, affirming his status as the top contender. Upon hearing this, Pei Yan furrowed his brow while Xiuxi's demeanor grew somewhat awkward. "Top contender? Do you wish to know? How about trading her for that information? Hand her over to me, and I shall tell you." Qin Feng suddenly pointed at Su Yin, raising an eyebrow. "You seek death?" Pei Yan's aura shifted violently, thunder and wind swirling around him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Qin Feng's previously smiling face turned serious, his voice carrying a hint of menace. "She has slain my kin. Demanding her life is not too much to ask. Then I shall kill you first." Pei Yan tilted his head slightly, a cold smile of defiance gracing his lips. The dangerous anger flickered in Qin Feng's smiling eyes. "I had no intention of killing you so soon, for your death would complicate matters for me. Sometimes the intent to battle is merely conveyed through a glance." Upon locking eyes, the two swiftly exchanged blows. Pei Yan, still imbued with the ferocity of slaughter, unleashed a ferocious onslaught, intent on annihilating his foe. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, while Xiuxi and Lu provided cover, assisting Pei Yan. One must commend Qin Feng, as he was capable of contending against three adversaries. During the clash, Qin Feng shattered Xiuxi's disguise props. As the props broke, Xiuxi cursed, "Indeed, cheap goods are never reliable. Do not blame me for your misfortunes. I simply act as I please," Qin Feng retorted, his lips twitching slightly, seemingly accustomed to the other's sharp tongue, and unperturbed. He escalated his attacks. Xiuxi's face turned pale from the blows. "If you have the skill, wait until we are outside, and we shall settle this," he yelled, being sent flying. Su Yin was about to lend assistance when a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Senior sister, junior sister, disciple." For a fleeting moment, Su Yin's consciousness was bewitched, and she walked towards the exit with a dazed expression. Host, what is wrong? You must stop now." Wang Kai sensed Su Yin's unusual demeanor and could not help but shout. Yet, Su Yin appeared oblivious to his call, her footsteps unwavering. Just as Wang Kai was at a loss and prepared to activate an electric shock, a searing arm encircled her waist, drawing her into a warm embrace. "Little darling, wake up." Qin Feng had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while Pei Yan, shielding the young girl with impenetrable defense, turned in a fury. The majestic golden dragon erupted forth, charging towards Qin Feng with formidable intensity. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Qin Feng was pierced by the dragon, his body stiffening in shock and bewilderment. "Why do you possess a spirit body?" he gasped, blood spilling from his lips. Pei Yan sought to capitalize on this advantage and end Qin Feng's life. But in an instant, calamity struck. The stone tablet suddenly radiated a blinding light, and the previously tranquil gates of life and death exuded a powerful pull, attempting to draw them in. Pei Yan fought valiantly to protect Su Yin, yet they were inexorably drawn closer to the gate of life. Meanwhile, Xios and Louis clung desperately to the stone wall to avoid being engulfed by the gate of death. What in the world is this? Xios cried out in despair. The two gates loomed like bottomless abysses, shrouded in perilous uncertainty, and in the midst of the chaos, Suyin recalled Su Yu's words. Place oneself in a position of peril to find rebirth. She murmured softly, turning her gaze towards the gates, her eyes steeled with determination. She gripped her sword, channeling her inner energy, and with a mighty swing unleashed a surge of spiritual power intertwined with sword aura, severing the gates of life and death. The stone tablet dimmed, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Just when everyone believed the ordeal had concluded, the gates crumbled, revealing the true entrance beyond. A flash of white light engulfed them. And before they could react, a tremendous force pulled them inside as consciousness faded. Suyin faintly heard someone calling her name. Upon regaining awareness, she also heard someone calling her, and when she opened her eyes, the first sight was that of a beautiful face. The second was a chubby little hand adorned with dimples. Su Xiao Chao? Chapter 97. The human cub emerges, claws blooming. Suyin blinked her wide eyes, gazing once more at the pale, tender little hand, skeptically clenching her fist. The little hand mirrored her action as Suyin opened her palm, blooming like a flower. The little hand followed suit, also unfurling in a floral gesture. The delight in Su Yin's eyes gradually solidified to that moment. Xiao Chao softly uttered a sweet, mellow grasp as the baby calling for her mother. The beautiful figure cradling Su Yin, overwhelmed with emotion, glowed with the radiance of maternal affection. Our baby is so clever, already calling for mother at such a young age. The beauty beamed with pride as Su Yin blinked, remaining silent. It seemed she had uttered grass, right? The beauty cooed to Su Yin for a while, but due to pressing matters had to leave, entrusting Su Yin to the care of the maid. A Huan. Seizing the moment when a Huan stepped out to fetch something, Su Yin exerted considerable effort to sit up, barely glancing at her own short arms and legs, and hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Where is my rabbit? Where is my rabbit? Su Yin searched frantically for her beloved bunny. Host. Your Wang Wang is online. Upon hearing Wang Kai's voice, Su Yin's eyes brightened. Wang Kai, where is my rabbit? Where is it? Host, please don't rush. Let me explain a few things. Through Wang Kai's elucidation, Su Yin came to understand that after being swept into that bizarre gate, they had inexplicably arrived in this place, reminiscent of an ancient dimension. She transformed into a human infant still reliant on nourishment, and the exquisite beauty who had just departed was her mother. In the face of such an abrupt shift in existence, Wang Kai wore a perplexed expression, yet he did not forget to offer words of comfort to Su Yin. Do not be afraid, host, although you have become smaller. This realm appears to be a low-tier dimension with a low danger index. Wang Kai will certainly protect you, he assured, thumping his chest. However, moments later, he began to furtively glance around, tapping his fingers as he whispered in Su Yin's mind. Host, do you feel a chill creeping down your back? My fine hair is standing on end. Do you think it's chilly? A polite smile from Xiao Chao, when she successfully turned around and looked up to see the wide-open window and an assassin leaping in from outside. Her smile froze once more, replaced by a large question mark atop her small head. A low danger index? The masked assailant, clad in dark attire, approached Su Yin wielding a knife, exuding an aura that screamed, I am a cold-hearted killer. Meeting the innocent and clear gaze of the little bundle, the assassin sneered coldly. You can only blame your unfortunate birth into the Su family. You must perish. The assassin brandished a sharp sword, mercilessly aiming it at Su Yin. Ah! Amidst Wang Kai's frantic screams, Su Yin rolled aside to evade the blade, but the small bed beneath her was cleaved in two. With a thud, she tumbled to the ground and glanced up to see the assassin poised to strike again. The little round figure scrambled frantically to escape. Tap, tap, tap. Someone help me, I'm in danger. Host, run, run. Wang Kai urged, more anxious than Su Yin herself. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, Su Yin had only managed to crawl a mere meter, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Realizing she couldn't escape, she thought it might be better to give in. A gust of wind rushed past her, prompting Su Yin to instinctively roll on the ground, just as a crack appeared where she had been moments before. Su Yin. Winky face. Wang Kai. Host, do not give up. Think of our future. Think of your rabbit. Wang Kai's face was etched with terror as he shouted desperately, striving to awaken Su Yin's will to survive. Su Yin's eyes brightened, igniting a fierce desire to live. For the sake of her rabbit, she could struggle just a bit more. Winky face, you wish to flee? The assassin scoffed disdainfully, ready to eliminate the little round figure with a single move. Miss, are you all right? Su Yin lay on the ground, striving to lift her small head. Xiao Qiao had matters of great importance at hand. Just then, her vision blurred, and she fainted upon awakening. She found herself once again in the presence of her beautiful mother, who appeared haggard, her worry palpable, cradling Suyin gently. She spoke softly, "My little treasure, you must recover swiftly." In her warm embrace, Suyin slowly closed her eyes once more. Suyin discovered that Xiao Qiao seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. She lay in bed, her eyes fluttering open and shut repeatedly as 3 months passed. She worried that one day, when her eyes closed, they might never open again. After blinking thrice, Suyin successfully transformed from a mere crawling bundle into a small creature capable of taking a few steps. To her delight, she found that she could speak. Overwhelmed with excitement, she grasped her mother's attention and in a babyish voice exclaimed, "Bunny." Her mother smiled and nodded, saying, "Good, good, good. Mother understands." The following day, as Suyin found herself surrounded by a cluster of soft, fluffy little white rabbits, cradling one in her arms, she suddenly erupted in silence. "No. You do not comprehend." In an impulsive moment, she flung the rabbit from her embrace, declaring it was not her rabbit. More disturbingly, she perceived a blend of shyness and exhilaration reflected on that furry visage. "Host, why do I feel that this rabbit looks somewhat peculiar?" "Wang, you are not alone in that sentiment." As Suyin tugged at the rabbit's ears, contemplating whether to prepare it in a braised or spicy style, a voice filled with surprise rang out from outside the courtyard. Before she could discern the visitor's face, she was seized under her armpits and lifted into the air. Even the rabbit she clutched was hoisted up, its little feet flailing in the air. "Did I miss my father dearly? I wish for his affectionate kiss." With an impassive expression, Suyin pressed her small hand against her father's face. Turning her head in rejection, her father, heartbroken by his daughter's dismissal, shed tears, lamenting the estrangement that had developed during their brief separation. Suyin maintained her solemn demeanor, her chubby little face betraying no emotion. Despite it being their first meeting, her father endeavored to entertain the little bundle of joy for quite some time, yet he received naught but indifference. Suddenly, he recalled something and whispered to Suyin with an air of mystery. Ignoring him, Suyin remained on the ground, engrossed in her task of plucking at the rabbit. She contemplated nurturing it further until her teeth were fully grown, at which point she could feast upon it. Her father approached with a gift in hand. "Darling, what do you think of this little boy? Is he not handsome?" he inquired, pointing to a finely dressed, exquisitely sculpted young lad nearby, smiling broadly at Suyin. Suyin glanced up, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 98. The innocently shy Pei Tutu. She gazed at him, and he returned her gaze, his long thick eyelashes gently lowered, framing eyes that were dark and bright. Quietly observing the soft, plump little creature seated on the ground, the little one, fair and tender, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, donned a lovely dress while clutching a little white rabbit, appearing as soft and adorable as a cute bunny. Little Pei Yan felt that the small bundle was even more rabbit-like and charming than the one she held. He silently regarded the well-behaved, soft little creature, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, his expression unwavering. Noticing the little one fixatedly staring at him, Su Yin's father sighed in relief, albeit with a tinge of jealousy. "My dear, from now on, you shall play with this brother. Let him be your companion." "Shall you?" he coaxed in a tone meant for children. Ahem. Upon hearing Su Yin's father's audacious words, Pei Yan's grandfather behind him gasped, choking in shock. Su Yin, fixated on Pei Yan, nodded vigorously and slowly rose from the ground. Then, under the watchful eyes of her father and grandfather, she darted forward like a cannonball. "Rabbit, my dear rabbit." Su Yin's eyes gleamed as she scampered towards Pei Yan and promptly crashed into his embrace. Unfortunately, with excessive enthusiasm, they both tumbled to the ground, rolling into a nearby pond. "Oh my dear child, your highness." An hour later, Su Yin found herself being carried by Ah Huan for a bath, sitting obediently on the bed as they helped her dry her hair and dress. Beside the bed stood the imperial physician, ready to take her pulse. As she emerged, her eyes darted around, filled with curiosity. "Where is the rabbit?" After much effort, where has her rabbit gone? How could such a large rabbit simply disappear? In a state of utter distress, Su Yin was suddenly lifted into the air. Gazing at the beautiful mother who held her, Su Yin exclaimed in a flustered manner, "Rabbit, my rabbit." "Do not worry, my dear. Here is your rabbit," soothed Su's mother, cradling the little one while instructing someone to bring Su Yin's small white rabbit. Upon seeing the little white rabbit, Su Yin shook her head vigorously, her voice soft and childlike. "Not this one." Believing her daughter disliked that particular rabbit, Su's mother requested another to be brought forth. Yet again, Su Yin shook her head, her chubby little hands flailing about, indicating its size was far too large. Puzzled, Su's mother realized she had not ordered a rabbit of such dimensions. Just as Su's mother was lost in confusion, The chastised Su father stealthily approached, whispering, "Does my dear wish to see the young lord?" Suyin eagerly nodded. She was then taken to meet young Pei Yan, and upon entering, she beheld him sitting gracefully on the edge of the bed. Clad in his inner garments, her eyes sparkled with delight as she squirmed to be released from her father's embrace. He had no choice but to set her down, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she scampered towards Pei Yan, her tiny legs pattering and stumbling. The look in her eyes was akin to that of a rabbit spotting fresh grass. Suyin dashed forward, wrapping her arms around Pei Yan's legs, lifting her soft cherubic face to gaze up at him with an intensity that was hard to ignore. Startled by her embrace, Pei Yan froze momentarily, then lowered his gaze, his expression a mixture of complexity as he regarded the soft bundle at his feet. His eyelashes fluttered, and his lips pressed together, a faint blush tinging his alabaster cheeks. "I have met His Highness, the Crown Prince," declared Su's father and mother as they bowed in respect. "There is no need for such formality, General and Grand Tutor," replied the young prince, who, at merely 3 years of age, sat with an air of poise, exuding warmth and courtesy. Despite his tender years, he possessed an innate composure that was rather endearing. Noticing Su Yin's eager gaze upon Pei Yan, Su's mother smiled and gently reminded, "My dear, this is His Highness. Do not be disrespectful and refer to him as Brother Prince." Upon hearing this, the little prince's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and he dared not meet the small one's gaze. However, as Suyin tugged at his garment, the delicate inner robe slipped, revealing a portion of his smooth, fair shoulder. Both Suyin and Pei Yan were momentarily taken aback, and the entire room fell silent. The prince's attendant quickly responded, assisting him in readjusting his attire, adopting a sorrowful expression as if the young lord had been sullied. The young prince's ears burned with embarrassment as he cast a discreet glance at the bewildered little one, pressing his lips tightly together, his eyes welling with tears as he subtly shifted away. "Your Highness, please forgive us. The little girl is but a child and knows not what she does. That we beseech you to punish us instead," implored Su's father and mother, kneeling in contrition, still clutching Pei Yan's garment. Suyin blinked in confusion, oblivious to the attention she had drawn. Pei Yan regarded her with a thoughtful expression, gently parting his lips. "General and Grand Tutor need not feel remorse. I understand that Sister Su is still young. Next time, please be cautious. Next time." Su's father and mother exchanged glances, subtly observing the young prince above, who gazed at the little one with a smile, allowing her to tug at his clothing and perch upon his lap, displaying a surprising indulgence. A sense of foreboding washed over Su's father as he prepared to interject, but was preempted by Su's mother, who declared, "Your Highness, this little girl is named Su Baobao. You may also call her Baobao." Mother Su gazed tenderly and benevolently at the two exquisite little figures, one large and one small. Pei Yan blinked, lowering his gaze to the petite Suyin beside him. Upon noticing his attention, Su Yin's eyes sparkled with delight as she flashed a radiant smile, revealing her mere 4 tiny milk teeth. As he continued to watch, the young prince's cheeks flushed crimson once more. Su father, overwhelmed with grief, clutched his chest and lamented, weeping even more sorrowfully than Su Yin. It was a grave miscalculation, an impulsive decision, inviting a wolf into the fold. Ultimately, it was Pei Yan who shyly took Su Yin's hand, soothing her in a gentle tone. "Be good, and I shall return to see you again," the little clay figurine replied with an agreeable As Su Yin gazed longingly after him, the carriage gradually receded into the distance. That evening, as Su Yin sat on her bed, she sighed and cast wistful glances out the door, murmuring to herself about when her beloved rabbit might arrive. Unbeknownst to her, however, a small white rabbit lay upon the bed, gazing at her with an expression of quiet reproach. As she continued her musings, the rabbit she longed for failed to materialize, but an assassin instead made his entrance. Clad in the same attire, wielding the same knife, and sporting the same cold smirk, he appeared before her. The unfortunate reality was that she had been born into the Su family, and thus she must meet her demise. Lying on her bed, Su Yin regarded the assassin with a countenance of indifference, as he raised his blade. Yet she remained still, exuding an air of serene acceptance of her fate, whether she lived or died. "You should be escaping right now," the assassin insisted after a prolonged silence. "If you do not flee, how am I to deliver my next line?" They exchanged a silent stare, until the assassin gave her a gentle push, falling back into the routine, raising his knife with a fierce demeanor, proclaiming, "Do you wish to run?" Just as his words escaped his lips, a shadow darted from the foot of the bed. The assassin caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes before being unceremoniously kicked away. Caught off guard, I propelled the assassin aside, safeguarding the little bundle, as the small white rabbit executed a flawless 360-degree turn, landing with grace, destined to captivate the little one and become her sole cherished rabbit. In Chapter 99, is the grass ball an assassin? Does she possess a weapon? The little white rabbit flicked her long ears, proudly turning to embrace the affection of the little one. However, upon turning around, she discovered that the little one had fallen asleep. She was asleep. Asleep? How could you possibly sleep after my dazzling display? How could you? The rabbit, in her agitation, dashed about, unable to articulate her distress. When Suine awoke, she found herself 2 years older. To be frank, this was an excessive form of growth. She felt she could still indulge in more slumber. Yet, someone had other plans. As soon as she lay down, she was swiftly lifted once more. Miss, you are awake quite early. Is it because you are excited about entering the palace today to meet His Highness, the Crown Prince? Huan teased with a smile. Suine blinked, her dazed expression instantly transforming into one of spirited enthusiasm. Meet the rabbit. If that's the case, I am indeed invigorated. Adorned in her finest attire, Suine prepared to accompany her parents into the palace for the evening banquet. The entrance to the general's residence was marked by stepping out with the left foot, while entry into the imperial palace began with the right. The little grass ball was astounded as they were instantly transported to the palace, leaving the laborers behind, shedding tears of envy. Cradled in her father's arms, Suine was led through winding paths until they arrived at a palace filled with numerous individuals, likely a resting place for the families of ministers before the meeting. As Su father and Su mother arrived, they were promptly greeted by familiar faces. With so many people to attend to, Su father reluctantly entrusted the little one to Huan, who took her to play in the garden. The garden was bustling with children, yet Suine had no desire to engage with them. After surveying the area and confirming the absence of her beloved bunny, she turned on her heel. Determined to seek out the rabbit now that she had entered the palace, with her short legs propelling her swiftly, Huan chased after her, calling out, Miss, wait. Just as Huan lost sight of her and was at a loss, a flash of white darted from her sleeve and vanished from view. Filled with delight, Suine rolled up her sleeves, ready to climb over the wall, only to notice a dog hole obscured at the corner. She eagerly pushed aside the obstruction and excitedly squeezed through. Bunny, here I come. However, it was uncertain whether the dog hole was too small or if Suine was simply too plump, for she became stuck halfway. Her bottom wedged tight, despite her futile attempts to wriggle free. Her pale little face turned crimson with effort, leaving her to sulk in frustration. Just as she was mired in her annoyance, her backside was suddenly bumped by something, and she was unceremoniously thrust into the hole, rolling across the ground due to the momentum. With a thud, she landed in a sprawl, her mouth full of grass. Dazed from the impact, she barely had time to sit up before a sharp voice rang out. Who goes there? In an instant, a cold blade was pressed against her neck, sending chills down her spine. There she lay, surrounded by the imperial guards, their swords aimed at her. Before she could gather her wits, a small white rabbit with red eyes leapt forth, an expression of fierce determination on its face, kicking at the swords that pointed towards Suine. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little rabbit hopped about, flailing its legs while displaying an air of bravado. Ultimately, it found itself captured, a sword resting against its neck. Sitting alongside Suine, gazing at the rabbit with wide eyes, Suine slowly sat up. Bits of grass clinging to her hair and clothes, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Payan approached, flanked by his attendants, his youthful face adorned with the solemnity befitting a young emperor. Upon spotting the forlorn little figure on the ground, he paused in surprise. Your Highness, this individual is acting suspiciously, wielding a fearsome weapon. A guard pointed at Suine and her little rabbit. A weapon? Who? The rabbit retorted defiantly. Stand down. This is the daughter of General Su, and such rudeness is unacceptable. After a moment's hesitation, Payan barked an order, commanding his guards to lower their weapons. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, the little bundle of fluff, covered in grass, rushed towards him with determined steps. Having learned from past experiences, Payan braced himself to catch the little cannonball that was Suine's. Still, he staggered back 2 steps upon impact. Bunny, she exclaimed, enveloping Payan's waist in her embrace, her tearful eyes gazing up at him with an innocent plea. Payan's body stiffened, and his ears tinged with a faint blush. He gently grasped her shoulders, torn between the desire to push her away and the reluctance to do so forcefully. Seeing her disheveled state tugged at his heartstrings. Why are you here all alone? Where are your protectors? Were you hurt just now? With a pout, Suine replied, I came to find you. You promised to visit me. But now that I'm 2 years old, you haven't come at all. Despite her small stature, her temper was anything but diminutive. Payan felt a pang of guilt as he quietly explained, I have been burdened with my studies and have yet to find the opportunity to leave the palace. Noticing the disappointment etched on her face, he added, next time, I shall certainly come. Fine. Suine sighed. Hearing her response, Payan felt a twinge of sadness. Did this mean she no longer wished to play with him? The young prince, feeling anxious and hesitant, found himself at a loss in the next moment. Suyin grasped his hand earnestly and said, "You have no time to go out. From now on I shall come to find you that I can reach the palace in no time at all, swift as the wind. I assure you." The dimness in Xiao Peiyan's eyes rekindled with light as he pursed his lips into a gentle smile, his brows curving with delight as he gazed at the adorable little grass ball. Holding her soft hand, his smile was tender and radiant. "Very well, come to the palace, and I shall keep you company." Their hands entwined, an atmosphere of warmth and joy enveloped them. This tender scene brought tears to the eyes of a certain rabbit, who glared at their retreating figures with a look of discontent while scratching at the mud with its paws, silently resenting the young prince. "This is not the outcome I wished to witness." When Su's father and mother arrived, their faces etched with concern, they found Suyin nestled in the prince's embrace, playfully rolling about. The usually composed and wise prince held the lively little bundle, his cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The sight of the couple stumbling in shock, begging for forgiveness, was all too familiar. Despite the circumstances, Suyin thoroughly enjoyed the palace banquet. Although she couldn't snuggle with her rabbit companion at all times, she could still see him directly across the table throughout the event. Her gaze remained fixed on the young prince, her eyes shining with intensity, causing him to blush and shy away from meeting her stare. "Dear, be a bit more reserved," Su's mother gently coughed, offering a quiet reminder. Meanwhile, Su's father, heartbroken, shared a drink with the similarly despondent little white rabbit at his side. As Suyin nibbled on pastries, she occasionally cast furtive glances across the table. Feigning demureness, suddenly, she sensed another pair of eyes upon her. Turning to look, she met the gaze of a young man with a soft, enigmatic smile. Upon noticing her attention, he raised his glass to her, the smile on his lips holding a depth of meaning. As the banquet concluded, Su's father, slightly inebriated, was supported by others, with the little white rabbit dozing on his shoulder. Before leaving, Peiyan rushed over to gift Suyin a jade pendant, shyly offering a few words of advice before darting away. Holding the pendant, Suyin glanced at Peiyan's departing figure and then looked up at her mother, who was stifling a laugh, her confusion evident. Later that evening, after a refreshing bath, Suyin climbed into bed, where a fluffy white figure nestled at the foot. Just as she settled under the covers, the previously absent Wang Kai returned. "What is the side quest?" Suyin inquired. "The side quest is to eliminate the male lead. Kill the rabbit." Su Yin's drowsiness evaporated instantly. "Not at all, host. The male lead here is the current Prime Minister, Gu Feng. Your rabbit is merely a foil this time." Wang Kai rushed to soothe the subtly agitated grass ball. The flicker of anger in Su Yin's eyes vanished as she abruptly sat up, throwing off the covers and leaping from the bed. Seeing the little bundle clad in thin nightwear, fists clenched, ready to march out with determination, Wang Kai quickly asked, "Where are you going to eliminate the male lead?" The grass ball declared, her cherubic face set with resolve. "But it's late. You shouldn't rush," Wang Kai fretted, worried that the host might impulsively seek her own demise. "I am in a hurry," the little one insisted, her short legs pattering quickly, clearly eager. "What are you in such a rush for?" Wang Kai lamented, nearly in tears. "You are only 2 years old. Have you not noticed?" "The rabbit has forgotten me," Suyin murmured, her lips pressed together, cheeks slightly puffed, her expression grave. "Well, given that the world has changed, it's quite normal for him not to remember you, isn't it?" Wang Kai saw no issue with the matter as he pushed open the door. He unexpectedly collided with an assassin waiting outside. The two exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the other. The masked assassin looked down at the small figure at the doorway, letting out a characteristic cold laugh before commencing his lines. "You can only blame your fate for being born into the Su family. Death is your inevitable destiny." Not only was Suyin unfazed, but Wang Kai was also taken aback. Suyin regarded the assassin blocking the entrance with a frigid demeanor, her soft voice betraying a hint of impatience as she commanded, "Step aside." "Not a chance," the assassin retorted with a smirk, not only refusing to yield but also effectively barring the door. "Are you planning to run today?" he lazily inquired as Suyin shot him an icy glare. Her small eyes filled with resentment. The assassin, upon observing her, understood all too well. He began to pirouette at the doorway, shouting at Suyin, thinking of escaping. No sooner had he finished his proclamation than a flash of white and red streaked before him, a tuft of rabbit fur landing on his face, followed by a fierce whirlwind kick. "Awaken, guardian of the grass. I shall strike, strike, strike." Witness the relentless flurry of kicks from the snow-white rabbit. The little white rabbit landed a solid kick on the assassin's face, leaving behind an afterimage from her swift legs. The assassin was sent flying into the wall, nearly spewing blood from his mouth, cursing under his breath. When did biological weapons begin to masquerade as little white rabbits? As he lay in the corner, the mask fell from his face, revealing a familiar countenance. Upon seeing Xiuxi's face, Suyin was not the least bit surprised. Having completed the necessary script, Xiuxi was no longer bound by the narrative. He sprang to his feet and charged at the snow-white rabbit, engaging in a fierce scuffle. The two were locked in an intense battle. Host, shall we proceed with the assassination of Gu Feng? Wang Kai inquired softly, feeling that she could afford a few more naps to grow further. Thus, Suyin indulged in several more slumbers, successfully reaching the age of maturity, each time awakening to spend a day at the palace playing with the rabbit. Life was exhilarating and swift. One day, Suyin awoke to find herself not in the general's estate but nestled within the branches of a tree. Her peach-pink gown blended seamlessly with the blossoms, rendering her almost invisible to those below. I heard the crown prince is to select a princess consort. I wonder which noble lady will be chosen. I have heard that both the emperor and empress hold Miss Su in high regard. She has long been the crown prince's companion, and their childhood bond is quite strong. If you ask me, the daughter of the prime minister's residence would be the ideal choice for the crown princess. Elegant, gentle, and the foremost talent in the capital, a perfect match for our crown prince. It seems Miss Su is indeed fortunate, born into a good family. Hush, be cautious of being overheard. They departed without realizing that the subject of their discussion was perched in the tree above. Suyin conceded that she was indeed fortunate, blessed with a renowned female general for a mother, a refined and cultured father, and a gentle, handsome childhood companion in the crown prince with such a lineage. She could easily traverse the capital with confidence. Lost in thought, Suyin suddenly spotted a figure approaching below, gazing up at her with a tender call, "Baby." The youthful crown prince, with his ebony hair adorned by a jade crown, donned a brocade robe exuding an aura of warmth and gentleness. Whenever he gazed at her with a smile, it seemed as though the depths of the ocean and serene lakes rippled within his eyes. His grin, imbued with a distinctive youthful charm, illuminated his face. How did he end up in the tree? The young Pei Yan stood beneath it, his lips curling into a gentle, indulgent smile. Suyin swayed her feet and pouted. She too was curious, having just awakened. Come down, or you might fall. Pei Yan opened his arms, coaxing her softly. Suyin leaped into his embrace, where she was securely caught. The adolescent had grown considerably taller and, due to years of martial arts training, his physique had become robust, allowing him to effortlessly lift Suyin. Habitually, she wrapped her arms around Pei Yan's neck, unwilling to leave his side. With a mixture of helplessness and affection, Pei Yan cradled her in his arms, walking towards his palace while soothing her. Is my baby unhappy? Suyin nestled against his shoulder, lazily rubbing against him like a cat. Tell your brother, the crown prince. Who has upset our baby? Pei Yan's gentle, cool voice brushed against Suyin's ear, teasingly delightful. Since maturing, he had shed his shyness in response to Suyin's affection, occasionally employing cunning tactics to draw the little girl closer, treating her with increasing tenderness. At times, his indulgence even drew disapproval from Suyin's parents, yet he remained unfazed. Spoiled? Well, she is still my little girl. After a while, a muffled voice from the little girl broke the silence. Are you going to marry the crown princess? Grasping the young man's hair, she suddenly recalled the Miss Gu mentioned by the palace maids, and an unexpected wave of frustration washed over her. Her beloved rabbit was being eyed by another. The little girl was quite vexed, while Pei Yan appeared rather pleased, his steps noticeably lighter. Chapter 101. In the midst of a wedding dress showcase, rebellion ensued, causing great irritation. Pei Yan turned to the person behind him, signaling for a plate of soft, glutinous pastries. Look at this, isn't it the chestnut cake that my baby adores? Are you sure you don't want a bite? Pei Yan gently patted the back of the person in his arms, coaxing her softly. The baby resting on his shoulder stole a glance at the fragrant chestnut cake and discreetly swallowed. She wanted to eat it, but what to do about her lingering anger? Noticing the little girl's subtle expressions, Pei Yan stifled a silent chuckle, pinching off a piece of cake and asking again, "Are you really not going to eat?" Suyin struggled to shift her gaze, defiantly turning her head away. Pei Yan chuckled lightly, setting down the cake, wiping his hands with a handkerchief, and speaking with a tone of feigned regret. He turned to the attendant behind him. If the baby doesn't like it, we shall feed it to De Huang then. Instantly, the baby lifted her head, her eyes brimming with indignation. What did you say? Is De Huang some noble dog? Why should it eat my chestnut cake? Observing the girl's furious gaze, Pei Yan feigned ignorance, laughing heartily. Surely, the baby thinks we should feed De Huang, right? That's mine. The little girl huffed, her cheeks puffed out in a mock-fierce manner as she glared at him. After giving him the glare, she turned and snatched a piece of chestnut cake, munching on it while continuing to shoot him daggers. Seeing her eat eagerly, cheeks full, Pei Yan smiled warmly, gently patting her back in reassurance. All right, it's all yours. Eat slowly, don't choke. He offered her tea, his heart and eyes solely focused on the person in his embrace. As she savored the sweet treat, Su Yin's mood lifted considerably, her brows relaxing, and her eyes shining with contentment. Pei Yan tenderly and meticulously wiped the crumbs of pastry from the corner of the little girl's mouth, his fingertip inadvertently brushing against her soft lips, causing him to momentarily falter. His gaze deepening for several seconds, he stared at her resplendent crimson lips, and feeling somewhat flustered, he averted his eyes, his throat bobbing with a swallow. The voice of the young prince was slightly husky. Will you come and live with me in the Eastern Palace, little one? His tone, warm and cool, bore a hint of seduction. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Yan had ceased to refer to himself as lonely in Su Yin's presence. His gaze toward her growing increasingly gentle. Su Yin, biting into her pastry, turned her head, her bright apricot eyes blinking as she regarded the jade-like young man. Tilting her head in contemplation, she nodded, all right after all. She was uncertain where she would awaken next. The young prince's eyes sparkled with radiant brilliance, gazing at the little girl as though she were a rare treasure, playfully toying with the jade pendant at her waist. He beamed with delight. How wonderful it was that his beloved harbored feelings for him too. Before Su Yin could move into the Eastern Palace with her belongings, the imperial edict for their betrothal arrived. Su Yin was taken aback upon receiving the decree. The rabbit-eared princess consort was, in fact, her. Their wedding was scheduled for half a month later, and as Su Yin was to depart from the general's residence, her plans to move into the Eastern Palace the following day were dashed. The grand wedding of the crown prince brought widespread celebration, and both the Eastern Palace and the general's residence became bustling with activity. Su Yin's formidable mother swiftly arranged her dowry, while her frail and incapable father sulked in a corner, drawing circles in despair. Pei Yan dispatched the finest seamstress to design a wedding gown for Su Yin. Just as the gown was halfway completed, a rebellion led by Gu Feng erupted unexpectedly. The insurrection had been premeditated, striking with such ferocity that it caught everyone off guard. Not only was Pei Yan too occupied to accompany Su Yin, but even her parents were preoccupied with their own concerns, leaving home at dawn and returning late, weighed down by anxiety before departing. A guard behind Pei Yan urged Su Yin to take another look. Xiao Si lay in his ever-constant night attire on a chaise longue, leisurely pretending to nap. Beside him was a royal concubine chair, upon which a white rabbit reclined, nonchalantly crossing its legs and holding a tiny teacup, looking quite dignified. Why are you here again? Su Yin remarked disdainfully at Xiao Si, who had transformed into a middle-aged amant, and no sooner had she spoken than the white rabbit shot a deadly glare in response, its legs twitching in anticipation. I know you're anxious, but do try to be patient. It isn't dark yet, I'll only strike once the sun sets, Xiao Si retorted with an eye roll, seemingly oblivious to his role as an assassin, as he turned to chat with Su Yin. The rabbit was busied. Su Yin pouted. Indeed, the narrative was likely heading toward the chancellor's treachery, and soon enough the crown prince would be out of the picture. While munching on sunflower seeds, Xiao Si muttered to himself. He was about to say something more when the white rabbit kicked him, jolting him into silence, his mouth agape in shock. Both the man and the rabbit cautiously turned to face Su Yin, and upon seeing her benevolent smile, they simultaneously exclaimed in alarm. Come, let us discuss in detail the story you mentioned, Su Yin said, gripping Xiao Si by the collar, her smile sweet yet menacing. What story? I don't understand, Xiao Si stammered, his eyes wide with panic. Su Yin smiled faintly, summoning a chilling aura. Can you comprehend now? Xiao Si gulped, urgently glancing at the white rabbit for rescue. The white snow rabbit turned its head away. Feigning ignorance of his distress signal, Xiao clenched his teeth, adhering to the principle of better the death of a comrade than the demise of oneself, and readily betrayed the oblivious white snow rabbit. When asked, she was aware. The white snow rabbit was taken aback. Observing your humanoid form, you resemble a beast even more than I do. Su Yin lowered her gaze to the rabbit on the ground, while the white snow rabbit, feeling guilty, averted its eyes, pawing at the grass beneath. Oh dear, this grass looks so fresh. I must take a bite to savor it. While munching on the grass, the white snow rabbit did not forget to display its innocent and foolish gaze. Emitting genuine rabbit sounds. Gigi? Xiao watched the affected rabbit on the ground, his fists clenching. No, my dear sister, if you have insults to hurl, do so unabashedly. Yet when trouble arises, you choose to play the rabbit. 10 minutes later, both a person and a rabbit had swords poised at their necks, obediently squatting in front of Su Yin, confessing everything. Chapter 102. Dominant grass, with me here you shall not falter. Xiao declared that they had been ensnared by that eerie stone tablet door into a game instance. Upon entering the game, they were randomly assigned as an NPC and tasked with completing a predetermined storyline. His character was that of a cannon fodder assassin meant to kill Su-in, only to be slain in turn since he had yet to perish. Under the constraints of his character's narrative, he was compelled to attempt Su-yin's assassination each night, delivering 2 scripted lines. Fortunately, his role was brief. As long as he executed the assassination, he would no longer be bound by the narrative once the next nightfall arrived. Furthermore, Xios willingly divulged that it was Prime Minister Gufeng who had commissioned him to eliminate Su-in. After his confession, he revealed a naive and honest smile. Wait a moment, the headquarters did not inform me that this was a game world. Wang Kai, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered and looked down to sift through the script. To his dismay, he discovered that they had only provided character introductions and tasks, but no script whatsoever. Ignoring Wang Kai's impotent fury, Su-in glanced at him, then turned her gaze to the little white rabbit beside him, her sharp eyes exuding an overwhelming pressure. The snow woman shook her rabbit ears, casting a shy glance at Su-in. Her plump rear wiggling adorably with a melodious yet affected tone, she spoke, "I am the beloved little white rabbit." An air of uncomfortable silence enveloped the atmosphere. Xios could no longer restrain himself and blurted out a translation. Turning to Su-in, "She claims to be a useless pet rabbit, the kind that can be eaten. GGGG. The snow woman perked up her rabbit ears, desperately expressing her rabbit language. Tension mounted as the person and rabbit began to exchange heated insults. Su-in, overwhelmed by the commotion, kicked the little white rabbit away. The fervently speaking Xios fell silent in an instant, awkwardly regarding Su-in and retracting his neck with a sheepish smile. "If you kick her, you cannot kick me again." As Su-in stepped forward, her dark eyes fixated intently on Xios. The narrative. Xios, bewildered, questioned, "What?" Relaying the entirety of the subsequent plot to me, Su-in spoke coldly, her demeanor commanding. After extracting the plot from Xios, Su-in remained silent in her room, the oppressive atmosphere thick around her. Even the clingy little white rabbit dared not approach, curling up at the foot of the bed, feigning death. "Host, do you truly believe their words? Do not forget, they are creatures of a different kind, wicked beings," Wang Kai murmured as a reminder to Su-in. "Moreover, if you merely stumbled into this game world, then why does the male lead lack any memories?" Wang Kai remained steadfast in his belief that they had traversed into another realm, despite its seemingly primitive nature and the constant emergence of various bugs. Su-in, with her gaze half lowered, allowed her long lashes to cast shadows over her eyes, creating a veil of obscurity. After a considerable pause, she slowly turned her head to the white rabbit at the foot of the bed. The snow maiden, the rabbit, feigning death, suddenly lifted its head, its tone eager and ingratiating. "How did you get in? Did Su-yu and the others come as well?" Su-in inquired abruptly. She recalled that she had indeed heard her voice earlier, at a moment when she had thought she might have misheard. After a brief silence, Su-in turned away, lifted the covers and lay down, preparing to sleep. "Host, what are you doing?" Wang Kai questioned with confusion. From the information provided by Xios, she had uncovered a bug. Time outside the plot flowed fleetingly. If she were to sleep once more, she would reach the next plot point, which she remembered to be upon opening her eyes again. Su-in found herself within the palace walls, hastily making her way to Pei Yan's study. As she pushed the door open, she saw Pei Yan lifting a bowl of soup, ready to drink. Su-in rushed forward, snatching the bowl from his hands and spilling its contents onto the floor. Her small face taut as she stared at the puddle left behind. The next plot involved the prince being poisoned. "Darling, what brings you here?" Pei Yan's face lit up with surprise at the sight of Su-in, his weary features brightening with vitality. "Did I missed you? I came to see you," Su-in explained after a moment's thought. Pei Yan smiled, instructing everyone in the room to withdraw, his tall frame bending slightly as he embraced Su-in tightly. "As if recharging. Did I missed you too?" he murmured softly, a deep affection laced with a hint of fatigue in his voice. The two remained in a silent embrace, Pei Yan gently stroking Su-yin's hair, his clear, profound eyes betraying a sense of confusion and helplessness. "Why, dear, if I were to falter, you must forget me," Pei Yan said, his voice hoarse. After a long silence, Su-in pressed her lips together firmly, holding him tightly, her tone resolute. "As long as I am here, you shall not lose." The cool young man chuckled softly, restraining the urge to kiss her, merely holding his precious promise. "Yes, I will not lose." Su-in frowned. "The general's residence has secretly colluded with the enemy to assassinate the prince. The evidence is irrefutable. The emperor has dispatched me to raid this house. Bring forth the culprits," the leader announced loudly while holding the imperial decree. "Host, because you intervened in the plot to save the prince, the storyline is accelerating. Ji Yufeng is now staging a coup. What should we do?" Wang Kai immediately provided feedback after detecting the anomaly. Su-yin narrowed her eyes at the imposing officials and soldiers before her. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned Pa-feng, her gaze fierce and resolute. Then let us complete the task ahead of schedule. Su-yin whispered softly. The appearance of Pa-feng startled everyone, their gazes towards Su-yin akin to encountering a specter, causing a hint of retreat to flicker in their eyes. Although the leader was frightened, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "The general's residence is audacious, not only harming the royal family but also harboring monsters. Let us all unite and slay her to rid the people of this menace." The hesitant soldiers, caught in a state of indecision, surged forward, brandishing their blades towards Su-yin with a swift motion. Su-yin wielded her sword, cutting down her foes with relentless precision on that fateful day. She fought her way from the general's residence to the imperial palace, a solitary figure with a sword capable of countering an army. Upon her arrival in the Golden Luan Hall, her gauzy dress became drenched in crimson, stained by the blood of her adversaries. Her porcelain-white visage remained expressionless, her brows and eyes exuding a cold, haughty ferocity, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon, fixing her gaze upon the figure seated on the throne. She approached step by step, her voice icy and aloof. "Where are the crown prince and my parents?" Su-yin inquired, lounging casually upon the throne. Gu-feng rested his chin on his hand, surveying the young girl below with a lazy grin. "Your parents conspired with the enemy and betrayed the nation, so naturally, they have been captured. As for the crown prince, Gu-feng paused, his smile widening. He has been slain by your parents, dead beyond resurrection." With a sharp clang, Su-yin's sword sliced across Gu-feng's cheek, embedding itself deeply into the chair behind him, producing a faint tremor. Su-yin's movements were so swift that Gu-feng only registered the pain when he brushed against the fresh wound. He chuckled coldly, his gaze dark and piercing as he regarded Su-yin, a wicked smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "In my life, I detest nothing more than having my wealth touched and my pride injured. Tell me, how should I proceed to kill you?" Chapter 103. Su-yin spits blood and falls asleep. The scenario concludes as she gazed at the sinister youth above her. Su-yin tilted her head, instantly teleporting in front of him, launching a rapid series of attacks. Gu-feng reacted swiftly, parrying her strikes and retreating in disarray. Seizing the moment, Su-yin drew the long sword from the back of the chair. Pursuing him with unstoppable momentum, the battle raged fiercely, but Su-yin held the upper hand with her sword poised at his throat. She regarded the injured Gu-feng with a cold, indifferent gaze and casually remarked, "You talk too much." She then lunged forward. However, Gu-feng grinned mysteriously, vanishing abruptly and causing Su-yin to strike nothing but air. Suddenly, a cage materialized around her. Su-yin furrowed her brow and turned to see Gu-feng reappearing behind her. Her expression turning frosty, she swung her sword downward, yet the cage only bore a faint scratch. "Save your effort. This cage was specially crafted for you. Are you satisfied?" Gu-feng laughed with a devilish arrogance, only to inadvertently aggravate his wound while laughing, resulting in a low cough. His eyes, tinged with a sickly hue, fixed on Su-yin, his expression a blend of amusement and malice. "Regardless, I find it quite satisfactory." While Su-yin contemplated how to break free from the cage, Gu-feng's incessant chatter began to grate on her nerves. "You are truly bothersome," she said, her disdain unmasked, causing the smile on Gu-feng's lips to falter. It was the first time someone had deemed him noisy. "Do you not know that villains often meet their doom through excessive verbosity?" Su-yin replied, her brows knitted in displeasure. Gu-feng's lips twitched. His demeanor languid as he raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly stating, "But I recall that here, I am the protagonist." Su-yin's gaze darkened as she fixed him with an unwavering stare. "No. More accurately, you are Qin Feng." Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of indignation, his earlier confidence evaporating. "What kind of look is that?" he challenged, his demeanor quickly morphed into anger. "Do you disdain me? What right do you have to look down upon me? You seem to have failed to grasp the situation. At this moment you are merely my captive, and it would be as easy as breathing for me to end your life, like the way I killed your little boyfriend." Qin Feng, consumed by fury, sneered menacingly. Su-yin furrowed her brows. Qin Feng chuckled darkly. "Do you know how your little boyfriend met his demise?" Su-yin lifted her gaze, pressing her lips tightly together, observing the change in her expression. Qin Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile, his demeanor chilling. "He truly is foolish. I merely had someone impersonate you, making him come alone to ransom you, and he actually came without backup. It was all too easy to eliminate him. And I owe you my gratitude for that." Qin Feng laughed heartily as Su-yin gripped the bars of her cage, glaring at Qin Feng with fierce, piercing eyes, enunciating each word with determination. "I will kill you." The smile on Qin Feng's lips remained, his gaze towards Su-yin cold and disdainful. "You may still be oblivious to the situation. You are currently my captive. Do you possess the capability to turn the tables on me? Suyin pulled forcefully on the cage, fixing her unwavering gaze on the arrogant Qin Feng, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. How would you know without trying? As she began to distort the specially crafted cage under her grip. The smile on Qin Feng's face gradually faded, until she broke free, summoning a multitude of swords in a deadly formation. Hundreds of spiritual swords materialized behind her, aimed at Qin Feng, exuding an overwhelming aura. The girl standing before the spiritual swords bore a gaze as tranquil as water. She slowly raised her hand and uttered, "Kill." An array of arrows was unleashed. The throne on the high platform was pierced into a honeycomb by the spiritual swords, and as the dust settled, the figure upon the throne vanished, leaving behind only a tattered coat, like a golden cicada shedding its shell. Suyin slightly furrowed her brows. Suddenly, a rush of wind approached from behind. Suyin bent down to evade, engaging in combat with the silently appearing Qin Feng. The fierce sword energy and the destructive force of high-caliber weaponry obliterated the resplendent golden palace, causing the structure to collapse as the two fought from within to outside. Just as Suyin prepared to channel her spiritual power once more, she abruptly felt the flow of energy severed, and she coughed up blood from the backlash. I'm out of blood, out of blood, out of blood. Wang Kai fretted anxiously in the system space as Suyin stumbled, barely regaining her footing before the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against her forehead. Injured and disheveled, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and scoffed. I told you you're not worthy enough to kill me. Su Yin's cold eyes fixed upon him. I had intended to spare your life, but alas, you did not cherish it. You cannot blame my heartlessness. Qin Feng's smile was laced with mockery, with a perverse, sinister gaze fixed on Suyin. He declared, die. However, just as Qin Feng pressed the trigger, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through his heart from behind. The victorious smile on Qin Feng's face froze as he slowly looked down at the sword tip protruding from his chest, then incredulously at Suyin. Blood continuously flowed from the corners of Suyin's mouth, her pale lips curling upwards as she murmured, I never intended to spare your life. To her surprise, Qin Feng, caught off guard, twitched his lips, his forehead veins bulging, and suddenly erupted into laughter. Well, you are the first to dare to play me like this. Just wait for me, Qin Feng seethed, his face contorting as he pressed the trigger. But Suyin was swifter, crushing his head in an instant. Qin Feng met a gruesome end, his remains unrecognizable. Suyin cast a glance at him, then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Host, are you trying to throw your life away? Do you realize you only have 0.0001 points of health left? Wang Kai was utterly terrified by Su Yin's reckless fighting style. Feeling as though he might perish at any moment, you're barely hanging on by a thread, ready to collapse at any second. Wang Kai was in a state of frenzy and agitation. Suyin consumed a blood-replenishing pill, only to promptly spit out a copious amount of blood. How splendid! The blood she had just replenished was now gone. It seemed this time she had truly overstepped her limits. Suyin gazed at the blood-soaked fabric of her attire, her expression one of stunned bewilderment within her mind. Wang Kai was racing like a marathon runner, frantically swirling around her in a state of distress. Suyin furrowed her brow in annoyance at the noise. Her entire body felt weak, and as she swayed, she lifted her gaze to the heavens, only to find the scene before her growing increasingly hazy, her consciousness gradually slipping into a slumber. That moment, a distant dragon's roar echoed, and a golden dragon ascended, carrying a figure towards her. He has arrived. Suyin gazed dreamily at the golden dragon. A gentle smile gracing her lips, Pei Yan hastily leapt from the dragon's back, his steps urgent as he rushed towards Suyin. Upon seeing the blood trickling from her lips, his face was overtaken by visible panic. He hurriedly caught her as she began to fall, his entire being trembling. His quaking hands brushed against her pallid cheek, and he leaned down to kiss her lips, both eager and cautious. Don't sleep. Sweetheart. Please open your eyes and look at me. His voice, cool yet trembling, carried a sense of helplessness. He was afraid as her eyelashes fluttered. Suyin slowly opened her eyes, weakly soothing him. I'll just sleep for a while. Don't be afraid. Just kiss me a little more. As she gently closed her eyes once again, a tender, quivering voice whispered in her ear, all right, but don't sleep too long. I fear I may lose you. Chapter 104. Suyin, your man has lost his mind. The youth held the maiden amidst the ruins. As the world above them gradually crumbled, Suyin felt as though she had slept for an eternity. Yet it seemed as if only mere minutes had passed. Her consciousness was ensnared in the torrents of time and space, her body trapped in a state akin to suspended animation. Occasionally, she could discern sounds from the outside world. Though they were not entirely clear, she sensed the gentle touch of someone upon her, tenderly wiping her body and softly kissing her lips, her brow, and her temples each night. He would cradle her to sleep, whispering sweet nothings into her ear, his voice imbued with a tender yet desperate despair teetering on the brink of collapse. Each time, she could not quite grasp his words, which left her both agitated and curious. Thus, every night she would attentively listen until one day the indistinct murmurs transformed into clarity. "What should I do, darling? I can barely hold on any longer. Why won't you awaken? Are you still angry with me for not remembering you sooner? I apologize, will you wake up for me? If not, I shall bring ruin to this world, for without you it holds no meaning." The voice grew increasingly delusional, even contemplating the annihilation of the world. Su Yin's sluggish mind suddenly seized upon the notion of world destruction, a familiar sentiment. It felt as though someone had once urged her to obliterate the world. Who could it have been? Panic surged. Her head felt itchy, as if it were about to sprout another brain dead in confusion. Su Yin scratched her head in contemplation. When the voice returned, "Wait 3 more days, if you have not awakened by then, I shall ensure that this world accompanies me to the grave. No, that is mine. My task." In a moment of excitement, Su Yin shouted aloud. Once she had spoken, she was momentarily taken aback, for she could finally see Su Yin stared blankly at the quilt draped over her, her mind still sluggish when she was suddenly enveloped in a forceful embrace, pressed against the warmth of his chest. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears like a war drum. The familiar scent enveloped her senses, and as her taut body gradually relaxed, she obediently leaned into his embrace. "Baby?" Pei Yan held Su Yin tightly, his voice soft yet trembling, as if filled with astonishment and disbelief. Every muscle in his body was tense as he remained still, even his breath shallow. "Baby, I love you." Pei Yan's voice choked and quivered, as if clinging to a lifeline, repeating those words stubbornly. It was only after Su Yin fell asleep that he realized he had never truly conveyed to her the depths of his love. Each day, he lived in fear that she might never hear him again, and he dreaded the thought of losing her forever. Even though he understood the secrets of this world and possessed the power to restart it, the mere thought of a world without her was unbearable. Without hesitation, he knew that if the new world lacked her presence, he would rather embrace oblivion. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback by Pei Yan's sudden and forthright confession. But soon a smile blossomed on her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I heard you. I know you love me." She affectionately patted the head of her beloved bunny, a smile radiating warmth. "Oh, my bunny is so adorable. Such a clingy little creature." Delighted, Su Yin playfully tousled Pei Yan's hair, showering him with several affectionate kisses on his face. Pei Yan bowed his head, obediently accepting her affection, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at her with a downcast expression. His exquisitely beautiful features, combined with his pale complexion, made him resemble a delicate rabbit that had been tenderly cherished, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Su Yin paused for a moment before showering him with more playful kisses. "Bunny, don't be afraid," she cooed, caressing his hair softly. Pei Yan lowered his gaze slightly, greedily admiring the soft, radiant beauty of the young girl before him. His throat tightened, his eyes darkening with unspoken desires. His hand, which had been resting on her slender waist, subtly tightened, enveloping her beneath him as he looked deeply into her eyes. His voice a husky whispered, "I'm still a bit scared. Can my sweet treasure kiss me again?" "A kiss is a must." Su Yin cradled Pei Yan's face in her hands and tilted her head to kiss him. Initially intending to place her kiss on his cheek, she was taken by surprise when he turned his head slightly. The kiss, meant for his face, landed on his lips instead. The soft sensation sent a tremor through Pei Yan's heart, his enchanting eyes narrowing in satisfaction, as if he were sighing with contentment. What does it feel like to long for someone so deeply? Perhaps it is simply the sensation of their gentle touch causing an involuntary shiver deep within his soul. Before Su Yin could fully process what had happened, Pei Yan cradled the back of her head, succumbing to the urge to deepen the kiss. Their kiss was filled with passionate tenderness, nearly drowning Su Yin in its intensity. Lying on the bed with tear-filled eyes, Su Yin felt a rain of kisses cascading down her neck, savoring every inch of her skin. Pei Yan's eyes glowed with a hint of crimson as he continued to plant kiss after kiss, his voice low and sultry whispering in her ear. "Sweetheart, let me kiss you more. I promise to do it every day. Can I ask for a little reward now?" Seeing the desire swirling in her eyes, Su Yin contemplated refusing, but was silenced by his fervent kiss. He continued, "Sweetheart said yes, I heard you. You are such a good baby." Pei Yan chuckled softly as he leaned down, intertwining his fingers with Su Yin's, and bestowed a tender kiss upon her. That evening, Su Yin found herself showered with affection, kissed repeatedly, and even without Wang Kai's reminder, she could feel her heart racing. Consequently, when she awoke the following day, her complexion was rosy, yet her spirit was somewhat languid. "Good morning, baby," Pei Yan murmured, nuzzling into the crook of Su Yin's neck, his languorous voice imbued with a hint of softness. Where are you off to, my dear? Let me carry you. The sleepy Pei Tutu was quite clingy. As Suyin shifted slightly, he immediately pressed closer, not allowing a moment's distance between them. Pei Yan blinked innocently, his awareness sharpening as his gaze fell upon the bite mark on her collarbone. His eyes darkening with intensity. "It's my fault. I couldn't help myself," he confessed, gently caressing the mark with his fingertips. Swallowing hard, he placed a soft kiss upon it. Pei Yan gradually lifted his gaze, asking, "Does it still hurt?" "What do you think?" Suyin shot back, her expression fierce. Pei Yan chuckled, his laughter a soothing apology, and after a prolonged effort, he finally managed to appease his little ancestor. He then carried her to the bathroom to assist her with her morning routine, ensuring everything was in order before taking her out for breakfast. Upon entering the living room, everyone present froze, their eyes fixated on Suyin nestled in Pei Yan's embrace, rendered speechless. Thus Suyin completed her breakfast under the collective gaze of all. Finally, seizing the opportunity to momentarily distract Pei Yan, she watched him step out, only for Xiaoxi to swiftly push past the snow woman and approach her. To Suyin, "Your man has gone mad," he exclaimed eagerly. Suyin tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean mad?" The snow woman, having been jostled aside, stepped forward, her expression animated as she corrected Xiaoxi, to be more precise. "He has turned dark." Suyin's bewilderment deepened as she turned to the snow woman, her face a mask of perplexity. "What do you mean by turn dark?" Glancing around, she absent-mindedly rubbed her round belly and let out a slow belch. "So, what has he been killing?" "Abominations," Xiaoxi and the snow woman replied in unison, their voices resonating loudly. Seeing Suyin's blank expression, Xiaoxi appeared increasingly agitated. "At this rate, he'll have wiped out the abominations in less than 6 months." He gritted through clenched teeth. The snow woman rolled her eyes. "Is that even the point? The crucial matter is this, darling, he can slay any wild abomination he chooses, but he must not harm our kind," she added with a shy smile directed at Suyin. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. "As long as we can survive, family is family." Faced with their eager gazes, Suyin remained utterly perplexed. So, why is he so desperate to hunt down these abominations? Exchanging glances, Xiaoxi and the snow woman lowered their heads, hesitating to speak. Just then, a figure entered from outside, searching for someone. Dressed in tactical gear, Shi Tang exuded an air of cold resolve, imbued with a calm that seemed to stem from having faced death. Meeting Suyin's clear gaze, the chill in his demeanor dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. "Yes, it was Pei Yan who saved me." Shi Tang recounted how she and Lu Qi had been trapped in a strange box by Mo Lian, and it was Pei Yan who had coerced Mo Lian into releasing them. "We are currently at the northern base, where a month ago, both bases reached an agreement to collaborate in eradicating the abominations and zombies. With the collaborative efforts of many, initial results have begun to manifest. They are now almost daily engaged in the extermination of the aberrant and the undead." "What did you mean when you mentioned that Tutu is searching for someone? Who is he looking for?" Suyin inquired. Shi Tong's expression darkened. "He is seeking Qin Feng. He is dead. I killed him." Suyin replied, momentarily taken aback. "No, he is not dead." Shi Tong shook his head gravely, noticing Suyin's bewilderment. Shi Tong turned to the two individuals with flickering gazes, as they were the most informed. "Bayer, although my identity is a Fade, my affection for you is genuine." The snow maiden met Suyin's questioning eyes, her gaze brimming with tenderness. "Suyin Shi Tong." Shi Tong's forehead twitched as he rubbed it in exasperation. "I must disclose something to you, though you may find it hard to accept." Shi Tong fixed his serious gaze upon Suyin, his tone earnest. "The world we inhabit now is but a realm within a game, and they, the aberrants, are the so-called players." After Shi Tong spoke, he quietly observed Suyin, awaiting her inquiries. Yet, her expression remained indifferent, devoid of surprise. "Are you not astonished? Or do you refuse to believe it?" Shi Tong was slightly taken aback. Suyin shook her head. "I am aware. You know? Pei Yan informed you?" Shi Tong was astonished. "She told me." Suyin pointed at the bewildered snow maiden. "Me?" The snow maiden, astonished, pointed to herself. How could this snow queen, known for her discretion, possibly divulge such secrets? Suyin regarded the snow maiden with a complex gaze. "Are you unaware that you might speak in your sleep?" "Impossible, besides we haven't shared a bed, so you wouldn't have heard anything." The snow maiden confidently refuted. "When you were a rabbit," Suyin spoke coolly. "Not only does she speak in her sleep, but she also sleepwalks. Pray tell, which normal rabbit would perform calisthenics on the bed in the dead of night?" The snow maiden was left speechless, flabbergasted and utterly incensed. Ignoring the flustered snow maiden, Suyin turned back to Shi Tong, continuing her inquiry. "But what does this have to do with whether Qin Feng is alive?" They seemed to possess the ability to discern the survival status of all players. That day, they were overheard discussing it by Pei Yan. Shi Tong cast a sidelong glance at them, stating upon learning that Qin Feng was still alive, Pei Yan hastened the plan to eliminate the aberrants. He harmed you. How could Pei Yan possibly let him go? Shi Tong provided Su Yin with ample information. The world has changed significantly. Under the leadership of Pei Yan and Su Yu, humanity has united in steadfast resolve to repel external threats. All in pursuit of breaking free from the constraints of the game's design, striving to become their true selves and co-create a new world. They are flesh and blood independent beings, not merely cold, lifeless code nor mere fodder for slaughter. The ascendance of humanity has propelled the future of this world towards a new trajectory. Shi Tong's words left Su Yin in profound silence, long enough for her to recall another matter. Wang Kai. Yet she could distinctly sense its presence, so why could she not reach out to it? What are you thinking? Gathering Su Yin into his arms and cradling her possessively, Shi Tong inquired. I heard that Shi Tong came looking for you? Pei Yan gazed gently at the young girl in his embrace, a soft smile gracing his features. Su Yin nodded. She said you saved her. Pei Yan, non-committal, casually tucked a strand of hair that had fallen across Su Yin's cheek behind her ear. So you are aware? Su Yin lifted her gaze, pressed her lips together, and remained silent. Pei Yan chuckled softly, gently stroking the little girl's back, soothing her with warm words. Do not be afraid. I shall protect you. He had once believed that the endless cycle granted him rebirth, but little did he realize. All of this was merely a trivial game. Each of his rebirths was merely a reset of the game. Absurd and laughable. After the collapse of the instance world, he had found himself trapped alone in the torrent of data. Witnessing the sorrowful truth, he had laughed, raged, and held resentment, even reaching a pinnacle of destruction at one moment. Yet he restrained himself. The real culprits were not them, but rather those players who reveled in their deaths, along with the creators of this world. Thus, he devised a plan to eliminate the opposition, all while vigilantly guarding his beloved who lay in a slumber of unknown duration, seeking revenge with fervor. Just give him a little more time, and he would resolve everything. Even though he always appeared before Su Yin only after bathing, she could still sense it. Furthermore, he forbade her from stepping outside, assigning numerous guards to protect her. Each time she insisted on going out, he would patiently and gently coax her to wait a little longer. She waited and waited, until she finally received word from the missing Wang Kai. Chapter 106. Don't touch her or someone will explode. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled her mind, mixed with Wang Kai's intermittent voice. Buzzing. Master, someone is buzzing intermittently. Anomaly, task buzzing. Urgent buzzing. Wang Kai's anxious voice came through, but just as he was about to say more, the signal was abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from outside, shattering windows and shaking the ground. Su Yin managed to stabilize herself, but the sounds of fighting and gunfire erupted from outside. As she prepared to step out and investigate, she opened the door only to find the black muzzle of a gun pressed against her forehead, stopping in her tracks. Su Yin calmly raised her eyes to meet the gaze of the sinister and eerie man outside. The man had a pair of crimson eyes, his clothes splattered with blood from recent killings, and he smirked wickedly at Su Yin. Oh my, what a delightful surprise, he exclaimed, grinning widely, yet the gun pressed against her head showed no sign of retreat. I heard that Pei Yan has a precious person hidden here. I thought killing her would cause him great anguish. The man chuckled nonchalantly, not realizing he had left her as a surprise gift. His smile was sinister, reminiscent of a deranged hunter fixated on his prey, excitement barely concealing his brutal intent. Fixated on Su Yin, he continued speaking to himself. Did I know you? The new #1 on the bounty list. You may not realize it, but you are now worth far more than Pei Yan. As long as I kill you, the title of #1 will be mine, and even Qin Feng will have to bow to me. This will be my domain. The man's excitement grew with each word, laughter escaping him, his greed glaringly evident in his eyes. Su Yin frowned. Pa, it's not even dark yet, and you're already dreaming. Suddenly, Xiaoz and the Snow Woman appeared, passionately confronting him. The man immediately shifted his stance, pulling Su Yin in front of him as a shield, pressing the gun against her head, his cold gaze fixed on Xiaoz and the Snow Woman. Stay back. If you dare come closer, I will kill her, he growled threateningly with a silent roll of his eyes. Xiaoz warned, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up that if you harm her, you shall indeed meet your demise here today. What audacity did this man possess, choosing to kidnap not just anyone, but the most deranged of the bosses? Little did he know that injuring her might trigger a catastrophic passive ability from someone unseen. You fail to comprehend. This is a divine opportunity bestowed upon me, the man exclaimed, his voice brimming with fervor. An opportunity to perish? Xuanyu retorted, a smirk gracing her lips, perfectly embodying derision and disdain. What audacity to prattle on before us. You are nothing but a disgrace, mingling with mere ants, and now aiding them in the slaughter of your own kind. Xios and Xuanyu, do you truly deserve your second and third rankings? The man's face contorted with rage as the namesake of the two exchanged bewildered glances. Xuanyu inquired, do you know him? Xiao shook his head. Not at all. He scrutinized the agitated stranger and, with a flick of his finger, accessed the player leaderboard. So you are the wretch who clawed his way to 6th place through the butchery of players. Xiao's mused, realization dawning upon him. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted, turning an ashen hue. You dare question us with such insignificance? Xiao scoffed, and what of it? The strong survive. Their weakness is their own undoing. They deserve to fall by my hand. The man soon regained his haughty demeanor. Reveling in his self-importance, how absurd that those ants dare label us as aberrations, such a vile term. I prefer to be regarded as the supreme deity, and all of you shall serve as the stepping stones to my ascendance. He laughed heartily, lost in delusions of grandeur. Xuanyu, unable to contain her fury, snapped, you insufferable lunatic, daring to proclaim yourself a god before the Snow Queen. You must be seeking death. The man, with a dismissive scoff, retorted confidently, be patient. Once I dispatch her, I shall turn my attention to you. Observing that the man remained unyielding, Xios felt a shift in his expression, warning, consider your actions carefully. Should you harm her, the consequences will be dire. What? The man failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Standing languidly before him, Suyin lazily lifted her gaze and declared, your fate is sealed. Before her words could fully resonate, a long sword, which had mysteriously appeared in her grasp, pierced through the man's abdomen. Startled, he clutched his wound, ready to retaliate, but Xuanyu, stealthily approaching, kicked the weapon from his hand, sending him sprawling. With an air of confidence, she landed gracefully, tilting her chin, intent on showcasing her most striking self to the young lady. Yet, Suyin paid her no mind, striding past her towards the man. Suddenly halting, her gaze transcended him, peering into the space behind. Oblivious to the impending threat, the man's sinister eyes remained fixed on Suyin. His posture hunched as he rose, venomous coldness emanating from his glare. You dare betray me in such a manner? I shall ensure your annihilation, he hissed, his tone laced with menace, mistaking the change in demeanor of the trio before him as a sign of intimidation. He smirked, preparing to taunt them further, when an icy wave of murderous intent surged from behind him. Whom do you wish to kill? The voice, chilling and devoid of warmth, whispered like a bloodthirsty demon in his ear. At that moment, he nearly believed his very brain would explode from the dread that enveloped him. Pei Yan emanated an aura of fury, fixating his gaze upon the man with an intensity that could almost materialize the murderous intent in his eyes. The man, reeling and spitting blood, found himself at the mercy of Pei Yan's relentless assault. With his bare hands, Pei Yan struck mercilessly, shattering the bones of the man's hands and feet, and amidst the wails of agony, he crushed the man's skull. The man's cries gradually faded away, yet Pei Yan remained undeterred, resembling a beast bereft of control. Witnessing Pei Yan lost to this madness, Suyin stepped forward, grasping him gently. Her voice soft and soothing, Rabbit, it's enough, he is already dead. Only then did Pei Yan halt his actions, turning slowly to reveal eyes red with rage, hesitating like a child caught in wrongdoing. Suyin attempted to take his hand, but he resisted, cautiously pressing his lips together and murmuring, dirty, just a wipe, and it won't be dirty anymore. Suyin retorted, pulling his hand and producing a handkerchief to clean it. The scene left behind was one of utter devastation. Alongside the nearly pulverized corpse of the man, Xiaox and the Snow Maiden exchanged knowing glances, instinctively agreeing rock, paper, scissors. Ultimately, the Snow Maiden triumphed, prompting Xiaox to grumble as he dragged the man's body away for disposal. Chapter 107. Rabbit is about to shatter. Hurry and embrace him. Back in the bedroom, Suyin retrieved a medical kit to tend to the wounds on Pei Yan's hand, injuries sustained in his violent outburst. The severity of his strikes was evident. Pei Yan sat on the sofa, quietly observing the young girl with an unusual meekness. It was not until Suyin finished bandaging him that he displayed signs of trepidation and disarray. Nervously biting his lip as he gazed at her in a subdued tone that seemed to serve as an explanation, he murmured, I'm not usually like this. Suyin, puzzled, lifted her gaze. Pei Yan opened his mouth, clutching the hem of Suyin's garment, his cautious eyes reflecting a glimmer of vulnerability, his voice catching in his throat. Please don't fear me. He was acutely aware that his mind was unraveling, prone to bouts of rage, particularly when it came to the safety of the young girl, which rendered him uncontrollably ferocious. He often suffered from excruciating headaches, to the point of contemplating murder, as if only through endless slaughter could he find some relief. Indeed, the thrill of hunting otherworldly beings would send his blood racing, a euphoric sensation coursing through his nerves, momentarily alleviating the pain. He feared that Su-in would come to loathe him upon witnessing such a wretched side of himself. Thus, whenever the pain struck, he would distance himself from her, seeking solace in the hunt. Yet now she had seen him in this state. The thought of Su-in regarding him with disdain filled him with despair. Observing the fragile state of the rabbit, Su-in embraced him tenderly, stroking his head in reassurance. I am not afraid. You need not be afraid either. Under her gentle words, Pei Yan's taut nerves began to relax, and he leaned against her shoulder, slowly drifting into slumber. Su-in held him close, her gaze lowered in contemplation. The following morning, Pei Yan was awakened by pain, as if his head were being pierced by countless needles. Instinctively, he lashed out at the figure beside him, and in the moment his clenched fist was about to strike, he opened his eyes wide upon seeing the sleeping girl beside him. A jolt of alarm surged through him, and he breathed heavily, struggling to restrain himself to avoid causing her harm. Pei Yan endured the throbbing in his head and gingerly made his way to the bathroom. Stumbling into the bathroom, Pei Yan braced himself against the sink, staring intently into the mirror at his bloodshot eyes. No, Pei Yan, she is your precious one. How could you ever harm her? He curled into a corner, his pallid face contorted in agony as he clutched his head. Enduring the torment that felt akin to a mental disintegration, Pei Yan remained oblivious. The moment he rose from the bed, the slumbering figure beside him opened her eyes. Su-in emerged from the bathroom, discovering the person curled up in the corner, and walked over to gently embrace him. Pei Yan shivered slightly, took a moment to compose himself, and slowly lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his pale, handsome face. His voice was tender as he inquired, "Why not sleep a little longer?" "I cannot sleep when you are not here," Su-in replied, biting her lip, not wishing for her to uncover the truth. He decided to let her remain unaware. "Little clingy one," Pei Yan chuckled softly, pinching the delicate, soft cheek of the young girl. His tone imbued with affection. He stood up with Su-in in his arms, leaning down to press a gentle kiss on her lips, beaming as he said, "Once we finish washing up, let us head down for breakfast. What would you like to eat?" "All right, let's prepare some meat for our baby," she responded. Seemingly concerned about the possibility of Su-in being attacked again, Pei Yan refrained from venturing outside for several days, choosing instead to remain by her side, preparing various meals for her. However, his attempts to evade the outside world grew more frequent, and his absences extended longer as Su-in watched Pei Yan find yet another excuse to slip away to the kitchen. Her appetite for the fruit salad diminished suddenly. She pursed her lips, a weight of concern etching her soft features. That day, Su sent someone to summon Pei Yan, as they had encountered several troublesome anomalies and required his assistance. Pei Yan intended to leave Su-in at the villa, bolstering her protection with additional teams, but she refused to be left behind, insisting on accompanying him. Unable to sway her resolve, he reluctantly agreed to take her along, albeit with the condition that she remain in the safe zone, away from the battlefield. Su-in neither accepted nor declined. It was only upon arriving at the war zone that she realized the brutality of hunting anomalies far exceeded her expectations. Humanity, with flesh and blood, stood against players comparable to divine beings, paying the ultimate price of their lives in this desperate struggle. After ensuring Su-in was settled, Pei Yan led the support team into the fray. The sounds of explosions and clashes of abilities reverberated in the safe zone, palpable evidence of the fierce conflict raging beyond. The team that Pei Yan had replaced was led by the esteemed eunuch Fan. Therefore, when he delicately gestured with his fingers and called out to her in a high-pitched voice, Su-in felt a whirlwind of emotions. "Little grass, it's a relief to see you're unharmed," eunuch Fan exclaimed, patting her shoulder joyfully. "I told you, none chosen by this eunuch are weaklings." He chuckled with pride. "But what brings you here?" "It's perilous. You should be resting to recover." Observing eunuch Fan, Su-in hesitated, letting out a soft sigh, resigning herself to the situation. "What?" eunuch Fan asked, perplexed, scratching his head. Lin Jianyu approached, her gaze unwavering and somewhat stiff. "You are awake?" she inquired, her eyes fixed intently on Su-in. Su-in nodded. Lin Jianyu scrutinized Su-in from head to toe, her previously indifferent expression softening slightly as she murmured, "It is good that you are awake." It seemed she had much to say, yet found herself at a loss for words. The two shared an awkward gaze for a few seconds until someone called for Lin Jianyu. She had matured into a capable leader of the base's combat team. Lin Jianyu glanced at Su-in, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. "Wait," Su-in called out, rummaging through her belongings until she produced a sword light, sharp, and imbued with lightning attributes, perfectly suited for Lin Jianyu. "This is for you," she said, extending the sword towards her. Lin Jianhua was taken aback, cautiously accepting the sword with a mix of astonishment and confusion, pondering why it was being bestowed upon her. It was evident that this sword was no ordinary weapon as Yuin lowered her gaze and inexplicably uttered a phrase. You shall bear the burden from now on. Lin Jianhua wished to inquire further, but the distant voices urging her on left her with no choice but to temporarily accept the sword, express her gratitude to Su Yin, and depart as Su Yin watched Lin Jianhua leave. She felt a searing gaze upon her face, prompting her to turn her head. Speak your mind. She invited as Su Yin met the troubled expression of the distressed eunuch Fan, who upon relaxing his furrowed brow, looked at her with sparkling eyes and curiously asked, I have always wondered, where do you procure your swords? Might you teach me as well? Our household wishes to acquire one. How magnificent it would be to draw a sword and vanquish foes. Just imagining it brings me such joy. Chapter 108. Pei Yan is not an NPC. Su Yin is Abu Jas. Yuin turned away in silence, making her way to a vantage point to gaze at the distant battlefield. The sounds of gunfire intertwined with the roars of mutated beasts, painting a scene of carnage. Observing Pei Yan bravely battling several of these creatures, Su Yin pressed her lips together, her eyes clouded with concern. Time was running out. Lui approached Su Yin, joining her in watching Pei Yan's fierce struggle on the battlefield, his tone heavy with gravity. You must be well aware that his mental state is deteriorating. He turned to face Su Yin, his expression solemn as Su Yin lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Should his mental state collapse, there would be no saving him. Lui spoke in a cold whisper, tinged with urgency. You must understand that I am not certain you possess the means to rescue him. As Su Yin chuckled, her laughter laced with frost. Why would you presume that I can save him? Lui fixed his gaze on Su Yin, his voice resolute. Because you are the only variable in this game. Only you can lead us all to safety. Su Yin regarded Lui with icy eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, during their time in the instance world, Lui, who had transformed into a prince's guard, had secretly sought her out. Not even Xios and the Snow Maiden were aware of this. After learning the secrets of the game world from Xios and the Snow Maiden, she uncovered another secret from Lui. At it emerged that Pei Yan and Lui were not denizens of this world. They hailed from the realm of those who created the apocalyptic game, effectively sharing the same world as the players. When the divine game materialized seemingly from nowhere, only those chosen by the divine could enter as players, hunting humans for bounty. The system issued a bounty list, where the higher one's combat power, the better their ranking, leading to greater rewards upon killing. Likewise, there was a player ranking, where those ranked higher received more items. Had this merely been a simple game, it might not have posed an issue, but it wasn't long before they discovered that some were exploiting the game for illicit transactions, even committing murder. They forcibly drew target individuals into the game, rendering them powerless mortals for their employers to hunt to investigate discreetly. They entered the game as NPCs, but unforeseen complications arose, leading to their entry into the game while losing their memories. It was only after sustaining severe injuries during the castle battle that Lui regained his memories. He vaguely sensed this was tied to Su Yin, and to escape they would require her assistance. Thus, he chose to reveal everything to Su Yin. Her extraordinary swordsmanship, unparalleled even in his original world, could be deemed a singular anomaly within this game. Noticing Su Yin's lack of response, Lui had no choice but to gamble. I may perish, but I must ensure the princess escape. Gritting his teeth, Lui's gaze radiated unwavering determination. Su Yin cast a fleeting glance at Lui, who seemed prepared to embrace death, and was about to speak when she suddenly spotted a horde of zombies rushing towards the safe zone in the distance. Their speed was alarming, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. Su Yin's expression shifted, and she leaped down, sprinting towards the approaching swarm. By the time she arrived, Eunuch Fan had already led a team to reach the forefront, valiantly resisting the tide of undead. However, outnumbered and overwhelmed, their efforts proved futile. Transforming into a golden figure, Eunuch Fan charged into the horde, delivering powerful blows as if smashing watermelons, when suddenly, his abilities vanished. The golden aura faded, and Eunuch Fan, stripped of his protective shield, stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the ravenous zombies surrounding him. He tearfully looked to the heavens, murmuring, Your Majesty, alas, I too must descend to serve you. Just as Eunuch Fan awaited his fate with tears in his eyes, a gust of wind rushed forth, effortlessly dispatching the zombies in his vicinity. Su Yin descended gracefully, her sword in hand, sweeping through the ranks of the undead with a single flourish, carving a bloody path. Eunuch Fan, moved to tears, retreated. Su Yin stood resolutely before him, her petite frame exuding immense energy as she coldly whispered, Retreat. Without hesitation, Eunuch Fan turned and fled. Once he had retreated to safety, Su Yin confronted the throngs of zombies alone. Unflinching, the winds howled, and the sword was drawn. Countless spiritual swords materialized behind her, and as the final syllable of her incantation resonated, a barrage of arrows was unleashed. The sky filled with spiritual swords, raining down like meteors, piercing through the skulls of the undead one after another. Eunuch Fan stood agape, at that moment wishing to sing a line. Eunuch Fan gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth, and a hint of melody escaped him unwittingly. Amidst the flowing swords cutting through the horde, one was suddenly sent flying, heralded by the entrance of a red-eyed zombie accompanied by ominous music. Suyin cast a cool glance. Those red eyes could belong to either a variant or a zombie king. Eunuch Fan squinted ahead, puzzled. Isn't that little Zhang? Who? Suyin turned back, scrutinizing the unremarkable face before her. Her brow furrowing. Little Zhang, how did you become a zombie? Weren't you dead? Eunuch Fan waved his hand, fearing the other might not hear him. The imposing little Zhang stumbled, falling to the ground, his bland face shifting between shades of blue and white. He glared at Eunuch Fan with disdain, sneering, "This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't abandoned me and that treacherous woman Xiaoxi when you fled, I wouldn't have been pushed out to face the zombies. Thankfully, the heavens took pity on me. I was not meant to perish. Surprise, surprise, not only did I survive, but I have also become the zombie king, commanding all the undead." Little Zhang's cold laughter was both arrogant and audacious. After hearing Little Zhang's spiteful words, both Suyin and Eunuch Fan fell into silence. Suyin, at a loss for words, glanced at his delicate gestures. "You dare to accuse others of being mentally deficient?" She continued, "I am now intent on eliminating you, yet you still whisper amongst yourselves, how brazen." The zombie king, enraged, bellowed with fiery eyes, unleashing a potent aura. "I shall obliterate you all." Suyin forcefully pushed aside the Eunuch Fan. Brandishing her sword defensively before her with a swift and graceful turn, she swung the blade, the sharp energy slicing through the air and striking Xiao Zhang on the shoulder. The impact caused him to stumble backward unsteadily. Flamboyant, Suyin remarked with a candid assessment. Xiao Zhang cast a glance at the wound on his shoulder, revealing a strange smile directed at Su Yi and at I in the blink of an eye. The injury visibly healed. "I will kill you. It is all your fault," he cackled maniacally, launching a rapid assault towards Suyin. She furrowed her brow in contemplation as her eyes narrowed slightly. She caught a glimpse of a faint aura behind Xiao Zhang, leading her to a sudden realization. Twirling her fingertips, she discerned that he was indeed a formidable antagonist. Suyin sheathed her sword and stood still, bringing her hands together in a somewhat unpracticed gesture. Recalling the incantation taught to her, she focused her breath and spirit to the east of faith. "Disciple Suyin, please descend." Qing Di Taicha. As the golden light flickered at her fingertips, a golden ethereal figure began to materialize above her head.